A first-rank warrior managed to instantly defeat a peak second-rank prodigy in a virtual combat arena, leaving the entire audience in shock. Two figures stood on the massive arena stage, the atmosphere tense. One of them, a young man gripping a tumtor-long spear, had a determined look in his eyes, sharp as a drawn sword. He was about to enter his sophomore year, already at the peak of the second rank, and had achieved diamond rank in virtual combat, making him a top-tier talent among freshmen at his school. The battle was about to commence. Just as the spear-wielding youth was preparing to unleash his martial skills, his opponent casually tossed aside a long knife. This unexpected move left him momentarily stunned. Realizing something, he shouted in disbelief, "Smuff King!" A deafening explosion tore through the air, sending a whirlwind across the arena. The spear-wielding youth felt a sharp pain on his face, and his vision went black as he was forcibly ejected from the virtual combat space. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in the capital city, another young man slowly sat up from his virtual combat pod, a look of disappointment on his face. "I got matched with the Smuff King? There goes my 10-win streak." A system notification chimed, congratulating him on earning 2 points. Jiang Hao immediately checked his attribute panel. He was at the peak of the first rank, but possessed the physique and mental attributes comparable to the third rank, further enhanced by his martial arts prodigy talent. He had mastered techniques like the explosive fist, instant 9 flashes, and flashing thunderblade, and was practicing the 8th set of foundational body strengthening methods of Xia country. 18 years ago, Jiang Hao arrived in this world called Blue Star. It was a high martial world that had discovered primal energy, where high-ranking warriors could move mountains and fill seas. Legends spoke of those above the 9th rank who could even capture stars and moons. However, fate was cruel. Just as Jiang Hao was about to enter a martial arts school, his parents tragically died during a trip. Later, from his father's military friend, Uncle Chung, he learned that it was the work of the Blood Shadow from the Sacred Beast Society. They secretly hunted warriors for a blood sacrifice to curry favor with super-deer beasts from another world. Although the military thwarted the conspiracy in time, the culprit disappeared without a trace. On his 18th birthday, Jiang Hao awakened the attribute panel system. By instantly defeating opponents in virtual combat, he could earn points to enhance everything. The beginner's gift pack provided him with 4,000 points, reigniting his confidence. For over 3 months, Jiang Hao had been honing his combat skills in the virtual combat space, adapting to attributes far beyond the first rank. He pondered to himself, "I really didn't mean to smuff. I'm just a weak first-rank warrior. How can a first rank beating a second rank be considered smuffing?" Over 300 kilometers away from Jiang Hao's location in Yunnan City, a thrilling battle was unfolding. Several military martial artists were besieging a colossal serpent over 500 meters long. Its pale golden scales were mostly shattered, and blood was flowing incessantly. The creature's breath was weak and faltering. "Hold this beast down. I'll finish it off," the leading man shouted to his 4 companions. The giant serpent seemed to sense the danger and struggled desperately, but the other 4 held it firmly in place. Suddenly, the night sky was illuminated by a blinding light. A thunder spear, hundreds of meters long, began to form within the dark clouds. Countless small bolts of lightning converged upon it, causing the spear to swell and its pressure to rise dramatically. The entire sky seemed to tremble in anticipation of the impending strike. "Thunder skybreak," the man roared. In an instant, the thunder spear descended like a pillar from the heavens, pinning the giant serpent to the ground. The terrifying attack vaporized the small mountain beneath the serpent, almost completely obliterating its body. The spear pierced the earth, leaving a crater several kilometers in diameter and 500 to 600 meters deep, showcasing the astonishing power of the blow. The leader lay on the ground, exhausted and panting heavily. The 4 teammates who had managed to dodge the attack gathered around him. One of the women exclaimed, "Captain, that thunder spear attack is always so impressive, no matter how many times I see it." "Tang Wanju, how many times have I told you? It's called thunder skybreak." The captain, pale-faced, glared at her. "Come on, old Zhao, report the situation to the higher-ups," said a young man in his 20s with long hair, as he walked towards the crater. "I'll go retrieve the life crystal." However, the young man quickly voiced his surprise. "Huh? Where's the life crystal? Isn't there supposed to be one for a 7th-tier beast?" Captain Zhao sprang to his feet and rushed to the edge of the crater with his bewildered teammates. Seeing the young man come up empty-handed from the bottom of the pit, Captain Zhao suddenly had a bad feeling. This beast isn't dead. It has a secret technique to carry the life crystal and reincarnate. Tang Wenju calmly analyzed. "No need to worry. Such a secret technique must come with significant side effects. Even if it can reincarnate in another beast's body, it won't be at full strength. I suspect it can only come back in a lower-tier snake-like beast. After all, 4th-tier beasts have a strong survival instinct and intelligence, which would interfere with the process. Most lower-tier beasts only have a few basic instincts." Upon hearing this, Captain Zhao quickly activated his smart wristband and typed out a message. All cities within 500 kilometers of this location are to enter blue alert status. Have the Martial Administration Bureau of each city send people to clear out any hidden beasts, especially snake-like ones. Meanwhile, in Yunlan City, Jiang Hao got up and went downstairs to a noodle shop for breakfast, planning to complete his fish-freeing task early. He skillfully entered the virtual combat pod and selected the 1v1 battle mode. Jiang Hao thought to himself, it's a pity that the 5v5 team battle mode only unlocks when you enter martial school and reach the 3rd tier. If I could enter team battles earlier, I could earn 10 points at once. The virtual combat space was jointly developed by the 3 major powers of Blue Star to provide martial artists, especially martial school students, with rich combat experience. Lower-tier martial artists could enter higher-tier areas, but higher-tier martial artists couldn't enter lower-tier areas to prevent fish freeing. If any unsportsmanlike behavior was detected, both parties would be banned from matching for 7 days. Jiang Hao's physique and spirit, far beyond those of his peers, were perfectly replicated in the virtual combat space. As long as one became a martial artist before the age of 20, they could register their personal information at the local Martial Administration Bureau and receive a basic version of the virtual combat pod for free. All of this was to prepare for the common enemy, beasts and indigenous races from different worlds. Due to his overwhelming strength against 2nd-tier martial artists, Jiang Hao had already reached Diamond 1 with full stars, the highest rank below 4th-tier martial artists. Each win earned him a star, each loss deducted a star, and 10 stars would upgrade him to the next small rank. With a 100 win rate, it took a long time for Jiang Hao to find a match in the 2nd-tier area. Finally, the system prompted, match successful. The battle will start in 30 seconds. Please choose your weapon. Jiang Hao observed the figure opposite him. Judging by the body shape, it appeared to be a woman, but her face was obscured by a shroud of black mist, making her features indistinguishable. For safety and privacy reasons, the virtual combat system includes a facial misting feature that allows participants to hide their true appearance, reducing the risk of exposure. Jiang Hao chose to use facial misting and voice alteration, while some online streamer warriors did not, often live streaming their virtual battles to attract fans. Fight begins. The virtual combat system's voice announced. Jiang Hao expertly discarded his long knife, a necessary step to initiate the duel. His primary tactic relied on his powerful martial art, Instant 9 flashes, which allowed him to appear instantly in front of his opponent, followed by a devastating punch with his 3rd-tier peak physique. The crushing punch is known for its ferocity and power. Combined with Jiang Hao's formidable physique, it could typically knock out a 2nd-tier opponent with a single blow. Additionally, the Instant 9 flashes, a high-level movement technique acquired after defeating 100 opponents, enabled short-distance teleportation even at a basic level. The 2nd-tier zone had become Jiang Hao's scoring paradise. In the 2nd-tier area, Jiang Hao was quite popular. Before battles, people would often send messages like "love you" and "you're the best," expressing their fandom. Boom! Jiang Hao delivered a terrifying, crushing punch aimed at a woman's head, creating a gust of wind. Before she could raise her sword, she was knocked out and exited the virtual combat space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for instantly defeating a 2nd-tier opponent, earning 2 points. Jiang Hao casually shook his hand, thinking, another day of easy wins. By noon, Jiang Hao had completed his daily tasks, earning 20 points. He decided to use the points to break through to the 2nd tier. After all, using the system to enhance one's foundation was the most perfect method. To reach the pinnacle of martial arts, one must have the strongest foundation. System, add points. Jiang Hao shouted in his mind. The blue screen in his mind displayed, Realm, 1st tier peak. As Jiang Hao confirmed the point addition, 50 points were deducted. He immediately felt a dramatic change within his body. His blood seemed to boil, and his heartbeat quickened. The surrounding energy continuously surged into his body. Suddenly, he heard a crack, and the transformation ceased. He could clearly feel an increase in the capacity for internal energy, meaning the power of his martial techniques would also enhance. After reaching the 2nd tier, Jiang Hao planned to continue boosting his physique to 40, reaching the 4th tier. By then, he would feel confident enough to score in the 3rd-tier zone of the virtual combat space. Well, I deserve a good meal today, Jiang Hao said, activating his smart bracelet. A holographic screen appeared, and he found a highly rated home-style restaurant. He ordered a few of his favorite dishes, and then began browsing the latest news. Blue alert issued in Yunlan City, Shanfeng City, and Bailu City? Jiang Hao questioned as he read the news. A blue alert is typically issued only during a beast riot, or the appearance of a 7th-tier beast. He thought about it and figured that whatever the case, it wouldn't affect someone like him much. The authorities would have solutions. Then, he noticed that the Martial Arts Bureau was calling on all warriors to search for any hidden low-tier beasts in the cities. This made sense, given the blue alert. Preemptively dealing with potential threats in the city was logical. While enjoying his drone-delivered meal, Jiang Hao continued to browse news on his smart bracelet. He decided to register his advancement to the second tier at the Martial Arts Bureau the next day. The next morning, Jiang Hao finished his breakfast, got ready, and headed out. Sitting in a self-driving taxi, he watched the scenery flash by, calculating in his mind. Today is May 19th. Only 19 days left until the college entrance exams. However, with his abilities and second-tier status, he was confident he could get into the strongest martial arts school in Xia country, making him feel very assured. The taxi smoothly stopped at the designated parking area of the Martial Arts Bureau. Jiang Hao tapped his smart wristband to complete the payment. As he stepped out of the car, a grand building came into view had arrived at the Martial Arts Bureau. Jiang Hao gently pushed open the door and entered the hall. His smart wristband immediately projected a holographic welcome message. Hello, respected first-tier warrior Mr. Jiang Hao, how can we assist you today? Certification for second-tier warrior. Jiang Hao replied succinctly. The system promptly responded. All right, please take the elevator to the 4th floor for second-tier certification. Your registration information has been automatically filled. Would you like to make any changes? Jiang Hao glanced at the registration details. Apart from the second-tier certification application, the rest of the information was the same as when he had manually filled it out for his first-tier status. No, he answered decisively. The elevator doors opened, and Jiang Hao stepped into the certification hall on the 4th floor. 3 people were already waiting there, 2 men and a woman, seemingly a small group. They turned their heads as Jiang Hao entered. A man in his 30s, who appeared to be the leader, looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. Young man, you're already a second-tier warrior at such a young age? The other 2 also showed expressions of disbelief. Jiang Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I am. Casually, he opened his wristband, revealing a holographic display showing proof of his high school senior status. Incredible! The trio exclaimed. Even the prodigy from number 1 high school is only at the peak of the first tier. At that moment, the certification room door opened, and a young man in his 20s came out, beaming with joy. Haha, I, Wang Anqing, am officially a second-tier warrior now. The 2 men and the woman immediately surrounded him, offering enthusiastic congratulations. Jiang Hao noticed a prompt on his holographic display. Mr. Jiang Hao, please prepare for certification. He quickly walked into the certification room, where a stylishly dressed young woman was seated. She had soft features, a standard oval face, and single eyelids, with the only potential flaw being her minimal resistance in water. The woman checked the system's registration information and was surprised. You registered as a warrior in January, and now you're already at the second tier? Yes, my first-tier awakening talent accelerates my cultivation speed. Jiang Hao responded calmly. Then you're guaranteed to get into one of the top 10 martial arts schools, the woman said enviously, then explained, every first-tier warrior awakens 1 or more talents, which can be passive or active. The awakening is completely random, leading to different career paths for warriors, such as healers and buffers with support talents, mages with elemental talents, and warriors who follow assassin or control routes. The effectiveness of these talents also depends on the warrior's tier, as the capacity for yuan energy is limited. The woman pointed to a device nearby. All right, place your hand on this yuan energy detector and release your yuan energy wave. Jiang Hao nodded and complied. Beep. The yuan energy wave of this warrior has reached the first level of the second tier. Identity confirmed. Confirmation complete. The wave belongs to warrior Jiang Hao, the device announced. The woman entered the information into the system's holographic display and asked, Mr. Jiang Hao, would you like to proceed with the combat test now, or do you need some time to adjust? No need, let's start immediately. Jiang Hao shook his head. All right, please lie down in that virtual combat pod. Don't worry, it's automatically sanitized, and it's used by the Martial Arts Bureau to test combat data, similar to the setup during the college entrance exams. Jiang Hao replied casually, no problem, I'm not that particular. Let's get started. With that, he entered the virtual combat pod and selected Second-Tier Warrior Combat Test. The test was mostly a formality. The system AI opponent, although a first-level second-tier warrior, was top-notch in terms of martial skills and combat awareness. Most newly promoted second-tier warriors couldn't defeat it. Losing wasn't a big deal, but losing too quickly could result in a low score, which might be embarrassing. Combat start. As soon as the system announced, Jiang Hao threw his knife. I have a habit of throwing my knife at the start. It's fine if I just fight barehanded. Jiang Hao thought to himself, then used his flash step technique to appear behind the AI. Heart-piercing strike. Jiang Hao murmured to himself. Slash. Black Tiger Heart Strike. He mentally added sound effects. The computer AI didn't even have time to react before it was down. Ding. Congratulations to the host for instantly defeating a second-tier opponent, earning 2 points. The host has now achieved 1,000 instant victories. Reward has been sent. Wow, it even counts against AI? Jiang Hao was genuinely surprised this time. The virtual battle space doesn't include any AI opponents, not even in rooms created among friends. Jiang Hao was slightly surprised when he first learned this. He quickly opened the panel, his eyes locking onto the talent column. A new talent ability appeared, rapid adaptation. This ability not only allowed him to quickly master and enhance his strength, but also gave him precise control over his power, speed, and mental faculties. Even more exciting was the slight boost in his ability to adapt to extreme environments. Jiang Hao clenched his fists in excitement, thinking to himself, it's like finding a bun when you're hungry or a pillow when you're tired. He realized that from now on, he wouldn't need to spend a lot of time adjusting after leveling up. The embarrassing moments of accidentally cracking tiles while walking would likely never happen again. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Hao glanced at the time and decided to wait a few more minutes. Then, he chose to exit the virtual battle space and wait for the system to finalize his score. When Jiang Hao returned to the real world, he noticed a female examiner looking at him with a peculiar expression. What's going on? Jiang Hao asked, puzzled. The woman slowly withdrew her gaze, her voice tinged with barely concealed curiosity. I've been here for almost 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen a perfect score. How on earth did you do it? Jiang Hao was taken aback and asked, wait, aren't you the examiner? Can't you just watch the virtual battle recordings? He already knew that advanced battle test examiners didn't have viewing privileges. To avoid appearing too conspicuous, he had purposely waited a few extra minutes before exiting. While his performance couldn't be hidden from the battle system and the high-ranking officials of Xia country, that was a different matter altogether. To Jiang Hao, it merely indicated his formidable combat abilities. The woman shook her head and explained, we examiners can only see the scores for all combat tests. We don't have the authority to access the recordings. This is to protect the privacy of the martial artists. After all, if some of their secret techniques were exposed, they could be targeted. She paused, then added eagerly, so, how did you do it? Don't worry, I'm very discreet and won't say a word. Oh, if it's a secret technique or something, just pretend I didn't ask. Facing the woman's enthusiastic inquiry, Jiang Hao maintained a calm expression and replied, there's nothing secretive about it. Just a lot of study, observation, and practice. Huh. The woman was momentarily stunned, looking puzzled. She stammered, your second-level certification has been approved. You can leave now. Jiang Hao nodded and said simply, all right, goodbye. With that, he turned and left the testing room. The woman stood up, finally snapping back to reality. She muttered to herself, should I have asked for his contact information? After a moment's thought, she dismissed the idea. Forget it. With that kind of training speed and combat ability, he's definitely heading to Shinjo Martial Arts School. I should just focus on my job. With that, she quietly sat back down, waiting for the next martial artist to come for certification. Jiang Hao, fresh from completing his second-level certification at the Martial Affairs Bureau, walked along the sidewalk, his gaze sweeping over the city he had lived in for 18 years. Though the timeline had advanced more than 2 centuries since his previous life, the technological progress wasn't as astonishing as he had imagined. The flickering decorations by the roadside and the slow-flying drones displaying holographic advertisements added a touch of futurism to the city. Yunlan City was gearing up for the upcoming college entrance exams. As a prodigy in the martial arts class, Jiang Hao only needed to take the academic exams. Nowadays, the college entrance exams were divided into academic and martial exams. The academic exams were similar to those of his previous life, but the foreign language subject had been removed. This was because the entire Blue Star now used the Xia language as the common tongue. Not only because Xia was the most powerful country with the most high-level martial artists and beyond nth-level experts, but also because most cultivation techniques and martial skills were written in Xia language. Students from other countries who wished to become martial artists had to learn Xia language from a young age. Some wealthy but martial arts-deprived families abroad even sent their children to Xia to study as early as elementary school. There were also rumors circulating that the relics from other worlds and the newly appeared secret realms on Blue Star had decorations and writings similar to Xia culture. Some speculated that the emergence of Yuan energy was no coincidence but had always existed. Those strange worlds might have once been ruled by a powerful civilization similar to Xia, and today's martial path on Blue Star was developed by emulating the cultivation techniques and martial skills that had leaked out. However, this powerful martial civilization eventually vanished, which might explain why those otherworldly realms were so hostile towards humans from Blue Star. Of course, this information was quickly refuted by the authorities, as the Lighthouse Nation and the Northern Bear would never acknowledge Xia as the source of Blue Star civilization. As for the martial exams, the requirements were relatively simple. One only needed to become a first-level martial artist and possess a certain level of combat ability to enter a martial arts school, with better schools naturally having higher standards. Lost in thought, Jiang Hao walked into a small grove. Suddenly, a short man with burned scars all over his face emerged from the woods, looking wary. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, he immediately lowered his head and quickened his pace to avoid him. Thanks to Jiang Hao's third-level spiritual power, He easily sensed that the man's yuan energy fluctuation was only at the first level. Not much talent, Jiang Hao thought, while becoming more alert. Drawing on years of reading online novels, he concluded that this person was definitely up to no good. Hey, buddy up front, you dropped your knife. Jiang Hao shouted deliberately. The short man stopped, instinctively patted his pants, and then realized he hadn't brought a knife. He turned angrily, glaring at Jiang Hao. Kid, mind your own business, he snarled, making a throat-cutting gesture. Feigning disdain, Jiang Hao replied, Who are you trying to scare? I'm with the Sacred Beast Society. Believe it or not, I could blow your head off. Hearing the words, Sacred Beast Society, the short man froze. You're with the society too? Jiang Hao was secretly pleased and continued to play dumb. Of course, a first-level outer member like you wouldn't have seen me. You're a full member? The short man asked incredulously. You're so young. I thought you were trying to trick me. Jiang Hao impatiently retorted. Nonsense. Only an idiot would impersonate someone from the Sacred Beast Society and risk losing their head. The short man nodded repeatedly. You're right. Nowadays, our brothers in the society don't dare show their faces for fear of being discovered. Sigh. If I had known, I wouldn't have joined the Sacred Beast Society in the first place. Some members haven't come to the base for a long time. What? You regret it? Jiang Hao sneered. Without the organization's training, could a loser like you become a martial artist? All right, there's a curfew everywhere. Hurry back. The short man immediately grinned obsequiously. No way I'd regret it. People like us with no talent would never become martial artists without the organization's training. Being an outer member is pretty good. Sir, let me take you back to the base. My car is parked nearby. Don't worry, there's no surveillance here. I checked thoroughly. Let's go. Jiang Hao glanced back at the grove and calmly followed the man to the car. His smart wristband had already transmitted everything it recorded to the Martial Affairs Bureau's reporting line. Hope they make it in time, Jiang Hao thought as he watched the scenery flash by outside the car window. Meanwhile, at the Martial Affairs Bureau, teams were urgently assembling. The tall man at the front of the group had a lollipop in his mouth, his sharp gaze sweeping over the assembled team. Slowly removing the candy, his Adam's apple bobbed as he barked in a deep voice, Stand in formation quickly. We're clearing out the Sacred Beast Society's stronghold soon. Move fast. Remember, prioritize protecting that second-tier student. Yes, sir. The group responded in unison, their voices loud and resolute. The wheels crunched over gravel, making a dull sound as the vehicle came to a stop. Jiang Hao peered through the slightly foggy window to see a dilapidated mansion faintly appearing in the distance. He quickly pulled out his communicator and sent a brief message to the Martial Affairs Bureau. Don't park too close. No sooner had he finished speaking than a short man sprang from the vehicle, covering the distance to Jiang Hao in just a few strides. His face was obsequious, the burned scars distorting his expression. Sir, go buy me a bottle of water and be quick about it. Jiang Hao interrupted before he could finish. The short man hesitated, puzzled. Sir, we've reached the stronghold. There'll be all kinds of drinks inside. Jiang Hao's brow furrowed, his tone turning icy. Are you teaching me how to do my job? I want a room temperature Sprite. Be quick, I'll take a nap in the car. With that, he closed his eyes, ignoring the man. As he listened to the hurried footsteps of the short man leaving, Jiang Hao finally exhaled deeply. Inwardly, he calculated. Saying he wasn't nervous would be a lie. Who knows what could be inside the stronghold? If things go south, it would be a disgrace to the entire Traverser army. I can't go in there. Better to wait in the car for the Martial Affairs Bureau to handle it. As expected, the Martial Affairs Bureau responded with lightning speed. Before the short man even returned, they had already pinpointed the stronghold's location using their tracking system and silently surrounded the area. The moment Jiang Hao received the news, he jumped out of the car as if energized, jogging over to join the Martial Affairs Bureau team. Putting on an innocent and cheerful face, he said, Hello, officers. I'm a senior at 3rd High School. I encountered this suspicious person today and managed to trick him into revealing the Sacred Beast Society's stronghold. But it's just my duty as an excellent patriotic student to report such evil organizations. By the way, can you transfer the reward directly to my Blue Star Network account? The man with the lollipop twitched at the corners of his mouth, clearly at a loss for words. He waved his hand, signaling a subordinate to respond. A curvy female officer stepped forward, her voice warm yet authoritative. First, thank you very much for your contribution to Yunlan City. But next time you encounter such a situation, please do not follow alone or impersonate a member of the Sacred Beast Society. Your safety is paramount. Second, we will transfer the reward to your Blue Star Network account, but it will be determined after the mission is evaluated. Third, the signals around here are blocked, and all IPs in the mansion are locked. If there's nothing else, we can arrange for someone to take you back, or you can wait at the Martial Affairs Bureau. Lastly, don't call us officers. After speaking, The female officer returned to the team, leaving Jiang Hao looking awkward. He scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Well, I wish you all a successful operation. No need to send me back. I'll just walk home. At that moment, the leader bit down on his lollipop, producing a crisp crunch sound. His eyes sharpened, and he gave the command, "Move out." After bidding farewell to his comrades at the Martial Unity Bureau, Jiang Hao quickly left the manor. He had barely run 100 meters when a deafening boom echoed around him, and the air instantly grew scorching hot. Turning his head, he saw the lollipop-chewing captain, who always looked so profound, now airborne, wrapped in a violent whirlwind, hovering 50 or 60 meters above the ground. The captain's hands moved gracefully, like a conductor leading an orchestra, as he unleashed razor-sharp wind blades. His opponent, an elderly man with gray hair, stomped the ground, causing pillars of fire to shoot up, not only deflecting the attacks but also occasionally hurling fireballs to create chaos. Jiang Hao watched with envy, thinking, if only I had elemental abilities. Mages are forever the best. The manor was in shambles, with buildings and walls severely damaged. Other members of the Martial Unity Bureau were also engaged in battles with their enemies. Overall, the Bureau had the upper hand in both numbers and strength. Jiang Hao couldn't help but mutter, so hasty, starting a fight right after entering? What happened to the plan for a stealthy operation? He noticed that the powerful figure from the Sacred Beast Society, suspected to be of the 4th rank, was evenly matched with the profound captain, so he decided to leave. Remembering the short man who had driven into the woods for some unknown reason, Jiang Hao immediately took action. With his peak 3rd-rank physique, his endurance and speed were impressive. He chose a less crowded path and sprinted, reaching the woods in no time. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao ventured into the forest. After walking about a kilometer, he suddenly blurred and vanished. Instant 9 flashes. In the spot where he had just stood, a jade-like arrow embedded itself into the ground, freezing a nearly 100-meter radius around it. Damn it, an ice archer, huh? Jiang Hao cursed under his breath. If not for his keen senses alerting him to the killing intent, he might have been caught. Although the arrow that froze the ground wasn't much of a threat to him, the best strategy against an archer was close combat. Jiang Hao charged towards the direction from which the arrow had come, continuously using instant 9 flashes to dodge incoming arrows. As he was about to break through the forest's obstacles, the archer began to panic. It was a young woman. Seeing Jiang Hao's incredible agility, she gritted her teeth and prepared for close combat. She sensed that Jiang Hao's energy fluctuations were only at the 2nd rank, while she, as the second-in-command of the Sacred Beast Society's Yunlan City branch, was at the peak of the 3rd rank. Confident that she could defeat him in a few moves, she planned to take the Sacred Beast and escape. She thought that although the stronghold might be in trouble, as long as she brought the awakening Sacred Beast to the headquarters in Yunshao Prefecture and met her high-ranking father, she would be rewarded and promoted to the 4th rank with sacred blood. However, her dreams were quickly shattered. When she reached out to block Jiang Hao's punch, her hand was instantly shattered, blood and flesh flying everywhere as if hit by an overloaded truck. The air compressed, making it hard for her to breathe, and the smile on her face vanished. Jiang Hao's grin, however, grew wider. Initially, he wasn't confident about defeating the ice archer, especially without a weapon to showcase his prized swordsmanship. As a melee fighter, he had to rely on his agility to find an opening for a fatal punch. To his surprise, the woman had stopped to fight him up close and even tried to catch his punch with one hand. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Hao unleashed a barrage of punches. Each impact sounded like explosions on an open field, raising dust clouds. The woman, now helpless like a ragdoll, saw her energy shield wavering. Ugh, she spat out blood and collapsed. As Jiang Hao approached to finish her off, she pleaded, "Don't kill me. My father is." Explosive punch. Jiang Hao ended the cultist's life with a final blow. Sitting heavily on the ground, Jiang Hao's hands trembled slightly. But recalling the Sacred Beast Society's atrocities and realizing that the woman was no ordinary member, he immediately contacted the Martial Unity Bureau to report, "I don't care about your background. Take it up with the Xia Kingdom's Martial Unity Bureau." Of course, he lied, claiming he had stumbled upon her and fought back desperately, noting that she seemed injured and he had luckily killed her. After resting for a moment, Jiang Hao noticed a large tent nearby. He walked over and pulled back the flap, revealing a stash of supplies, indicating they had arrived recently. Remembering the short man was likely an errand runner for the woman, Jiang Hao searched thoroughly and found a transparent box containing a small, pale gold snake-like beast. The creature, no more than 2 meters long, emitted 2nd-rank energy waves and appeared to be suffering from heat exhaustion. Jiang Hao kindly opened the box to give the little snake some air. However, the moment the snake poked its head out, Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and delivered a powerful punch straight to its head, instantly turning it into a mist of blood. Suddenly, a series of system notifications rang in Jiang Hao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for instantly killing a tier 7 opponent and earning 500 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating a higher tier opponent and earning an additional 500 points. Ding. Detected a life crystal from a tier 7 beast. It can be converted into 5,000 points. Would you like to convert it? Jiang Hao stared blankly at the now headless little snake, filled with confusion. This tiny creature was a tier 7 beast? And what was this life crystal? No. Jiang Hao reluctantly pulled himself together and declined the conversion offer. He thought that if no one reported it, using the crystal wouldn't be an issue. But the Martial Affairs Bureau people were about to arrive, and considering the recent blue alert and the city's operation to clear low-tier beasts, it was clear they were looking for this guy. However, Jiang Hao wasn't worried about having to hand over the crystal. There was a clear law in Xia country stating that any spoils from beasts killed by a warrior alone belong to the warrior. You could distribute them later, but only with the warrior's consent. Jiang Hao planned to first understand the use of the life crystal before deciding whether to convert it into points. 1,000 points would be enough to boost his mental and physical strength to tier 4. He thought to himself with satisfaction. With my quick adaptation talent, I can have a field day in the tier 2 area and then move on to the tier 3 area to reap the benefits. 5 points per kill, that's fantastic. However, Jiang Hao decided to go home and level up quietly. Soon, footsteps approached. Jiang Hao looked up to see the somber captain from earlier. Hello, Captain Tian. Jiang Hao greeted proactively. Tian, with a lollipop in his mouth, nodded. Not bad, kid. A tier 3 warrior managing to counterkill. How about joining the Martial Affairs Bureau after graduation? Jiang Hao feigned innocence. I've already promised someone that I'd get into the strongest martial school in Xia country. But I can recommend a few of my high school classmates to you, Captain Tian. Captain Tian walked over to the corpse, took out his lollipop and said, Forget it, I was just making conversation. He carefully examined the mangled corpse, glanced at the innocent-looking Jiang Hao, twitched his mouth, discarded the lollipop, and asked, Anything else to report? Jiang Hao immediately led Captain Tian to the tent and pointed to the headless little snake. I killed a tier 2 snake here. But it's so small, can it still be worth anything? Captain Tian stared at the little snake, seemingly recalling something, and quickly picked it up for closer inspection. He swiftly conjured a wind blade, slicing open the snake's abdomen. A transparent crystal the size of a ping-pong ball fell out. Captain Tian took a deep breath, his eyes shining with excitement. He tossed the crystal in his hand to Jiang Hao and held up 3 fingers, his tone tinged with envy. Kid, you've really struck gold this time. If you sell this on the black market, you could get at least this much. Jiang Hao caught the crystal and thought for a moment. 3 million? Captain Tian raised an eyebrow, his voice filled with pride. 3 billion. Jiang Hao asked curiously, Never mind the money. What can this thing do? Captain Tian pulled out a new lollipop, unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth before explaining. It enhances a warrior's physical and mental strength. Of course, you can also use it as a Yuan crystal or Yuan marrow elixir to boost your cultivation directly, allowing you to quickly reach the peak of the second tier without side effects. But that would be wasteful. A lot of the energy and essence would dissipate into the surrounding environment. He paused and continued. Unless you're from a top-tier family, most people use it to break through barriers or increase their mental strength. You're lucky that this snake was a 7th tier peak that was almost killed by the military, allowing you to pick up the pieces. The military has a rule. Whoever lands the kill gets the spoils. So, you can keep it without worry. Captain Tian glanced at the crystal again, his voice filled with envy. You need to know that advancing to the 4th or 7th tier requires mental strength. No one in Yuanlan City has probably ever used one of these. You can't buy it with money alone. Jiang Hao looked at his nearing 4th tier mental strength and nodded silently. Got it. I'll go recharge it right away. Captain Tian waved his hand, as if he didn't want to see the crystal anymore, and turned away. If you're going to use it, find a quiet place, hold it in your hand, and run your cultivation technique to absorb it. The bonus will be transferred to you in a few days. Go home quickly. Contact me if you need anything. As he spoke, he tapped on his holographic screen, and Jiang Hao's smart bracelet received a friend request. Jiang Hao accepted it and said, Captain Tian, I'm heading home now. I'll treat you to a meal once I get into Shinjo Martial School. Captain Tian shook his head. Forget the meal. Just give me a heads up if you hear any news about the Sacred Beast Society. After saying goodbye, Jiang Hao left. Captain Tian immediately returned to the Martial Union Bureau and sent a death report of the 7th tier giant snake to the high-level officials of Yunshao State's Martial Union Bureau. Warrior Jiang Hao showed intelligence and bravery, unafraid of powerful enemies, discovered a Sacred Beast Society hideout, and killed a peak 3rd-tier warrior. His talent, strength, and temperament are exceptional. He was fortunate to kill a 7th tier beast after its scale transformation, and the 7th tier life crystal belongs to Jiang Hao. By the time Jiang Hao got home, it was already afternoon. He grabbed a quick bite to eat and eagerly used the life crystal to recharge his panel. Ding. 7th tier life crystal recharged successfully, 5,000 points acquired. Jiang Hao immediately started allocating points. He spent 1,000 points to boost his physique and mental strength to 40, reaching the 4th tier. He then spent 300 points to elevate his level to the late 2nd tier. Lastly, he used 1,500 points to enhance his martial skill, Crushing Fist, breaking through its original limit to reach 5th tier proficiency. After the transformation, Jiang Hao felt a soothing change throughout his body, like a deep tissue massage. Excited, he shouted, "Open the panel!" A blue holographic screen appeared in his mind, displaying his latest attributes. Name, Jiang Hao. Level, 2nd tier, late stage. Physique, 40 comprehensive assessment of explosive power, endurance, strength, speed, recovery, etc., at 4th tier. Mental strength, 40 comprehensive assessment of soul strength, perception, willpower, mental power, etc., at 4th tier. Innate abilities, martial genius rapid adaptation. Martial skills, Crushing Fist 1/5 tier mastery instant 9, flashes intermediate 2, 562,000, flash thunderblade intermediate 2, 53300. Cultivation technique, Xia country's 8th basic body strengthening method 3rd tier. Points, 3,208. Evaluation, got ear. Stop fishing for easy wins. Jiang Hao looked at the panel with satisfaction. Who would have thought that just a few days ago, he was an ordinary 1st-tier warrior, and now he could easily defeat 3rd-tier warriors? As for the evaluation, he chuckled to himself. How else would he earn points without fishing for easy wins? Thanks to his rapid adaptation ability, Jiang Hao only needed to spend 2 days in the virtual combat space to fully digest his newly acquired strength and happily earn more points. Jiang Hao opened the virtual combat pod and skillfully selected the 1v1 combat mode. He thought, with my talent, I'll soon advance to the 3rd tier. I won't be able to fight in the 2nd tier area anymore. Thinking about the time he spent in the 2nd tier area, the joy and struggles of earning points since getting the panel, and the friends he had matched with multiple times, Jiang Hao decided, today will be my last fight in the 2nd tier area. I won't rush to defeat my opponent this time. Of course, letting them win was out of the question. He'd chat with his opponent, tell them he was moving on to the 3rd tier, and maybe offer some pointers. After all, Jiang Hao's win rate was still 100. Even in the few 3rd-tier matches he had tried, he had won by outlasting his opponent's Yuan energy. 3rd-tier warriors could project Yuan energy to form a protective shield. As long as they had Yuan energy left, the shield could be maintained indefinitely. However, the energy consumption would accelerate when under attack. The force shield isn't invincible. When faced with sufficiently powerful martial techniques, it can still be penetrated or even shattered. This cold, hard truth flashed through Jiang Hao's mind, only to be interrupted by the system's prompt. Match found. The battle will commence in 30 seconds. Please select your weapon. Jiang Hao looked up at the young man across from him and noticed that he hadn't activated the facial blurring feature. This confidence made Jiang Hao shake his head in disbelief. Too flashy. What if someone ambushes him someday? Unexpectedly, the young man's expression changed to one of sudden anxiety. He exclaimed, "Fishing King." Jiang Hao was taken aback, his long knife suddenly feeling heavier in his hand. Could this be someone he knew? But he had never shown his face before. Was he recognized just because of the knife? Battle start. The virtual combat system's voice shattered the brief silence. Jiang Hao casually tossed his knife aside and strode over to the trembling young man. With a hint of exasperation, he said, "Dude, is it really necessary? It's just virtual combat. What are you so scared of?" The young man, relieved that the Fishing King hadn't attacked immediately, explained, "Boss, I've faced you 3 times before. Every time, you knocked me out with one punch. I thought you had beaten me senseless." Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh. Virtual combat doesn't affect your real self. You're just too timid. But don't worry, I'm moving up to the 3rd-tier zone soon. Since we've matched 4 times, I'll go easy on you today. The young man's eyes lit up. Really? Congrats on advancing to the 3rd tier, boss. Jiang Hao then noticed that the young man was unarmed and asked, puzzled, "Isn't it mandatory to have a weapon for virtual combat? How come you don't have one?" The young man proudly explained, "Boss, didn't you know? If you awaken a talent related to magic and follow the magic path, you can register your information with the Martial Arts Bureau. Within 24 hours, Blue Star Network will notify you whether you need to carry a weapon during duels. I'm purely on the magic path, so no weapon needed." Jiang Hao's expression darkened instantly. He knew that in battles against exotic beasts, magic users were more valued than pure martial artists. After all, magic attacks covered a wide area, and during beast uprisings, most mid to low-tier exotic beasts were dealt with by magic users. While magic users considered many factors, pure martial artists only pursued the thrill of combat. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and said, "All right, show me how impressive you magic users can be." Meanwhile, at the Shinjo Martial Academy's Combat Institute in the imperial capital of Zhuangzi, another story was unfolding. Uncle, uncle, open the door. A pale young man with dark circles under his eyes kept pounding on the deputy dean's office door. Just as he was considering breaking in, there was a click, and the door opened. A middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a twitching eye gestured for the young man to come in with a look of disdain. This man had a sharply defined face and an air of dignity and authority. He was tall, and his exposed arms seemed to speak of virtue and principle. The young man barged in, grabbed a teapot, and gulped down the tea. Discontentedly, he asked, "Uncle, why isn't today's tea the one that boosts energy? It's not satisfying." Then he loudly proclaimed, "I'm Zhou Weifeng, the senior brother of our combat academy, leading our team to win the Global Martial Arts School Championship twice. Is this how you treat a national prodigy?" The middle-aged man calmly sat down, leaning back in his chair, and said, "How many times have I told you? Use titles at school." "Got it, uncle." "No problem, uncle." Zhou Weifeng immediately corrected himself and quickly added, "Uncle, I just discovered a wild genius who has a connection with our combat academy. Yesterday, a second-tier martial artist in Yunshao State aced the certification test, and the system automatically reported it to the admissions office. I happened to be there scouting for potential new students. Guess what? We struck gold." The deputy dean watched the shared video and sternly said, "Don't do that again. Students taking internal videos can get into serious trouble. Admissions complained to me last year. If it weren't for your father breaking through to the Saint rank and holding the line at World 4, the academy would have already disciplined you." The young man nonchalantly ate the spirit fruits on the table and said, "I didn't dare cause trouble in my first year. Now that I'm at the 7th rank and about to graduate, why should I be afraid? Otherwise, what's the point of all this training?" The deputy dean, heartbroken over the plundered spirit fruits, struggled to hold back his anger. But the young man's words made him choke. Cough, cough. "Uncle, have some water." "Oh, wait. I drank all the tea. Should I buy you a bottle of water?" The young man scratched his head, looking innocently at his uncle. The deputy dean took a deep breath, feeling that even his 8th rank peak strength was almost overwhelmed by anger. However, he comforted himself, thinking that next month this rascal would graduate, and he could finally take on a respectful and well-behaved apprentice. He carefully analyzed the video. The student's movement technique is very profound, at least a 9th rank skill, and there are hints of spatial laws. But having good techniques isn't everything. The most crucial part is the remarkable physical strength. The deputy dean replayed the scene where Jiang Hao punched through the AI's heart. No martial techniques or energy were used, just pure physical strength. This is at least the strength of a 4th rank. The platform caved in under his steps, and the heart-piercing blow surpassed the speed of sound. If it weren't for the safety mechanisms in the virtual combat space for those below the 4th rank, the AI's body would have been shattered. He explained, "The AI used in the promotion test is meticulously selected by Xia Nation, and generally, only prodigies can score full marks. The initial purpose of this AI was to remind martial artists that promotion doesn't mean invincibility. If you can't even beat a computer, what's the point of showing off? Go back and train diligently." Now, it has become a tool for top martial arts schools to preemptively recruit prodigious students. Admiring Jiang Hao's unpretentious display of strength, the deputy dean thought, "This student is destined for our combat academy. Weifeng, call the admissions office and tell them that we must secure Jiang Hao for Shinjo Martial Arts School. We can even offer an S-level contract." An S-level contract offers the best benefits with minimal responsibilities. Top martial arts schools often compete fiercely to attract talent, continually improving their perks. The young man, as if he already knew, said, "I told you we struck gold." A martial artist with no family or major backing, who can advance to the 2nd rank and possess the physical strength of a 4th rank before the college entrance exam, definitely has extraordinary physical talent. With a little training, they will surely lead Shinjo Martial Arts School to win the Global Martial Arts School Championship. Jiang Hao had a friendly spar with a future mage, and both were satisfied, though the mage was too fragile. Jiang Hao barely felt the power of the spells before the mage conceded. It seems smiles don't disappear. They just move to those in need. Jiang Hao contentedly clicked for the next match. Match found, the battle would start in 30 seconds, and the system prompted him to choose a weapon. He casually picked a long knife and turned his gaze to his opponent. A female with a fogged-out face appeared on the other side. Though her exact age was unclear, her figure was excellent, curvaceous, slender waist, and long legs. Jiang Hao simply admired. "Beautiful." The woman, holding her sword in one hand, looked at Jiang Hao and asked in a voice that was clearly altered, "Hello? Are you the Fish King?" The voice sounded like it was synthesized by an AI. "The battle begins." The mechanical voice of the virtual combat system echoed through the space. Jiang Hao skillfully discarded his weapon, nodded slightly, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Matched with me again? The woman opposite noticed that Jiang Hao did not take the initiative to open the door for her and nodded slightly. Her voice was so flat it was almost mechanical. Last night was the first time I encountered you, but I lost. Jiang Hao inwardly mocked. What kind of voice changer is she using? Sounds like a ghost. Outwardly, he showed a slightly mocking smile. Just a fluke. The swordswoman was slightly taken aback, then shook her head. I watched the replay over and over last night, but I couldn't find a way to beat you. She paused and continued, however, once I decide on my path and advance to the 3rd tier, I should be able to challenge you. Despite her monotonous tone, Jiang Hao detected a hint of confidence. He nodded in acknowledgement. Whatever makes you happy. But he thought to himself, too bad times have changed. It's the era of cheats now. Today's me can one-punch yesterday's me. Suddenly, the woman raised her sword horizontally. Can you take this strike? A trace of impatience flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. He raised his hand and slapped the sword away, not forgetting to ridicule. Next time, try blindfolding yourself. Before he finished speaking, he had already delivered a crushing punch to the woman's chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for instantly defeating a 2nd-tier opponent, earning 2 points. The system notification sounded. Jiang Hao was a bit surprised. Does this count as an instant kill? Seems like the criteria aren't that simple. The scene shifted to Luo Xing City in Xing Luo State. A pair of long, fair legs slowly emerged from the virtual combat pod. A woman with a cold demeanor and exquisite features stepped out, a look of confusion on her face. Xing Yingyue was still puzzled about what had just happened. It was just an ordinary sword strike with no provocation. Why did the King of Fishers suddenly turn hostile? He seemed stronger than last time. Has he been holding back all along? And what does blindfolding have to do with anything? Unable to figure it out, she re-entered the virtual combat pod, replayed the recent match, and checked the profile of the King of Fishers. I don't eat beef? Xing Yingyue skimmed past the odd nickname and scrolled to the bottom, finding no activity from him. But seeing that 100 win rate, she paused for a moment and decided to add the King of Fishers as a friend on Blue Star Feishin. Staring at the awaiting verification message in Feishin, Xing Yingyue reminisced, if only I had such strength. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao leisurely finished his remaining 8 matches, earning 16 more points. He looked at the points on his panel with satisfaction, 32-26. Feeling great, tomorrow he'll go to the 3rd tier to earn points. Suddenly, a friend request notification interrupted his thoughts. Someone wants to add me? Jiang Hao looked at the light screen prompt in confusion. Could it be one of those players I just defeated? He opened Feishin and saw the applicant's name. Fish and Bear Paw? Fish and Bear's Paw? Jiang Hao stared at the screen with disdain. What kind of ridiculous name is that? He hesitated for a moment, but eventually clicked accept. After all, the last time someone added him just to trash talk after losing was a while ago. As someone who has lived 2 lives, Jiang Hao wouldn't stoop to the level of these greenhorns. However, Jiang Hao thought to himself, if these greenhorns get frustrated by him and then work harder to improve, they might come back for revenge. In a way, he's doing a good deed helping young martial artists in Xia develop thicker skin and motivating them to push themselves. As he saw the notification that the friend request was accepted and the chat window opened, Jiang Hao began to strategize how to control the conversation. Just then, the other party sent a message. Fish and Bear's Paw. Are you there? Jiang Hao's fingers moved faster than his brain, quickly typing back. No beef for me? Are you there? He smirked, thinking this opening would make the other person look like a fool. Fish and Bear's Paw? I'm the one you made fun of earlier for using a sword with a blindfold. I have some questions and added you on Fei-Xian. Jiang Hao couldn't help but criticize the other person's grammar while replying. No beef for me. Sorry, that was my friend who suddenly took over my keyboard. I've already beaten him up. What do you want to ask? Fish and Bear's Paw. Is your friend a 4th-tier martial artist? Is he okay? Jiang Hao impatiently responded. No beef for me. Get to the point or get lost. Then he sent a kneel before your king me. After a minute with no response, Jiang Hao ordered some takeout. It was getting late, and he wanted to eat and sleep early since he had school the next day. Just as he was about to close the chat window, another message came through. Fish and Bear's Paw. How are you so strong? I feel like you could beat most peak 3rd-tier martial artists, but I can barely handle those at the 6th level of the 3rd tier. Jiang Hao looked at the long, unpunctuated message and felt a headache coming on. He reluctantly replied. No beef for me. For heaven's sake, can't you use punctuation? It's free, you know. No beef for me. The reason I'm strong is simple. Study more, observe more, and practice more. I just really want to improve. Fish and Bear's Paw. Got it, thank you. Jiang Hao rolled his eyes, thinking, yeah, right? But he politely replied. No beef for me. I need to shower now, talk later. The other person quickly responded. Fish and Bear's Paw. Okay. After ending the conversation, Jiang Hao stretched, laid out his clothes for the next day, and ate his takeout. Once he was done, he washed up and went to bed, ensuring he wouldn't carry any fatigue into the next day. The next morning, Jiang Hao was woken by his alarm. He reluctantly got up, washed, and dressed in casual clothes. Looking at the calendar on the screen, he suddenly remembered it was May 20th, a day often referred to as Boyfriend Bankruptcy Day. He recalled a college roommate from his past life who skipped class to fly 2,000 kilometers to surprise his long-distance girlfriend. He bought a flashy white suit and 99 roses, only to find out she had gone out with a senior the day before and hadn't returned. The roommate was heartbroken, leading to their breakup. Not only did he lose his money, but also his girlfriend. The whole dorm, including Jiang Hao, took turns bringing him meals and water, even muting their games to avoid upsetting him further. Man, that's rough. Good thing I've always been single, Jiang Hao thought. Even though I got lucky after graduation, I ended up in this high martial world. Plus, I have a younger brother and parents to take care of. With these thoughts, Jiang Hao walked toward the gates of 3rd High School. It was Monday, the day students received their martial arts resources. Each martial artist student could receive a crystal matching their level. A basic first-tier crystal cost 10,000 yuan, while the second-tier crystal Jiang Hao was about to receive was worth 20,000. The school provided these for free, and if you had talent, you could get scholarships up to 300,000 yuan per month. However, there was only one top scholarship, and the first-tier one was 100,000 yuan per month. Students like Jiang Hao, who became martial artists early, were given first-tier scholarships. But Jiang Hao saved all his scholarship money, as he could quickly level up by fighting in the virtual combat space. Jiang Hao arrived at Class 1 of the 3rd-year martial arts program, the school's elite class. Wow, look who it is. Isn't that brother's son? A gray-haired boy shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Hao covered his face in exasperation. Although he had been in Class 1 for 2.5 years, he had gone home to train shortly after becoming a martial artist. The crystals were delivered to his door by the class teacher and monitor. After regaining his confidence with the panel, he found it too enjoyable to fish for easy wins, so he didn't return to school and took an extended leave instead. Jiang Hao returned to his classroom, ready to update his school information. He had just reached the 2nd tier and was eager to show off a bit to his classmates. After all, as the old saying goes, returning home in glory is like wearing a beautiful robe at night. Standing at the classroom door, he looked around and recalled the hardships of his training. Typically, a warrior would need dozens of 2nd-tier crystals and a month of intense training to advance from the first level of the 2nd tier to the 2nd level. But he had used just 50 points to directly ascend one level, and it took him only 3 days to secure his position in the 2nd tier. Jiang Hao couldn't help but think of those elite warriors who could use essence elixirs to rapidly advance their ranks. A single, cheapest 4th-tier essence elixir cost 1 million, and a 2nd-tier warrior would need only 2 bottles to guarantee an advancement without the risk of unstable progress. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Long time no see, Shaoli, a student with gray hair shouted. Jiang Hao smiled and replied. Long time no see, everyone, the gray-haired student shouted back. I'm not Shaoli, but no one paid attention to him. His classmates gathered around him. Jiang Hao, now experienced in school life, had good relationships with them. They usually trained together, practiced martial arts, and sparred with each other in a friendly atmosphere, without any mindless provocations. Suddenly, a boy over 2 meters tall, with arms thicker than Jiang Hao's thighs, squeezed through the crowd, excitedly saying, Brother Jiang, how was your time in seclusion? Come, let's spar in the training room. Jiang Hao took half a step back and laughed. Class rep, let's not. I'm afraid you'll end up begging me for mercy. The class representative's eyes widened in defiance. I'm at the 6th level of the 1st tier. Last week, during an exchange match with another school, I knocked out a 1st-tier 7th-level genius. Feigning surprise, Jiang Hao replied. What? Class rep, how did you know I reached the 2nd tier? He continued, Oh, I didn't expect to reach the 2nd tier so soon. I thought it would take until college. The 2nd tier isn't that impressive. I'm sure you'll reach it soon. This humble brag left the class rep speechless. The classroom fell silent before erupting in a deafening clamor. What? Tian, you're at the 2nd tier? Damn, Jiang, are you kidding? Even the top genius at our rival school hasn't broken through yet. AB, this is terrifying. Even the class rep, Zhang Zhuang, came to his senses and lamented. Why was I born if Jiang Hao exists? Jiang Hao looked around at his classmates' excited faces and felt a sense of pride. It seemed his plan to show off had indeed hit the mark. Because the noise was so loud, students from the neighboring class 2 crowded into the hallway, and the doorway was packed with people. Just then, a middle-aged teacher who looked almost 50, with a receding hairline, strode over and shouted angrily, What are you all doing here? I told you not to gather in groups. Class 2, get back to your classroom. It's time for class. There was a commotion in the crowd and someone whispered, The head teacher is here. Everyone back off. Class monitor, your voice was the loudest just now. The students from Class 2 immediately scattered, while Jiang Hao and the rest of his classmates obediently returned to their seats. Jiang Hao sneaked a glance at the class monitor, relieved that the monitor hadn't taken away his desk and chair. The teacher, known as Laoban Olban, was actually named Ban Zhengyan. Despite being just over 30, his high hairline and strict demeanor in class had earned him the nickname Laoban. Interestingly, Ban Zhengyan didn't object to this nickname and often mingled well with the students. "Everyone, sit down," Ban Zhengyan said, looking around the room. "Today is the day to distribute martial arts resources, and we also want to congratulate Jiang Hao for completing the second-level martial artist certification. Let's give him a round of applause." The classroom erupted in applause, and the students beamed with pride, some eager to brag in their Feishin friend circle. Even the usually stern Ban Zhengyan cracked a rare smile. After distributing the yuan crystals, Ban Zhengyan continued, "The principal just informed us that some teachers from First High School will be coming for an exchange match. That former top student from Yunlan City will be here too." He paused and added, "The principal suggested taking it easy this time, but since Jiang Hao is here today, I plan to have him replace one of the participants from last time. Jiang Hao, can you take part in the match? The best performer will be rewarded with 2 bottles of 4th-level Yuan Marrow Elixir, provided jointly by our school and First High." Jiang Hao agreed without hesitation. "Absolutely, I'm in. This is a great opportunity." At this point, Shaoli stood up and said, "Let Jiang Hao take my place. I'm only at the 1st level, 3rd stage, and I'm the weakest among the 5. It's better to let Hao take over." He flicked his gray bangs with a smug look. "All right, Jiang Hao will replace Li Jing in the exchange match." Ban Zhengyan confirmed. Meanwhile, a business vehicle slowly drove through the gates of 3rd High. 5 students in black and red trench coats stepped out. They were the elite team from First High. "This exchange match at 3rd High is a waste of time," a short boy complained. "I suggest they just give us the rewards directly." "Exactly," another chimed in. "I heard 2nd High lost to someone at the 1st level, 6th stage last time. What a bunch of losers. I haven't even avenged my loss to that idiot from 2nd High, and now he got beaten by a 6th stager," the short boy grumbled. "Does that mean I'm worse than someone from 3rd High?" "Enough," their supervising teacher interrupted, proudly saying. "We'll have Zhang Jiangyu go first and aim for a clean sweep to take the Yuan Marrow Elixir. Zhang might even break through to the 2nd level because of this." Zhang Jiangyu coldly said, "A 6th stager? I can take him down with one hand." "Zhang, you're the best," the other 4 chorused. First High's lineup was impressive, one at the 9th stage, 4 at the 7th stage. By comparison, only 2 7th stagers had been sent to 2nd High for the previous exchange. This time, the full team was deployed due to the preciousness of the Yuan Marrow Elixir. Though it seemed to be worth only 1 million, such resources could only be bought with military merit. In a regular city like Yunlan, where the strongest person was just at the peak of the 5th stage, such rare resources were unattainable. When Jiang Hao learned that First High's small fry had arrived and their supervising teacher was arguing with 3rd High's representative about whether to have a knockout or 5v5 team match, it was decided to use the knockout format at the insistence of First High's teacher. Jiang Hao approached Laoban and said, "Laoban, let me go first." Laoban was concerned. "Shouldn't you wait for others to test Zhang Jiangyo's skills before coming up with a strategy?" Jiang Hao smiled confidently. "Don't worry, Laoban. If I lose, I'll eat the ring right there." Laoban shrugged. "No need for that. If you lose, the whole class will eat you alive. Good luck." By then, Zhang Jiangyu was already impatient, saying, "Let's start quickly. I need to get back and train with the Yuan Marrow Elixir." As the referee announced the start of the match, Jiang Hao and Zhang Jiangyu walked toward the ring, bowing to each other as a gesture of respect. The gymnasium was packed, with some freshmen even squeezing into the aisles, and chants of 3rd High will win echoed. 3, 2, 1, start. Zhang Jiangyu flicked his trench coat and struck a peculiar pose, his expression seemingly saying, "You might as well surrender." Jiang Hao's face twitched, deciding not to give Zhang Jiangyu a chance to show off. He controlled his strength and delivered a kick that sent Zhang Jiangyu flying. Watching the soy sauce guy roll off the ring, Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, the adrenaline still coursing through his veins. Below the stage, Zhang Jiang's mind was a blank slate, his eyes vacant, clearly still reeling from the earth-shattering blow he had just received. Meanwhile, the watching students and teachers erupted into deafening cheers and applause, with chants of, "How Tian King is invincible. Jianggu, you're awesome," echoing through the air. Jiang Hao scanned the crowd, catching sight of the twisted face of the teacher leading the team from Yizhong, as if he had just swallowed a fly, and that fly had just finished a meal of manure. Turning his head, he saw his own homeroom teacher's grin stretching almost to his ears, beaming as if he had just won the lottery. Giving his opponent no time to recover, Jiang Hao turned to face the remaining 4 contestants from Yizhong, a provocative smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Hurry up, I'm on a tight schedule." Before the words had fully left his lips, He had already assumed a fighting stance. The exchange match swept by like a tornado, with Jiang Hao single-handedly defeating 5 opponents, earning his school a precious 5 points. The team from Yizhong had arrived in high spirits but left dejected, their faces etched with defeat. The principal, flushed with excitement, handed 2 bottles of Yuan Sui elixir to Jiang Hao with trembling hands. Jiang Hao accepted the reward, a glint of determination in his eyes. Class rep, come here for a sec, Jiang Hao called out, pulling the class president, Jiang Zhuang, into a secluded corner before the other students could swarm around him. Jiang Zhuang exaggeratedly squinted and pinched his voice. What can I do for you? God Jiang? Ugh. Jiang Hao took a dramatic step back, feigning disgust. Cut the nonsense. I have serious business. Jiang Hao got straight to the point. These 2 bottles of Yuan Sui elixir, 1 million each, interested? He pulled out the recently acquired reward from his pocket. Holy crap. Jiang Zhuang's eyes widened. Jiang Gu, are you nuts? Aren't you going to keep that for yourself? Jiang Hao shook his head, looking composed. They're not much use to me. But you're only at the 6th level now. With these, reaching the 9th level before the college entrance exams shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Zhuang fell silent, his eyes flickering with desire. He knew exactly what this meant. To 9th level on the college entrance exams would earn him 30 more points than the 6th level, potentially making the difference in getting into one of the top 10 martial arts schools. Don't overthink it. Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively. It's a transaction, not a gift. Besides, you've helped me a lot since freshman year, guiding everyone in training. When I was down, it was you who brought me training resources and even meals. These resources don't mean much to me now. I'll get into Shinjo martial arts school either way. Just take them. Hearing this, Jiang Zhuang's eyes reddened, and he nodded firmly. I'll take them. I'll talk to my dad. We'll buy your Yuan Sui elixir for 3 million. No way I'm letting you take a loss. Jiang Hao knew that Jiang Zhuang's family was well off, with a successful business. 3 million for a chance to get their son into a top 10 martial arts school would be a no-brainer for his parents. Deal. Jiang Hao pressed the 2 bottles into Jiang Zhuang's hand. Make the most of these next few days and aim for the 9th level. Transfer the money to my Blue Star account. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Jiang Zhuang with a receding silhouette. Clutching the bottles tightly, Jiang Zhuang watched Jiang Hao's departing figure, a knowing smile forming on his lips. Even heading back to the classroom, he's got to show off. Looks like Jiang Gu has really moved on. In the classroom of the senior martial arts class, the head teacher stood on the podium, explaining the details of the martial arts college entrance exam with a serious expression. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a glow on the students' focused faces, filling the air with a mix of tension and anticipation. The exam is divided into 2 parts, the realm assessment and the combat assessment. The teacher's voice echoed clearly throughout the room. The realm assessment is straightforward. As long as you reach the 1st rank of martial artist, you get a guaranteed 300 points. Each additional level adds 10 points. The peak of the 1st rank is 380 points. The 2nd rank is directly 400 points, and the 3rd rank is a perfect score of 500 points. He looked around the class, nodding in satisfaction. Everyone in our class has already become a martial artist, so there's no need to worry about this part. The teacher's tone suddenly grew stern. But the combat score is different. Defeating an AI of the same level can earn you 400 points. Don't think it's easy. The exam's AI is top tier for its level, with superior skills and combat awareness compared to most students. At the same level, the AI's combat power can easily crush most martial artists. Just then, the teacher noticed Xiao Li dozing off and immediately called out, Li Jing, get up and answer how the minimum combat score and the 350-point score are determined. Startled awake, Xiao Li stood up awkwardly, his hair a mess, and stammered, I think it's 0 points for surrendering. As long as you fight seriously, even if you lose, you get a minimum of 300 points, with a maximum of 350 points. The teacher nodded in approval. That's right. For most students, getting 400 points in the combat assessment is for those with a natural talent for fighting. Your goal is to maximize your performance and get as close to 350 points as possible. His voice turned somber. Last year, in Yunshao province, you only needed a passing score to get into university. A score of 610 in the martial arts exam could get you into the worst martial arts school. Even with such low requirements, some martial artists failed because they were defeated by the AI in a few moves. Remember, even if you avoid engaging the AI and just hold out for 5 minutes, you can still get 320 points. Jiang Hao watched the teacher repeatedly emphasize the combat assessment's key points, feeling a sense of déjà vu, as if he were back in his previous life, with his high school teacher stressing the importance of bringing all necessary exam tools and arriving early. After lunch, Jiang Hao returned home. With the college entrance exam approaching, the principal allowed martial arts students to prepare at home. Just as he sat down, a new message popped up on his fly chat. Fish and Bear Paw, are you there? No beef for me. Get to the point. Don't ask if I'm here. Fish and Bear Paw, Do you think the combat style or the spellcasting style is better? No beef for me. Why ask me? I don't have a talent for spellcasting. Ask your teacher. That's it. I'm going to fry some fish. Jiang Hao decided to return to the third rank area. To be safe, he planned to strengthen himself first. System. Add points. With 100 points deducted, Jiang Hao felt a surge of power throughout his body, reaching the peak of the second rank. He clenched his fists, brimming with confidence, and entered the combat pod. Virtual battle start. After selecting a 1v1 match, the system quickly found him an opponent. Before the battle began, Jiang Hao scrutinized the figure opposite him, a male with a blurred face and no weapon. Another spellcaster, he muttered to himself. As the battle commenced, Jiang Hao immediately used his combo of 9 flash steps and explosive punch. However, his opponent dispersed into shadows. What the heck? I call hacks. Jiang Hao fumed as he watched the figure reassemble in the distance. The opponent spoke with an AI-generated voice. Give up, student. My talent is shadow manipulation. Without special techniques, you can't defeat me before reaching the 7th rank in combat style. Damn it. What's wrong with us combat style practitioners? Jiang Hao grumbled, relentlessly pursuing and dispersing the shadows, only for them to reform nearby. The opponent continuously launched mental attacks. How do you like that, student? This is the confidence spellcasting gives me. Jiang Hao's repeated strong attacks scattered the shadows each time, but the opponent always reformed. It's pointless. How long can your energy sustain such techniques? Your life is already a flickering candle, the opponent taunted. Not necessarily. Jiang Hao suddenly surged with power, his 4th rank physique leaving afterimages in the air. He smashed his fist into the ground, creating several long cracks on the virtual arena. Seeing the shadows reform more slowly, Jiang Hao smirked. I'll see if your energy outlasts my fists. Don't worry, I can play this game all day. The opponent hesitated. Those moves weren't techniques? Jiang Hao picked up a long sword from the ground and threw it, dispersing the opponent once more. Oh, that was just my basic attack. Jiang Hao effortlessly broke free from the shadow chains entangling his legs, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Time to play whack-a-mole, he muttered to himself, his fists already clenched. For the next 3 minutes, Jiang Hao operated like a precision striking machine, each punch landing with force. The young man's energy quickly depleted under the relentless onslaught, knocking him down repeatedly until he could no longer stand. All right, you win, the young man gasped, his face full of resignation. Facing a monster like you whose basic attacks rival martial techniques, I guess I was just unlucky. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Hao delivered another powerful punch, sending him flying. Jiang Hao exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Looks like I can't underestimate anyone, he thought, recalling the rewards promised by the martial union, which included several martial techniques. Time to rack up some points and level up. Without hesitation, he clicked next match. 30 seconds later, his opponent charged in with a sword and shield. Jiang Hao smirked, already confident. His swift combo easily bypassed the shield, delivering a punch that shattered the energy barrier and sent his opponent flying. The system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for instantly defeating a Tier 3 opponent and earning 5 points. Jiang Hao reminisced about his last visit to the Tier 3 arena. Back then, he was just a Tier 1 warrior, and his initial foray into the higher tier zone had dropped him to Gold 1 rank. The opponents he faced then were all early Tier 3 with no special talents, leading him to underestimate the Tier 3 zone. However, his current Diamond 1 rank proved to be a reality check. Although he still maintained a 100 win rate, he couldn't guarantee an instant defeat in every match. If only I could face more warriors specializing in basic attacks, he wished, his fingers continuously clicking for the next match. An hour later, Jiang Hao emerged from the virtual battle pod, checking his points for the day. 3,166. Reflecting on the matches, aside from the easy instant defeats, he had encountered 2 challenging opponents. One was a support type who reflected some damage, and the other was a turtle-like defensive player whom Jiang Hao had to hammer for a minute before winning. Another was a master of illusion techniques, splitting into numerous clones, causing Jiang Hao quite a bit of trouble. After dinner, Jiang Hao's smart wristband vibrated continuously. Upon checking, he saw that his Blue Star account had an additional 13 million, along with a notification from the Martial Union, informing him that he could collect martial resources and select techniques tomorrow. Jiang Hao knew well that this generous reward wasn't solely for discovering the Sacred Beast Society's base. The strongest there was only a Tier 4, and the reward was more for his talent and his fortuitous defeat of a severely weakened Tier 7 beast. After a moment's thought, Jiang Hao sent a message to Captain Tian of the Martial Union. Captain Tian, can I convert all my rewards into one high-tier martial technique? If it's not enough, I can pay the difference. Captain Tian replied instantly. I'll check with the state headquarters. We don't have the authority to exchange for high-tier techniques in our city. But with your talent, I'm sure they'll agree, and you won't need to pay extra. Jiang Hao was thrilled. Really? Thanks a lot, Captain Qin, and thanks to the country. Captain Qin continued, don't worry about any strings attached. This is the most Yunxiao state can do for you before you move on to a bigger stage. After all, our state ranks third from the bottom in the 9 states of Xia country. Jiang Hao confidently replied, don't worry, Captain Qin. I'll win the Global Martial School Freshman Championship. During the interview, I'll make sure to praise Yunxiao State to the skies. Confidence is good. Captain Qin responded. But don't forget to mention Yunlan City too. Jiang Hao closed the screen with satisfaction, looking forward to tomorrow. Hope I can get a long-range technique. Jiang Hao arrived at the Martial Administration Bureau early. Just as he sent a message, he saw Captain Qin rushing over. Grabbing Jiang Hao's wrist, Captain Qin led him towards the elevator. Normally calm and composed, Captain Qin didn't even have his signature lollipop today, making Jiang Hao wonder if they were meeting someone important. The elevator went straight to the top floor. Captain Qin patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder and quickly instructed, you go in alone. Be sharp and polite. Answer whatever questions you can. Don't be too nervous, just be natural. With that, he pressed the button for the ground floor and left. Jiang Hao watched the descending elevator, feeling exasperated at the pressure Captain Qin had put on him. Nonetheless, he straightened his clothes and headed towards a room that seemed to be a lounge. Opening the door, Jiang Hao immediately noticed an elderly man with white hair standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to Jiang Hao. The reflection on the glass faintly showed a wrinkle-free face, eyes closed as if waiting for someone. Jiang Hao thought to himself how big shots always like to face away from others, but he quickly said, hello, sir. The elderly man continued to look out the window and calmly said, have a seat. Today, I'm just here to see how the prodigies from Yunxiao Prefecture compare to those from the major prefectures. Jiang Hao, lacking tact, responded, I think I'm doing all right. The elderly man turned around, his eyes intense as he stared at Jiang Hao. More than all right. At the peak of the second stage with remarkable physical strength, and your mental strength is also impressive. This is excellent. Your talent far exceeds my expectations. An unparalleled physical and mental gift. This means you'll face no barriers before making the ultimate leap to the 9th stage peak, and your chances of breaking through to the saint level are much higher than other prodigies. Jiang Hao's eyes widened, not because of the evaluation of breaking through to the saint level, but because he felt as if he had been seen through. The old man stroked his beard and laughed. Relax. Having great talent isn't something to hide. Don't worry, unless it's a saint-level expert. Even a 9th stage expert can only see your extraordinary physical strength. Jiang Hao exclaimed. Are you a saint-level expert? The elderly man nodded with a smile. Indeed. I am the guardian of Yunxiao Prefecture, and the only saint-level warrior here. Jiang Hao's first reaction was, I thought we didn't have any warriors above the 9th stage in Yunxiao Prefecture. The elderly man seemed to anticipate Jiang Hao's thoughts and explained, technically, I only follow orders from the capital and rarely take action. I also rotate to other worlds every 10 years. So, the outside world believes that the less prominent prefectures don't have warriors above the 9th stage. Of course, the top 3 recognized prefectures do outclass the other 6 in strength. For example, the Xing family in Xinglua Prefecture has several saint-level warriors, and a council member who has reached the life star level. The elderly man enthusiastically asked, young man, can you guess why the capital of Xinglua Prefecture was renamed Falling Star City? Jiang Hao shook his head, indicating he didn't know. The elderly man continued passionately, 20 years ago, the old patriarch of the Xing family fought the demon king of the native demon race in world number 3 and directly smashed a star onto their blood pool. This nearly wiped out the demon race in world number 3, and the demon king was sealed by the council member. So, do you understand why it's called Falling Star now? Now, world number 3 no longer requires a saint-level warrior to guard it. You might even get a chance to visit world number 3 after you enter the martial school. You could bring back some souvenirs. He finished with a playful wink. Jiang Hao listened with longing, imagining bringing a star back to Earth to charge solar panels. The elderly man collected himself and said seriously, all right, enough digression. Just focus on going to Shinjo Martial School. No one will mind a young person with strong talent. On the contrary, your strong talent might even get the saint-level warriors at Shinjo Martial School to give you special treatment. If you have any questions, now's the time to ask. Just call me Old Li. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment, his brows slightly furrowed. He looked up and asked earnestly, Grandpa Li, does Jiansha Prefecture have a protector at the saint level like you? His tone carried a hint of urgency, and his eyes shone with a thirst for knowledge. Stroking his beard, Grandpa Li nodded slowly. All 9 prefectures have saint-level protectors, that's a given. Although Jiansha Prefecture ranks last in Xia Kingdom, and only has Jiansha Martial School, it is no exception. Hearing this, Jiang Hao's expression suddenly became animated, and his voice trembled slightly. Then why didn't the protector step in when the Sacred Beast Society performed the blood ritual to open the passage to the other world? His hands clenched unconsciously, as if recalling some painful memory. Grandpa Li remained silent for a moment, his gaze deep and penetrating, as if he understood Jiang Hao's inner turmoil. He slowly began to speak. I think I know what you're getting at. The reason the protector didn't intervene is quite simple. Unless the passage already exists or is created by the natural proximity of two worlds, any artificially created spatial passage will eventually dissipate. He continued, in other words, even without the intervention of the military's 9th tier, the passage would have failed. Once the saint-level beast stopped providing energy, the passage would have collapsed into chaotic void within seconds. As for the Sacred Beast Society, since they don't have warriors above the 9th tier, the protector generally ignores them. Grandpa Li's tone carried a hint of regret. However, Xia Kingdom is preparing to eliminate these threats. The reason we haven't acted before is that we needed a visible evil organization. Even if we eliminate the Sacred Beast Society, another group would rise to take its place. That's why they've been allowed to exist until now. Suddenly, a mischievous glint appeared in Grandpa Li's eyes. But if it bothers you, Jiang Hao, I can find an excuse to give that guy in Jinsha Prefecture a good beating next time. Jiang Hao shook his head, a determined look flashing in his eyes. No need, Grandpa Li. I'll settle the score with that saint-level beast myself in the future. And with that elusive blood shadow too. Grandpa Li nodded in approval, a look of admiration on his face. That's the spirit. We'll deal with that guy in Jinsha Prefecture later. Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel exasperated at Grandpa Li's eagerness. Do you have a grudge against the protector in Jinsha Prefecture, or something? Grandpa Li's expression darkened slightly as he changed the subject. Jiang Hao, you didn't come here for this, did you? You came to apply for advanced martial techniques, right? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, do you have any techniques that are powerful, have a long attack range, consume little energy, and look impressive? Grandpa Li couldn't help but laugh. Are you making a wish list? He waved his hand dismissively and continued, ordinary advanced techniques won't do you much good. Why not learn my signature technique? It's perfect since you use a blade too. Curious, Jiang Hao asked, Grandpa Li, what tier is your technique? Can it deal with enemies that can turn into shadows to evade attacks? Stroking his beard, Grandpa Li gave Jiang Hao a meaningful look. As long as you have enough yuan energy, no enemy is unbeatable. My signature technique is a saint-level skill flying sky slash. Saint-level martial skill sky cleaving strike. Elder Li announced proudly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He explained in detail that the essence of this martial skill lies in the speed and power of the blade. When the blade flashes, the blade energy bursts forth like thunder. Elder Li emphasized that this special blade energy is condensed from compressed elemental force and mental power, and can directly hit the opponent regardless of their defenses. He whispered mysteriously, the true killing intent lies in that by the time you see the blade flash, your soul has already been struck. Elder Li then explained the key points of executing the martial skill. The user needs to guide it with mental power, as if an invisible thread connects them to their opponent, ensuring the blade light hits the mark. He vividly described, the blade energy tears through shields, and the blade light shatters the spirit. Elder Li continued excitedly, once you've mastered it, even if the blade energy doesn't directly hit the target, the mental attack carried by the blade light is enough to destroy your opponent's consciousness. As he spoke, he suddenly clenched his teeth, a hint of resentment in his tone. Moreover, Elder Li added, this martial skill can also be used for long-range attacks. As long as your elemental force is abundant and your mental power strong, one slash is faster and more effective than any spell. Elder Li recalled past events with excitement. That scoundrel from Jinsha Prefecture used to bully me, saying our martial arts couldn't compete with his spells. Every sparring session left me frustrated. His voice was filled with indignation, so I kept exploring and found inspiration from a soul blade in an otherworldly relic. Through countless battles, I perfected it and finally developed my own saint-level martial skill. Elder Li proudly raised his chin. Now, I can take on two of him. Hearing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but think that martial artists might have been bullied by spellcasters in the early stages. Pretending not to notice Elder Li's bragging, he asked, Grandpa Li, can a low-level martial artist like me use this skill? Won't I exhaust myself with just one slash? Elder Li waved his hand reassuringly. Don't worry, do you think a saint-level martial skill is that easy to master? By the time you truly grasp it, you'll be at least at the 4th tier. He gave Jiang Hao a meaningful look. Besides, with your extraordinary mental power and incredibly solid foundation, taking down a 5th-tier opponent with one slash shouldn't be a problem. Elder Li then added, of course, that's assuming the opponent isn't a descendant of a saint-level expert. If they pull out a saint-level martial skill too, then it comes down to talent and foundation. Jiang Hao was taken aback. Can mastering a saint-level martial skill allow you to fight across a major tier? Doesn't that mean the direct descendants of noble families use saint-level skills all the time? How are we supposed to compete? He imagined facing those noble descendants, their saint-level skills pouring down like a torrent, and couldn't help but smile wryly. In that case, should I just surrender and go to bed early? Noticing Jiang Hao's changing expression, Elderly coughed lightly and placed the jade slip containing the sky-cleaving strike on the table. He explained, "You might have some misconceptions about saint-level martial skills. Even the direct descendants of saint-level experts may not necessarily learn them. Talent is crucial, and those prodigies from noble families use rare resources to hone their foundations from a young age. Only when their mental and physical strength is sufficient can they qualify to learn a saint-level skill." Elderly continued, "Generally, they start comprehending saint-level skills at the 3rd tier and can truly begin learning them around the 4th tier. Even for these prodigies, reaching mastery of a saint-level skill as a high-level martial artist is rare, let alone mastering multiple saint-level skills, which would be a waste of time." When Jiang Hao heard "start comprehending at the 3rd tier," he suddenly remembered his online friend who never used punctuation. What's her name again? Loves fish and bear paws? He quietly checked her IP address on Feishin, Luoshing City. His heart skipped a beat. Could this not-so-bright female swordsman be from the Xing family? Jiang Hao reminded himself to be cautious in future conversations, not to provoke her. He imagined being confronted by a star, but quickly dismissed the thought. It can't be that coincidental, he reassured himself. Even if she's from the Xing family, she might not be a direct descendant of that congressman. And even if she is, would she really target a nobody like me over an online spat? Despite this, Jiang Hao decided to tone down his conversations in the future. It wasn't cowardice but respect and admiration for those who defended humanity and fought in otherworldly battles. Jiang Hao picked up the jade slip and solemnly said, "Grandpa Li, I'll definitely accept this saint-level martial skill." Elderly waved it off, "Take it, but don't expect to master it anytime soon. Saint-level skills aren't that simple. Be prepared for a long haul. Also, avoid using this skill in real-life sparring. In virtual combat, your opponent might feel a headache after getting hit, but they'll be fine after a couple of days." Jiang Hao reluctantly agreed, "Sure. I'll just experience how difficult it is to learn a saint-level skill. I won't rush to master it." As Jiang Hao picked up the jade slip, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Unfamiliar martial skill detected. Would you like to use points to directly learn it? Ding. Detected host has martial genius talent. Points required for initial learning slightly reduced. Jiang Hao didn't immediately choose to use the points but continued chatting with Elderly about everyday matters before taking his leave. When he reached the 1st floor by elevator, he immediately spotted Captain Tian with a lollipop in his mouth. Standing next to him was the hot-bodied vice captain he had seen last time. "How's it going? Has Oldly left yet?" Captain Tian asked anxiously, his eyes revealing a sense of urgency. Jiang Hao gave a reassuring look and replied softly. Oldly said, "See you next time," and vanished in an instant, like a gust of wind. He wondered to himself if he would ever get the chance to learn such an elusive martial art. Captain Tian let out a sigh of relief, then glanced sideways at Jiang Hao, half-jokingly saying, "Dreams have everything. How many advanced martial arts techniques did you choose this time?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. Don't overthink it. Come on, I'll treat you to dinner." With that, Captain Tian draped his arm around Jiang Hao's shoulders and let him out. The vice captain quickly followed suit. Jiang Hao couldn't help but think how different this Tian was from the aloof and imposing figure he had first met, who even had others speak on his behalf. Quickly adjusting his mindset, he excitedly said, "I want hot pot." After dinner, Jiang Hao returned home and couldn't wait to call out in his mind, "Panel, add points." A blue screen instantly appeared in the depths of his mind. Jiang Hao immediately focused on his new martial art, Sky-cleaving / beginner 20005000. Thanks to his martial arts prodigy talent, he had already saved 2,000 points. Jiang Hao felt fortunate and decided to save up more points to enhance his martial arts prodigy talent, hoping to skip straight to mastery when learning saint-level martial arts in the future. As for where to find saint-level techniques, he decided to leave that to his future self to worry about. Add points. With all 3,166 points invested, his martial arts panel updated instantly. Sky-cleaving / proficient 1673000. Saint-level martial art, initiated. Suddenly, Jiang Hao felt as if he had practiced the sky-cleaving / thousands of times, with countless battles flashing through his mind. His blade swings transformed from mere mechanical actions into precise and purposeful strikes. The trajectory of his blade in the air flowed seamlessly, as if painting in the void. The emitted blade energy could be controlled in size, power, and distance at will. In summary, it was simply 2 words: pure awesomeness. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and then exhaled heavily. He thought to himself, now he could finally dominate the 3rd area in the virtual combat space. With his foundation, His yuan energy capacity was comparable to a peak third-tier warrior. Although his yuan energy fluctuation was only at the peak of the second tier, his capacity far exceeded most third-tier warriors, with only a slight disadvantage in energy mobilization. His mental strength had even surpassed most fifth-tier warriors. Jiang Hao estimated. To defeat a third-tier warrior in one strike would consume enough yuan energy that he could repeat it 30 or 40 times before exhausting his reserves. As for fourth-tier opponents, he could only manage a few strikes, as the energy capacity and mobilization significantly increase at the mid-tier level. To break through a yuan energy shield in one strike would require more yuan energy and mental strength. Before mastering the technique, the sky cleaving slash required a fixed ratio of yuan energy and mental strength for compression. With this in mind, Jiang Hao couldn't wait to head to the virtual combat space and let those third-tier weeds feel the pain. Yunshao State, Yunshao Martial Arts School, Girls' Dormitory. Su Yuen sat on the edge of her bed, her brow furrowed, worrying about her live stream content. Her daily live streams from the martial arts school had grown stale for her audience, and fans were complaining about the lack of excitement. As a practical combat-oriented martial artist, she had tried live streaming her battles in a virtual combat space, but her silent, relentless pursuit of opponents lacked viewer interaction. Initially, her hardcore fighting style had attracted a niche group of fans, but as other streamers began exploring secret realms, battling mythical beasts, and planning thrilling content, Su Yuen felt the pressure mounting. She tossed and turned in bed, the sounds of her roommates after lights out Simone reading with a flashlight, another playing mobile games quietly, all adding to her anxiety. As a Suntobe senior, Su Yuen had clear goals: become an online celebrity, accumulate a fan base, and eventually transition into a star martial artist. With her looks, which were among the best in her school, she believed that with proper packaging and traffic management, she could become a household name in Xia country. However, the idea of becoming a globally renowned figure solely through martial arts seemed like an unattainable dream, even in her wildest fantasies. Su Yuen was well aware that her talent was only above average. Her third-tier peak strength was enough to hold a significant position in a city's martial administration bureau, earning her praise as a genius from family and high school classmates, and even attracting some admirers she couldn't be bothered with. But deep down, she knew she might never progress beyond a mid-tier martial artist. Thinking of the true prodigies at Shinjo Martial Arts School, especially Captain Zhou, who had reached the 7th tier and dominated the global martial arts tournament with his team of average 6th tier members, Su Yuen couldn't help but sigh deeply. Despite her doubts, Su Yuen methodically started her live stream and entered the combat pod. The virtual combat space allowed for live streaming, with the system automatically blurring opponents' faces and adjusting their body shapes to protect their privacy and tactics. Though she couldn't see the fans' comments, she skillfully guided their emotions based on experience, occasionally offering brief explanations for basic interaction. As the match started, Su Yuen chose dual swords and addressed her imagined audience. Hey everyone, it's Moo here. Today, we're continuing our rank climb, aiming for Diamond 1. Don't forget to follow, so you won't miss future streams. Meanwhile, this was Jiang Hao's 5th match. In the previous 4, he had defeated his opponents with a single strike, using neither flashy skills nor complicated techniques, just clean, decisive blows. Even at the entry level of Saint-tier martial techniques, his power was formidable. Jiang Hao mused whether he should commission a more durable long blade, as his current stainless steel weapon would likely break after a single use. He knew that as a practical combat martial artist, his weapon needed to be made from special materials that could channel energy effectively. Su Yuen continued, speaking to her invisible audience. Folks, hit those popularity votes. I saw the request for a tutorial in the comments, so today, I'll show you how to seize the right moments and control the pace against different martial artists. Jiang Hao looked curiously at the girl opposite him, who hadn't enabled face blurring and was wearing a sailor uniform in a Sakura country style, muttering to herself. Well, a live streamer, he thought. This was his first time encountering a live streamer in the virtual combat space. Given that she dared to live stream while promising a tutorial, she must be quite capable. Jiang Hao decided to go all out to avoid the embarrassment of being defeated in a single move. As the system announced the start of the battle, Su Yuen was still explaining. This time, we're up against a practical combat martial artist with a long blade, which suits me well. Watch how I control the pace. Practical combat martial artists usually like to rush in at the start, often with techniques that allow rapid movement. So, when facing them, it's crucial to maintain distance and move randomly about 10 meters left or right to avoid a direct charge. With that, she stepped on the platform, swiftly moving to the right. Jiang Hao stood still, watching her performance and clapping. Well said. Practical combat martial artists do like to charge straight in. Dodging left or right can indeed turn the tide in your favor. However, he paused deliberately. Hearing her opponent agree with her theory, Su Yuen was about to introduce herself and ask him to follow her stream when Jiang Hao stopped mid-sentence. However, what? She asked curiously. Jiang Hao slowly raised his long blade, and Su Yuen took a few steps back to increase the distance. A smile played on Jiang Hao's lips, however. What if your opponent doesn't play along? Before she could react, dozens of blade auras, almost tearing through space, slashed towards Su Yuan. The dense auras filled the space, attacking her from different angles. These blade auras, compressed with special methods using energy and mental power, seemed to distort the surrounding space, their power overwhelming. Before the blow even landed, Su Yuan felt as if she had already been struck. A sharp pain pierced her brain, as though the blade's aura could sever her very soul. The pale blue web of blade energy grew larger in her eyes and those of the livestream viewers, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for instantly defeating a third-tier opponent and earning 5 points. Jiang Hao exhaled deeply, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He had nearly exhausted all his energy and mental strength to achieve this moment of glory, unleashing dozens of strikes in an instant. Each strike was powerful enough to instantly kill a third-tier warrior. Despite his exhaustion, the spectacle in front of what could be a large audience filled him with a single emotion: satisfaction. He had no concerns about future reprisals. In Jiang Hao's mind, as long as he continued to grow stronger at a rapid pace, the points gained from easy victories would keep coming. With the help of his upgrade panel, mastering a dozen saint-level martial arts techniques was only a matter of time. Since each virtual battle refreshed his physical state, Jiang Hao had no hesitation in continuing his path of domination. Meanwhile, Su Yuan emerged from the battle pod, drenched in sweat. Despite the system's assurance that virtual damage wouldn't affect reality, her mind felt like it had been turned upside down. The pale blue blade energy kept flashing before her eyes, while the live stream chat exploded with comments. Holy crap! This young guy. My mom asked why I was kneeling while watching. Poor Mumu, my poor Mumu. Many viewers were skeptical, believing that the ubiquitous blade energy was beyond the capabilities of a low-tier warrior. Forcing a weak smile, Su Yuan spoke, her voice shaky. All right everyone, Mumu's not feeling well today. I'll stream again tomorrow. With that, she shut down the live stream without glancing at the viewers' messages. Lying in bed, Su Yuan clutched her throbbing head. She knew that the unstoppable blade light was no ordinary martial technique and suspected she had encountered a super elite warrior indulging in the joy of crushing lesser opponents. Thanks to Jiang Hao's hidden IP address, the streamer mistakenly believed she had faced a scion of a legendary noble family. For the sake of her show's appeal and to attract more attention, Su Yuan had no choice but to step up her game. She looked at her friend list on her messaging app and quietly sent a message. This is not Mumu. Junior, I accept your offer to team up for the #1 Beast Battlefield. See you on the 25th. On the other side, Jiang Hao, having secured 10 consecutive victories, glanced at his panel showing 50 points and couldn't help but smile. He calculated that in 3 days, he could accumulate 200 points and directly break through to the 3rd tier. At that point, topping the martial arts exam in Yunshao Prefecture would be a breeze. Yunlan City wasn't a major city, and the strongest students in past exams were usually at the peak of the 1st tier, with 2nd-tier students being rare. Jiang Hao even doubted there would be any 3rd-tier students taking the exam in the entire Yunshao Prefecture. After all, even with the help of rare treasures, breaking through major levels required more than just external aids. Of course, this year there would be one. Jiang Hao thought confidently, his eyes gleaming with determination. May 22nd, Wednesday. A sudden ring broke the silence. Jiang Hao opened his drowsy eyes and instinctively reached for the smart bracelet on his bedside table. The glowing screen displayed 9:10. He gently swiped the tiny window and chose to answer. Hello, Jiang Hao? It's Lao Ban. A familiar voice came through, brimming with excitement. A few teachers from the Shinjo Martial School have just arrived at our school, and they're here specifically for you. Are you at home? Hurry up and get to school. Oh, and the mayor might be coming too. Get a move on. Lao Ban hurriedly finished and hung up. Jiang Hao was instantly wide awake, the words Shinjo Martial School echoing in his mind. Although he was confident he could top the Yunshao State Martial Exam and get into Shinjo Martial School, was he really worthy of a personal visit from their teachers right now? With a mix of curiosity and excitement, Jiang Hao quickly got up and washed. As he dressed, he pondered the possible reasons. Could it be that his meeting with Oldley had been leaked? Skipping breakfast, he hurried out of his apartment complex and flagged down a taxi. Sitting in the taxi, Jiang Hao took out his phone and sent a message to Oldley. Good morning, Grandpa Lee. The teachers from Shinjo Martial School suddenly came to our school today. Am I so outstanding that people in the capital know about me? Oldley quickly replied. Jiang Hao, how's your flying/coming along? Still stuck? As for the Shinjo Martial School teachers, just perform as usual. Feeling a bit smug, Jiang Hao responded. I've already got the basics down. It doesn't seem too hard, but it consumes a lot of energy. I can only manage a few dozen slashes before I'm out of power. So, just perform as usual? Thanks, Grandpa Lee. Oldly seemed surprised. You've already got the basics? And you can manage a few dozen slashes in one go? Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Hao asked, Yeah, Grandpa Lee, do you know any channels for custom weapons? I want to commission a long sword, budget around 10 million. Oldly seemed to ponder for a moment before replying. A martial arts prodigy? Heaven-gifted talent? Or perhaps a clear Dao heart? You have talent for comprehension, speed and cultivation, mental prowess and physical strength? You're something else. You want a sword? No problem. I'll send it to you tomorrow, free of charge. Just remember to help Yunshao State nurture a saint-level warrior if you ever reach that stage. Jiang Hao quietly closed the screen, thinking, a saint-level or even a star-level warrior. Grandpa Lee really believes in me. Luckily, I have an edge, or I'd be feeling the pressure. The taxi stopped at the school gate. As Jiang Hao stepped out, he heard a loud shout. Jiang Hao, I've broken through to the second level too. This time, I'll win for sure. The top spot in Yunlan City has to be mine. Zhang Jiangyu. Jiang Hao looked at Zhang Jiangyu, who was wearing the school uniform of number 1 high school and exuding fresh second-level energy. Calmly, he said, Congratulations, Zhang Jiangyu. Breaking through to the second level is enough to get into Yunshao Martial School. Oh, the teachers from Shinjo Martial School are waiting for me. Let's save the duel for after the exams. With that, Jiang Hao turned and quickly walked into the campus, leaving Zhang Jiangyu stunned. Entering the reception room, Jiang Hao saw Lao Ban and the principal sitting upright, looking serious. On a sofa against the wall, a man with neatly combed hair and glasses was checking messages on a screen. Seeing Jiang Hao, the man immediately stood up and extended his right hand. You must be Jiang Hao. I'm Tang, a recruitment officer from Shinjo Martial School. Just call me Mr. Tang. Jiang Hao politely shook his hand and sat down next to Lao Ban. Hello, Mr. Tang. What brings you here today? Mr. Tang got straight to the point. Jiang Hao, the video of your second-level combat certification was so impressive that the system automatically flagged it for our admissions office. He paused, looking at Jiang Hao intently. The usual pitches I had prepared are unnecessary after seeing your current level. Jiang Hao thought, this teacher is quite straightforward, but he wasn't surprised. Teachers from Shinjo Martial School, at least 7th level, could easily see that he was already at the peak of the second level. Mr. Tang continued, Jiang Hao, your talent is truly remarkable. Even Mr. Zhou personally called to ensure you join the martial arts department. Your talent must surpass other prodigies, like Mr. Zhou, who is already a high-level warrior at a young age. Feeling a bit uneasy under Mr. Tang's intense gaze, Jiang Hao cautiously asked, So, Shinjo Martial School wants to sign a contract with me in advance? Mr. Tang didn't hesitate. You're right. The martial arts department of Shinjo Martial School has decided to offer you an S-class contract. He directly presented the S-class contract, skipping the B and A-class contracts. Gradually increasing the offer would have been an insult. This young prodigy is on par with the esteemed Zhou. Both the homeroom teacher and the principal stared at Jiang Hao in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. The homeroom teacher even subconsciously rubbed his ears, doubting if he had heard correctly. Jiang Hao had just arrived and barely said a few words, and yet the teachers at Shanzhou Martial Arts School were already offering him an S-level contract? The speed of this development was simply astonishing. Jiang Hao thoughtfully rested his chin on his hand, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke, in principle, I will definitely join Shanzhou Martial Arts School, but what are the specific terms and benefits of this level contract? Though he didn't really need external resources to improve himself after all, once he joined the martial arts school and engaged in 5v5 team battles, he could earn 250 points in a single day. Jiang Hao calculated in his mind, not even considering the possibility of losing or his teammates stealing kills. To him, delivering a 5-kill strike was far more satisfying than soloing weaker opponents. Teacher Tang adjusted his glasses and explained in detail. First, let's talk about the responsibilities of this level contract. Jiang Hao, you must not slack off in your training. You are required to participate in the Global Martial Arts School Freshman League in the second semester of your first year, and once in the Global Martial Arts League during your 4 years in university. Apart from these, there are no additional conditions or responsibilities. Of course, if your progress falls below expectations or you slack off in your training, we will cease all resource benefits of this level contract. The resources already provided do not need to be returned. Jiang Hao nodded in understanding. These conditions were not a problem for him. Besides, he had already promised Captain Qin to promote Yunshao State and Yunlan City after winning the Global Martial Arts School Freshman League Championship. Seeing that Jiang Hao had no objections, Teacher Tang continued to introduce the contract benefits. First, this level contract includes an annual support of 6 billion summer country currency in martial arts resources, which you can freely exchange. Any unused balance can be carried over to the following year. Secondly, you have priority access to rare resources, with no upper limit. As long as you can effectively utilize the resources to become stronger, we will continue to supply them. Third, you have 2 opportunities per year to seek guidance from a saint-level expert, and unlimited opportunities to consult with the dean, vice dean, and other high-level martial artists. At this point, Teacher Tang's expression became serious. However, the martial arts academy is quite special. The current vice dean is only at the peak of the 8th level. Although he is from the Zhou family in the imperial capital, he does not have a good relationship with them. At school, he never mentions his family. Except for Zhou Weifeng, the prodigy of the Zhou family, anyone who mentions the Zhou family in front of him will face immediate retaliation. The dean, on the other hand, is rarely on Blue Star, as he is usually on the front lines or in ruins in various other worlds, seeking opportunities to break through to the saint level. Jiang Hao couldn't help but show a speechless expression after hearing this. What's the deal with the martial arts academy? Can I even go there? Teacher Tang quickly added, ahem, but if the dean successfully breaks through to the saint level, according to the contract, you can seek his guidance unlimited times, and this won't count towards the annual 2-time limit. Jiang Hao reluctantly accepted this explanation, thinking that perhaps the future of the martial arts academy was still promising. He then asked another question. I am currently using the basic body forging technique. Will more advanced techniques be provided when I join the martial arts school? Teacher Tang nodded and explained. The basic body forging technique in the Summer Country has undergone multiple reforms and updates, jointly modified by several council members. It is generally compatible with all current techniques on Blue Star and does not cause conflicts. Jiang Hao, once you join the martial arts academy, you can directly apply to switch to a 9th level technique. After hearing these explanations, Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction. I have no more questions. Let's sign the contract now. He opened the holographic screen he had received, filled in his name and basic information. Seeing the words contract established displayed on the screen, Teacher Tang stood up, shook hands with Jiang Hao, and enthusiastically said, Welcome to Shinjo Martial Arts School, Jiang Hao. After signing this level contract with Shinjo Martial Arts School, the mayor of Yunlan City arrived fashionably late. At the mayor's enthusiastic invitation, everyone gathered to enjoy a splendid meal together. The mayor raised his glass, eyes gleaming with excitement, and said, Jiang Hao is the only outstanding youth in our city to have entered Shinjo Martial Arts School and signed its level contract in over a decade. We must announce this to the entire city and promote it widely. Let the surrounding districts and counties know that Yunlan City has produced a true prodigy. Teacher Tang sipped her orange juice, casting an approving glance at the mayor. She chimed in, Exactly. With Jiang Hao entering Shinjo Martial Arts School, he might even become the new senior apprentice of the Martial Arts Academy, leading the school in competitions. Such talent deserves all the publicity it can get. Her tone was filled with pride. We need to make the other 9 martial arts schools green with envy. Although they are also top 10 schools, the others named after their respective states simply can't compare to Shinjo Martial Arts School. Teacher Tang elaborated on the admission scores of various schools. Last year, Shinjo Martial Arts School had a college entrance requirement of 880 points, while the highest among the other schools was only 810 points. Schools like Yunshao Martial Arts School and Jinsha Martial Arts School had cutoff scores as low as 780 points. This means to get into Shinjo Martial Arts School, one needs at least 400 points in both the aptitude and practical sections, requiring exceptional talent and combat skills. In contrast, the other 9 schools only require students to reach the 2nd tier and defeat same-level AI to get 400 points for admission. The principal and class teacher sat in the corner, not daring to interrupt, watching the 2 VIPs chat and discuss how to promote Jiang Hao and attract significant attention. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao focused on enjoying the delicious food. Knowing that others were handling the promotions, he just needed to say a few inspiring words. After the banquet, Jiang Hao politely declined the mayor's offer of a villa. He knew the mayor was eager for progress. However, he felt attached to his current home, having lived there for over a decade. The elderly people exercising in the morning and the vendors selling breakfast had become an integral part of his life. Back home, Jiang Hao quickly completed his daily tasks, pushing his points back into the triple digits. He opened the class group chat, which was buzzing with messages. Efficiently, he posted a screenshot of this level contract cover. Satisfied with the explosive reaction, he turned off his smart wristband. On Thursday, May 23rd, Jiang Hao woke up early as he was expecting a weapon delivery from Mr. Li. After greeting Mr. Li, he eagerly awaited the new weapon. Soon, a man wearing sunglasses arrived with a box about 1.6 meters long. Without a word, he left the box and departed. The box, 50 centimeters wide, was marked confidential shipment. Jiang Hao peeled off the white paper stuck to the box, thinking, why the secrecy? Anyone who doesn't know might think I bought something shady. Opening the box, he found a light blue, roughly 1.4 meter long straight sword. It resembled a Tang Hongdao but was wider, about 5 centimeters. Jiang Hao unfolded the handwritten manual and began reading carefully. The manual read, Kid, this is a 7th grade spiritual weapon, made from materials that can significantly transmit yuan energy. Infusing yuan energy will cause a light blue aura to appear around the blade. and the more energy you inject, the longer the aura becomes. It's perfect for dealing with beasts. When using martial techniques, it can harness energy equivalent to a 6th tier warrior, and with strong mental power, you can unleash attacks at the 6th tier. With the Feixiao breakthrough slash, you could seriously wound even a 7th tier beast. If you want to test the sword and experience a spiritual weapon, call the State Martial Control Bureau. I've arranged for you to visit the first beast battlefield near Yunshao City. It's filled with low-tier beasts, so you'll be safe. Also, there's a storage item in the box for you to play with. See you when you top the Yunshao State Martial exam. Feeling a mix of emotions, Jiang Hao was surprised by Mr. Li's generosity, gifting him a spiritual weapon and a storage item, both of which he urgently needed. He silently vowed to repay Mr. Li's kindness by helping future prodigies in his state with the same generosity, providing them with top-tier martial techniques and spiritual weapons. This way, they'd avoid being ridiculed for their lack of resources on larger stages. Examining the storage item, which looked like a bag, he found it had a space about the size of a basketball court. Although it couldn't store living things, it was large enough to hold many beast corpses. Testing the spiritual weapon repeatedly, Jiang Hao thought, isn't this just like the storage bags in cultivation novels? After completing his daily tasks for 50 points, Jiang Hao opened his smart wristband and searched for the first beast battlefield near Yunshao City. The official description stated it was a man-made area covering approximately 32,000 square kilometers, filled with low-tier beasts transferred there by the Martial Control Bureau, military, and local families from Yunshao City. Yunshao Martial Arts School established a relatively safe training ground for its students, the beast battlefield. However, fate had other plans. A small alternate dimension collided with the space around the battlefield, creating a passage between the two worlds. Yunshao State responded swiftly, deploying the military to conduct a thorough cleanup, eliminating all 9th-tier beasts and most high-tier beasts. The surviving low-tier beasts were relocated to Battlefield Number 1, while the mid-tier and higher-tier beasts were dispersed to other battlefields under strict military supervision. Over time, the beast battlefield gradually became a goldmine for civilian martial artists. These martial artists, driven by the lure of rewards, braved the dangers to hunt these beasts. The military and the Martial Arts Administration were pleased with this development, as it helped control the beast population and reduce the risk of uprisings. To ensure proper management, the Martial Arts Administration collaborated with local families to establish a hunter exchange near the battlefield. Martial artists had to purchase tickets to enter the battlefield, and the carcasses of the beasts they hunted could be exchanged for resources or money at the exchange. This land, fraught with danger and opportunity, attracted a diverse crowd. Some students who failed to gain admission to martial arts schools or attended ordinary ones came here to pursue their dreams of becoming martial artists. However, the mixed environment also bred numerous dangers, with incidents of martial artists being killed by beasts or robbed and murdered by their peers occurring frequently. Despite this, the enthusiasm of ordinary martial artists to come here remained undiminished. After carefully reading the notices and reviews, Jiang Hao made a bold decision. After completing his daily task of advancing to the 3rd tier tomorrow, he would go to Battlefield Number 1 to fish in troubled waters. To him, the low-tier beasts there were like walking points. Not only could he test out his spiritual weapon, but he could also improve his martial skills. More importantly, killing these beasts would earn him points, and their carcasses could be sold for money. Jiang Hao excitedly thought that this was a win-win situation, much like Qin Shi Huang touching a live wire and winning big. With excitement in his heart, Jiang Hao successfully booked a 7-day tour of the beast battlefield starting on the 25th through the official phone line of the State Martial Arts Administration. This package not only waived the entrance fee but also included meals, accommodation, and transportation services. Despite a tinge of guilt, Jiang Hao was thrilled about the upcoming adventure. Finally, Jiang Hao opened Feixin and sent a message to Old Li. I don't eat beef. Thank you, Grandpa Li, for the spiritual weapon and storage tools. I've decided to go to Battlefield Number 1, and I will definitely win the state champion title. See you after the college entrance exam, Grandpa Li. After sending the message, Jiang Hao was filled with anticipation and determination for the future. SSHH. A light blue blade aura seemed to connect heaven and earth, slicing through the space. The man felt a sharp pain deep in his mind, watching the blade aura approaching in despair. Even though he had quickly moved to the left the moment Jiang Hao raised his hand, the blade light followed relentlessly, hitting its target precisely. In his last conscious moment, the man angrily shouted in his mind, "This is not blade art at all." A system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for instantly defeating a 3rd-tier opponent and earning 5 points. Jiang Hao exhaled deeply, finally reaching 200 points to advance to the 3rd tier. Considering he would be heading to the beast battlefield tomorrow and staying there for 7 days, he decided to go shopping in the afternoon for some re-added Toet food and camping gear. Storage items had a magical preservation ability, keeping food almost fresh overnight. Jiang Hao felt a sense of satisfaction, imagining himself enjoying hot meals while camping, unlike others who would be nervously guarding against beast attacks, munching on cold energy bars or instant meals. When you're out, you have to treat yourself well. Jiang Hao thought happily, then opened the system panel. It was time for the exciting and nerve-wracking allocation of points. Panel. Allocate points. Jiang Hao solemnly completed the ritual, investing 200 points. Stage. Second tier peak 30 or first level. As the familiar feeling of breaking through faded, Jiang Hao formed a nearly transparent energy shield with his hand. He was surprised to find that his current energy was comparable to the fourth tier, making the shield not only stronger but also capable of unleashing over 100 blade auras that could instantly kill third-tier opponents. Is this still pure blade art? Jiang Hao wondered as he polished his spiritual weapon. Why does it feel more terrifying than spellcasting? It has a wide attack range, can handle both group and single targets, and can kite enemies. While he was immersed in his newfound power, his smart wristband suddenly popped up with a message. Fish and Bear's Paw. Are you there? I asked my teacher and family, and they all said that following the spellcasting path is best for me. But I still don't want to give up blade art, so I'm asking you again. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this the girl from the Xing family who used to not punctuate? He quickly replied. I don't eat beef. Spellcasting is strong. I wanted to follow the spellcasting path, but didn't have the talent for it. Fish and Bear's Paw. I know, but I still don't want to give up blade art. My great-grandfather also said my talents in both spellcasting and blade art are equally strong and let me decide for myself. Jiang Hao noticed she used proper punctuation this time and felt a bit relieved. Curiously, he asked, I don't eat beef. Who is your great-grandfather, and why can he determine your talents in both areas? Fish and Bear's Paw. I can't say. Jiang Hao shrugged and typed. I don't eat beef. Alright, if you don't want to give up blade art, then don't. Follow both paths. Only ordinary warriors make choices. True prodigies want it all. There's an old saying in my hometown. Blade art is the path of invincibility. Learning spells gives you more options. Fish and Bear's Paw. I understand now. Thank you for helping me strengthen my resolve. My family advises me to specialize in one, but I want to be like my great-grandfather, who mastered both blade art and spellcasting, intimidating other races with just his name. I want both Fish and Bear's Paw. I'll go break through to the third tier now. Jiang Hao froze as he read this. Based on his knowledge, out of the 18 council members on Blue Star, only 2 from Xia country followed both blade art and spellcasting paths. One was Xia Wushuang, the founder of Shinjo Martial School, and the other was Xing Huang Tian, the former head of the Xing family who nearly wiped out the demon race. Damn it, Jiang Hao thought. I just led a council member's great-granddaughter astray. But he quickly calmed down, deciding to try to salvage the situation. I don't eat beef. Actually, I thought about it again. Following both paths is too difficult. It means you have to learn spells and practice martial techniques simultaneously, which will slow down your energy cultivation. Fish and Bear's Paw. It's fine. I have a clear Dao heart. I can learn any spell or technique just by watching it once. Jiang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he read the message. He struggled to reply. I don't eat beef. Wow, with such an amazing talent. What were you worried about earlier? I'd go straight for the third-tier breakthrough and follow both paths. I don't eat beef. I forgot to turn off the lights at home. Gotta go. Jiang Hao hurriedly closed his wristband, vowing to rack up points fiercely in the beast battlefield. When my energy runs out, I'll use my spiritual weapon to cut them down. I'll take down every beast I see. Otherwise, how will I compete with those overpowered students at Shinjo Martial School for the top spot? Determined, Jiang Hao changed his clothes, stepped out the door, and set off for a big shopping spree. In a dimly lit, underground warehouse in the small county of Yunxiao, a group of people were scattered around the room in various strange postures. Some were standing, some lying flat, and others sitting on the ground. The most striking were those hanging upside down from the ceiling, their faces turned toward the floor as if in deep sleep. Suddenly, a pitch-black formation appeared in the open space, accompanied by an eerie wave of energy. Dozens of tall figures materialized in the basement. The air grew heavy, as if an invisible pressure was weighing down on everyone. A man in his 30s stepped forward, a forced smile on his face. Clapping his hands loudly, he exclaimed, "Clap, clap, clap. Everyone, give a round of applause for our new friends." However, no one responded. The man's expression darkened immediately, and his voice took on a threatening tone. If you don't give me, Shuangdu, any respect today, you'll be plotting to kill me tomorrow. And the day after, you'll be betraying the sacred beast society. Fine. If you won't show me respect, I'll just kill you all. As his words fell, the temperature in the basement plummeted. The water on the ground froze in an instant. At that moment, a chubby man with a ruddy complexion stood up and spoke calmly. Let's not do this. Harmony brings wealth, after all. Shuangdu sneered at him. Fatty Yun, are you Yun family people trying to interfere with our sacred society's business? Yun Laikai looked at Shuangdu with disdain, cursing inwardly. Fighting among ourselves is your idea of work. But for the sake of the bigger picture, he shouted, everyone, look at me. Our demon friends have come to Yunshao County for a major mission, and we'll need their cooperation for the next steps. The people in the room reluctantly raised their heads, even those hanging from the ceiling opened one eye. Shuangdu, unhappy with having his spotlight stolen, pushed Yun Likai aside and moved to the center. This time, except for that coward Shuiying and some who got captured by Xiagua, all our high-ranking members of the Sacred Beast Society are gathered here. Shuangdu looked around and continued, Xiagua dared to act against us, so we must retaliate. Hearing this, the high-ranking members finally reacted. Some shouted, Xiagua doesn't know what's good for them. I'll fight them to the end. Others wondered, can we win? And some, still drowsy, asked, I'm so tired, can I surrender? One even asked, when is the feast starting? Ignoring his peculiar colleagues, Shuangdu continued, in the small world around battlefield number 1, there's an exotic beast at the peak of the 8th tier. Our goal is to elevate that snake to the saint level. We'll have it hold off the provincial guard. As for how, I'll let our demon friends explain. A tall figure cloaked in black stepped forward. In awkward Xiagua language, he said, our new demon king, Lord Shirhan, has offered his true demon blood. It can temporarily grant that 8th tier beast power comparable to a saint, but it will only last a few minutes and can't defeat a true saint. If you want our cooperation, you must show sincerity. Shuangdu clapped. Thank you to our demon friends for the true demon blood. Yuan Likai maintained a smile but secretly thought, humph, a mere demon duke dares call himself a demon king. If he's so powerful, why not cause trouble in Xinglua County? Shuangdu continued, our society will also provide flesh and a bone from a peak saint-level beast. Combined with the true demon blood, it should be enough to hold off the provincial guard. A high-ranking member lying on the ground counting dust retorted, even if we hold off the provincial guard, there's still the military, the martial union, and the Yunshao city's powerful families. What can we do? Shuangdu explained. These demon friends will also join the fight. Each of them is a demon count, equivalent to our high-level warriors. Combined with all our high-level warriors, we can hold off all the high-level forces of Yunshao City. Then we'll storm battlefield number 3, putting pressure on the official high-level warriors. Though the reasoning was absurd, the group, consisting of demons and madmen, didn't care why they were attacking a military-guarded battlefield. Shuangdu continued, our apparent target is the low-level warriors in battlefield number 1. We've been transporting 7th-tier exotic beasts from other provinces to unleash them in battlefield number 1 for slaughter. If a few geniuses die, even better. Unfortunately, only one 7th-tier beast has been successfully transferred. The rest were killed by the military. He paused before revealing the real plan. Of course, our true target has always been the saint-level provincial guard of Yunshao County. A leading demon added, the beast elevated to saint level will self-destruct within half an hour due to conflicting laws within its body. The provincial guard will be too occupied fighting the beast to leave the small world. Only if the provincial guard dies or calls for help will other saints from Xiagua come. As the beast nears self-destruction, our demon king will attack the provincial guard. His innate secret technique can completely seal the small world, preventing any messages from being sent. Frost Poison spoke up with a hint of confidence in his voice. I can have one of my subordinates infiltrate that small world and take care of the task of releasing the true blood. Yun Likai squinted his eyes, a sly smile spreading across his face. Our Yun family's prodigy has been pleading with the old patriarch to take him to Fenglei State for opportunities to advance to the 3rd tier before the college entrance exams. Frost Poison nodded slightly, a trace of approval in his eyes. The old patriarch of the Yun family has already condensed the laws and is just a step away from the Saint tier. Leaving Yunshao State at this time is indeed the best opportunity for this operation. Yun Likai continued, a tone of pride in his voice. During this period, our demon friends can follow the Yun family's caravan to the vicinity of Yunshao City. We also have reformed demons acting as guards in our industries. As long as you suppress your aura and wear the inhibition collars, you can easily blend in. People will just think the Yun family has received another batch of goods. The demons present showed no reaction to their kin being treated as goods. There was no trace of anger in their eyes. After all, in their view, a captured demon was no longer considered one of their own. Frost Poison glanced around, his gaze lingering on each person before finally settling on the demons. His voice was low and threatening. Before the operation begins, no one is allowed to go out alone, kill, or do anything that might expose the Saint Society. If killing a mere human or low-tier warrior causes suspicion from Xia country, the Saint Society will have to abandon this mission. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. If we can't go out, can we at least have a feast? Can we eat for a few days? Guaranteed win. Following that, another voice grumbled. Why should we listen to you? I want to go out. These words revealed the intelligence issues among the Saint Beast Society members. relying on the power of exotic beasts for cultivation and forcibly advancing had left their minds somewhat impaired. Frost Poison raised his hand, unleashing the force of ninth-tier peak energy. Under this immense pressure, everyone quickly promised to behave and not act rashly. Seeing this, Frost Poison relaxed his fist, satisfied, and announced, "See you all on the 31st. After the meeting, Frost Poison returned to his quarters. Alone in his room, he continuously rubbed the ring on his thumb with his left hand. He quietly stared at the secret documents detailing the Yun family's transactions and demon trafficking. A smile suddenly appearing on his face, his eyes filled with mockery. May 25th, Saturday, a good day for traveling. Yesterday afternoon, Jiang Hao went on a shopping spree like he was preparing for a battle. His cart was filled with all sorts of prepared foods and a pile of energy bars. His goal was Cleardo stay up all night and grind for points. With a mental stamina score of 40, staying awake for several days was a piece of cake for him. Jiang Hao reignited his passion for gaming from his past life, determined to teach the beasts of Battlefield No. 1 a lesson. Just as dawn was breaking, a transport arranged by the Yunshao City Martial Affairs Bureau arrived. Jiang Hao got into the car and headed to the airport. The direct distance between Yunshao City and Yunlan City is about 1,200 kilometers, and even by plane, it takes over an hour for a round trip. With the guidance of the staff, Jiang Hao smoothly passed through the Green Channel. This time, he was taking a special flight arranged by the state's Martial Affairs Bureau, and everything was in perfect order. After the plane took off, Jiang Hao looked out the window as Yunlan City gradually shrank into a small dot. Perhaps it was a passive skill from his past life kicking in, but he started feeling sleepy shortly after sitting down. One blink later, and the plane had already landed in Yunshao City. When his feet finally touched the ground, Jiang Hao's heart settled. The staff from the state's Martial Affairs Bureau had already arranged a vehicle to take him directly to Battlefield No. 1. On the way, Jiang Hao munched on an energy bar to replenish his strength while listening to a woman who seemed to be a secretary explaining the situation. "Mr. Jiang Hao, we will first introduce you to your teammates for the next 7 days and 6 nights, the woman said. "Teammates?" Jiang Hao asked, puzzled. "I thought I was going solo the entire time?" The woman patiently explained, "Since this is your first time entering the beast battlefield, there are many dangerous areas and beast behaviors that only local veteran hunters know about. This is an arrangement from the leadership. These 4 teammates will follow you even if you do not lead them. Of course, if it's inconvenient for you, we can discuss it. For example, you can act alone during the day but try to return to the team at night." The secretary thought to herself, "This Mr. Jiang Hao must be a young master from a prominent family." The head of the Martial Affairs Bureau had specifically instructed them to treat him well. His identity in Yunlan City was likely a disguise. She recalled the last time a young master from the Yun family had a similar experience and couldn't help but chuckle. If it weren't for their full protection, injuring the beasts in advance for the young master to finish off, and arranging mid-tier warriors for night watch, how could he have been so at ease? The dangers of a low-tier beast battlefield are not to be underestimated. Whether it's the packs of beasts or the outlaws who want to rob and kill at night, they are not something a novice can handle. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and realized that having help could be convenient, especially for dealing with the beast carcasses. "All right then, let's go meet my teammates," he agreed cheerfully. At the entrance to Battlefield No. 1, 4 men were waiting silently, each with a large bag at their feet. They were veteran hunters who had been working with the Martial Affairs Bureau for years, all third-tier combat warriors. A dark-skinned man holding a sword and shield couldn't help but ask, "Boss, who do you think this young master is? Just a few years old and already third-tier. Could he be a prodigy from one of the 3 major states?" His tone carried a hint of jealousy. The bald man, referred to as the boss, who was carrying a giant sword, frowned and said, "Little four, don't concern yourself with things we shouldn't know. The Martial Affairs Bureau is paying in full. We just need to make sure the young master has a pleasant 7 days." The other 2, one with long hair holding dual blades and the other wearing a dark green windproof hat carrying a spear, remained silent. Suddenly, the boss looked up at the arriving vehicle. First to step out was the contact from the Martial Affairs Bureau, followed by a young man who opened the car door himself. He had a tall stature, good looks, and an extraordinary presence, a genuinely handsome young man. The boss immediately led his 3 companions to greet him. Jiang Hao sized up the 4 men surrounding him and noticed they were all pure combat warriors, not a single one from the spellcasting stream. He nodded in satisfaction. For Jiang Hao, the strength of his teammates wasn't crucial since none of them could surpass him. What mattered most was that they had enough strength to carry the loot and the stamina for long-distance movements. Just as the leader was about to introduce himself, he saw the young master, Jiang Hao, make a gesture and ask, "Are you 4 familiar with the areas on the battlefield where the most and densest exotic beasts are found?" The leader was taken aback, but quickly realized that the young master was worried about encountering danger. He stepped forward with a confident smile and said, "As seasoned hunters, we know exactly which areas to avoid. Rest assured, young master, We will definitely steer you clear of those places." To everyone's surprise, Jiang Hao's face lit up with excitement. He exclaimed, "No, I want to head straight to where the exotic beasts are most concentrated. Just point me in the right direction, and I'll go first. Then you can come and help me collect the bodies." Hearing this, the leader looked troubled and instinctively glanced at the female secretary nearby. The secretary was also stunned by Jiang Hao's words. While it was true that members of these prominent families were quite powerful, how strong could they be at the lower levels of Yuan power? Even killing 100 or 200 beasts wouldn't mean much against hordes numbering in the hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. The secretary was about to gently advise Jiang Hao against being too reckless when she saw him draw a pale blue long sword from his waist. Everyone present felt the sword slowly absorbing the surrounding Yuan power, and the blade began to glow, emitting a dangerous aura that made their hearts race. A spirit weapon! The thought flashed through everyone's minds simultaneously. They exchanged looks, further solidifying their impression of the young master. A spirit weapon was at least of the 7th tier and could indeed dominate a lower-level battlefield. It seemed reasonable for someone from a prominent family to carry such a weapon. Seeing no objections, Jiang Hao sheathed the sword and placed it back into his storage bag with satisfaction. The 4 hunters exchanged glances, realizing that this mission might turn out to be much easier than expected. The leader stepped forward to introduce himself. "Greetings, young Master Jiang. I am Lu De. The one with the dual blades is Guan Er. The one with the spear is Zhang San." He pointed to a dark-skinned man who looked envious. "And this is Ho Si. Whatever you need, we will do our best to fulfill." Jiang Hao couldn't help but joke. "Lu, Guan, Zhang, huh? Did you guys meet in the peach garden?" Then he turned serious. "Don't worry, I won't put anyone in a difficult position. I'll be at the front killing the exotic beasts, and you can follow behind to handle the bodies. If we encounter danger, I can unleash attacks equivalent to the 7th tier with my spirit weapon. No need to worry about me causing a beast rampage." Jiang Hao's words were like a reassurance to everyone. The female secretary nodded and said, "Well then, young Master Jiang, I hope you enjoy yourself over the next few days." Jiang Hao followed his 4 teammates towards the entrance of Battlefield Number 1. Lu De pointed to a magnificent and intricately designed building not far away and proudly introduced, "Master Jiang, take a look. That's the Hunter Exchange, the largest warrior trading hub in Yunshao Prefecture." Jiang Hao examined the building, which resembled a grand theater or convention hall, and curiously asked, "Can you post commissions and such in the exchange?" Lu De affirmed, "Exactly. In the exchange, you can recycle exotic beasts, post and accept commission tasks, purchase supplies, register information, and form teams." He added, "If you're looking to buy some interesting items, you can visit the makeshift market at the battlefield entrance. Sometimes, people find valuable materials in the battlefield, like primary materials for crafting spiritual weapons or even rare treasures." Just as Jiang Hao was considering exploring the market for some hidden gems, a commotion erupted nearby. "Why are you cutting the line? We were here first." Jiang Hao looked over and saw 2 groups at the entrance, seemingly on the brink of conflict. One group appeared to be young, likely students from a martial arts academy, while the other group, well-equipped and weathered, looked like seasoned hunters. The students were at a disadvantage, with only 5 members standing loosely, clearly not well acquainted, versus the 10 experienced hunters. Curious, Jiang Hao approached a nearby spectator and handed him a Tier 1 crystal. The man's face lit up, and he eagerly explained the situation. It turned out that the martial arts students initially had only 4 members blocking the way without buying tickets. An old hunter, irritated by this, voiced his displeasure, only to be met with disdain by the self-proclaimed geniuses. The situation escalated when a 5th student arrived late and blatantly cut the line to buy a ticket, inciting the crowd's anger. The 10 hunters then forced their way to the front, leading to a heated argument. Jiang Hao turned to Lu De and asked in confusion, "It seems like the students from the martial arts academy don't get along with the regular warriors. Is this a common occurrence? Doesn't the martial union intervene?" Lu De and his teammates paused before explaining, "Ordinary martial arts academies usually don't behave this way. It's mainly the top 10 academies, like Yunshao Martial Academy, whose students look down on lower-tier warriors. After all, graduates from the top 10 academies generally reach the 4th tier. For those of us with less talent and fewer opportunities, we often get stuck at the 3rd tier. There's also some jealousy from regular warriors, leading to frequent conflicts. As for the martial union, they don't interfere unless things get deadly. More often than not, they side with the academy students." As the 2 groups exchanged threats and agreed to settle their differences on the battlefield, Lu De urged, "There's nothing more to see here, Master Jiang. Let's go inside." Lu De and his team surrounded Jiang Hao like bodyguards and entered through a private passage. Other warriors looked on with envy and whispered among themselves, "Which young master is here to experience life? With people carrying his bags and possibly mid-tier warriors guarding in the shadows, if I had such treatment, I'd laugh in my sleep." A young man with a large backpack said sourly, People like him probably can't do anything in the battlefield. His bodyguards will handle all the fighting. If I had his family background, I'd be a middle warrior by now. Meanwhile, Su Yuen was in a foul mood. For the sake of show effects and attracting fans, she had specifically come to battlefield number 1. She had arranged to meet a junior at the exchange entrance at 10:30 on the 25th. While the other 3 temporarily grouped students from the same academy had arrived, the junior was nowhere to be found, and he wasn't answering calls or messages. The 3 insisted on standing at the front of the ticket line, claiming it was to save waiting time for the late junior. Unable to persuade them, Su Yuen kept sending messages to urge Gao, the junior. Gao Longtao, the junior in question, was the youngest son of the Gao family's head in Yunshao City, a renowned 8th-tier warrior. Watching her classmates argue with the old hunters, Su Yuen was relieved the live stream wasn't on. However, when Gao Longtao finally arrived, the situation spiraled out of control. His arrogant attitude, flaunting his 3rd-tier 6th-level power and announcing his family background, infuriated the warriors who were initially willing to back down. Gao's loud mockery of the older, lower-tier warriors, calling them worthless and unworthy of queuing with him, only fueled their anger. Hatred filled the air. Su Yuen gazed at the scene before her, silently deciding to proceed on her own. Just then, 10 irritable old hunters, unable to contain themselves, pushed through the crowd and rushed towards the ticket booth. A fierce argument erupted at the entrance, with some even challenging each other to a duel on the battlefield. Su Yuen glanced at her mocking classmates nearby and shivered. She was secretly relieved she wasn't traveling with them, fearing she wouldn't dare close her eyes at night, worried the warriors might launch a surprise attack. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Su Yuen activated her smart bracelet and switched to live stream mode. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, having just finished browsing the market, felt a tinge of disappointment. He hadn't found any damaged sacred weapons or iron tablets with powerful martial techniques. With no other choice, he decided to follow Lu De into the depths of the battlefield for a monster hunting spree. On a small hilltop, over 30 second-tier terror wolves were resting under a tree, accompanied by hundreds of first-tier wolves. Suddenly, a massive pale blue blade aura swept through the air, instantly cleaving the second-tier wolves into pieces. The awakened first-tier wolves were about to scatter, but Jiang Hao wouldn't let his harvest escape so easily. He struck again, sending out over 40 smaller blade auras like the scythe of death. Where the blade light passed, the ground split open, revealing the soil beneath, and the surrounding trees and rocks were severed. In an instant, hundreds of first-tier terror wolves lay dead. The system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for instantly killing second-tier opponents, earning 2 points. Ding! Total points, 752. In just a few moments, Jiang Hao had gained as many points as he would after fighting in the virtual space for several days. However, what seemed like an effortless strike required an enormous amount of yuan energy. Despite the assistance of a spiritual weapon, releasing martial techniques and manipulating the surrounding yuan energy consumed a great deal of mental power. The sky-shattering slash, in particular, drained both yuan energy and mental strength. Those dozen or so strikes had already depleted more than half of Jiang Hao's yuan energy and left him mentally exhausted. He didn't dare activate the augmentation effect of his spiritual weapon. He knew all too well that infusing yuan energy and mental power into the weapon for a 7th-tier strike would completely drain his energy and leave him mentally depleted. Behind him, Lu De and the other 3 were left speechless, stunned by Jiang Hao's ability to eliminate over 100 beasts in mere seconds. Reacting quickly, Ho Si dropped his shield and rushed forward to handle the second-tier terror wolf corpses. The others soon followed suit, setting their weapons aside to assist. Meanwhile, Su Yuen, still live streaming, and her classmates were discussing their plans for the next few days and the characteristics of various beasts. Suddenly, a familiar pale blue blade light cut through the sky. The entire live stream, including Su Yuen, seemed to freeze, everyone staring in awe at the distant scene of a lone figure decimating a wolf pack. Su Yuen's gaze was drawn to a familiar flash of a blade. She saw a young man skillfully wielding a long sword with ease. In that instant, a headache surged through her. The crisscrossing sword marks on the ground were shocking. One of her teammates swallowed hard and trembled as he said, "Is this guy a middle warrior here to show off?" Taking a deep breath, Su Yuen suggested, "How about we avoid him? Watching from this close might cause misunderstandings." Another teammate nodded rapidly in agreement. "He must be here to dominate the low-tier battlefield. Let's steer clear, or I won't be able to handle that sword." Gao Longtao was stunned, at a loss for words. His eyes settled on Jiang Hao's youthful face and then on the light blue, spiritual long sword in his hand. Lingbing. Jealousy surged in Gao Longtao's heart as he thought about how his family only possessed 2 Lingbing, both owned by his father, while his own sword was merely crafted from 5th-tier beast materials and ordinary materials for channeling yuan energy. Gao Longtao was filled with envy and malice towards Jiang Hao, realizing that this was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. That sword aura was undoubtedly a Saint-tier martial technique. Although others might not recognize it, as a former top prodigy of Yunshao City, Gao Longtao recognized it immediately. Reflecting on his past, Gao Longtao had the chance to attend Shinjo Martial Academy, even if just barely. But he chose to stay in Yunshao City and enter Yunshao Martial Academy because he knew that the top prodigies at Shinjo Martial Academy mastered Saint-tier techniques and possessed multiple Lingbing, with some even having Saint-tier marks from prestigious families. He would have been mediocre at Shinjo Martial Academy, merely a bystander in various competitions. Now, in his third year, Gao Longtao was already nearing the late stage of the third tier, making him a standout among his peers. He was proud of his decision. However, witnessing Jiang Hao's performance today shattered him. While Gao Longtao struggled to escape from numerous beasts, Jiang Hao effortlessly slaughtered them as if they were mere ants. This scene reminded Gao Longtao of a painful experience in a virtual combat space during his senior year. Despite being at the same second-tier level, he was utterly defeated by his opponent, who sneered, "With your skills, you dare enter the virtual combat space? When I reached the third tier, I could defeat 100 like you with a single move." The opponent then pierced his heart with a spear, leaving Gao Longtao with a haunting nightmare, being called worthless to his face. As Jiang Hao turned to look at him, Gao Longtao quickly put on a smile and approached with his teammates. "Hello, fellow student. Thank you for dealing with the beasts here. My teammates and I couldn't have handled them." Jiang Hao sheathed his long sword. "No problem, I was just practicing. These wolves were too close to the entrance, so I cleared them to prevent lower-tier warriors from stumbling into danger." His gaze then fell on Su Muin in her adventure gear, finding her familiar. Suddenly, he remembered, wasn't she the streamer he had hit several times with his Feixiao Pekong slash? Feeling a bit guilty, he averted his eyes. Su Muin felt a familiar headache as Jiang Hao's gaze swept over her. Meanwhile, her livestream chat was flooded with comments, clearly recognizing Jiang Hao's blade. "Holy crap! This guy is from Yunshao State. That martial technique is insanely strong. I need to show my roommate. See, I told you he's definitely a mid-tier warrior. No way he could take down those wolves so fast otherwise. Time for a reality check. You can't let your brain go unused. How can a third-tier combat space allow mid-tier warriors? Mumu, a friend of mine, wants to know this guy's contact info." Su Muin glanced at the livestream screen, where most comments doubted Jiang Hao's intentions, suggesting he was showing off rather than genuinely helping low-tier warriors. At this moment, Ho Si had finished collecting the teeth and claws of the second-tier wolves. He handed a bag to Jiang Hao. "Master Jiang, I've gathered all the materials from the second-tier wolves." Jiang Hao glanced at Luda and the others still processing materials from the first-tier wolves. After a moment of thought, he said, "Luda, forget about the first-tier ones. It's a waste of time. Let's move on to areas with more beasts." With that, he casually stored the bag in his storage pouch. Hearing this, Luda and his team quickly packed up the materials they had gathered, picked up their weapons, and stood by Jiang Hao, ready to continue. The live stream room erupted once again, leaving the viewers utterly stunned. The spiritual weapon in Jiang Hao's hand gleamed with a cold light, while the floating spatial artifact beside him drew gasps of amazement. "Holy crap! Did I just see a spatial artifact?" one excited viewer asked in the chat. "Are you kidding me? This guy is from Yunshao Prefecture," another person questioned incredulously. The chat quickly filled with comments of astonishment and envy. "Oh my god, so many first-tier beasts. How many yuan crystals could you trade all these materials for? And he doesn't even want them," someone exclaimed. Recalling a previous debate, another viewer chimed in, "I suspected that sword was a spiritual weapon earlier, and everyone roasted me for it. Now look, who's laughing now? Even if it's a spiritual weapon and a storage artifact, so what? If he didn't come from a good background, who knows where he'd be now, struggling to become a warrior." Exactly. I could do it too. Does anyone really believe those second-generation martial artists need talent? Su Muin tried to ignore the clearly envious and sarcastic comments, mustering the courage to ask Jiang Hao, "Excuse me, classmate? Are you planning to hunt exotic beasts?" She wanted to ask if he was just here to show off, but she didn't dare. Jiang Hao looked at the live streaming screen, flashed a bright and sunny smile, and replied, "That's right. I'm a kind-hearted person and can't stand to see those young first-tier warriors risking their lives on the battlefield. So, I plan to kill more exotic beasts to make it safer for them." With that, Jiang Hao left the scene with Lu, Guan, Zhang, and Ho Si. At that moment, Gao Longtao suggested, "Let's go find some third-tier beasts to practice on." He led the team in another direction, and the rest of the team immediately followed. Only one member lingered, looking longingly at the corpses on the ground, muttering, "So many corpses, at least a few third-tier yuan crystals." Su Muin followed the team, glancing back at Jiang Hao's departing group, thinking, no wonder he's a prodigy from another prefecture. His combat power is already stronger than some fourth-tier warriors. The live stream chat buzzed with comments, "Please, give me a break. He's really making me cry. Can you believe someone actually cares about us ordinary warriors? Jiang Hao and his team continued forward, with Lu Da leading the way and Ho Si holding a sword and shield for support. Along the way, whether the exotic beasts were alone or in groups, Jiang Hao effortlessly dealt with them. The other four's task was merely to locate the beasts, watch them get dispatched in seconds, and then collect materials from first tier and higher beasts. Watching Jiang Hao wield his spiritual weapon and move like a whirlwind among several third-tier beasts, Lu Da couldn't help but sigh. Following young Master Jiang this time is the easiest job I've had in my life. The other three exchanged smiles and nodded in agreement. Compared to the usual anxiety of entering the battlefield, this felt like a relaxing vacation. As the last of the third-tier beasts fell, Jiang Hao exhaled slowly. His body trembled slightly from the prolonged battle, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. His internal energy had been depleted 2 hours ago, and now he could only rely on his strong foundation to slowly recover, barely maintaining his energy shield. Glancing around, Jiang Hao observed beasts emerging from his vegetable garden at regular intervals. The spiritual weapon in his hand glinted coldly as he effortlessly dispatched these foolish creatures. However, when faced with those towering beasts 4 to 5 meters tall, even a single strike wasn't enough to stop their stubborn resistance. Frustrated, Jiang Hao decided to change tactics. He assumed a stance for the collapse fist technique and began pounding the giant beasts with a series of punches. Though the scene was somewhat gruesome, the efficiency significantly improved. Despite the lack of energy infusion, the collapse fist was still a formidable technique. Thus, Jiang Hao and his 4 numbed companions fought their way through until the sun was about to set. The golden sunlight filtered through the bushes, casting speckles of light on the blood-soaked battlefield, adding a touch of poetry to the scene. The 5 of them found a clean, sheltered spot to set up their tents. Ho Si skillfully scattered insect and snake repellent powder to ensure their safety for the night. Lu Da approached with a hint of excitement on his face. "Young Master Jiang, we brought some edible beast meat earlier. We can grill it later." He explained that while some beasts may appear similar, consuming them could be poisonous. Fortunately, they were all experienced hunters. Normally, on the beast battlefield, Lu Da and his group made do with energy bars. But today was different. Jiang Hao's ferocious actions seemed to have scared off the nearby beasts, and none had appeared for the past half hour. Jiang Hao took out various equipment from his storage bag: water buckets, cooking utensils, a barbecue set, seasonings, smokeless coal, and even readded food in reclining chairs. Finally, he pulled out a simple house made of composite materials. This magical storage bag only required a mental mark to store items, making it extremely convenient. Although Jiang Hao hadn't tested its limits, earlier today he had easily lifted and tossed a 7-meter third-tier ox-like beast, demonstrating his immense strength. Seeing Lu Da's expression of "I knew it," Jiang Hao calmly said, "I'm going to take a shower. You guys start eating." With that, he walked into the simple house to wash off the grime and change into clean clothes. Though the energy shield had protected Jiang Hao from the beast's blood, he still felt uncomfortable. Recalling the frightened passers-by he encountered during the day, Jiang Hao decided it would be better to hunt beasts at night and maintain a civilized appearance during the day. After a cold shower and changing into clean clothes, Jiang Hao emerged from the house, noticing that Lu Da and the others hadn't started eating yet. They were just slowly grilling the meat over the fire. Seeing that everyone was waiting for him, Jiang Hao smiled and took out a dozen more plates of readded food. "Go ahead and eat, everyone. I have plenty more in my bag." After eating the grilled meat and waiting for nightfall to go farming points, Jiang Hao opened his panel and checked his score: 1,415 points. He was secretly delighted. Although he hadn't encountered a large group of beasts since the Terror Wolves, this score was still quite impressive. Lu Da also found it strange, mentioning that the distribution of beasts in battlefield number 1 seemed to have changed in the past few days. As a newcomer, Jiang Hao couldn't explain it. Could it be that high-tier beasts had suddenly appeared in the low-tier beast battlefield? As darkness fully settled, Jiang Hao approached Lu Da and the others. "You guys take turns keeping watch tonight. Don't worry about me. I'm going to hunt some beasts and we'll be back by morning." He left a few signal flares and turned to disappear into the night. Lu Da and the others exchanged glances before resigning themselves to watch Jiang Hao leave. In battlefield number 1, Jiang Hao's strength was overwhelming, but for others, venturing out at night was still very dangerous. Jiang Hao didn't go far, just roamed a few kilometers away in the forest, searching for lucky targets. Suddenly, he leaped onto a sturdy tree branch. On the ground, a shadowy figure was cautiously approaching their campsite. Jiang Hao noticed something in the person's hand. He heard the person muttering to himself, "So you're from a prestigious family in the great state? Huh? Think you're tough, huh?" The shadowy man stared at a tablet-like device, with the largest red, indicating Jiang Hao and his group's campsite. Recognizing the voice and recalling the inexplicable malice from earlier that day, Jiang Hao realized it was Gao Longtao. Though this was their first encounter, Jiang Hao had already identified him. Seeing the red dot, Jiang Hao understood that someone in Lu Da's group might have been secretly tagged with a tracker. Reflecting on his earlier encounter with the Yunxiao martial school group, Gao Longtao had come forward with a smile to thank him, but Jiang Hao had sensed the hidden malice. At the time, Jiang Hao was focused on racking up points and confident in his own strength, dismissing Gao Longtao as a mere nuisance. Now it seemed this arrogant decision might bring trouble to his companions. Try any tricks, and I won't hesitate to treat you like a wild monster. Gao Longtao muttered menacingly to himself, clutching a small package. Under the moonlight, the package emitted an eerie glow, as if it contained something ominous. Gao Longtao carefully opened the package, revealing a powdery substance inside. He began to sprinkle the powder along the path leading to the camp, each step taken with extreme caution, fearing he might alert someone. So what if you're a prodigy? I refuse to believe you can take on 1,000, or even 10,000 enemies alone. A twisted smile spread across Gao Longtao's face, his eyes filled with malice as he glared in the direction of the camp. Earlier that day, after parting ways with Jiang Hao and his group, Gao Longtao had meticulously reviewed the entire sequence of events. He realized that Jiang Hao's energy might be nearly depleted after dealing with the wolf pack. After all, even as a fourth-tier warrior, eliminating those hundreds of fearsome wolves would have been a formidable task. The wolves weren't stationary targets, they could run and hide. The energy fluctuations Jiang Hao exhibited seemed to be at the peak of the third tier. Reluctantly, Gao Longtao had to admit that Jiang Hao was indeed much stronger than him. Despite both being at the third tier, Jiang Hao could defeat him in a single move. This realization darkened Gao Longtao's expression, and his jealousy burned even more intensely. Taking advantage of his teammate's sleep and his turn to guard the night, he sneaked out. This beast lure powder cost me a fortune to trade from a full member of the Sacred Beast Society. In this battlefield of exotic beasts, it will surely attract thousands of them. Gao Longtao thought smugly. Just as he was about to throw the remaining powder towards Jiang Hao's camp, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Senior Gao, wandering around this late is very dangerous. Gao Longtao froze, his face filled with shock as he turned around. It's you. How come you're not sleeping? Before he could finish, a flash of a blade cut through the air. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating a third-tier opponent, earning 5 points. The system notification rang in Jiang Hao's mind. Sleep? That's not an option. Jiang Hao looked at Gao Longtao's lifeless body on the ground and collected the beast lure powder into his storage bag. He then retrieved a tablet, which showed 2 dots, one large and one small, with the smaller one marked. The dots were about 50 kilometers apart. Jiang Hao chuckled. Did he really come here just to offer himself as a target? He found several Rice's tracking devices on Gao Longtao's body, suddenly understanding how Lu Da and the others had been ambushed. Looking at the tracking equipment and the beast lure powder, Jiang Hao suspected this wasn't Gao Longtao's first time doing something like this. I guess I just did everyone a favor. In the distance, the roars of beasts echoed, and Jiang Hao knew the exotic beasts would soon arrive, likely devouring the body first. To be safe, he decided to head back to camp. Thinking about the upcoming days and the abundance of beasts to practice on, Jiang Hao silently disappeared into the night, his blade in hand. Swish! A figure darted swiftly through the forest. Jiang Hao, on high alert, glanced at Guan Er, who was on night watch, and shouted, "Wake everyone up! We might have a fight on our hands soon." Before he finished speaking, Lu Da, Zhang San, and Ho Si had already emerged from their tents. On the battlefield, even with someone on watch, everyone else remained in a light sleep. Jiang Hao's shout was enough to wake them all. Lu Da immediately asked, "Young Master Jiang, what's going on?" Jiang Hao took a sip of his sports drink, scanned the 4 of them, and said gravely, "I heard the sounds of a beast stampede ahead. A large number of beasts are charging towards our camp. Quickly pack your things and retreat towards the plains." Lu Da exchanged a glance with the others, signaling them to pack up. He looked at Jiang Hao with a serious expression. "Young Master Jiang, if it's really a beast stampede, there could be over 1,000 of them. Even with your superior skills, facing them alone is too dangerous." Before Jiang Hao could respond, Lu Da looked at Ho Si and continued, "Ho Si and I will go with you. After you drive off the beasts, you'll need help handling the corpses, right?" Ho Si eagerly laid down the items he was packing, raised his sword and shield, and moved closer. "That's right, young Master Jiang. With your esteemed status, you shouldn't have to deal with the beast carcasses yourself. While we might not be much help in the fight, we can handle the cleanup. Just don't mind us slacking off." He shot a playful glance at Zhang San, who was reluctantly continuing to pack. Guan Er suddenly interjected, "Big brother, with that many corpses, how long do you think it will take you two to handle them? Don't delay young Master Jiang's schedule. I'll help too. I'm quick with my dual blades. Let Zhang San guard the camp. His spear isn't suited for this." With that, Guan Er decisively set down his things, effectively silencing any protest from Zhang San. Zhang San looked around helplessly and said, "I'll guard the camp." Jiang Hao watched the interaction with a smile. He remembered from a previous conversation that Zhang San, though unmarried, had adopted several orphans. In dangerous situations, everyone tacitly agreed to leave Zhang San behind or send him for help. Naturally, Zhang San never took a share of the spoils afterward. These men, though not related by blood, were closer than some real brothers. Jiang Hao understood their goodwill and nodded. All right, follow me, but stay back when the fight starts. Don't worry, stick with me, and in 7 days, everyone will get a share. A few kilometers away, over 2,000 beasts were gathered in a chaotic scene. Some were fighting each other, some were licking wounds, and others, with bloodshot eyes, were attacking anything in sight. A person's body was already buried under the swarm of beasts, unseen. Jiang Hao, dressed in a scent-masking ghillie suit, watched the sky intently. In the moonlight, hundreds of fiery crows cast red streaks across the sky. Fiery crows are communal flying beasts, with high bounties in the trading market. An adult fiery crow has the strength of a third-tier beast and holds grudges fiercely. Offend one on the battlefield, and hundreds or even thousands of third-tier fiery crows will pursue you to death. Fiery crows can conjure flames and spit fireballs laced with fire poison. While a single fireball isn't very powerful, fiery crows are fast and agile. When hundreds or thousands of third-tier fireballs rain down, even a fourth-tier warrior can only activate their energy shield and flee. Jiang Hao realized that he needed to eliminate the fiery crows first to focus on earning points safely. He observed their movements, planning his strategy. Despite their danger, fiery crows are small and fragile. A single sky-splitting slash could kill several at once. When most of the fiery crows gathered in the air, Jiang Hao struck. With a series of whooshing sounds, dozens of pale blue slashes cut through the sky, instantly killing over 200 fiery crows. The beasts on the ground, spotting Jiang Hao, abandoned their previous targets and charged at him. The remaining fiery crows screeched and spat fireballs. Instead of retreating, Jiang Hao charged into the beast horde. Wielding his spirit weapon Long Blade, he weaved through the beasts, reaping their lives. From a distance, he looked like a dancer in a sea of beasts. The fireballs raining down were effortlessly dodged with his 9 flashes technique, but the beasts on the ground weren't so lucky, getting bombarded by their own kind's fireballs. Though it pained him to lose kills to the fiery crows, Jiang Hao didn't mind. Tonight's haul would net him at least 2,000 points. He calculated his energy consumption while occasionally unleashing slashes to kill a few more fiery crows. Not far away, Lu De and the others watched Jiang Hao slaughter in awe, their faces filled with admiration. Even the fierce fire crows couldn't do anything to Jiang Hao. Hosi exclaimed in admiration, his eyes sparkling with awe. Is young Master Jiang really just at the 3rd tier? I'd believe it if someone said he was a 5th-tier warrior. Lu De, chewing on a piece of beef jerky, added, that video of young Master Jiang taking down the pack of terror wolves by himself has gone viral. The clip from that girl's live stream this morning was edited and uploaded to the Blue Star Network. As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Er's attention was immediately drawn to the beef jerky in Lu Da's hand. Eagerly, he joined the fray to grab some. Hey, big brother, when did you bring beef jerky? Hurry up and share it with everyone. Meanwhile, Oldly was engrossed in a video pushed by the system. In the footage, Jiang Hao is executing multiple sky-piercing slashes with astonishing power. Oldly nodded in approval, thinking, that kid Jiang Hao has truly mastered the sky-piercing slash, and he's able to unleash so many in one go. As expected of our Yunshao Prefecture's prodigy, his foundation is solid. He gave a thumbs up to the streamer who posted the video. Just then, a communication window suddenly popped up. Oldly glanced at the name tag and his face darkened, but he still clicked to answer. The image of a middle-aged man appeared on the screen, who teased, Oldly, impressive. Did you see that viral video? Did you secretly take on a talented student behind my back? Feigning impatience, Oldly replied, mind your own business. Whether I take on students or not is none of your concern. Don't bother me if you have nothing important to say. Bye. Despite his words, the smile in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. The middle-aged man showed a displeased expression. All right. Your Yunshao Prefecture has produced such a prodigy, and you've kept it under wraps for so long. Are you planning to call me after the entrance exams to gloat? Clearly, his Jinzhou Prefecture hadn't produced a prodigy he was satisfied with in many years. Seeing the envious look on the man's face, Oldly felt a secret delight, like drinking an ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day. He replied with feigned nonchalance, he's not my student. I just gave him the martial technique. But the kid's got talent. He mastered it in a day. His aptitude is decent. Scoring full marks in the entrance exam shouldn't be a problem. I'm sure Jinzhou Prefecture has prodigies stronger than this kid. Maybe Jinzhou can take the top spot in the Shinjo Martial Academy's freshman class. The middle-aged man on the screen twitched his forehead and abruptly ended the call. Haha, he's pissed. Oldly laughed triumphantly, having successfully irked his old rival from afar. He immediately sent a message to Jiang Hao's Feixian account. I feel like retiring. Good job, Jiang. Have fun in the beast battlefield for a few days, and use the sky-piercing slash in front of the crowd often. I'll send you a gift soon. As Jiang Hao struck down the last fiery crow in the sky, the beasts on the ground seemed to awaken from a trance, their eyes gradually clearing. While most of the lower-tier beasts continued their fierce charge, the higher-tier ones began to retreat. Jiang Hao wielded his spirit weapon, taking down one beast after another, and fear flickered in their eyes. The third-tier beasts scattered, leaving over 2,000 lower-tier creatures lingering in place. Exhausted from using up all his yuan energy, Jiang Hao pulled out a mattress-sized device and collapsed onto it. Surrounding him were the corpses of the beasts, resembling a field of harvested crops. Satisfied, he checked his panel, 4,040 points. Although first-tier beasts were worth only 1 point each, the third-tier fiery crow had contributed a substantial 1,400 points. Jiang Hao was relieved he hadn't overused the beast lure powder, which could have triggered a massive beast tide, endangering ordinary warriors. Lu De and 2 companions rushed over, concerned about Jiang Hao's condition. Jiang Hao waved them off, indicating he was fine but needed rest due to depleted yuan energy. He instructed them to prioritize processing materials from the third-tier beasts, leaving the lower-tier ones for the next day. Reflecting on the battle, Jiang Hao realized he had nearly exhausted all his yuan and mental energy to kill the fiery crow, leaving him with just enough strength for 10 more skysever/attacks. Ho Si praised Jiang Hao's ability to suppress the beast tide, but Jiang Hao remained modest. He mentioned a previous intermediate beast tide in Yunshao Prefecture, where billions of lower-tier beasts, millions of mid-tier beasts, and hundreds of high-tier beasts had formed a terrifying force. However, the tide had been quelled by the military's yuan energy weapons and a mysterious saint-tier warrior. Jiang Hao speculated that the warrior might have been Li Lao. Jiang Hao activated the turbine device under the mattress, slowly rising into the air. He bid farewell to Lu De and the others, piloting the mattress back to the camp. The large clearing in the forest provided him with a smooth return route. Meanwhile, Lu Yang was waiting for Gao Longtao to take over the night watch. 2 hours passed, but Gao Longtao still hadn't shown up. Wang Lei came to inquire about the situation. Suddenly, Lu Yang realized Gao Longtao was missing, and they immediately woke up their companions. Su Yuan, disturbed from her sleep, was annoyed. She had just dreamt of becoming a martial arts prodigy with millions of fans, even being taken as a disciple by a saint-tier warrior. Just as she dreamt of breaking through to a higher tier and receiving confessions from geniuses across various prefectures, Lu Yang's shout woke her, filling her with frustration. Su Yuan, grumpy from waking up, thought indignantly, how could someone as skilled as Gao Shuedi get into trouble? He must have sneaked out to hunt beasts on his own, trying to outdo us. She furrowed her brows and quietly calculated. Su Yuan despised 2 kinds of people, those who liked to compete excessively and those who prevented her from doing so. This thought made her even more irritable. Just then, Lu Yang returned, looking dejected. He had just meticulously checked the surroundings, even jumping into a small pond to investigate, but found nothing. What do we do? Gao Shuedi is really not around. Lu Yang said worriedly. Could he have thought we were too weak and gone to hunt beasts by himself? Although they were all 3rd-level warriors, Su Yuan's peak 3rd-level status was the highest among the 5 of them. She was also one of the few battle-hardened girls in the school. Wu Jun recalled her performance in the Yunshao Martial School freshman competition. Wielding a double-handed sword, she relentlessly chased and hacked at her opponent as if harboring a deep grudge, until they surrendered. Her fierce combat style contrasted sharply with her usually quiet and cute appearance, attracting many teachers who liked her for this contrast. In comparison, Gao Longtao came from the prestigious Gao family, mastering multiple high-level martial techniques. His combat experience and awareness were outstanding. More importantly, his talent was the best among the 5. Seeing everyone in low spirits, Wang Lei tried to comfort them. Even though we can't find Gao Shuedi, can't reach him by phone, and his belongings are still here, let's think positively. Maybe he got injured and someone took him out of the battlefield? You really know how to comfort people. The 3 of them looked up at the sky speechlessly. Su Yuan secretly encouraged herself, even without Gao Shuedi, I can still suppress all enemies. Or, I can lead everyone to hunt beasts. However, thinking about returning to school, she didn't want to reveal her somewhat nerdy side. So she just nodded and said, Gao Shuedi must have his reasons for doing this. Let's not sleep and search the surrounding area for a few more kilometers. If we still can't find him, well, ask the school teachers tomorrow. Lu Yang listlessly reminded. But, Su Jie, did you forget? This morning, those old hunters said they would come in with us to settle some scores. This statement made everyone suddenly realize a serious problem. Without Gao Shuedi, their walking shield, the 4 of them were indeed a bit scared. So, they all silently shouted in their hearts, Gao Shuedi, where on earth are you? Sunday, May 26, Jiang Hao returned to the camp and had a good sleep, relieving both his physical and mental fatigue. He stepped out of his room feeling refreshed. "Good morning, Mr. Jiang." Lu Da, who was doing his morning exercises, greeted him with a wave, sweat glistening in the sunlight. "Good morning. How was your rest last night?" Jiang Hao asked as he walked, breathing in the fresh morning air. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lu Da replied, "I took a short nap after returning. We've collected materials from second and third-tier beasts, but we didn't gather any from the first-tier ones." He glanced at Jiang Hao and added, "Most of the first-tier beast corpses were too damaged, and the useful parts were hard to find, so we just left them." Jiang Hao caught the underlying message and thought to himself, a high EQ way to say the corpses were too damaged, but in plain terms, it means you smashed them to pieces, and we couldn't find the fragments. He cleared his throat awkwardly and changed the subject. "Let's eat." He then took out some delicious buns and wontons. The five of them sat together, eating and discussing. They began to summarize the problems they encountered yesterday and planned which beast dense area to explore today. As Jiang Hao sipped his spicy soup with tofu pudding, he listened carefully to the experienced hunter's analysis. This unique combination of food reminded Jiang Hao of an amusing incident from his previous life. Back then, his dorm was caught in a heated debate over whether tofu pudding should be sweet or savory. Annoyed, he had a sudden inspiration and bought spicy soup and plain tofu pudding, mixing them in a ramen cup. From then on, his dormmates lost interest in the tofu pudding debate. Coming back to the present, Jiang Hao first praised their excellent performance from yesterday, then endorsed the plan to head to an area dominated by third-tier beasts, and finally commended everyone's cooperation. After breakfast, they packed the trash into a large bag, and Jiang Hao casually tossed it into his storage bag, thinking, not littering is good manners. Jiang Hao noticed a like from Mr. Li on his communication device, acknowledging his impressive display yesterday, along with a recommended video. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on it, only to see a sensational title. Shocking. What the heck? Where did this clickbait come from? Jiang Hao's forehead furrowed as he watched the maliciously edited video. "Hey, you took down the beast we were supposed to handle." Lu Da's voice came from the video. "Exactly, Lu Da. Let's not waste time. We need to clear the beasts near the entrance. I can't stand those first-tier warriors hunting beasts." Seeing the video had over 30 million views, Jiang Hao was astounded. This platform was exclusive to registered warriors on Blue Star Network. And there were no bots, only genuine viewers. "Whoever did this, they're going to regret it," he muttered angrily, shutting off his smart wristband, a cold glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, Li Jing sneezed, rubbed his nose and murmured, "Did I catch a cold from staying up all night editing? Can warriors even catch colds?" He pondered briefly, then got excited again. But this time, Jiang Hao is really famous. Who says bad publicity isn't still publicity? He'll definitely thank me for boosting his profile when he finds out. Li Jing continued managing the backend, hiring bots to leave negative comments claiming the video was maliciously edited, while also releasing the full live stream link. His aim was clear, to show everyone that Jiang Hao's strength was not exaggerated. As the video's popularity soared, people across the country and even abroad became aware of it. Satisfied with the buzz, Li Jing stopped hiring bots. "Unsung hero," Li Jing muttered, watching the video of Jiang Hao's formidable skills with envy. Truly, having a strong name is important. Jiang Hao is a prodigy of our nation. Despite his envy, seeing more people becoming Jiang Hao's fans made him smile. "My brother Jiang is unbeatable." At the same time, the head teacher at Yunlan City's number 3 high school sat in his office, watching Jiang Hao's incredible skills, and shouted excitedly, "Yes, this is my student." But when he scrolled through the comments, his face turned red with anger. Some jealous and bitter individuals were slandering Jiang Hao. "He's just a faker. Stop defending him. That fake smile shows he's not a good person." Hilarious. Does anyone really think he cares about ordinary warriors? It's all just a show. Fuming, the head teacher shouted to the other teachers, "Quick, go to the recommended video and defend against those trolls." The other teachers quickly responded, "That's right. Jiang Hao is the pride of our school. Those people dare to slander our prodigy? Report them all. I'll get my class to help." I've already shared it in my class group and the school's teacher group. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhuang sat on his bed, looking at the link in the class group chat and the excited classmates. He slowly typed, "Dare to slander our brother Jiang? Why are only half of us defending him? Does the other half not have smart wristbands?" His body radiated the energy of a first-tier 9th-level warrior. At number 1 high school, Zhang Jiang watched the video of Jiang Hao's impressive sword skills with a complex expression. This opponent, once considered his destined rival, had long surpassed him. A lanky boy approached and said, "Zhang, I heard that loser from number 2 high school advanced to the 8th level. He's been spreading rumors that Jiang Hao only succeeded because he got lucky and caught the eye of some big shot. If he had that kind of support, he could easily beat Jiang Hao." Zhang Jiangyo's face darkened, and his brow furrowed. His voice carried a hint of impatience. How long has it been since our last match with number 2 high school? Never mind. I'll go myself. He clenched his fist, a flicker of anger in his eyes. I want to see if that loser's mouth is tougher than my fist. The scene shifts to the imperial capital Shinjo Martial Academy. Vice President Zhou was casually scrolling through his phone when a video caught his attention. He squinted at the screen. Isn't that Jiang Hao from our combat academy? In the video, Jiang Hao is taking down hundreds of terror wolves with astonishing speed. Vice President Zhou raised an eyebrow in surprise. This kid has actually mastered a saint-level martial technique, and it looks like he's fully grasped it. Thinking about Jiang Hao's extraordinary physical talent combined with his impressive comprehension, Vice President Zhou gritted his teeth and immediately sent a message to the president via Feishin. President, when are you coming back? Our combat academy has recruited an exceptionally talented student. Saint-level warriors have already started to invest in him. You need to come back and support us. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao wasn't paying much attention to the online buzz. He was focused on a conversation with a netizen. Fish and bear's paw. I've advanced to tier 3, but unfortunately, my great-grandfather only allows me to learn 2 saint-level martial techniques and 2 saint-level spells. Jiang Hao read the message, feeling a mix of envy and suspicion, wondering if the other party was just showing off. I don't eat beef. Well, your talent is lacking then. I usually learn 10 techniques directly. Jiang Hao thought to himself that facing a young lady who had mastered 4 saint-level techniques, he might not easily win just yet. But he was confident that with the thousands of points he would accumulate in 7 days, he could turn the tables. He resolved to enhance his physique to tier 5 or even tier 6, believing that his robust physical strength would allow him to easily defeat mid-tier warriors. Fish and bear's paw. The virtual combat space has a room creation mode where you can invite friends for 1v1 battles. Interested? I don't eat beef. You're right, but I'm out these days. Let's talk when I return on June 1st. Fish and bear's paw. Too bad, but don't forget on the 1st. I won't lose this time. Jiang Hao sneered, thinking, just a few saint-level techniques. I don't even care. He wiped the corner of his mouth and turned to the 4 people who were ready, looking at them with determination. Let's move out. Our target is tier 3 exotic beasts. The 4 responded in unison. Jiang Hao and his group followed Lu Da's planned route, venturing deeper. The 4 of them carried only their weapons, with Jiang Hao temporarily storing their other belongings. As they encountered fewer martial artists, they advanced towards the center of the battlefield, navigating a path strewn with rocks and dead branches. Suddenly, a swamp about a kilometer wide appeared before them. Jiang Hao sharply noticed a large nest of new beasts. Dozens of third-tier corrosive crocodiles were circling a peculiar small tree in the center of the swamp. This tree was about 2 meters tall and covered in white and purple flowers. Even more surprising was the presence of hundreds of different beasts gathered around it, some of which were almost submerged in the swamp but still quietly watching the tree. Jiang Hao frowned and asked, "What kind of flower is that? Why does it smell so pleasant? And why are these normally hostile beasts coexisting peacefully?" Unexpectedly, Lu Da, usually talkative, didn't respond. Jiang Hao turned to find Lu Da and the others staring blankly at the small tree, as if they were seeing the most beautiful thing in the world. Worse still, Ho Si had already started to wobble towards the swamp. Jiang Hao felt a chill down his spine, breaking out in cold sweat. Thanks to his mental strength far surpassing that of a third-tier martial artist and his heightened willpower, he wasn't immediately affected. Even so, he initially thought about taking the tree back to plant in his neighborhood. Realizing the danger, Jiang Hao quickly knocked the 4 of them out, tied them up with ropes, and dragged them a few hundred meters away from the swamp. Watching them slowly regain their senses, Jiang Hao took out a bucket of ice water and half-jokingly said, "Good thing you guys snapped out of it. Otherwise, I'd have to douse you with ice water." He pointed towards the swamp and asked, "What kind of bizarre tree is that? It feels a bit sinister." Lu Da, the first to free himself from the ropes, took out binoculars and observed the tree carefully. Scratching his head, he said, "I've never seen such a plant before, and there's no information about it in the trading post. But I have a feeling it can absorb martial artists' mental strength." Jiang Hao looked at their pale faces and asked, "How much mental strength do you have left?" Ho Si, looking ghostly pale and barely able to stand, replied with a bitter expression, "Ugh, we martial artists of the weaponry flow don't rely on mental strength much, but this thing drained what little we had. I won't be able to witness you slaughtering enemies today, Master Jiang." Jiang Hao internally remarked, "Good thing you're the persistent and hardworking type. Better stay down. I'd hate for you to die right in front of me." Lu Da, still shaken, glanced at the death swamp a few hundred meters away and suggested, "Master Jiang, that tree is definitely problematic. Maybe we should take a detour. Hardly any martial artists come this way anyway." "No need," Jiang Hao confidently replied, taking out his spiritual weapon. "That tree doesn't affect me much. I'll go check it out alone and see if I can collect it. It might be a rare treasure." Standing about 100 meters from the swamp's edge, he used his blade aura to eliminate the beasts, reducing the danger and earning points. Dozens of faint blue blade auras later, most of the beasts were freed from the evil tree, leaving only some low-tier beasts as a control group. Satisfied with the 900 points he had just earned, Jiang Hao approached the tree. As he got closer, he once again smelled the pleasant scent, though it wasn't as strong as before. Realizing the truth, he thought, so that's it. There's no intoxicating scent. It's just a mental attack. He stepped back to about 20 meters, noticing that apart from the swamp's stench, the previously alluring scent had vanished. Puzzled, Jiang Hao looked at the tree and thought, a strange, wide-range mental attack? They never taught us about this in school. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Hao decided to cut it down. With a swift slash of his blade aura, he severed the tree. The white and purple flowers instantly withered, and the tree itself quickly turned to ash. The low-tier beasts he had left behind also died the moment the tree was cut down. A system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a mental enhancement. Mental strength, 4041. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Huh? I thought the reward was for defeating opponents instantly. Was that tree a type of beast? But then it should have given points. When did the system start making such odd judgments? Deciding not to dwell on it, he thought, whatever, I'll let my future self worry about it. Jiang Hao approached the swamp, picked up the nearest low-tier beast's corpse, and felt its ceased heartbeat. Reflecting on tropes from cultivation novels, he speculated, these beasts' souls were probably slowly consumed by that tree the moment they smelled its scent. As long as the small tree remains alive, these strange beasts will continue to maintain their basic vital signs. Jiang Hao observed the eerie scene before him, his mind racing with thoughts. Those extremely weakened beasts seemed like live bait, attracting stronger predators. Once they got close, the predators would also fall into the trap, creating an ever-expanding vicious cycle. Jiang Hao frowned and pondered. Strange. How could such a bizarre plant not be recorded in the hunter exchange? Could it be that those experienced veteran hunters have never ventured deep into the battlefield's core? He shook his head. Impossible. I'm well aware that the entire number 1 beast battlefield has been fully explored, given that it was originally man-made. Unless... A thought flashed through Jiang Hao's mind. That small world that recently connected. Could this be a newly emerged foreign species? He silently noted it down, deciding to ask Oldly about it later that night. By this time, Luda and his team had mostly recovered. Although their faces were still a bit pale, their energy fluctuations had returned to normal. After all, they had been rescued by Jiang Hao just after being controlled. Luda awkwardly approached Jiang Hao. Young Master Jiang, I must apologize for making a fool of myself, he said self-deprecatingly. I never thought that as an old hunter, I would make continuous misjudgments on the battlefield, choosing the wrong locations without discovering the beast gatherings. Now, we almost got wiped out by an unfamiliar plant. Luda felt a deep sense of weakness within himself. Compared to him, young Master Jiang, who had just reached the 3rd tier, was already far superior. Faced with the same eerie tree, Jiang Hao not only saved them but also dealt with the threat calmly. Jiang Hao noticed Luda's unease and reassured him, it's alright, it was just a coincidence. Let's keep moving forward. He added sincerely, actually, even if we don't find a large number of beasts, the experiences and insights from these 7 days are equally valuable. Jiang Hao truly believed this. Although he hadn't earned a significant amount of points, it didn't affect his plans to enter the Shinjo martial school. Once the team battles at the school began, he was confident he could quickly rack up points. At worst, he would avoid sparring with the top prodigies during the early days of school. The past 2 days on the battlefield had made Jiang Hao, who had never left Yunlan City, feel unusually excited. For 18 years, he had been solely focused on cultivation, and this experience marked a shift in his mindset. It reminded him of the days when he first acquired his panel ability and went on a rampage in the 2nd tier area, earning him the nickname Fish Bomber. Initially, he disliked the moniker, thinking it implied he bullied newcomers. But over time, seeing his opponents tremble or curse upon seeing him brought him an inexplicable sense of pleasure. He thought to himself, yes, I'm here to bomb fish, so what? If you're not happy, come and defeat me. I fight across tiers with true skill, invincible among my peers. This is what being a real genius is all about. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the battlefield, a bizarre spectacle was unfolding. Countless small trees were blooming with white and purple flowers, surrounded by over 1 million beasts, all eerily still. Suddenly, a monstrous tree, towering 10 meters high, exploded, scattering countless seeds in all directions, as if heralding some unknown impending crisis. A 6-person team was desperately sprinting across the wilderness, each person's face filled with despair and regret. Behind them was a horde of rampaging 3rd-tier wild bulls, their thunderous hooves raising clouds of dust that nearly obscured the sky. "This isn't right," shouted the leading man, his voice tinged with disbelief and terror. "We didn't provoke these bulls at all. We even took a detour to avoid their territory. Why did they suddenly change locations?" A woman named Zhang, who was continuously summoning earth walls to slow down the bull's charge, spoke with resignation while casting her spells. "I told you something must have happened in battle zone number 1. Otherwise, so many beast groups wouldn't be changing locations." A bearded man with a map in hand was running while trying to catch his breath. "The problem is, this used to be a safe buffer zone. Now there's a group of third-tier wild bulls here. Does that make any sense? Captain, we should be thinking about what to do when our energy runs out and we can't outrun these bulls." And Zhangli, "Save your energy and stop casting spells." Just as their energy was about to deplete and the bulls were closing in, a magical seed descended from the sky, gently landing on the ground. The seed instantly took root and sprouted, causing the six to stop in their tracks, their eyes dazed as they gazed at the tender green shoot. They completely forgot the danger behind them, slowly swaying as they bowed to the sprout, then quietly sat on the ground. Their faces lit up with blissful smiles, as if they were seeing all the beauty in the world, lost in an unbreakable dream. The wild bulls, too, were captivated by the strange sight, quietly gathering around the six. As time passed, the life force of both the team and the bulls weakened, while the sprout grew into a small sapling. In the sky, more seeds drifted, spreading across the battlefield. Jiang Hao stood in the wilderness, his brow furrowed in confusion. It was almost noon, and ever since encountering that strange little tree 2 hours ago, they hadn't come across any more herds of beasts. This unusual situation made him very uneasy. "This doesn't make any sense," Jiang Hao muttered to himself. The number of low-tier beasts in battle zone number 1 has always followed a pattern. If too many are hunted by warriors, the military would replenish them from other battle zones. The Hunters Guild would also increase the difficulty of entering the zone, screening out most of the third-tier veterans to give opportunities for practical training to newcomers or students from martial schools. Lu Da and the others exchanged puzzled looks, equally at a loss to explain the anomaly. Guanair suggested, "There's probably an issue deeper in the battlefield. Brother and young Master Jiang, let's move closer to the entrance." After a moment of thought, Jiang Hao agreed with Guanair's suggestion. "If there's a problem, we should inform the Martial Administration Bureau first. Let's head to the entrance and wait to see the official investigation results before deciding our plan for the next few days." That eerie little tree is unsettling, and the beast changes in the battlefield are strange. Lu Da identified the direction and prepared to lead the group down the open plain towards the entrance. Just then, a desperate cry for help echoed in the distance. "Help! Someone's been killed. Hurry!" Jiang Hao and the others looked towards the sound and saw a figure running towards them. As the person got closer, Jiang Hao squinted and realized they were familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was one of Gao Longtao's teammates. Rewind to half an hour earlier. The four-member team from Yunshao Martial School was about to report the disappearance of their junior, Gao Shueti, after failing to find him. Fate, however, had other plans, as they encountered the 10 veteran hunters they had argued with the day before. If Gao Longtao were still with them, the 10 veteran hunters, with only 6 third-tier members, might not have dared to provoke students from one of the top 10 martial schools. Gao's family alone would be enough to deter them. But with Gao Shueti missing and Su Muan, who looked gentle and quiet despite her peak third-tier aura, the hunters believed martial school students were good in tournaments but lacked real combat experience. Exchanging glances, the veteran hunters regained their confidence. They were ready to cause trouble for the group of students. Of course, there were no ill intentions, just a simple plan to beat up 4 people and snatch the exotic beast materials they had collected. Yunshao Martial School wouldn't mind afterward. Just as tensions reached their peak, a piercing yuan-breaking arrow whistled through the air, instantly penetrating Lu Yang's left arm. "Ah, it's a yuan-breaking arrow. Everyone scatter." Lu Yang cried out in pain. The martial school group and the 10 veteran hunters immediately dispersed, each taking cover behind a large rock. The yuan-breaking arrow, a weapon explicitly banned by the Xia Kingdom, was made of special materials and enchanted to temporarily disrupt yuan energy flow, easily piercing through a warrior's yuan energy shield. Anyone hit by it must remove the arrow immediately. Otherwise, attempting to mobilize yuan energy could lead to its loss of control, potentially causing fainting or, in severe cases, a violent outburst of energy that could shatter meridians and cripple the person. However, this formidable weapon had its limitations. A third-tier enchantment could only pierce through the energy shield of a third-tier warrior once. Against a fourth-tier energy shield, it could only cause some impact or rely on sheer numbers to prevail. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yang pulled out the yuan-breaking arrow, and Wu Jun quickly tore off a piece of his clothing to bandage the wound and stop the bleeding. Luckily, as a third-tier combat flow warrior, this minor injury is no big deal, Lu Yang said, trying to stay strong. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out, "Ha ha ha! No one dares to take me on." I am indeed the strongest. Immediately, another voice cautioned. But we were told to keep a low profile recently. If anyone discovers we're from the Sacred Beast Society, we won't be able to freeload at the stronghold anymore. Damn it, those Sacred Beast Society lunatics. The martial school members and the veteran hunters exchanged glances and instantly reached a consensus. A temporary truce. Su Yuan, wielding a double-handed sword with one hand, rolled out from cover, ready to launch a surprise attack. However, as soon as she revealed herself, she saw over 20 people on the other side simultaneously turn towards her, grinning menacingly. Haha, I know her. She's a streamer. Quick, let's kill her in front of her fans. That thrill is unbeatable. A woman. A beautiful woman. I want her to be my sister. Oh, my dear sister. Are you okay? Damn it. Su Yuan cursed under her breath and swung her sword at the lunatic who wanted to kill her without hesitation. Seeing this, Wu Jun and Wang Lei also grabbed their weapons and charged forward. The leading veteran hunter, watching the three rush in, shook his head helplessly and said, "We have to join them. Those Sacred Beast Society lunatics won't let us go." Then, he shouted to Liu Yang, who was preparing to support his teammates, "You go get help." Holding a long spear in one hand, Liu Yang looked at the chaotic battle and had no choice but to drop his weapon and sprint towards the plains. Jiang Hao and his companions, listening while running, had puzzled expressions. We just suspected something was wrong deep in the battlefield, and then the Sacred Beast Society shows up. What a coincidence, Jiang Hao mused, frowning. But no matter what, taking down those Sacred Beast Society lunatics is always the right move. Zhang San, carrying the exhausted Liu Yang on his back, panted heavily as he looked at Liu De, "Big brother, with all these sacred beasts around, should we still head to the entrance?" Liu De remained silent, but Ho Si chimed in, "Don't let the internet brainwash you. The stories about people killing entire families for money have nothing to do with the Sacred Beast Society. That's just the officials passing the buck." Guanair agreed. "That's right. While the Sacred Beast Society is full of scum, some things just aren't their style. I'd sooner believe they'd kill someone over a tree encroaching on their yard. Damn, what kind of place is this?" Jiang Hao muttered to himself, deciding to strengthen himself for safety. "Add points," he shouted internally. As 5,000 points were deducted, his physical attributes surged. He added 1 point to his spirit and 9 points to his physique. Too bad it takes 1,500 points to add a single point at the 5th level, Jiang Hao calculated. But with my peak 4th level physique, I can withstand a broken yuan arrow with no problem. He grinned with a sinister smile characteristic of a certain organization. Hehehe, my blade is big and fast. Liu Yang, hearing the peculiar laughter, glanced at Jiang Hao, thinking, indeed, the truly gifted always seem a bit off. The internet wasn't lying. Jiang Hao looked at the deep footprints he left behind and said to the group, "You guys keep going. I'm going to rescue someone." Before he finished speaking, he dashed off like a whirlwind, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. The group watched the dust storm. Jiang Hao stirred up with his sprint and couldn't help but exclaim, "Terrifying." On the plains, a small dust storm moved quickly. Su Yuan and her team, who were skirmishing with the Sacred Beast Society, noticed the unusual phenomenon. 3 veteran hunters lay on the ground, their fates uncertain, while Wang Lei had a deep gash in his abdomen, bleeding profusely. Su Yuan had long stopped her live stream to focus entirely on dealing with 2 peak 3rd-level fighters. The Sacred Beast Society had suffered heavy losses. Their leader had perished alongside an assailant, and 7 other members were down. Suddenly, the sound of a blade slicing through the air filled the atmosphere, and blue flashes of light cut down the remaining members instantly. "Take this, you scoundrels!" A loud shout emanated from the dust storm. Jiang Hao leaped out, the swirling dust blinding everyone present. One surviving member of the Sacred Beast Society squinted and shouted defiantly, "That doesn't count. You should shout before swinging your blade. That's cheating. I'll report you to the Martial Arts Bureau." Another member, who had his legs severed by Su Yuan, cried out in despair, "Why? Why have we met such a fate? It seems the heavens are not on our side. Damn idiots." Jiang Hao muttered in exasperation, knocking the 2 out cold and preparing to hand them over to the Martial Arts Bureau later. Seeing the expert's arrival, Su Yuan and Wu Jun were ready to retreat. Jiang Hao tossed a few bottles of quick repair serum to the veteran hunters, and Wu Jun stopped to spray the serum on Wang Lei's wound, which stopped bleeding, and then stood up to thank Jiang Hao. "Thank you for your help. We had to leave our supplies behind." "No problem, just call me Jiang Hao." Jiang Hao waved it off. "You should leave the battlefield as soon as possible. This serum only stops the bleeding temporarily. You'll need proper treatment outside. My team is headed to the entrance. Want to join us?" Su Yuan looked at the bound members of the Sacred Beast Society and nodded. "Yes, thank you for your help. We'll transfer our team's earnings to you through the exchange. We also need to report Gao Shuidi's disappearance to the school." "Oh, Your leader from yesterday? He's missing? Jiang Hao asked. Su Yuan nodded and directed Wu Jun to retrieve their abandoned gear. Gao Shuadi left his smart bracelet and belongings last night and vanished. We only discovered it this morning when packing up. Jiang Hao recalled not seeing the smart bracelet when he dealt with Gao Longtao, feeling relieved at the time. Gao Longtao must have worried that the bracelet would track his movements, potentially exposing him. Now, there was no evidence left. Jiang Hao didn't have to worry about anyone knowing he killed Gao Longtao. As for a prophecy, few in the whole country had awakened such abilities, and Gao Longtao wasn't worth their attention. As the veteran hunters prepared to carry away their fallen comrades, Lu De and his group finally arrived. Lu Yang jumped off Zhang San's back, looking at the injured Wang Lei lying on a multifunctional mat provided by Jiang Hao. It seems our team is just unlucky. First, Gao Shuadi goes missing, and now you're seriously injured. Sigh. I might be next. Bang. Wu Jun smacked Lu Yang on the head. Shut up. With Jiang Hao around, what are you worried about? He's unbeatable. Even Wang Lei, lying on the mat, lifted his head. Wu Jun is right. With Brother Jiang here, even a high-level beast wouldn't stand a chance. Please, just stop. If a high-level beast shows up, we're all done for, Jiang Hao said helplessly, giving Su Yuan a look. Please, handle your oddball teammates. Su Yuan, looking confused, continued speaking to her live stream. Thanks for your concern, everyone. Mumu is fine now. Those bad guys have been dealt with by this powerful guy. She made a heart gesture. Another expert? Even stronger than this guy? Jiang Hao felt exhausted just thinking about these 4 quirky students from Yunshao Martial School, turning his back on them. Guan Er, pushing a cart with 2 Sacred Beast Society members, noticed a colorful, dreamlike seed floating down from the sky and asked curiously, Big brother, what's that? Lu De looked up. The peculiar seed reminded him of the eerie little tree he had encountered that morning. He called out urgently, Mr. Jiang, look at that seed in the sky. Hearing the shout, Jiang Hao looked up and swung his sword without hesitation. The blade energy whistled through the seed and vanished into the sky. However, to Jiang Hao's astonishment, the strange seed remained unscathed. He stared at it in disbelief, thinking, this strike could kill a 4th-tier warrior instantly. How could it be ineffective against such a tiny seed? Unwilling to give up, Jiang Hao swung his sword again. The sharp blade energy once more passed through the seed, eventually dissipating in the air. This time, Jiang Hao noticed that the seed seemed to lack a physical form. The blade energy passed right through it as if they existed in different spatial planes and could not affect each other. What was even more unsettling was the faint yet menacing aura emanating from the seed. Jiang Hao recalled how the eerie little tree had attracted strange beasts earlier and realized why they hadn't encountered any beasts along the way. These creatures were likely drawn to this bizarre presence. The disappearance of a few beasts had caused others to either expand their territory or flee in panic due to the sudden absence of their old rivals. Everyone, fall back. Stay away from that seed. Jiang Hao shouted to the group. Lu De and the others immediately took off running. Although the 4 members from Yunshao Martial School were unsure of the situation, they trusted Jiang Hao's judgment and quickly retreated as well. The veteran hunters, despite their furrowed brows and suspicions that this might be some rare treasure, knew from experience that seemingly attractive things could often be deadly. Jiang Hao remained vigilant, closely watching the seed as it slowly descended. As soon as it touched the ground, it sprouted rapidly, growing into a small shoot within seconds. Sensing the same kind of allure that the little tree had, Jiang Hao decisively struck again, slicing the shoot into pieces. Watching it turn to ashes, he thought, there's no mental reinforcement prompt this time. It seems this thing needs to absorb enough strange beasts to truly grow. Seeing the group cautiously observing from 100 meters away, Jiang Hao signaled them to approach. He began to analyze the peculiar characteristics of the seed. One, it seems capable of identifying and tracking conscious beings, but this needs further confirmation. 2, upon landing, it can sprout into a few centimeters tall shoot within a second. 3, the shoot possesses a mental allure over creatures, for it can absorb the mental energy or souls of bewitched creatures to grow, and upon its death, the attracted creatures will also die, though they can be saved if intercepted early. 5, the initial safe distance from the shoot is less than 100 meters, while a 2-meter-tall tree's safe distance exceeds 500 meters. 6, other characteristics need further observation. Hosi approached the spot where the seed had landed and asked worriedly, Mr. Jiang, could these things be all over the battlefield? If so, wouldn't ordinary warriors be doomed without your level of strength? Lu De and the veteran hunters silently looked up at the sky, feeling a wave of melancholy. Battlefield number 1 had always been a place of hope for ordinary warriors to turn their fortunes around, whether by finding rare treasures to break through to mid-tier or by hunting strange beasts to accumulate wealth for future generations. But now, an unprecedented anomaly had made their future uncertain. Seeing the despondent expressions, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. What are you worried about? Whether it's a true anomaly or someone manipulating things behind the scenes, it doesn't concern us low-tier warriors. The most important thing now is to leave here quickly to avoid greater danger. He then turned to Sum Yuan and said, Su, did you turn off your live stream? Sum Yuan nodded. Yes, I turned it off when you swung your sword the second time. You looked very serious then. Jiang Hao then called the Yunshao City Martial Union office, identified himself, and reported the battlefield anomaly, requesting that low-tier warriors be barred from entering the trading area. As the Martial Union agreed to halt trading and began preparing a rescue meeting, Jiang Hao also left a message for Elderly on his communicator, briefly explaining the strange seed and expressing his intention to join the Martial Union's investigation team later. Ignoring the awestruck looks from Wang Lei and the others, Jiang Hao led the way toward the entrance. The group quickly mobilized their energy to accelerate and evacuate the battlefield. Fortunately, they did not encounter any more of those eerie seeds along the way, indicating that the situation hadn't deteriorated to the worst extent. Watching his companions, who were now running on foot due to depleted energy, Jiang Hao made a mental note. Next time, I must prepare a few vehicles in my storage bag. In the distance, a convoy approached. Wang Lei, lying on a mattress, raised his hands in joy and exclaimed, Smart wristbands are amazing. 10 off-road vehicles stopped in front of the group. A man and a woman led over 20 team members towards them. One of them respectfully said, Mr. Jiang Hao, hello? We are members of the Martial Union's Special Action Team. Jiang Hao stood at the edge of the battlefield, his expression serious as he reported the situation with the mysterious seeds to the members of the Martial Union Bureau. He earnestly advised, warriors below the 5th tier should avoid participating in this operation. A burly male warrior stepped forward and introduced himself, Mr. Jiang, I'm Captain Zhang. Apart from Vice Captain Yin and me, who are both at the 6th tier, 7th level, the rest are 5th tier warriors. Based on your report, we have specifically chosen warriors skilled in spellcasting and those adept with crossbows, and we've brought some enchanted firearms. Standing next to Captain Zhang, the female warrior, Vice Captain Yin, added, I'm a support-type warrior. I can provide spells that enhance mental resistance for our team and issue alerts when there is an external mental intrusion. Hearing this, Jiang Hao glanced at Vice Captain Yin a few more times. It was his first time encountering a support-type warrior. He recalled the origins of the support type. Initially classified under spellcasting, it gradually became its own category with the emergence of talents like prophecy, healing, and telepathy. This evolution was further influenced by a foreign council member known as the King of Magic, who adapted practical support magic into energy-based spells. Jiang Hao remembered that support-type warriors were given preferential treatment during martial exams. As long as they reached the 2nd tier, they could enter the Shinjo martial school without their combat abilities being assessed. Turning to face his companions, Jiang Hao said, You should leave by car first, treat your injuries, and wait outside for the results. I will join the Martial Union Bureau members to investigate the origin of the mysterious seeds and rescue the controlled warriors. Lu Da, looking at the heavily armed members of the Martial Union Bureau, asked worriedly, Young Master Jiang, are you really going? Jiang Hao shook his head, a determined glint in his eyes. I have my reasons, he calculated internally. Whether it was the mental reinforcement from destroying the small tree or the potential massive points from killing a large number of low-tier beasts, it was an opportunity he couldn't refuse. Although he could remain calm when he couldn't find beasts before, this chance to quickly improve himself was too good to pass up. Jiang Hao decided to take the risk. Of course, Jiang Hao wasn't acting recklessly. His mental strength had reached 42 points, enough to ignore the eerie attraction. Coupled with the impending mental resistance spells and the continuous enhancement of his mental strength from killing beasts, he was confident he could sustain himself through battle, potentially even surpassing his physical prowess to reach the 5th tier. Seeing the stay safe message from Elderly on his communication device, Jiang Hao's lips curled into a confident smile. He thought to himself, if the young don't seize opportunities, can they still be called young? This is a golden chance to rack up points. Missing it would be a regret. Watching the 4 off-road vehicles drive away, Jiang Hao turned to Captain Zhang, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Has the Bureau of Martial Unification found the source of those seeds? He asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Captain Zhang didn't answer immediately. Instead, he skillfully activated a holographic screen and expanded it for everyone to see. Pointing to the far left side of the battlefield, he spoke with a steady and serious tone. Through satellite observation, we discovered that the seeds are drifting from this location across the entire battlefield. The upper left area of the battlefield is now filled with the small trees you described. Jiang Hao stared intently at the map, his brow furrowed. So, the problem really is on the left side, he thought to himself, recalling the small world that appeared on the right last time. Could there be another world connection on the left this time? The thought lingered in his mind. Captain Zhang continued his report, his voice tinged with concern. Additionally, we detected over 1,000 martial artists' smart wristbands in that area. These martial artists have remained stationary for a long time without any movement recorded. Either they collectively discarded their wristbands, or they've already fallen victim to the seeds. Deputy Captain Yan's sharp gaze turned to Jiang Hao, her voice carrying a hint of tension. The intelligence you provided earlier indicated that even peak third-tier martial artists could be instantly attracted and lose their self-awareness. They would lose a significant amount of mental strength in just a few seconds. If the tree dies, the controlled creatures die as well, right? Jiang Hao nodded in confirmation but added, however, this only applies to regular third-tier martial artists. My mental strength is naturally stronger, so I can resist that attraction. His tone carried a hint of pride, but remained humble. Seeing the two captains fall silent, Jiang Hao tentatively asked, are we supposed to try and rescue those martial artists? Captain Zhang nodded, and then called the team members to get into the vehicles. He turned to Jiang Hao, his eyes showing sincere concern. Mr. Jiang, you really don't need to join this urgent mission. After all, you are the top martial arts candidate in Yunshao Prefecture, and destined to be at least a 9th-tier martial artist. Jiang Hao shook his head firmly, meeting Captain Zhang's gaze. As I mentioned before, I have a compelling reason to go. Besides, you can trust my abilities. He paused, his tone becoming lighter, and Captain Zhang, just call me Jiang Hao, like everyone else. Deputy Captain Yin glanced at the captain with a smirk, her tone playful. All right, Jiang Hao. But the captain has this habit of adding Mr. when he talks to people. Fair enough, everyone has their quirks, Jiang Hao said casually. Let's get moving. Head to the nearest smart wristband location first. Captain Zhang adjusted the route on the holographic screen, and the three of them got into the same vehicle. Jiang Hao noticed Deputy Captain Yin in the front passenger seat, her expression serious. After a moment of thought, he suggested, when we approach the target location, if the strange seeds have grown into small trees, I recommend that one person ties a safety rope and approaches slowly. Deputy Captain Yin turned to respond, yes, we've considered that too. I'll cast a mental resistance spell on myself before testing the safe distance. Jiang Hao nodded in understanding, and then closed his eyes to rest, preparing himself mentally. He calculated that this mission would not only earn him points, but also strengthen his mental abilities. With over 1,000 martial artists likely scattered, the team of just over 20 would eventually need to split up. As Jiang Hao meditated, a crucial memory suddenly surfaced. He opened his eyes abruptly, a name flashing in his mind. The old master of the Yun family. He recalled a message he had seen online on the 24th while shopping, which seemed to have a subtle connection to the current situation. The Yun family has a prodigy about to take the college entrance exam. To help him advance to the 3rd tier, the old head of the Yun family personally took him to Fenglei Prefecture. This news was confirmed by the current head of the Yun family himself. Although Jiang Hao hadn't been following the developments closely, a troubling question lingered in his mind. Could there be a connection between a 9th-tier warrior, who was just a step away from the Saint tier, suddenly leaving Yunshao Prefecture, and the appearance of a mysterious seed 2 days later? Jiang Hao's thoughts raced, with various possibilities flashing through his mind. Could it be that this powerful figure was dissatisfied with the arrangements in the Xia Kingdom and retaliated in this way? But then another question arose. Why would someone need to apply to advance to the Saint tier? Couldn't they just find a safe place to advance on their own? Recalling how Elderly was eager for Yunshao Prefecture to have its own Saint-tier warrior stationed there long-term, Jiang Hao became even more puzzled. Even if the potential Saint-tier warrior came from a family power, Elderly shouldn't mind. These questions swirled in Jiang Hao's mind, but he couldn't find a reasonable answer. At that moment, the car came to a stop. Jiang Hao got out, and the scene before him took his breath away. Hundreds of exotic beasts were gathered around a small tree, most of them 3rd-tier barbarian bulls. In the center of the beast horde, 6 warriors were trapped. Surprisingly, these beasts seemed indifferent to Jiang Hao and his group, their attention fully fixed on the small tree. Deputy Captain Yin quickly prepared himself, casting enhancement effects, and cautiously began approaching the tree from 600 meters away. When he reached about 500 meters from the tree, he suddenly stopped, turned back, and signaled an alarm to the team before continuing forward. Jiang Hao recalled a similar situation they had encountered that morning. Watching Deputy Captain Yin try to circumvent the herd of barbarian bulls to rescue the 6 warriors, he shook his head. Given the current circumstances, ordinary 3rd-tier warriors likely had no chance of survival. A few 5th-tier spellcasting warriors stepped forward to assist, carrying the 6 afflicted warriors back. As expected, these 5th-tier spellcasters, with their mental resistance spells, successfully repelled the deadly attraction. Upon returning, Deputy Captain Yin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That attraction is very peculiar. If your mental strength isn't high enough, you'll easily fall prey to it. I estimate that at least a late 5th-tier spellcaster is needed to resist that pull on their own." As he spoke, he gave Jiang Hao a meaningful look, his eyes showing a hint of amazement. Ignoring the awe-filled gazes from the other members of the Martial Bureau, Jiang Hao speculated privately. Only warriors who pass a certain threshold can be immune to that attraction. and that threshold is likely a mental value of 40 points. Those who fail to meet it will be controlled, while those who pass are mostly unaffected. At this point, Captain Zhang began attempting to treat the 6 warriors. However, their comatose state wasn't due to physical injuries. Deputy Captain Yin tried various enhancement effects on them but still couldn't wake them. Jiang Hao's gaze fell on the sapling covered in white and purple blossoms. With a solemn expression, he said to the group, "They're beyond saving. They're beyond saving." As Jiang Hao's words echoed, a heavy silence fell over the members of the Martial Arts Bureau present. Despite being mentally prepared, the reality that each of the over 1,000 marked warriors on the map represented a family's pillar was still a somber thought. Captain Zhang was the first to break the silence. Turning to Jiang Hao, he asked, "So, all we need to do now is destroy that sapling?" Jiang Hao nodded in confirmation, without suggesting to deal with the beasts first. All eyes turned to Captain Zhang, awaiting his decision. "Sigh. You guys." Captain Zhang sighed, drawing his bow. Without even aiming, he shot an arrow imbued with energy straight at the sapling, causing an explosion. Everyone watched as the tree trunk quickly turned to ashes, and the last traces of life from the beasts and 6 warriors dissipated. In reality, the moment they failed the judgment, their fate was sealed. Not everyone was as lucky as Luda and his team, who were rescued immediately after being hit. Captain Zhang looked at the 6 fallen and instructed his subordinates to send a retrieval request through their wristbands, arranging for the bodies to be brought back. He then turned to Jiang Hao. "Mr. Jiang, I plan to send the team members in pairs to deal with the soul-eating trees marked on the map. Would you prefer to act alone, or join Vice Captain Yin and me?" "I'll go alone." Jiang Hao politely declined the offer to team up. Captain Zhang seemed to have anticipated this and asked, "Then how about we give you a vehicle? Relying solely on your energy to travel might be risky if something unexpected happens." Jiang Hao responded with a meaningful look, "Actually, my strongest asset isn't my mental strength. So, no need for a vehicle. I'll run." A complex mix of shock, envy, and excitement flashed in Captain Zhang's eyes. He said solemnly, "Mr. Jiang, your safety is our top priority. If you encounter any trouble, call for help through your wristband, and we will come as quickly as possible." "Understood," Jiang Hao replied, then sprinted towards his designated location, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Holy, that speed must be over 100 milliseconds, and I didn't sense any energy fluctuation. Are you telling me he's a 3rd-tier warrior?" exclaimed a member of the Martial Arts Bureau, quickly covering his mouth upon realizing his outburst. Captain Zhang scanned his teammates with a stern expression, like a drill sergeant reprimanding unruly cadets. "Mr. Zhang's capabilities are for our knowledge only. No spreading this online. The soul-eating trees from this mission are classified as Level 2 secrets, and everyone will sign a confidentiality agreement before leaving." "Yes, sir." The team responded in unison, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. After distributing the energy-enhanced firearms, the team members set off to their respective task points, some by car and others on foot. A future Saint-tier warrior. Captain Zhang looked once more in the direction Jiang Hao had gone, then headed to the next location with his vice-captain. With his exceptional physical prowess, Jiang Hao soon reached the vicinity of his first target. He took out binoculars to observe the situation about 2 kilometers ahead. Thousands of beasts ensnared by the soul-eating tree, including 4 warriors. "This is going to be a big haul," Jiang Hao muttered as he cautiously approached the soul-eating tree. At a distance of 1.2 kilometers, he detected the familiar scent again. He carefully navigated within the tree's attack range, feeling the same allure as before. This soul-eating tree is clearly more developed, with a larger influence range. But the difficulty of passing the judgment hasn't changed much, Jiang Hao concluded. He then slashed at the nearest beast, listening to the point accumulation notification with a slight squint. He began systematically eliminating the defenseless beasts, targeting the 3rd-tier ones. Clearing over 3,000 beasts, even if stationary, took considerable time. Jiang Hao had to reluctantly ignore the lower-tier beasts and focus on the 3rd-tier ones. After finally dispatching over 900 3rd-tier beasts, the system notification chimed. "Points, 4812, nice." He then cut down the 5-meter soul-eating tree with a single strike. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving a mental boost. Mental strength, 4,243 inch." Jiang Hao carefully laid the 4 deceased warriors on flat ground and submitted a retrieval request. "This is all I can do," he said, closing their still smiling eyes gently before heading to the next target location. Meanwhile, in a private room, Shuangdu stared at a communication screen, frowning. "Soul-eating trees? I'm sure I didn't order any seeds to be planted, and all high-level warriors of the Sacred Beast Society are under my watch." "They couldn't have done this," Shuangdu said, shaking his head. "If it were the demons, the Yun family would have informed me. This happening in Battlefield 1 before the 31st plan isn't entirely bad for us, is it?" Shuangdu ended the call and glanced at the spider web in the corner of the room. "This could work out. If this operation succeeds, I can. At the same time, in Yunshao City at Yunshao Martial School, after signing the confidentiality agreement, the group dispersed. Sum Yuan immediately headed to the exchange to convert the collected materials into Xia currency. She adeptly navigated the trading system and transferred the newly received funds to Jiang Hao via Feixin. Meanwhile, two members of the group, Wang Lei and Lu Yang, were unable to report in due to injuries. Wang Lei's condition was more severe, requiring hospitalization, while Lu Yang's arm, pierced by an arrow, also needed medical attention. Ultimately, only Sum Yuan and Wu Jun made their way through the gates of Yunshao Martial School. However, as they reached the entrance, they were greeted by an unexpected figure, Gao Jianren, father of their junior, Gao Shueti. The presence of this formidable 8th-tier warrior immediately made the two of them tense, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Gao Jianren's piercing gaze swept over them as he coldly inquired, "So, Tower left his wristband and luggage behind, and even his weapon, and just disappeared on his own?" His tone was filled with suspicion and disdain. Sum Yuan, suppressing her inner anxiety, forced herself to respond, "Yes, Gao Shueti volunteered to take the first night watch. After we went to sleep, he must have left." "Bullshit." Gao Jianren's roar thundered like an explosion, causing Sum Yuan and Wu Jun to tremble as if their souls were about to be frightened out of their bodies. In this tense moment, an elderly man suddenly appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura of a 9th-tier peak warrior. The elder sternly rebuked, "Gao Jianren, this is Yunshao Martial School. If you still want to walk out of here on your own 2 feet, sit down and watch your tone." His powerful presence pressed directly on Gao Jianren. Gao Jianren felt a tightness in his throat, but swallowed the blood that nearly spurted out, trying to maintain his dignity in front of the peasants. He forced himself to say, "Tower is missing. Yunshao Martial School must give an explanation. Send someone to search battlefield number 1 now." The current principal of Yunshao Martial School glanced at the terrified Sum Yuan and Wu Jun and said gently, "You two can leave now. Stay out of trouble for the time being." They quickly bowed and hurriedly left the reception room. The principal then pulled up a light screen to show Gao Jianren, "Battlefield number 1 is now completely sealed off. If the head of the Gao family is in such a hurry, you can apply to the Martial Union Bureau yourself." With that, he leisurely sipped his tea, saying no more. Gao Jianren was furious but helpless, and he left in a rage. As he walked out of Yunshao Martial School, a sinister thought crossed his mind. It's time to meet that demon friend Yun like I mentioned. A malicious glint appeared in his eyes, and a cold smile played on his lips, clearly plotting something unknown. Jiang Hao exhaled deeply, leaning tiredly against a 2nd-tier beast. His gaze fell on the soul-eating tree that had turned to ashes before him, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. This was the 15th mission location he had completed. Despite his impressive physical strength and relentless pace, the continuous use of martial techniques to slay 3rd-tier beasts had left his energy and spirit depleted. Jiang Hao noticed his mental reinforcement had stalled at 49 points, puzzling him. He skillfully moved the bodies of fallen warriors to a safe spot and then sent a request. Sitting on his portable chair, he opened his wrist device and browsed through the messages in the temporary special mission chat group. The group was buzzing with activity, and everyone's progress was roughly the same. Although Jiang Hao traveled quickly, members of the Martial Bureau could destroy targets with a single shot, while he had to slowly accumulate points. He noticed that no one seemed to realize that killing the soul-eating tree could boost mental strength. He wondered if it had something to do with the difference between ranged and melee attacks. As Jiang Hao pondered, someone in the group announced they had completed all their objectives and started flooding the chat with pictures. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Hao. Maybe killing the soul-eating tree didn't inherently increase mental strength, but rather, it was a unique effect of his panel. Mental reinforcement is different from directly increasing mental strength. Reinforcement means there is still room for improvement at the current level, while panel points ignore the limit. Jiang Hao speculated that his panel might be absorbing some special substance or energy from the slain soul-eating trees, similar to life crystals, but specifically for mental strength. This discovery explained why only he experienced mental reinforcement while others did not. They couldn't absorb that energy or substance. When his mental strength increased, Jiang Hao felt time slow down. His mind became extraordinarily clear, and he experienced a cool sensation. If someone else had gained this boost, they would have definitely noticed it. Although it was possible that someone might be hiding their gains, it was highly unlikely among the 20 or so people. Jiang Hao closed his wrist device and continued to the next target. The scene shifted to the 3rd-tier area of the virtual combat space. The entire arena seemed to be set in a vast starry sky, with shimmering stars streaking across the dark expanse like a meteor shower. The prodigy from Fenglei Prefecture looked at the beautiful, dreamlike starry sea and reluctantly lowered his hand, halting the impending lightning strike. Xing family, Saint-Tier technique starry sky curtain? The young man from Fenglei Prefecture asked bitterly. Xing Yingyuan nodded in confirmation. The stars in the background suddenly brightened, as if they were about to descend into reality. One by one, The fake stars emitted terrifying heat and hurtled toward her opponent. Damn it! Why are there so many people using saint-tier techniques to bully us lately? The young man from Fenglai Prefecture cried out in frustration, as if lamenting the unfairness of fate. Watching her opponent get engulfed by the terrifying explosions, Xing Yingyue tilted her head in confusion and said, "Are there really that many? I haven't encountered any." With that, she clicked to enter the next match. As soon as the new battle began, Xing Yingyue immediately activated the Starry Sky Curtain and used the saint-tier movement technique Meteor Chasing the Moon, blending into the background. She looked down from above at the bewildered warrior on the ground, a slight smile on her lips. With a casual slash, she sent a ribbon of starry light, like a white river of stars, toward the warrior wielding a giant axe. The ribbon contained both real sword energy and illusory distractions. This time, her opponent didn't even have time to utter a last word before being instantly defeated. So this is what it feels like to bully others? No wonder the fish-blasting king loves picking on opponents of the same tier. Xing Yingyue looked at her 20 consecutive wins over the past 2 days with a bit of pride. She suddenly thought, isn't he also a warrior of the same style? If we meet again, I'm sure he'll win. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao was unaware that a former opponent was looking to settle the score. After a whole day of hard work, he finally completed all his mission locations. Night had fallen, and though he hadn't encountered another towering soul-eating tree controlling thousands of beasts, he had earned a lot of points by continuously defeating third-tier beasts. Points: 20,326. A full 20,000 points. Jiang Hao's mental and physical strength had both reached 49 points, and advancing to the 5th tier required 1,500 points per upgrade. This meant he could boost one attribute to 59 points, a level that would astonish even 7th-tier warriors. Considering that he needed to explore the origin of the soul-eating trees deep in the battlefield the next day, Jiang Hao decided to focus on mental strength. With all 20,000 points deducted, his attributes and points were successfully updated. Physical strength, 52 5th tier. Mental strength, 59 5th tier. Points, 826. A surge of powerful energy enveloped him. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Jiang Hao felt the dramatic increase in his strength, especially his mental strength, which was on the verge of breaking into the 6th tier. Although his body felt slightly out of sync, the discomfort was gradually disappearing thanks to his quick adaptation abilities. Jiang Hao stared at the panel, deep in thought. While the soul-eating tree's mental enhancement had reached its limit, the panel's attributes could still be endlessly stacked. He shook his head quietly, realizing that 800 points were only enough to strengthen to the 3rd tier, 5th level, which was far from a significant breakthrough. With a light tap of his finger, Jiang Hao opened the temporary group chat on his wristband. The screen scrolled with reports from his teammates, each announcing their task completions. He quickly sent a brief message, indicating that he had also achieved his goal. The chat fell silent for a moment before erupting with a series of cheers and playful comments. "Great job, boss. Thanks for your hard work, boss. Jiang, do you need a girlfriend?" Jiang Hao glanced at these messages, a slight smile playing on his lips, but he pretended to ignore them. Just then, a message from Captain Zhang popped up. "Most of the soul-eating trees on the battlefield have been cleared. For the remaining stragglers, I've requested drone searches. Drones equipped with enchanted cannons will handle these scattered targets." He paused before continuing. "Now we need to discuss who will venture deep into the battlefield tomorrow morning and the final plan set by the higher-ups." Deputy Captain Yin added, "Satellite detection shows a large number of soul-eating trees in the deeper areas. We can't rule out the possibility that the attraction of multiple trees might amplify. Therefore, tomorrow, I and another member will slowly enter that zone to assess whether the mental attraction intensifies." She further explained, "If it's confirmed that the danger level of multiple soul-eating trees keeps rising, the authorities will use long-range missiles to clear that area. Conversely, if the threat doesn't increase and won't endanger high-level warriors, the higher-ups prefer to preserve the area. We will then quickly establish a quarantine zone to prevent seed spread and invite experts from Kangazoo to study the plant." Jiang Hao frowned, his face filled with doubt. This plan was simply bizarre. Such a strange entity, and they weren't planning to eliminate it completely? After a moment of contemplation, he started a private chat with Captain Zhang. "Captain Zhang, let me and Deputy Captain Yin handle tomorrow's mission." The next morning, Jiang Hao quickly finished his breakfast and hurried to the meeting point. After a long discussion with Captain Zhang the previous night, he reluctantly agreed to team up with Deputy Captain Yin to probe the limits of the soul-eating tree. Running all the way, Jiang Hao arrived at the rendezvous point, 5 kilometers from the danger zone. This was the buffer zone between the outermost exotic beasts and the central soul-eating tree, as marked by the system. Jiang Hao looked around and saw members of the Martial Union Bureau arriving one after another. He walked up and greeted Captain Zhang. "Good morning, Captain Zhang." Captain Zhang, as always, responded politely, "Good morning, Mr. Jiang." At that moment, Deputy Captain Yin, with her high ponytail and efficient demeanor, also arrived. She operated the light screen for a few moments before turning to Jiang Hao. Good morning, Jiang. Since the captain has decided, I won't object. With my buff and the safety rope that will automatically pull you back if something goes wrong, you can proceed with confidence. Jiang Hao looked at Captain Zhang, speechless. Is it really okay to jinx it before we even start? Captain Zhang reassured him. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. The computer-controlled safety rope will pull you back immediately if it detects a halt for more than 3 seconds. Fine. Since we'll just be testing the edges, it shouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Hao begrudgingly accepted the arrangement. As the Martial Union Bureau's higher-ups gave the go-ahead, Jiang Hao and Deputy Captain Yin donned their safety ropes and cautiously approached the danger zone. In the distance, thousands of soul-eating trees with white and purple flowers stood firmly rooted in the wasteland, surrounded by millions of exotic beasts densely packed on the ground. When they were a few hundred meters from the danger zone, Jiang Hao suddenly felt disoriented. He forgot the purpose of his mission and even why he was there. A faint crack sounded, as if something had broken. Jiang Hao shook his head vigorously, barely regaining clarity, and decisively slapped Deputy Captain Yan's arm. With a swoosh, the dazed and longing-eyed Deputy Captain Yin was pulled back. Jiang Hao silently cursed. So much for automatic pullback. Still had to do it manually. The Martial Union Bureau's equipment is really unreliable. Feeling the subtle influence again, Jiang Hao turned and ran back to the meeting point. He saw Deputy Captain Yin lying on a stretcher, holding her head, while Captain Zhang stared at the unscathed Jiang Hao in disbelief, speechless. Some Martial Union Bureau members were still in a daze, while others had already taken out notebooks, asking Jiang Hao for autographs and photos. Captain Zhang interrupted Jiang Hao's signing spree, exclaiming, Deputy Captain Yin said that the mental control just now could trap even a 7th-level warrior. Jiang Hao nonchalantly replied, It's nothing. I have a naturally strong mind. Captain Zhang pretended not to hear and continued, The safety rope malfunctioned this time, but our checks found no issues. Strangely, the computer didn't react when Deputy Captain Yin was controlled. Jiang Hao speculated. So, the soul-eating tree can even trick the computer? But that doesn't make sense. Computers don't have consciousness. Captain Zhang frowned silently, making Jiang Hao uneasy. He walked a few steps towards the vehicle, opened his communicator, and sent a message to Elderly, explaining the situation and the fact that the seeds couldn't land without hitting their target. Grandpa, is there a chance that there's a world with malevolent gods or something? Jiang Hao asked. Elderly replied, I can't disclose due to a confidentiality agreement, but this soul-eating tree incident is over. The military will conduct a saturation bombing of the area soon. You've done well. If there's nothing else, you can return to Yunlan City early. Seeing the message, Jiang Hao squinted. Although Elderly mentioned the confidentiality agreement, it was an answer in itself. He pondered. If there are worlds with demons, magic, and exotic beasts, then a world with malevolent gods could also be plausible, right? Where's the peaceful high martial urban world we were promised? Jiang Hao grumbled. How are warriors supposed to deal with such anomalies? Blow up the entire planet? Even as they left battlefield number 1 in the vehicle, Jiang Hao couldn't figure out the answer. In Yunchao City, at the Martial Union Bureau headquarters, several high-level warriors silently reviewed the report from the action team in a pitch-black room. Suddenly, the lights flicked on with a click. A woman in ancient attire sat disdainfully on the table and said, Are you guys nuts? It's broad daylight, and you keep the lights off and the curtains drawn. The warriors shook their heads helplessly. A middle-aged man in a hat said, Ms. Yun, this is the Martial Union Bureau. Could you wear something more appropriate to work next time? As soon as the chief finished speaking, Yun Cece rolled her eyes dismissively. She casually perched on the table, legs crossed, her gaze flitting over the flickering data and action logs on the projector. You should be grateful I even bothered to show up at the Martial Union Bureau. And now you dare to criticize me, she scoffed. Just launch the Yuan force missiles and be done with it. Why waste my time by calling me here? Hurry up and send the request to the military. I have shopping to do. Yun Cece. Don't forget I'm the chief here. The middle-aged man, wearing a hat, stood up abruptly, shouting in anger. Huh? Yun Cece sneered, casting a cold glance at the chief. You'll regret this. With that, she turned and left, slamming the door behind her. Bang! The familiar argument and the deafening sound of the door slamming echoed through the meeting room. The other senior martial artists struggled to suppress their laughter, clenching their teeth to avoid making a sound. Everyone speculated about the grudge between the chief and Yun Cece, the younger sister of the current head of the Yun family, that made their encounters so explosive. The chief, resigned, turned to his colleagues who were trying to look serious while staring at the projector. Covering his face, he said, Submit the request to the military. Also, arrange for the afternoon cleanup crew and deploy the drones. One senior member suggested, Should we hold a special celebration for the action team members? And Jiang Hao as well. The chief shook his head. Let them celebrate on their own. It's not appropriate for the Bureau to host anything, considering over 1,000 martial artists perished this time. However, we should meet with Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, at a distant launch base, missiles adorned with intricate patterns and tipped with special materials began to rise. Once automatically calibrated by the computer, they roared towards the target area of Battlefield 1. Boom, boom, boom. In a continuous series of explosions, millions of beasts and tens of thousands of soul-eating trees were obliterated in an instant. The once vibrant battlefield was now a landscape of massive craters and charred earth. However, in the far reaches of the chaotic void, where time lost its meaning and forms ceased to exist, and where up and down were indistinguishable, ethereal and mesmerizing seeds drifted silently towards the blue star world, hinting at an unknown fate about to unfold. Captain Zhang led his team back to the Martial Arts Bureau to report their mission. After signing the confidentiality agreement, Jiang Hao walked out of the building and leisurely strolled through the streets of Yunshao City. The sun was shining brightly, and the lush trees lining the streets added a touch of greenery to the bustling city. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's steps halted as his gaze was drawn to a shop ahead. It was a store selling basic martial arts resources, but what surprised him was the presence of two demons over 3 meters tall with ram horns standing at the entrance. Jiang Hao frowned, recalling this race that had almost been exterminated by the Star Counselor, and felt a surge of curiosity. He hesitated at the door, scrutinizing the two demons. They were entirely black, with mysterious blue patterns on their bodies and strange collars around their necks. As Jiang Hao observed them, the two demons turned their heads and spoke in perfect Mandarin. Are you here to buy martial arts resources? This is a Yun family business, and we guarantee fair trade. Suppressing the urge to make a snide remark, Jiang Hao noticed that the surrounding citizens were accustomed to this sight and directly entered the store. He caught a faint whiff of sulfur in the air and deliberately asked, "Do you have any saint-level techniques?" The two demons exchanged glances. Despite their different facial features, Jiang Hao could still read the "Are you here to cause trouble?" expression. "No worries if you don't have any," Jiang Hao said, turning to leave and quickly walking to a secluded corner. Ignoring the people who recognized him from a video 2 days ago, he swiftly opened his Feishin app and messaged Elderly, reporting, "Jiang Hao, I don't eat beef, Grandpa Li." After the Star Counselor subdued the demon world, did some families take over those demons? Elderly quickly replied, thinking about retirement. Are you asking why the Yun family took over this business? Do you suspect something about the Yun family? Jiang Hao, shy panda emoji. I'm just curious. Isn't the Yun family's patriarch at odds with the government? Elderly, the Star Counselor didn't allow anyone from Xinglua State to interfere with demon affairs. If you're bored, head back to Yunlan City. Besides bombing fish on Battlefield number 1, what else can you do? Jiang Hao, I'm just a newly promoted third-year martial artist. Bombing fish proves my strength. Others should learn from me to become as excellent. Elderly, you have a unique personality. Just be careful and don't venture too deep into the battlefield. Jiang Hao, got it. Panda salute emoji. Closing the holographic screen, Jiang Hao looked towards the Yun family's business, frowning. Did the Yun family gain the Star Counselor's support? Things seemed complicated. He recalled the online rumors about the Yun family's potential split from the government, deepening his suspicions. Some families in Yunshao City indeed had ulterior motives, but the true stance of the Yun family's patriarch was elusive. Jiang Hao realized that there might be crucial clues related to advancing to saint level hidden here, but it was clearly a legendary task beyond his current reach. Forget it. Jiang Hao chuckled to himself. I'll stick to my fish bombing growth strategy. In the future, those big shots will surely be surpassed by me. Arriving at a restaurant, Jiang Hao sent a message to Luda and the others about the battlefield closure. Shortly after, Captain Zhang and his team hurried over. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Jiang, Captain Zhang apologized. I haven't been here long, Jiang Hao replied, closing the menu and handing it to Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang, I'll leave the daunting task of ordering to you. I'll handle it, Deputy Captain Yin interjected smoothly, taking the menu and skillfully placing the order. The captain's choices can be exasperating. Jiang Hao noticed Captain Zhang's relieved expression and thought, Captain Zhang must have a perfectionist streak. He'd probably agonize over everyone's preferences and sweat over the choices. Once the dishes were served, seeing that Jiang Hao was drinking a beverage, everyone else followed suit. Follow the expert's lead, and you can't go wrong. Jiang Hao winced as he noticed everyone staring at him without eating, giving him goosebumps. Go ahead and eat. Why aren't you eating? Jiang Hao said helplessly. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a hat walked in. Hello, Director Yi. Everyone stood up and greeted him. Director Yi stood beside Jiang Hao, smiling at his subordinates. You all did a great job on this mission, especially you, Jiang Hao. Thank you for your report. Despite his calm demeanor, Director Yi was inwardly shocked by Jiang Hao's formidable physique. This body could be on the verge of reaching the 7th tier. No wonder Elderly asked me to look out for him. Considering Jiang Hao's potential to resist the mental strength of a 7th-tier martial artist, Director Yi swallowed back the little Jiang he had been about to say. A future saint-level powerhouse. Not someone to mess with. Ahem. Director Yi cleared his throat. The Martial Arts Bureau had prepared a reward for you, Jiang Hao, but Elderly said he has a surprise for you after the college entrance exams. So, I'll leave it at that. Jiang Hao managed a forced smile, but inside, he felt a sense of relief. Director Yi noticed the change in his expression and quickly changed the subject. It's okay, Jiang. If you want to enter battlefield number 1 early, I can arrange that. He paused, a sly glint in his eyes. Just kidding. But if you need any martial arts resources, feel free to let me know. Director Yi continued. By the way, battlefield number 29 is about to be redeveloped, but there will be a limit on the number of participants. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and realized he didn't need any specific resources at the moment. He replied, in that case, could I trouble you for some life crystals, Director Yi? I want to enhance my physical fitness. Director Yi frowned slightly and reminded him, your current level is still too low. The enhancement effect of life crystals has its limits. Jiang Hao suddenly understood. Got it. Just like the mental reinforcement we used after defeating the soul-eating tree. Director Yi nodded and then made a decision. Since you brought it up, I can give you 2 levels even life crystals. These are spoils from a recent joint operation between the Martial Arts Bureau and the military. I should be able to hand them over to you by the morning of the 29th. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, and he thanked Director Yi sincerely. Thank you, Director Yi. You're incredibly generous. He calculated in his mind that 2 levels even crystals were worth 10,000 points. After finishing his meal, Jiang Hao was about to head back to the hotel to rest when his wristband suddenly vibrated, indicating an incoming call from an unknown number. He answered, and a voice, old yet vigorous, came through the receiver. Hello? Is this Jiang Hao? I'm Principal Li, the current head of Yunshao Martial School. I'm calling to invite you to visit our school this afternoon if you're available. Jiang Hao was a bit surprised but responded politely. Hello, Principal Li. This is Jiang Hao. I am free this afternoon. He hesitated for a moment and then asked, Principal Li, are you inviting me to be a model student to motivate the current students? There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask again. Hello? Am I really supposed to be a role model? He looked at the holographic screen with a wry smile and added, I don't mind, but if I end up discouraging the senior students, please don't blame me. Principal Li cleared his throat and explained. Don't worry, Jiang Hao. You just need to spar with some of our students and defeat them. This is to help some of them realize how vast the world is. If someone really gets discouraged, it just means they aren't cut out for the path of a martial artist. Jiang Hao grinned and excitedly suggested, how about a group battle then? I'll take on all of them at once. At 2:30 p.m. sharp, Jiang Hao arrived at Yunshao Martial Arts School. Wu Jun and Wang Lei, who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time, were ecstatic. The moment they saw him, they shouted, Welcome, Brother Jiang, to Yunshao Martial Arts School. They were even holding a sign that read, Welcome, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang is invincible. Jiang Hao almost choked. He looked around and noticed that the people nearby first stared at him in confusion, then seemed to recognize him and showed expressions of realization. Jiang Hao raised his hand to stop the two from kneeling and hugging his legs. He said helplessly, How did you guys even pass your language exams? You can't just throw around words like, grace us with your presence. I'm here to challenge your school today. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Wang Lei, excited, said, Brother Jiang. Having you here to give them a beating is their good fortune for generations. Wu Jun, seeing this, pushed Wang Lei aside disdainfully and chimed in, Using grace us with your presence is spot on. No mistakes at all. Brother Jiang, your visit brings great honor to Yunshao Martial Arts School. Jiang Hao sighed and shook his head. All right. If Principal Li had known earlier that there were 2 hidden talents like you in the school, he might already be the former principal. He then changed the subject decisively. Senior Wang Lei, right? Is your injury healed? Wang Lei suddenly became serious. Yes, a teacher with a healing talent helped me recover, and Lu Yang as well. Lu Yang wanted to come too, but he was afraid of getting hurt again, so he asked us to send his regards. Oh, and Sister Sue. She had an epiphany after returning and is now in seclusion, aiming to break through to the 4th level. Jiang Hao nodded, realizing that these 4 people, who were once strangers, had now become quite close. Jiang Hao then followed the 2 to tour Yunshao Martial Arts School. Along the way, many people recognized Jiang Hao as the one who had driven off the pack of terror wolves and crowded around for photos. Jiang Hao politely declined with a smile, thinking to himself that he was here to challenge the school today, and it would be awkward for those wanting photos later. The group arrived at the arena. Thanks to the advent of virtual battle spaces, modern arenas only needed to accommodate spectators and no longer required heavy fortifications. In the center was a podium and an area for storing the virtual battle pods used by the competitors. During battles, the participants would fight in designated rooms, while the audience inside and outside the arena could watch the live stream via large screens or smart wristbands. This live streaming wasn't done on the Blue Star Network, but on Shuanin, a short video platform that had gone viral globally, allowing anyone to watch the martial school's broadcasts. A middle-aged man with glasses approached and introduced himself. Good afternoon. Jiang Hao. I'm the deputy director of the Yunshao Martial Arts School's Public Relations Department. Just call me Mr. Wang. I'll be commentating the live broadcast for today's match. Hello, teacher. Wang Lei and Wu Jun greeted in unison. Jiang Hao shook hands with Mr. Wang, then looked at the dozen or so people waiting in the competition area and asked, Mr. Wang, are those my opponents for today? Can we set up a large free-for-all room? Mr. Wang adjusted his glasses, and Jiang Hao seemed to catch a glint of light reflecting off them. Of course. No problem. Principal Li said today is the perfect opportunity to teach those troublemakers a lesson. Jiang Hao nodded in understanding. Since this was his first and last time challenging Yunshao Martial Arts School, he decided to call it the final lesson. He walked to the competition area, facing the dozen or so boys and girls dressed in various styles, and gave a shy smile. So, are you all going to fight me together? Or do I take you on one by one? I'm fine either way. The dozen or so seniors were stunned at first, then glared at him angrily. A plump senior with purple hair and 10 gold rings stepped forward, revealing his third-level peak energy fluctuations disdainfully. I know you. You got popular recently by editing videos to make yourself look like an expert, right? He tried to crack his knuckles but failed to make a sound despite his efforts. Seeing the senior losing face, Jiang Hao kindly continued, Senior, you may have a big head, but it seems you didn't grow a brain. Don't you know that posting fake videos on the Blue Star Network can get you banned? I suggest you go back to kindergarten. Out of respect, you're a senior. Without it, you're just a fool. Who are you calling a fool? The senior's face turned bright red. Jiang Hao teased, blame the arena. Can't they turn on the air conditioning in this heat? Look how hot the senior is. He noticed Mr. Wang subtly signaling him to intensify his efforts and discreetly gave an okay gesture in return. Jiang Hao spread his hands towards the other seniors and said, See, he's getting worked up again. The dozen or so seniors, their faces darkened, glared at him and revealed their third-level peak and even fourth-level energy fluctuations. Jiang Hao silently praised them. Impressive. These people have some skills. That cute senior Sue, who turns into a berserker during battles, is still in seclusion trying to reach the fourth level. At this moment, a senior spoke up, Junior. I know you have some skills. Being at the third level and taking down hundreds of terror wolves is no small feat. A senior student radiating the energy of a fourth-tier peak martial artist stepped forward. The crowd of over a dozen people parted like the sea, making way for her. She was tall, with flowing hair, and her plastic armor gleamed coldly. This senior, named Yun Xiaoxiao, had eyes like daggers, fixed directly on Jiang Hao. Senior Yun's move will crush this third-tier kid in just one strike. A long-haired senior shouted provocatively. Shut up. Yun Xiaoxiao commanded sternly. I hate it when people interrupt me. Her death glare made the senior retreat to the back of the crowd. Turning to Jiang Hao, Yun Xiaoxiao spoke with arrogance. The gap between fourth-tier warriors and those below is beyond your imagination. Any fourth-tier warrior could easily deal with those hundreds of terror wolves. Despite her confident words, keen observers could see her fingers trembling slightly and her eyes darting away. Jiang Hao, oblivious to these details, asked in surprise, Captain Qin, am I really a third-tier warrior? Enough talk, let's duel. Yun Xiaoxiao hastily interrupted, as if trying to hide something. Jiang Hao glanced at her, thinking that this senior was quite the card player. But he quickly remembered his mission. Too bad. Principal Li sent me here to make an example out of someone. With that, Jiang Hao and his dozen opponents entered the battle chamber. The chaos began, and Jiang Hao found himself in a grassy field. A butterfly lazily fluttered by, and he swiftly caught it, feeling it struggle between his fingers while enjoying the breeze on his face. So this is the creator mode that only the top 10 martial arts schools can unlock? Jiang Hao mused. Not only does it have randomly generated scenes, but also real locations from Blue Star. I've heard that in the global martial arts school tournaments, there are even 5v5 team battle maps in secret realms and ruins. Incredible! At that moment, a voice suddenly introduced the participants. The introduction was extremely biased, detailing only Jiang Hao while dismissively referring to the other dozen as troublemakers of the school. This infuriated Yun Xiaoxiao, making her puff up like an explosive pufferfish, held back only by two girls to prevent her from storming out to confront the host. 200 meters away, Jiang Hao was also speechless at the bizarre introduction. He could only silently give a thumbs up to the sky. Then, he shouted loudly to his opponents and the spectators outside, I'll take on all 10 of you. As Jiang Hao arrogantly declared he could take on 10 people at once, 10 opponents immediately stepped forward, each one exuding confidence. Among them was the senior who disliked the heat, who stared coldly at Jiang Hao's long blade with a sinister smile. Just you taking on Tian? Go ahead. We'll let you make the first move, said a senior girl in a crop top and miniskirt, swallowing nervously but with eyes gleaming as she eyed Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at this group of corpses who seemed to crave warmth and smirked inwardly. Thank you, and goodbye. Before his words even faded, a pale blue blade aura dozens of meters long slashed out. In an instant, the 10 were struck by the spiritual attack carried by the blade light. Their minds trembled and hearts raced, and they collapsed on the spot, dissolving into specks of light. 50. Jiang Hao murmured to himself, then made a motion as if wiping his blade. If you had spread out, I might have had to swing a few more times. But you all stood together. This astonishing scene was fully captured by the audience outside. On the commentator's platform, Mr. Wong seemed to have switched personalities, shouting excitedly, "There it is! This is the invincible god-slaying slash of Jiang Hao. Even 10 nobodies together are still just nobodies. Jiang Hao is truly unbeatable." The live audience and those watching via wristband broadcasts went wild, cheering and sending comments. Who can withstand this slash under mid-level? So thrilling. I knew Jiang Hao was the real deal. Why does he have this power before even taking the college entrance exam while I've been out of martial school for 3 years and still suck? Boo-hoo. The 10 defeated opponents stumbled out of the battle pods, faces pale and filled with confusion. Didn't Principal Lee say there was an overconfident junior trying to challenge us this afternoon? Why did we get wiped out in one slash? They felt the occasional stinging pain in their minds and the repeated replay of the blade light in their heads, questioning, why does it still affect us outside? Is this even fair? Unaware of the external reactions, Jiang Hao looked at the stunned Yuan Xiaoxiao and a few surviving opponents, smiling modestly. Please, prepare to die. Scatter. Yuan Xiaoxiao, not particularly bright but smart enough to know that grouping together was a death sentence, faced the blade aura net that filled half the sky, tearing through the grass and trees. She gritted her teeth against the stinging pain in her mind and barely managed to cast a wind spell not towards Jiang Hao or the blade aura, but at her own feet. Whoosh! Yuan Xiaoxiao soared into the air. Seeing her teammates on the ground vanish into light particles and the deeply scarred earth, the pain in her mind intensified, nearly causing her to faint. Is this the attack of a third-level martial artist? My newly advanced third-level brother doesn't stand a chance. Being a martial artist is too dangerous. I should just follow my aunt and inherit the family business. Her mindset began to crumble. Fourth-level peak spell user? No wonder her consciousness wasn't severed by the blade light. Jiang Hao, seeing that Yuan Xiaoxiao had survived his serious attack by dodging, couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. He swung his blade again, sealing off all her escape routes with dozens of blade auras. Surrounded by raging winds, Yuan Xiaoxiao floated in midair. Watching the heartless junior send out dozens more blade auras blocking her escape, she closed her eyes in despair, a tear falling. I have to persuade my foolish brother not to go to Shinjo Martial School. It's hell there. The match is over. The winner is Jiang Hao. As the large screen displayed the results and the staggering Yuan Xiaoxiao needing support to stand, the crowd erupted in cheers. Jiang Hao is so cool. Brother Jiang is unbeatable. Wow, what an amazing fight. Totally worth the ticket price, even if I almost got crushed. Yuan Xiaoxiao, who used to be unstoppable, now needs to lean on the wall to walk thanks to Jiang Hao. From now on, I'll call him Senior Jiang. Nearby girls looked disdainfully at the freshman who had just spoken. The number of viewers in this live stream on Xuanin had surpassed 10 million. Such a small duel had attracted so many spectators, causing those troublemakers who were beaten by the younger student to doubt their lives and lowering the reputation of Yunxiao Martial School. As Jiang Hao walked out of the battle area, Wang Lei and Wu Jun, who had been waiting on the side, immediately rushed forward, almost ready to bow down. Get lost, you two. Jiang Hao stepped back in disgust. These two are so desperate to curry favor that they've lost their minds. Principal Lee's face showed a hint of helplessness as he thought about how he really should gather all the problematic students in the school for some serious discipline, to keep them from scheming all the time. On the stage, 2 students with regretful expressions stood up, pointing at Yuan Xiaoxiao, who was being helped down by 2 female classmates. Yuan Xiaoxiao's eyes were vacant, her face pale, clearly having taken a heavy blow. The 2 students excitedly shouted, "Brother Jiang, you're amazing. Senior Yuan is completely defeated by you." Jiang Hao shook his head and explained, "That's not defeat. She was hit multiple times by the Feixiao slash, causing temporary mental exhaustion." As he spoke, he turned his head away, unable to look at Senior Yun's pale face, feeling a pang of guilt. At that moment, a swarm of reporters rushed over, with one loudly asking, "Jiang, we're reporters from Blue Star Network. Can we interview you?" Jiang Hao thought for a moment and decided that as long as he didn't disclose anything sensitive, answering other questions would be fine. After all, Blue Star Network reporters were known for their professionalism. One reporter eagerly asked, Jiang Hao, there's a lot of speculation online about your true identity. Can you tell us which state you're from? Jiang Hao replied calmly, I'm from Yunshao State, specifically from Yunlan City. He felt there was nothing to hide, especially since it would come out after the college entrance exams anyway. The reporter quickly noted this information on their holographic screen. Another reporter immediately followed up. So, Jiang Hao, what are your thoughts on the upcoming martial arts exam? Jiang Hao flashed a confident smile at the camera and said, That's simple. My goal is to be the top scorer in Yunshao State's martial arts exam. Of course, I also hope to have the opportunity to compete with top talents from other states. He thought to himself, in all of Yunshao State, the only worthy opponent was himself. Even the so-called prodigy from the Yun family, renowned as a genius, couldn't withstand a single punch from him, even at the third tier. The reporter excitedly recorded this, with a flushed face. Suddenly, another reporter asked, Jiang Hao, can you tell us what your ideal girlfriend is like? Jiang Hao's eye twitched, thinking this question was too personal. He simply replied, Take a guess. To prevent further probing, he quickly signaled to Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang understood immediately, walked over, and grabbed Jiang Hao's wrist, apologetically telling the reporters, Sorry, we need Jiang Hao for something. This will conclude today's interview. With that, the two quickly left the scene. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Zhejiang State, at Zhejiang Martial School, a young man was lying on his dorm bed, scrolling through short videos on Swift Sound. Suddenly, he saw a video with rapidly increasing views. Clicking on it, he saw a familiar blue blade strike a wind element mage girl who had no chance to counterattack. The scene brought back unpleasant memories, and he felt a dull ache in his head. He quickly left a comment. I've faced him in virtual combat. He used to dominate the second-tier area. Now he's moved to the third tier and continues to dominate. His ID is I don't eat beef. The comment quickly gained likes and replies, eventually getting pinned by the video uploader. Netizens checked Jiang Hao's virtual combat win rate, and their jaws dropped. I don't eat beef. Tier 3 Diamond 1. Full stars, 100 win rate. Brothers, guess what I just saw? A perfect 100 win rate over 1,000 matches. Pack your bags. It's time to hit the road. Jiang Hao's astonishing win rate has caused a massive stir online. Netizens are flooding the comment sections, eager to leave their mark and take a photo with him. Some are even comparing videos from 2 days ago, marveling at how Jiang Hao's skills seem to have leveled up in such a short time. While no one takes these exaggerated praises seriously, a 100 win rate over 1,000 matches has truly opened the eyes of many in Xiaogui who would have thought a practitioner of the Bingji style could achieve such a feat. This result has shattered many preconceived notions. Didn't the school teachers say that the Shufa style warriors have a natural advantage over Bingji practitioners in the early stages? Some naysayers, frustrated by Jiang Hao's exceptional performance, now look even more ridiculous. Another group, claiming to have been bullied by the Fish King, has edited videos of Jiang Hao swiftly defeating dire wolves and thrashing seniors, attempting to paint him as a powerful yet bullying figure who disrespects his elders. Meanwhile, those who were won over by Jiang Hao 2 days ago, along with his recent impressive display of handling a group fight with ease, have rallied to his defense. Switching scenes to Fenglei City and Fenglei Zhou, within the Feng family's estate. The current head of the Feng family is conversing with the old head of the Yun family. A woman in an elegant gown and exquisite headpiece sits gracefully on the sofa, exuding an air of nobility. Not far away, Yunichin sits timidly in a corner, avoiding eye contact with the woman. At that moment, Yunichin receives a message from his sister, Yun Xiaoxiao. Little brother, bad news? Your top spot in Yun Xiaozhou's martial exam is gone. Yunichin replies calmly, gone is gone. I wasn't planning on attending Shinjo martial school anyway. Yun Xiaoxiao is surprised. What? Well, it's just as well you're not going. A Suntobe high school graduate came to challenge us, and I got bullied. I'm still lying in the infirmary. Yunichin frowns. You must have annoyed Principal Lee otherwise. How could an outsider get in for a match? Is the person you're talking about the one from a few days ago who was wrecking people in arena, one with a saint-tier martial art? Yun Xiaoxiao quickly responds, yes. I just sent the battle video to Chilua. She'll get back at him for me at Shinjo Martial School. Yunichin looks up at the woman approaching him and smiles ingratiatingly. Sister Chilua. Feng Chilua waves dismissively. I've seen that Jiang Hao. Arrogant as he may be, he's the only one who has truly mastered Elder Li's signature move. Watching Jiang Hao effortlessly execute the Fei Xiao Pekong Zhan in the video, she has to admit he's a talent on her level. Feng Chilua continues analyzing. The Fei Xiao Pekong Zhan is one of Xiaogui's top 10 saint-tier martial arts, recognized by 11 council members. If Elder Li's own strength hadn't fallen short of the Destiny Star level, just this one move, which shreds consciousness, slices through souls, ignores defenses, and never misses, would rank in Xiaogui's top 3. She recalls that the former dean of Shenzhou Martial School's Bingji department, a ninth tier with top-tier talent, couldn't master this technique. Dean Xia once said she had reached a minor accomplishment, but couldn't produce a soul-damaging blade light. Only a mere body-rending blade aura. Comparing Jiang Hao to others, Feng Qilua thinks, compared to Jiang Hao, people like Xia Pengcheng and Xing Yue are just privileged. She conveniently ignores that her own Feng family is also a council member family. Although Yun Xiaoxiao is somewhat of a paper tiger, as the eldest daughter of the Yun family, she shares a similar status with Feng Qilua. With decent talent and 4th-tier peak strength, she can already defeat some ordinary 5th-tier warriors. This means Jiang Hao and Feng Qilua both have the ability to cross 2 major tiers to defeat opponents. Watching Jiang Hao's confident smile in the video, Feng Qilua's eyes become resolute. This year's freshman ranking battle at Shinjo Martial School, the top spot will be mine. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao has slipped back to his hotel. After the fight, a swarm of seniors ran towards him with enthusiasm, scaring him into using his 9-flash technique to escape through a window. He chuckles to himself. Am I not the challenger here? Shouldn't they be mad about their top talents getting thrashed and challenge me to duels? But thinking of the Berserker Senior and the comedic trio, Jiang Hao shrugs it off. Clearly, he can't understand their mindset. Suddenly, a notification pops up. It's from Elderly. You rascal. You really gave me a big surprise. Jiang Hao quickly replies with a panda question mark emoji. Elderly continues, I had a feeling you'd master Fei Xiao Pekong Zhan when I gave it to you. But I didn't expect you to reach this level so soon. Jiang Hao asks curiously, Grandpa Li, can you stop being so cryptic? Elderly explains, normally, no one but me should be able to truly master this technique. I was going to give you another saint-tier martial art, but I had a premonition that Fei Xiao Pekong Zhan was the best choice for you. I didn't expect you to master it in a day. Although it's just the basics, your spiritual power, surpassing that of a 7th-tier warrior, greatly enhances the soul-shredding power of the blade light. Jiang Hao suddenly realizes, so I could learn it because the system handled it for me? Elderly concludes with encouragement, keep it up, kid. The world is big. Jiang Hao smiles slightly, knowing Elderly is very pleased with his performance today. He's sure there will be generous rewards after the college entrance exams. Elsewhere, Xing Yue secures another 10 consecutive victories and heads to the martial arts arena to practice combining spells and martial skills. Suddenly, his communication device buzzes. He curiously opens a video shared in the Who Rules the World group. After watching, Xing Yue murmurs in astonishment, he's from Yunxiao Zhou? May 28th, Tuesday. Jiang Hao, who hadn't had a proper rest at a hotel in a long time, opened his eyes and turned off the Do Not Disturb mode on his wristband. He glanced at the screen showing hundreds of thousands of private messages and millions of followers, and without a change in his expression, he cleared them all with a single tap. He was glad he had set his Feishin app to reject friend requests from strangers right after the competition ended yesterday. While enjoying his breakfast, Jiang Hao browsed through the lively discussions in his high school class group chat, all sparked by his emoji. Ever since he trended on social media for challenging the Yunxiao Martial School, the group chat's atmosphere shifted from Zhang Gu is awesome to Zhang Ji's emoji is hilarious. He watched as the class monitor and Xiaoli teased each other using his shy smile emoji and couldn't help but show the classic old man, subway, cell phone's expression. After closing the screen, Jiang Hao began planning his day. Last night, the head of the Gao family had stormed into the Martial Bureau, loudly demanding the whereabouts of his son and even threatening, I want to see him alive or dead. Deputy Captain Yin had exaggerated in the action group chat, describing how the Gao family head had pointed at Director Yi and cursed, demanding a public apology from the Martial Bureau. However, Supervisor Yun, who happened to pass by, slapped Deputy Captain Yin away and mocked Director Yi for not daring to retaliate against an early-stage 8th-rank warrior. The gossip experts in the group chat shared various rumors, and Jiang Hao feared that Deputy Captain Yin might someday get shot in the back and die of suicide. He quickly kept silent and didn't dare to look further. He mentally lit a candle for those brave enough to share gossip and gazed out the window. The head of the Gao family was indeed a troublesome figure. Jiang Hao calculated that he was less than 300 kills away from the reward for 10,000 instant kills. It seemed he would need to visit the battlefield again tomorrow. He hoped to gain a good talent. Meanwhile, in the Who Rules the World chat group, a heated discussion was underway about whether to invite Jiang Hao to join. The Jade Emperor and Cuckoo were in favor, thinking Jiang Hao, though slightly inferior to them, was still an interesting character. Feng Qilua sarcastically remarked that few in the group could withstand Jiang Hao's soul blade. The prophet and no pressure doubted Jiang Hao's strength, believing he relied on martial skills to bully ordinary warriors. Suddenly, Fish and Bear Paw revealed that he had been defeated twice by Jiang Hao, causing an uproar in the group. Feng Qilua then announced that he had asked someone to add Jiang Hao as a friend and mocked the others as frogs at the bottom of a well relying on family backgrounds. This infuriated the group members, leading to Feng Qilua being kicked out of the chat. Others threatened to screenshot and report. Xia Pengcheng couldn't stand it and shouted, You can't do this. They're just beginners, just beginners. 2 days later, on the evening of May 30th, the second day of the battlefield opening. Due to the soul-eating tree incident, the number of low-rank beasts had significantly decreased, leading to restrictions on the number of participants and their levels. Jiang Hao cashed in his previous materials, giving 40 to Lu Da and his team as payment. The battlefield situation had changed drastically, and Lu Da's team couldn't help anymore. Besides, third-rank warriors, except Jiang Hao, were now banned from entering. They had to part ways, regretting not getting a photo with the god Jiang earlier. Jiang Hao used the 2 levels even life crystals given by Director Yi to exchange for 10,000 points, adding to his existing points, and raised his physique to 59 points. He was determined to break through the 60-point mark the next day. Standing on a 100-meter high hill, Jiang Hao searched for traces of beasts. In 2 days, he had found only over 200 beasts, just shy of 20 kills away from his goal of 10,000 instant kills. He even considered going home to the battle space to complete the task. Just then, a group dressed in colorful clothes, some even in men's swim trunks, approached him openly. One of them shouted, "Hey kid, come here, or I'll chop you up." Jiang Hao thought, where did this crazy team building come from? He leisurely walked over with his long knife. A man in tight leather, with dreadlocks, asked, "Kid, how do we get to the deep part of the battlefield near the small world? We've been searching all day." Jiang Hao casually lied. "You mean the far right side of the deep battlefield, just head to the right." "Why didn't I think of that?" The man who first shouted slapped his thigh. The man with dreadlocks looked at Jiang Hao approvingly and said, "Kid, you've got some astonishing wisdom. Our holy beast society needs talents like you." Jiang Hao cursed inwardly. As expected, these idiots. He squinted and asked, "What are you guys doing there? Need me to guide you?" The man with dreadlocks was cautious and shook his head. "We have a confidential mission from the Holy Society. I don't know the details, but Frost Poison Boss told us to come ourselves." "I see, well, goodbye then," Jiang Hao said, and a faint blue blade light flashed. Everyone who saw the light felt a sharp pain in their brain before being cut in half. Jiang Hao twirled his knife and sheathed it. A system notification sounded. Host has achieved 10,000 instant kills. Please choose 2 rewards from the following. The next reward count starts at 1 million kills. 1. 50,000 points. 2. Talent Dao Heart Clarity replaces Martial Genius upon selection. 3. Saint-level cultivation technique suitable for the host. 4. Random saint-level martial skill. 5. Talent Perfect Spatial Affinity. Wow, this is like striking gold. And it's a double jackpot. Jiang Hao rubbed his hands excitedly, carefully examining the 5 options in his mind. He quickly made his choice. The 50,000 points were immediately eliminated. The Dao Heart Clarity, which allowed instant mastery of martial skills and techniques, was a must-have. The saint-level cultivation technique was unnecessary since his talent would guarantee him one at the Shinjo martial school. The random saint-level martial skill was too uncertain, so it was out. The last remaining option, Perfect Spatial Affinity, even included the talent to start the path of magic. Jiang Hao thought to himself, "Sorry, oldly, though I've always scorned magic users, the temptation of dual cultivation is irresistible. Magic users, so tempting." Jiang Hao smiled and made his final choice. Jiang Hao decisively chose 2 talents, Enlightened Dao Heart and Perfect Spatial Affinity. In an instant, the system notifications rang out in succession. Ding! The host has acquired Enlightened Dao Heart, elevating all martial arts proficiency to at least the small success level. Ding! The host has acquired Perfect Spatial Affinity, automatically activating the free casting talent. Ding! Detected a trace of spatial laws in the martial art, instant 9 flashes. Spend 30,000 points to upgrade it to the saint-level martial art, Boundless World Walk. Ding! Congratulations to the host for embarking on the path of spellcasting. A radiant smile spread across Jiang Hao's face as he thought to himself, this time, I'm truly invincible. In this world, becoming a spellcasting martial artist typically requires 2 conditions. An innate higher than average mental strength and the awakening of Yuan force control talent at the first tier. Awakening certain elemental talents can also automatically activate Yuan force control. These individuals are known as the new spellcasting stream, relying on existing spell templates to continuously learn. However, a rare few, perhaps appearing once every several years on Blue Star, awaken a perfect elemental affinity. This talent grants them the ability to cast spells freely. For example, a martial artist with perfect fire elemental affinity can not only improve existing spell models, but also manipulate fire elements to create unique spells and techniques, like a Lord of Flames. They can unleash attacks far beyond their current level, limited only by their mental strength and amount of Yuan force. These individuals are known as the ancient spellcasting stream. Jiang Hao's perfect spatial affinity would undoubtedly give him more versatility in combat. He knew that both Senator Xia and Senator Xing practiced dual cultivation and were noticeably stronger than other senators, as shown by their battle records on the Blue Star Network. Drawing his long blade, Jiang Hao activated his spatial talent and casually slashed. Without using any martial art, just a swing of yuan force sent a silver-white thread slicing through a formidable boulder dozens of meters away. The boulder slowly slid down, neatly split in half. Jiang Hao instantly flashed to the boulder, finding the cut surface smooth as a mirror, evidence of space being severed. If not for Blue Star's sturdy and self-healing space, a dark rift would have been left in the blade's wake. Open the panel, Jiang Hao commanded in his mind. A blue screen unfolded in his consciousness. Name, Jiang Hao. Realm, 3rd tier, 1st heaven. Physique, 59 5th tier. Spirit, 59 5th tier. Talents, Enlightened Tao Heart Rapid Adaptation Perfect Spatial Affinity Free Casting. Martial Arts, Collapse Fist 1 5th Tier Perfect Instant 9, Flashes Upgradable Mastery 563500, Flash Thunderblade Mastery 496500, Flying Sky / Mastery 252310000. Cultivation Method, 8th set of basic body training from Xia Country, 3rd tier. Points, 2,415. Evaluation. The path to invincibility begins here. Create. Jiang Hao looked at the simple yet impressive panel, feeling elated. These stats would make an average mid-ear martial artist ashamed, and even height-ear ones would be stunned. The only regret was that his cultivation method could only be practiced up to the 3rd tier. Jiang Hao sighed at this shortcoming but knew that using points to enhance basic cultivation methods wasn't worth it, as he could eventually acquire saint-level methods for free. Jiang Hao didn't rely much on his realm. He could take on 3rd-tier opponents while in the 1st tier, so facing 6th-tier ones now shouldn't be too much. With his current physical strength, he could take most attacks head-on. However, Jiang Hao was puzzled by the Sacred Beast Society, sending these 2nd-tier martial artists deep into the battlefield. The soul-eating tree incident had just ended, and now this? Could there be a stronger force at play? With a sense of duty to report cult activities, he left messages for Elder Li and Director Yi, explaining the situation. Then, he set up a simple shelter to wash up, thinking that a group of 2nd-tier martial artists couldn't cause much trouble and were likely there to die in vain. The Sacred Beast Society's craziness was illogical, so he left it to the Martial Union Bureau to worry about. Meanwhile, in an underground club in Yunshao City, a secret plot was unfolding. Gao Jianren, the head of the Gao family, looked at several demon counts with a satisfied smile. A tall demon with awkward Xia language skills spoke. Tomorrow, I will personally take action. Thank you for your support, Master Gao. The Gao family will become friends of the demon race. Gao Jianren sneered maliciously. Heh. Yunshao Martial School and the Martial Union Bureau recruiting those peasants is a disgrace to the noble martial artist profession. If the provincial guardian is truly killed by the Demon King, Yunshao City will fall into chaos. Then, I will kill every one of those responsible for my son Tao's death. Yun Like-I stood nearby, watching the family heads and demons get along. He glanced at the sleeping frost poison on the ground and smiled naively. Tomorrow, our Yun family will lead you in. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if we were discovered early. A somewhat bitter 7th-rank family head muttered, his eyes filled with resentment and jealousy. Yun Like-I squinted his eyes and flashed a cunning smile. Who can blame us when the Xia Kingdom has been so unreasonable, blocking the old man's promotion? Relax, even though the old man didn't agree with this operation, he didn't oppose it either, did he? Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Yunshao State at such a crucial moment. Our Yun family has long been displeased with the Xia Kingdom. Meanwhile, at the Feng residence, Feng Qiluo lay in her luxurious bedroom. Her slender body sank into the soft bed, with her waterfall-like hair spread across the pillow. She wore an exquisite lace nightgown, slightly loose due to her reclining position, yet still exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Feng Qiluo stared at the floating light screen, her brows slightly furrowed. She murmured to herself, what is this person doing? I went through so much trouble to add him on Feixin, but why isn't he replying to my messages? Pressing the back of her hand to her forehead, a thought crossed her mind. As expected, he's a genius on my level. Arrogant in appearance but cautious in thought, unwilling to reveal any information in meaningless chatter. A satisfied smile curled her lips. This is the demeanor of someone truly gifted and powerful, she compared in her mind. Unlike that Xia Pengcheng, who constantly flaunts his family's status as council members and looks down on warriors without such backgrounds. His arrogance is his weakness. His talent is mediocre, and he hasn't even mastered his own thunder techniques, yet he dares to call himself one of the 7 prodigies of the new generation? Feng Qiluo continued pondering, and he's nothing like that two-faced star family member or the cryptic prophet from the Gu family. In this era, there are only the twin stars, not 7 prodigies. She repeatedly replayed Jiang Hao's battle videos, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiang Hao's mental strength and foundation are abnormally high. What kind of 3rd-rank warrior can casually unleash dozens, even hundreds, of saint-level techniques? Moreover, the sky cleaving slash consumes mental energy. Feng Qilua opened her right hand, making a gripping motion and murmured, "Are you really just a soldier-style warrior? I really want to have a full-strength battle with you." With that, she clenched her right hand tightly, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. May 31st, Friday, is not a good day for traveling. Jiang Hao, worried about bad luck after drawing a double yoke last night, decided to go to bed early. At dawn, Jiang Hao opened his eyes and immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. He got up and walked to the window, looking up at the sky. It was covered with dense clouds, and the world seemed shrouded in a gloomy haze. Jiang Hao picked up his phone and opened Feixin. Li Lao still hadn't replied, and Director Yi had only sent a brief message saying, "Investigating." Jiang Hao sighed, thinking it was time to return to Yunlan City after achieving his 1-second kill milestone. The experiences of the past few days had drastically improved his skills. After deciding to leave, Jiang Hao packed his belongings and headed towards the entrance. He planned to say goodbye to the acquaintances he had made over the past few days before departing. At that moment, an astonishing scene was unfolding in the small world. A giant serpent was thrashing about, its aura growing stronger by the second, quickly reaching the 9th tier. But it didn't stop there. Its power continued to surge. The serpent's body soon exceeded a kilometer in length. The scales on its head began to turn increasingly transparent, resembling fragile glass that glinted with a dangerous sheen. In the middle of its body, layers of tough bone structures emerged, gradually forming a massive skeletal frame. Soon, flesh grew over the bones, and a pair of eerie, fleshy wings spread wide. The nearly 12-kilometer-long serpent's eyes were filled with ferocity. Its saint-level pressure spread like a tidal wave throughout the small world. The serpent flapped its bloody wings, hovering in the air, and let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, in Yunxiao City, Li Lao suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing towards the deepest part of the small world near battlefield number 1. His face was expressionless, and his figure slowly faded away like a pencil sketch being erased. In Luoxing City of Xinglua State, Xing Huangtian sat quietly on a cushion in the Xing family mansion. He seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were deep, containing the mysteries of the universe. Stars were born and extinguished in his eyes, like a miniature galaxy swirling within. Xing Huangtian's gaze cut through space, locking onto the giant serpent. He murmured, "Has it begun? I hope this kid can succeed." Nearby battlefield number 3, Shuangdu watched his colleagues arguing incessantly over who should take the lead, shaking his head in dismay. Beside him, over 20 demon counts had already prepared, and Yunlaikai was removing their energy suppression collars. "We must teach those humans a harsh lesson this time," one demon said, stretching his body, his voice filled with hatred. Shuangdu glanced around at everyone, a determined look in his eyes. "This time, I will definitely succeed." Hiding in the shadows, the soul devourer demon king felt reassured by these words. He thought about how the souls and essence of saint-level warriors could help him completely recover from the backlash caused by the collapse of the blood pool. "Once this mission is successful, I'll leave the Blue Star world immediately," he decided. If it weren't for the Sacred Beast Society offering the flesh and bones of a peak saint-level exotic beast to stall the State Guardian, giving me a chance to strike and kill in one blow, and the great transfer talisman left by the former Demon King to help me escape instantly, I wouldn't have come to the Blue Star world. The Soul Devourer Demon King gritted his teeth, looking towards the small world, estimating that the State Guardian had already entered and was engaging with the giant serpent. Shuangdu turned to his teammates and said in a deep voice, "Action begins now." As soon as he finished speaking, a high-ranking member of the Sacred Beast Society, a 7th-tier warrior, charged out, shouting, "I'll lead the charge." "Damn it, he stole my line," another member cursed. "I really want to attend a banquet. Can we have a banquet this time?" someone asked abruptly. Over 20 demons followed silently. Shuangdu trailed behind, his gaze once again fixed on battlefield number 1, thinking, there shouldn't be any mistakes this time. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from battlefield number 1. A 7th-tier thunder bear was rampaging, spewing plasma and destroying large swathes of forest. Strangely, the bear hadn't moved from its spot since it appeared. In the distance, some warriors witnessed this and fled in terror. Someone frantically dialed the Martial Union Bureau. "Is this the Martial Union Bureau? There's a high-tier thunder bear at battlefield number 1. Are you crazy? High-tier warriors, help!" another voice shouted anxiously. Inside the Martial Union Bureau, Captain Zeng looked at the messages from his superiors in confusion. The Gao family head and several 7th-tier heads have rebelled, intercepting the high-ranking members of the Martial Union Bureau. "Is this a movie?" Deputy Captain Yin asked, puzzled. Director Yi and Principal Li of Yunxiao Martial School are both peak 9th-tier warriors. Where do they get the nerve to rebel? Captain Zeng, "I have no idea," a colleague replied, shaking his head in bewilderment. Captain Zeng pondered for a moment and then said confidently, maybe it's a drill. No one would be foolish enough to rebel in the capital of a state, right? At this time, several family heads were looking at the high-ranking members of the Martial Union Bureau with relief. Before the action, Yun Likai had suddenly informed them that Director Yi and Principal Li were being dealt with, and they only needed to hold off the 7th-tier warriors. Gao Jianren, and the rest of you, aren't you afraid of being held accountable later? A high-ranking member of the Martial Union Bureau shouted angrily. Heh, as long as I am here, the Gao family will stand strong. Gao Jianren hovered in the air, emanating powerful waves of 8th-tier elemental energy. His eyes blazed with anger and resentment. My son, Tower, was the most talented in the Gao family, yet he died on battlefield number 1. If the future of the Gao family is gone, then why shouldn't I rebel? Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. Oh, is that so? Gao Jianren and several other family heads suddenly plummeted from the sky, as if dragged down by an invisible force. Their bodies convulsed during the fall, and both their life force and elemental energy rapidly weakened. The law of decay. It's the old master of the Yun family, someone exclaimed. Didn't you break ties with the Xia Kingdom's government? Yun Likong stood high above, looking down on the disheveled family heads. He flicked his wrist, a hint of mockery on his face. Did you really think a peak Saint-tier demon duke and a limited edition crippled Saint-tier beast could deal with the guardian of Yunshao province? Gao Jianren was stunned, his face filled with confusion. Isn't the guardian of Yunshao province supposed to be one of the weakest Saint-tiers? Isn't Yunshao province a backward region? Yun Liekong's expression grew even more derisive, as if he were looking at a group of ignorant children. Do you know why it's called the guardian of the province? Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Jiang Hao was wielding his long blade, continuously slaying the low-tier beasts that had gone berserk due to the presence of high-tier beasts. He had planned to leave the battlefield but suddenly noticed a 7th-tier thunderstorm bear, bound by chains, appearing in the forest 2 kilometers away. What the hell? How can a 7th-tier thunderstorm bear show up in a low-tier battlefield? Jiang Hao cursed, realizing that high-tier martial artists from the Martial Regulation Bureau would take at least a few minutes to arrive. In those few minutes, nearly 100 warriors could die. Damn it! I'll never jinx myself again. Jiang Hao took a deep breath, channeling all his elemental energy into his spirit-imbued long blade. His powerful mental force guided the surrounding energy to converge, and he raised the now 8-meter-long blade, charging toward the thunderstorm bear. With his spatial talent, Jiang Hao instantly crossed several hundred meters. The blade was enveloped in pale blue energy, and silver-white threads of spatial rifts gathered at the edge. I knew from the start you weren't human. Jiang Hao roared, pouring all his energy into this strike. He swung his blade with full force at the immobilized thunderstorm bear. A massive blade aura, hundreds of meters long, roared out, carrying the power to obliterate everything. The pale blue blade aura was entwined with silver-white light, resembling fragments of spatial rifts flickering. Sky-splitting slash. Jiang Hao's furious shout echoed across the battlefield as the blade aura sliced through the sky, directly targeting the bound thunderstorm bear. Hiss. The sound of space tearing echoed through the air. The thunderstorm bear felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. A dazzling arc of pale blue and silver light slashed through the air, heading straight for the beast. Pain shot through the giant beast's brain, its fur standing on end. Instinctively, it wanted to unleash a full-force attack to take its opponent down with it, but it found itself suddenly paralyzed, unable to move. The thunderstorm bear's soul felt as though it was being torn apart by the blade, throwing its consciousness into temporary chaos. With its mind blank, the thunderstorm bear could only watch helplessly as the blade's energy sliced toward it. It couldn't dodge, couldn't block, and couldn't counterattack. In an instant, its upper body was shredded and flung apart, blood and fragments of bone raining down. The blade's energy weakened significantly after cutting through the thunderstorm bear, but it still had enough power to split the clouds and disappear into the sky. Jiang Hao collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as if he were utterly drained. A system notification chimed in. Ding. First-time perfect fusion of martial skill with spatial power. Innate talent Dao Hard Enlightenment triggered martial skill Flying Sky / proficiency increased by 20,000 points. Other martial skills proficiency increased by 2,000 points. Martial skill Crushing Fist enhancement upgrade cost reduced to 3,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for instantly killing a tier 7 opponent, earning 500 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for crossing multiple tiers to achieve an instant kill, earning an additional 500 points. Ding. Tier 7 Beast Life Crystal detected. Can be converted to 5,000 points. Would you like to convert? No. Jiang Hao responded weakly. He didn't feel overly proud of instantly killing the Tier 7 beast. Jiang Hao knew very well that if someone hadn't already injured and restrained the thunderstorm bear, there was no way he could have achieved such an easy kill. After all, With his energy buildup being so obvious, any non-idiot would have either fled far away or interrupted him with a seamless combo. Struggling to his feet, Jiang Hao found himself nearly depleted of energy and mental strength, but still capable of handling Tier 5 warriors with ease. Suddenly, a curious voice came from above. Hmm? Jiang Hao looked up to see a young woman in ancient attire floating in midair, scrutinizing him. The energy radiating from her far surpassed that of the thunderstorm bear. She appeared to be in her 20s and bore a resemblance to senior sister Yun, who he'd almost driven to despair. However, her expression was peculiar, especially when she glanced at the thunderstorm bear's obviously slain corpse, her twitching mouth and eyes filled with an almost incredulous look. The woman in ancient attire seemed reluctant to speak first, and Jiang Hao couldn't determine if she was related to senior sister Yun. They stared at each other in silence for a while. Finally, Yun Xianqian broke the silence. You actually took down a Tier 7 beast by yourself? She glanced at the spirit weapon in Jiang Hao's hand. Even a Tier 7 spirit weapon shouldn't let you contend with a Tier 7 beast. Are you really cheating like they say online? Congratulations, you guessed right. Jiang Hao nodded, acknowledging the kill, then greeted the descending figure. Hello, sister. Are you a high-level martial artist sent by the Martial Union Bureau for support? Truth be told, Jiang Hao initially wanted to call her aunt, considering he was younger than senior sister Yun. However, his high mental acuity made him change his wording at the last moment. This move, driven by a strong survival instinct, was flawless. Yun Xianqian's lips curled slightly as she looked at Jiang Hao approvingly, thinking to herself, this kid is really polite, much more perceptive than that clueless Xiao Xiao. She introduced herself. I'm Yun Xianqian, one of the high-ranking officials of the Martial Union Bureau, and also the younger aunt of Yun Xiao Xiao, whom you defeated a few days ago. I came to deal with this beast, but I didn't expect you to handle it in less than a minute. Jiang Hao pondered. So this lady had been waiting in the battlefield for the beast to appear, but couldn't locate it immediately? It seems the officials of Yunxiao City were already aware of some information. However, he didn't ask directly and instead cupped his hands. It was just luck. Yun Xianqian glanced at the thunderstorm bear's corpse and waved her hand. A large water sphere appeared out of thin air, enveloping the corpse and breaking it down. Moments later, she directed a small water sphere containing the life crystal toward Jiang Hao. Sigh. Times have really changed, Yun Xianqian mused, her eyes sweeping over the devastated forest. When I graduated from martial school, I was only at the peak of Tier 5. You haven't even entered martial school yet, and can already kill a Tier 7 beast on your own. Thanks to you, no warriors died in this area. Some might have been injured by the frenzied lower-tier beasts, but the Martial Union Bureau will compensate them. Since the thunderstorm bear had been killed so quickly, the lower-tier beasts hadn't fully rampaged and were easily scared off by Yun Xianqian's powerful energy aura as she flew over. Jiang Hao remained silent. While the outcome was good, it was evident that the officials knew something but hadn't acted in advance. He finally understood why Elderly always advised him to return to Yun City as soon as possible. But what was the purpose of this? Was it a trap for someone? For some reason, the image of the demon tribe floated into Jiang Hao's mind. Sure. And about the Sacred Beast Society, could the frost poison that those second-tier members mentioned yesterday also be one of the targets this time? Yun Cece squatted down, carefully examining the remains of the thunderstorm bear on the ground. She ran her hand over the bear's paw, bones, and skull, then looked up at Jiang Hao with a questioning gleam in her eyes. Are you selling these materials? Jiang Hao glanced at the precious beast materials and, after a brief consideration, shook his head. I don't have any use for making spiritual weapons or anything like that. If you want to buy them, that's great, makes it easier for me to find someone else. Hee, don't worry, I won't shortchange you, Yun Cece said with a smile, clapping her hands as she swiftly stored the materials in her storage tool. She stood up and carefully washed her hands with a water ball before asking, all right, the rest of this doesn't concern us. Let's head back to the city. Need a lift? Of course, I'd appreciate that, Sister Yun. Jiang Hao readily agreed. Meanwhile, in battlefield number 3, a group of figures was moving swiftly. This battlefield is so quiet. We haven't encountered anyone yet, a demon clan member remarked, looking around with a hint of confusion. Ha ha ha, they must all be too scared to come out, knowing that Minghua is here. Another demon laughed loudly. Suddenly, a voice shouted excitedly, I smell food. I smell food. One of the demon clan members noticed something unusual. He looked around and then scanned the high-ranking Sacred Beast Society members running like a pack of wild dogs. He asked in confusion, where's Yun Like-ai? Wasn't he with us? The demon next to him dismissively replied, no big deal. Brother Yun is probably hiding, ready to ambush the enemy at any moment. By the way, why are we listening to that human frost poison and attacking here? Wouldn't it be the same if we were to hold them off in Yunxiao City? Another demon questioned. I don't know. After a brief moment of thought, the demons decided not to pursue the matter further. We're already here. With frost poison, that ninth-tier peak human, and the boss around, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just then, the demons and Sacred Beast Society members felt a sudden disorientation. When they opened their eyes again, the surroundings had changed drastically. What just happened? Everyone activated their energy shields and hovered in midair, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Suddenly, a high-ranking member of the Sacred Beast Society shouted, "I get it." All eyes immediately focused on him. "It's onions. I added onions to battlefield number 3. Damn it, idiot." The demons cursed loudly. The leading ninth-tier peak demon distanced himself from the group of lunatics in disgust. He looked around at the drastically changed environment, puzzled, and shouted in the direction where frost poison had been standing. "This wasn't part of the plan." "Huh? Where's frost poison?" Realizing that something was wrong, he yelled, "That human has fled." In a small world, an enormous, hideous serpent let out an earth-shaking roar. Its body had swollen to over 2,000 meters in length, and its tail, as massive as an iron rod, tore large rifts in the space with each swing. Though the black spatial tears slowly healed, they couldn't keep up with the destruction caused by the serpent. This small world had clearly reached its limit and couldn't fully withstand the full power of a saint-level warrior. The serpent's savage eyes locked onto a figure in the distance. It suddenly shot upwards, evading hundreds of dangerous blade auras. Then, it lowered its head and spewed a green breath, a toxic mist filled with the power of corrosion and decay, which instantly engulfed the figure. The serpent watched with satisfaction as the land turned a sickly color, then raised its barbed tail, gathering energy at its tip. Boom! The serpent slammed its tail onto the ground, causing the entire small world to tremble violently. It was as if a giant axe had fallen from the sky, cleaving the earth in two. The terrifying shockwave created a ravine that stretched for miles, sending rocks and dust flying into the air. As the dust settled, the figure of Li Lao gradually appeared. He looked somewhat disheveled, and the holy weapon in his hand trembled, seemingly suppressed by some force. Li Lao spoke wearily. "How much longer can you hold out, you beast?" The serpent was also in poor condition, with small cracks appearing on its surface and its aura flickering. These signs indicated that it was about to fall from its rank. Li Lao took a deep breath, preparing to make a desperate move to kill the serpent. At that critical moment, a hand suddenly pierced through Li Lao's heart and twisted viciously. Black flames engulfed Li Lao entirely. The small world seemed to be sealed by some power, temporarily cutting off its connection to Blue Star, making it impossible for anything happening inside to be transmitted out. Ha ha ha. The soul and essence of a human saint-level warrior. I'll take them. The figure of the Soul Devourer Demon King finally appeared. He looked with satisfaction at Li Lao, who had fallen to the ground and stirred up a cloud of dust. Sensing that Li Lao's life force had weakened to the extreme, he finally relaxed. With a casual flick, he sent a black spear to pin the serpent down. It turned out that to guard against deception, the Soul Devourer had been using a life-secret technique to completely hide his presence. As long as he didn't show himself before those life stars, he was confident that no one could find him. The titled Soul Devourer was one he had deliberately chosen. Given his abilities in escaping, hiding, and secrecy, perhaps Stealth Demon King would have been more fitting. The Soul Devourer Demon King grinned wildly. "Old man, what's the use of being strong in a fight? You need brains to win." Though he had already won, he still didn't dare utter the name of that terrifying figure. Meanwhile, on battlefield number 3, after noticing their leader was missing, a demon angrily shouted, "Damn it! That bastard Frost Poison must be sneaking off to feast alone." Another, who identified himself as a senior member of the Sacred Beast Society, called Dark Flame, began to boast. "I told you, follow my plan and victory is assured." The demon leader looked around, sweat pouring down his face. This is a world created by a human saint-level warrior. "We've been tricked," he shouted in despair. In this dark, ominous world, everyone looked up to the sky to see the brilliant stars shining with light and heat. "Damn, it's the Xing family's saint level." The demon leader gave up thinking, while the other demons trembled as they recognized the familiar starry sky. The Xing family's methods were deeply ingrained in the demon souls. At this critical moment, Dark Flame, exuding the energy of an 8th level peak, stepped forward. He flipped off the stars above and laughed maniacally. "So what if they're saint level? We have dozens of people. We can't lose." Just then, a young man stepped out, followed by Frost Poison, Yun Like Ai, and high-ranking officials from Yunshao City and the military. The current head of the Xing family, Xing Yaoran, the demon leader, slumped to the ground, resigned to his fate. Beside him, Dark Flame rushed forward excitedly. "Destruction is but a glorious moment." Boom. Just as Dark Flame's self-destructive flames began to expand, they were instantly frozen in place. Xing Yaoran lightly tapped his finger, and the flames were swallowed by the starlight descending from above. Frost poison. Why are you just watching? Have you betrayed us? Frost poison sneered, then rubbed the ring on his thumb before taking it off. His figure disappeared, replaced by a young man who bore some resemblance to the head of the Xing family. Allow me to introduce myself, Xing Yu, Dean of the Shinjo Martial Academy School of Arts. The demons and Sacred Beast Society members were stunned, looking at Yun light-sized smug expression. One demon, in disbelief, asked, Brother Yun, why are you standing with the Xia Kingdom? Didn't you say the Yun family's old patriarch was denied promotion by Xia Kingdom, and that the Yun family supported the rebellion? Yun like-eyed chuckled and pointed at Xing Yaoran. Xing Yu chuckled, a sly glint in his eyes. If I didn't put on a convincing act, how could that soul-devouring duke, who maxed out his stealth stats, ever be lured into action? His tone carried a hint of mockery. The demon leader, hearing this, felt a wave of confusion sweep over his mind. You humans and your dirty tactics, he cursed. Despite knowing that escape was impossible, he laughed maniacally. You have no idea about the Demon King. His power has long surpassed most peak saint levels. Even if the Xing family's saint-level warriors came to help, it would be useless. The Demon King has already absorbed the essence of the regional governor and left the Blue Star world. It's over. His laughter was tinged with madness. Exchanging a high-ranking demon earl for a fallen human saint-level warrior is worth it. With that, he closed his eyes, ready to face his end. At this moment, the members of the Sacred Beast Society were firmly controlled by the military and the Martial Arts Bureau. Xing Yaran frowned and spoke. Why would we need to assist? The regional governor of Yunshao and the one from Jinsha are from the same era as our old master and Senator Xia. He paused, a smile tugging at his lips, but you're right about one thing. It's over. Governor Li has already captured the essence of the soul-devouring duke. The demon leader's eyes snapped open, staring at Xing Yaoran in disbelief. Flashback to 10 minutes earlier. The soul-devouring demon king was about to extract the essence of the human saint-level warrior when he heard a leisurely voice. Oh, you finally came out. Any later, and I might have killed that giant serpent. The demon king's body stiffened as he slowly turned around. Not far away stood an old man, his face unlined, exuding a powerful life force. The elder had his hands behind his back, looking composed, untouched by injury or even a speck of dust. This isn't Yuan force. The demon king roared internally. He sensed an equally powerful peak, saint-level Yuan force emanating from the elder and a formidable seal enveloping the entire small world. The demon king stared at the unresponsive great transfer rune in disbelief, shouting, The law of the mind. The pinnacle of the holy rank. The law of the mind. A flicker of terror flashed in the soul-devourer demon king's eyes as he finally realized he had fallen into a trap. This small world was a carefully constructed snare, designed precisely for this day. Their target was his essence, intended to elevate someone to the holy rank. Clenching his teeth, the soul-devourer demon king calculated silently. The peak of the 9th rank is the ultimate limit of transcendent beings. To advance further, one must condense the laws. Most warriors stagnate at this stage. To truly step into the holy rank, there are only two paths. The first path is known as the master of the world. One must find an unclaimed small world and slowly transform it using their own laws and primal energy. When the small world is fully transformed, it can be absorbed into the body and freely accessed within the larger world, automatically elevating the warrior to the holy rank. This method is stable but time-consuming, requiring at least several months. The advantage is that it almost never fails, and the transformed small world can continuously absorb special energy from the chaotic void, converting it into primal energy, which is especially beneficial for warriors who rely on spell-based techniques. The second path is the path of ascension. The method is straightforward. Obtain the essence of a recently deceased holy rank being and forcibly integrate it into oneself. As long as one can withstand the initial erosion and backlash of the laws, they can ascend to the holy rank within days. This path is quick but highly risky, with failure likely resulting in death. The soul-devourer demon king suddenly understood the truth behind the rejection of the Yun family's old patriarch's ascension. It wasn't due to discord between the Yun family and the Xia kingdom, but because someone had made a deal with the Yunshao state's officials to use his essence for their own ascension. Staring at the completely isolated small world, the soul-devourer demon king showed a vicious expression. Since I can't get out, I'll kill you first. Let's see who takes whose essence. Elder Li watched the soul-devourer demon king quietly, his pupils unfocused and his gaze hollow. He seemed to have become an emotionless puppet. A cold, mechanical voice emanated from his mouth, like a divine decree from above. My next attack will reach the life star. The law of the mind dictates that within a certain range, if you believe you are strong enough, you will be strong enough. Sensing something, the soul-devourer demon king shouted in despair. Wait, I surrender. Elder Li slowly raised his right hand, using his palm as a blade, and slashed at the soul-devourer Demon King. This simple motion had no special effects, yet it instantly paralyzed the Demon King. He felt his future being severed, all his fates converging into a single-line death. It was as if someone from an infinitely high dimension had swung a blade, and the soul-devourer Demon King felt his body, soul, and status being shattered, reduced to pure essence. He died without a struggle, passing away peacefully. Elderly emerged from that state, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Feeling the exhaustion of his depleted primal energy and the sharp pain of overexerted mental energy, he laughed weakly. This old man is exhausted. Playing a role at my age? Once Xiaoyun completes his ascension, he can take over my duties in the other world. Xingyaran appeared in the small world with Xingyu. Thank you for your trouble, elderly, Xingyaran said. The Soul Devourer Duke's stealth abilities were too strong. We had to resort to some measures to draw him out. Elderly waved his hand dismissively. Just make sure the promised resources aren't lacking. With that, he grabbed the holy rank essence and left the small world. The head of the Xing family waved his hand, and with a flash of starlight, the remaining surviving beasts were instantly killed. You've done well these past few months, Xingyaran said to Xingyu, successfully luring the demon clan into action. But once you've ascended to the holy rank, don't wander off. The principal of the Spell Academy has already complained to me about your long absence. Xingyu looked at the small world that now belonged to him, excitedly saying, the family had laid the groundwork early on. I only had to play the role of Shuangdu for a while. Xingyu was immersed in the joy of ascending to the saint level, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. He began to imagine the uproar his return to the Shinjo Martial Academy would cause. The youngest saint-level warrior in the Xia Kingdom, that's me, he thought, completely ignoring Xia Wanjuan's presence. Meanwhile, in the Yun family residence in Yunshao City, a discussion about the Demon Grand Duke was taking place. Jiang Hao frowned and asked, so, all of this was to lure out the injured Demon Grand Duke? Yun Qianqian nodded in confirmation. Jiang Hao couldn't help but mock. This Demon Grand Duke isn't that bright, is he? He paused and added, but with this move, the Yun family has firmly allied with the Xing family. Those rumors from a few years ago about the Yun family breaking ties with Xia Kingdom really misled a lot of people. Jiang Hao continued to analyze the situation. The Demon Clan has lost their last saint-level warrior. The sacred beasts tried to retaliate but suffered severe losses, and almost all their high-ranking members were wiped out. Even some treacherous family heads were caught in one sweep. He silently lit a virtual incense stick for the unseen Gao family head. The Gao family is completely done for. Not even a bone fragment left. Yun Qianqian explained. Grandfather is desperate to ascend to the saint level. He's not of the spellcasting type, and the small world offers him limited support. The Xing family promised to help him on the path to ascension, increasing his chances of success, and even if he fails, his life won't be at risk. Naturally, grandfather and elderly agreed. Jiang Hao still felt puzzled and pressed on. But isn't the small world part of our Yunshao state? If it's refined, what will happen to battlefield number 1? Yun Qianqian looked at Jiang Hao in surprise, not expecting this future big shot to care about such a matter. She explained, don't worry, the Xing family has promised that all martial resources for low-level martial classes in Yunshao State's martial schools and high schools will be doubled, and many mid to low-level martial techniques will be made available to students for free. All expenses will be covered by the Xing family. This is also why elderly agreed to the Xing family's plan. After all, the essence of the soul-devouring Grand Duke can also be used for ascension. As for battlefield number 1, it will just have fewer exotic beasts, not disappear completely. We just need to manage the schedule and access times properly. Jiang Hao nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. It seems that with a young saint-level warrior in the Xing family and a saint-level warrior in Yunshao State on the surface, it's a win-win situation. He hesitated but ultimately didn't ask the question. Is it appropriate for a third-level rookie like me to know so many secrets? Yun Qianqian took a sip of her milk tea, her eyes falling on the dejected Yun Yichen nearby. She had a sudden idea and suggested, Yichen, Jiang Hao is your biggest rival for the martial exam champion title. Why don't you two have a sparring match now to see the difference? Yun Yichen quickly waved his hands, looking helpless. Sis Qianqian, I'm afraid my small frame can't even withstand a single punch from brother Jiang. Jiang Hao looked at Yun Yichen with disdain, thinking coward. Noticing Jiang Hao's gaze, Yun Yichen didn't mind. To him, the title of state martial exam champion was too eye-catching and didn't fit his usual low-key and steady style. It would be better if someone else took his place. He didn't want to be targeted by the 7 heroes of Xia Kingdom. As for Jiang Hao's disdainful look, Yun Yichen smirked inwardly. At least he wasn't like that foolish sister of his, calling their clearly sensitive younger aunt auntie. Jiang Hao cleared his throat, turned to Yun Qianqian, and smiled shyly. Sis Qianqian, can you keep my defeating the Thunderstorm Bear a secret? Yun Qianqian blinked and, seeing Jiang Hao's slightly bashful smile, nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I'll report it to Elder Yi discreetly. Yun stared at the message that popped up on his wristband, his body trembling as he turned to Jiang Hao for help in a panic. Brother Jiang, help me. Jiang Hao looked at his usually composed companion in confusion, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong? Do you know Feng Chilua? The one director Yi asked you to add a few days ago. Yun explained urgently. Jiang Hao frowned, thinking for a moment. Feng Chilua? I think I remember. Director Yi mentioned her awkwardly, so I added her out of courtesy. But she often sends bizarre messages like, only you and I are heroes in this world. I just muted her. No way. Does anyone really use their real name online? Jiang Hao half-joked. Yun pointed to the chat window on his wristband, his face full of distress. She wants me to tell you to reply to her message. Brother Jiang, how does she know I'm at the Yun family home? Jiang Hao asked in confusion. She doesn't know. She's just asking you to notify me, right? Yun nodded, his expression growing more bitter. Yes, if you weren't here today, I'd have to find you myself. You're not afraid because you're one of the top 8 talents in the country, but I'm not. My sister and I used to play at the Feng family home when we were kids, and she always bullied us. Yun Qianqian, who was nearby, also showed a worried expression, as if Feng Chilua was some terrifying figure. Jiang Hao chuckled inwardly. Top 8? What a ridiculous title. Confident in his dual cultivation skills, he didn't believe anyone could surpass him. He unmuted Feng Chilua, quickly skimmed through a string of nonsensical messages, and went straight to the latest one. Feng Chilua, see you at the start of the school year. I'll definitely be number 1 in the freshman ranking competition. Jiang Hao replied expressionlessly, sure, whatever you say. Then he swiftly closed the chat and turned on Do Not Disturb mode. Freshman ranking competition? Does the whole freshman class fight? How long would that take? Jiang Hao asked curiously. Yun Qianqian finished her milk tea, summoned a water ball to dissolve the cup, and organized her thoughts before explaining. It's exactly what it sounds like. But not all freshmen can participate. The school selects 100 freshmen based on their entrance exam scores and past performance. Those ranked lower can challenge those ranked higher, with each person getting 5 chances. There's also a competition among the top few freshmen to determine the rankings for the next semester. For example, there are 8 of you considered the strongest this year. Although you're in the top 100, the others can't challenge you during your freshman year. You 8 are all prodigies who scored full marks on the entrance exam. Wait, sis, is it really that hard to get a full score? Shouldn't there be many perfect scores in those large provinces? Yun interjected. Didn't Oldly say that mastering a saint-level martial skill early on allows you to fight opponents one major realm higher without any pressure? Those top-ranked provinces have more than one family with saint-level martial artists. Yun Qianqian shook her head. To get a full score, you need to be at least at the 3rd realm. Getting 500 points in practical combat means you have to face a 4th realm AI. And the entrance exam's 4th realm AI uses saint-level martial skills or spells. For example, even though Chen knows a saint-level martial skill, he wouldn't stand a chance against a 4th realm martial artist with a saint-level skill. Yun Chen quietly raised his hand. The saint-level skill I know is a movement technique for escaping. That's so you. Jiang Hao laughed and gestured for Yun Qianqian to continue. Yun Qianqian pursed her lips, took out another cup of milk tea to soothe her throat, and continued. You 8 will have a single elimination tournament to determine the top rank. But with your strength, you have a good chance of taking 1st place. 6 of the other 7 are just a bit stronger than Xiao Xiao. The strongest is Feng Chilua, but no one knows her true strength. The other 6 have all been crushed by her. Jiang Hao thought, it seems the so-called top prodigies are just at the 5th realm, maybe a bit stronger. As for Feng Chilua, let's generously assume she's at the 6th realm. Although he couldn't unleash a 7th realm attack without a spiritual weapon, dealing with a 6th realm opponent wouldn't be hard. Noticing the time, Jiang Hao decided it was time to leave, as he had to return to Yunlan City in the afternoon. He bid farewell to Yun Qianqian and Yun Chen, then left the Yun family home. On his wristband, he sent goodbye messages to the people he'd met in Yunshao City and Battlefield Number 1 over the past few days. Seeing the messages from Captain Zhang and Vice Captain Yin, who were still dealing with the resisting members of the rebel families, and Lu Da's promise to treat him to a meal next time, as well as the blessings from the Yunshao Martial School's 4-member group, Jiang Hao felt a warmth in his heart and a slight smile formed on his lips. This 7-day journey had come to an end. By the time he returned to Yunshao City, he might already be a high-level martial artist. He headed to the airport with the personnel sent by the Martial Affairs Bureau. On the plane, Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment before sending a message to, want to retire so badly. Grandpa Li, I'm heading back to Yunlan City. See you after the entrance exam. Oldly seemed busy and didn't reply. Instead, Director Yi sent Jiang Hao a list. Seeing that almost all the high-ranking members of the Sacred Beast Society had been captured, Jiang Hao couldn't help but marvel at the twists of fate. A few months ago, he was just an ordinary 1st-realm martial artist, powerless against the Sacred Beast Society with its over 20 high-level martial artists. Now, With the strength to threaten 7th Realm opponents, the Sacred Beast Society had met its end. What a pity, Blood Shadow didn't show up this time, Jiang Hao remarked as he looked at the list. Blood Shadow is cunning and good at escaping, not fitting in with the other Sacred Beast Society members. Director Yi replied. Huh. It's better this way. Soon, I'll be able to deal with you personally, Jiang Hao said confidently. He gazed out of the airplane window at the clear blue sky, dotted with fluffy white clouds. Jiang Hao squinted slightly, raising his hand to block some of the sunlight. The rays filtered through his fingers, casting a warm glow on his face. Time to go home. June 1st, Saturday. The morning sunlight gently filtered through the curtains, softly illuminating the room. Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and sat up from his comfortable bed. Although the 7-day trip ended with some hiccups, the outcome was positive. Yunxiao province finally had its own saint-level warrior. The thought made Jiang Hao's lips curl into a smile. Suddenly, his wristband vibrated, signaling a new message. Jiang Hao picked it up, and his smile instantly froze. His old class teacher and the principal had invited him back to school to give a speech to the juniors. He didn't hesitate to decline this kind offer. Feeling conflicted, Jiang Hao reflected on the journey. The good news was that his strength had increased several times over, finally achieving his dream of dominating his peers. But the bad news gave him a headache everywhere in Yunlan City. His motivational video was being played repeatedly. Whether it was the evening news or TV commercials, his face was everywhere. It was a video he had recorded for the mayor before heading to the battlefield, full of motivational quotes from his past life. Now, Jiang Hao just wanted to travel back in time and slap himself. Just yesterday, as he entered his neighborhood, the elderly guard at the gate stopped him with a smile, asking for an autograph for his grandson. As the video's voiceover filled the air with, behind every effort, Jiang Hao nearly wanted to dig a hole and hide. He hurriedly signed the autograph and quickly escaped before a crowd could gather. The video's impact was evident. Parents from surrounding cities were moving to Yunlan City, hoping their children could catch some luck and become warriors. The principal of No. 3 High School was overjoyed, with a flood of excellent students coming to enroll. Jiang Hao secretly felt relieved for these students. Soon, martial arts resources would double, and they could receive at least 3 yuan crystals weekly. Lost in his thoughts, the doorbell suddenly rang. Reflexively, he shouted, "Just leave it at the door." After getting dressed, Jiang Hao was puzzled hadn't ordered any delivery. Opening the door, he found a suitcase quietly standing on the ground, with a piece of white paper labeled "Private Delivery" attached to it. This familiar scene made Jiang Hao's forehead twitch. He quickly picked up the suitcase, closed the door, and opened it. The system notification sounded immediately. Detected a 9th level beast's life crystal. Can be converted to 30,000 points. Convert now? Jiang Hao was stunned. A 9th level life crystal? So extravagant? Without hesitation, he absorbed the crystal, and his points skyrocketed to 41,404. The system prompted again. Host's cumulative points exceed 66,666. Commencing panel optimization. The optimizations included the option to disable point notifications and improvements to the instant kill assessment. Jiang Hao was overjoyed. These optimizations were perfectly timed. Eagerly, he checked the instruction manual inside the suitcase, which included a note from Grandpa Li. It turned out this was a freshly obtained 9th level life crystal, untainted by any rules. Jiang Hao guessed that this might be the matured beast mentioned by Sister Cece. Excitedly, he opened his panel and started allocating points. He spent 8,000 points to raise his physique and spirit to 60 points each. Instantly, Jiang Hao felt a dramatic change. His height shot up to 2 meters, muscles stretched, his clothes tight, then gradually returned to normal. His spirit seemed to break through a barrier, becoming several times stronger without any discomfort. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao felt the monumental changes within his body. He knew he had just undergone a significant qualitative leap. Jiang Hao felt the power within him erupt like a volcano. His cultivation level instantly broke through to the 3rd tier, 4th level, and continued to soar until it finally stopped at the 3rd tier, 7th level. This breakthrough was not only rapid but also astonishingly stable, to the point where even a single 1st-tier energy crystal could trigger another breakthrough. Jiang Hao exhaled deeply, internally marveling at the power of the upgrade panel, which seemed to completely ignore the law of energy conservation. He carefully sensed the surging power within him, brimming with confidence. He thought that even without the aid of spiritual weapons and martial skills, he could easily defeat an average 6th-tier warrior. Although he hadn't tested it yet, Jiang Hao could clearly feel that his physical speed had far surpassed the speed of sound. He estimated that when fully unleashed, he might even reach twice the speed of sound, which was at least 3 times faster than before the upgrade. To put that in perspective, an average 7th-tier warrior flying with full power using their energy would only hover around twice the speed of sound. However, Jiang Hao soon realized that this incredible speed came with its own set of problems. Running at this speed would create sonic booms that could cause massive destruction, and his footsteps would be audible from far away. In contrast, a 7th-tier warrior flying with energy wouldn't have these negative effects. Thinking about this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but worry. I hope I don't get nicknamed something like Tyrant Warrior or Mad Blade God in future martial school competitions, but he quickly dismissed this thought. Whatever, let future me handle the embarrassing stuff. Refocusing on the upgrade panel, Jiang Hao decided to continue upgrading. He first spent 30,000 points to upgrade Instant 9 Flashes. Ding! The system prompt sounded. Martial Skill Instant 9 Flashes successfully upgraded to Spatial Attribute, Saint Level Martial Skill Boundless Realm. Boundless Realm. No seal, environment, or restraint can stop you. You walk within the layers of space, unnoticed and unimpeded. You are the sovereign of space. With over 3,000 points left, Jiang Hao thought for a moment and decided to allocate them to his crushing fist. He recalled the time when he was overwhelmed by thousands of beasts and his energy depleted too quickly. Although Sky Cleaving Slash was exhilarating to use, it consumed too much energy, making upgrading Crushing Fist more practical. Ding! The system prompted again. Perfect spatial affinity detected. Crushing Fist attribute changed. Crushing Fist 2 Shattering Space Fist 9th level. Shattering Space Fist, imbued with spatial power, can directly disrupt the space at the point of impact, dealing massive damage to energy shields and causing penetrating damage. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, as if he saw the glory of his past moments when he used spatial martial skills to teleport and deliver a crushing blow with his fist. He couldn't help but wipe away imaginary tears, murmuring to himself, "It's all coming back. It's all coming back." Then, his gaze returned to the blue screen in his mind, eagerly anticipating the next round of updates on the panel. Jiang Hao examined his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Hao. Realm, 3rd tier, 7th heaven. Physical strength, 66th tier. Mental strength, 66th tier. Special status, overlimit I. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The overlimit status had broken the biological evolution rules, allowing him to initiate his first transformation ahead of time. Although the permanent abilities were unknown, his innate talents were already apparent. Clear Dao Heart, rapid adaptation, perfect spatial affinity, and free casting. Jiang Hao continued to browse his martial skills. Sky Shattering Fist Perfect 130000. Boundless Realm Traversal Proficient 2860100000. Thunder Flash Blade Perfect. Sky Piercing / Proficient 22969100000. In terms of cultivation, he had mastered the 8th basic body refining technique of Xia Kingdom, reaching the 3rd tier. Points, 404. Activated means activated? Jiang Hao muttered to himself. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, activate. He felt significantly lighter, and his energy absorption rate increased dramatically. Normally, activating a transformation required time and sufficient energy, but the panel had directly saved him the trouble, just like the sky-piercing slash. A slight smile appeared on Jiang Hao's lips as he thought, what does it mean to be invincible among my peers? I can suppress even the AK. He decided to spend some time in the virtual combat space to adapt to his new state and develop his spatial power usage. Suddenly, he remembered that an overconfident young lady from the Xing family wanted to challenge him. Confidently, Jiang Hao opened his bracelet, first dismissing the daily messages from a narcissistic, delusional sender. Then, he saw the highlight clips from the Global Martial Arts School League sent by Feng Qilua. So strong, incredibly strong. Jiang Hao commented, I'll choose the backcourt 3 cover. The other side quickly replied, backcourt 3 cover? Do you mean the 23 formation in a 5v5 team battle? Good point. Feng Qilua continued. For the Global Martial Arts School Freshman League in the 2nd semester, you can be my vice-captain. We'll take care of the other school's competitors, and we can just bring along 3 others to fill the credits. Jiang Hao replied, exasperated. Let's not talk about who will be the vice-captain first. Aren't we giving the other 6 heroes any chance to shine? What 6 heroes? I left that lousy group. A bunch of people combined aren't worth me using my second element. Feng Qilua arrogantly responded. Jiang Hao quickly exited the conversation. It seemed this one had some real skills. While others were specializing in one element, she was already mastering elemental reactions. He found Fish and Bear's Paw in his contact list and sent a message. I'm back home. Want to have a match? I can use one hand. After a while, the reply came. I watched your video of challenging Yunshao Martial Arts School. Honestly, I hate headaches, so I won't spar for now. Let's wait until school starts. You'll be in the freshman ranking battles anyway. Just let me use one sword and 2 hands then. If you haven't woken up yet, I suggest drinking some water. Jiang Hao replied. He suddenly realized that the Xing family young lady seemed serious at first, like a cool and cute literary girl, though she couldn't use punctuation properly. But the more they talked, the more she seemed like a white lotus. In contrast, Feng Qilua was the most honest, showing her narcissistic and delusional traits from the beginning. Meanwhile, in the Feng family's virtual combat space in Fenglei City, Feng Qilua had once again defeated 5 fifth-tier warriors who had mastered saint-level martial skills or spells. The entire apocalyptic wasteland-themed town map was almost destroyed, with buildings in ruins and the ground covered in craters and ravines. The raging cyan green winds and falling purple lightning seemed to be the norm for this map. Even senior Zhou Weifeng back then couldn't defeat 5 saint-level skill users at the 3rd tier. Feng Qilua proudly admired her handiwork. According to the standards of previous global martial arts school freshman leagues, a 4th-tier warrior who had mastered saint-level skills was already top tier. This year's freshmen seemed stronger than usual. Although those 6 weaklings were average, they were comparable to talents like senior Zhou, who could dominate their generation. I heard there are some good opponents abroad this year, stronger than that fire wielder, Feng Qilua mused. Unfortunately, from now on, everyone will have to look up to me, Feng Qilua. Even Jiang Hao can only be my vice-captain. Her chest rose and fell slightly as she panted and exited the creator mode. As the most favored granddaughter of Feng Counselor and the only child of the current Feng family head, it was reasonable for her to have access to the creator mode, which only the top 10 martial arts schools could activate. Seeing that the vice-captain still hadn't replied, Feng Qilua unhappily closed the screen, preparing to vent her frustration on Xia Pengqing in the virtual combat space later that evening. How dare he call her an idiot? Jiang Hao muttered through gritted teeth, a flicker of anger in his eyes. If I don't beat him up in the capital and send him to the hospital, it's only because of the Xia family's face. June 6th, Thursday. Jiang Hao glanced at his phone's calendar, which marked the day as good for prayers. On the eve of the college entrance exam, the class monitor suggested everyone get together to relax. After all, the exam was tomorrow, and perhaps such relaxation could bring about a breakthrough in their mindset. Besides, the only written test was in Xia language, and passing it would be enough. Jiang Hao put on casual clothes, a hat, and a mask. As a well-known figure, he didn't want to be mobbed for autographs, especially by fans who played his motivational quotes. By now, Jiang Hao is already a 3rd-rank, 8th-tier expert, yet he didn't train deliberately. He spent his days completing daily tasks in the virtual combat space or chatting with classmates in the group chat. During his free time, he lay on his bed, arguing with trolls online using a secondary account or dealing perfunctorily with the future vice-captain. Unknowingly, he had once again made a small breakthrough. At 10:30 a.m., the entire class gathered at the school gate. The teacher, to avoid adding pressure to the students, had taken leave under some pretext. The class monitor, Jiang Zhuang, came over carrying a scruffy kid and excitedly shouted, "Brother Jiang?" Jiang Hao greeted the other classmates first, then turned to Jiang Zhuang and praised, "Monitor, not bad. You've reached the peak of the 1st rank. When the time comes, beat the same level AI, and the top 10 martial arts schools are yours." Jiang Zhuang humbly replied, "It's all thanks to your help, Brother Jiang. By the way, I caught that kid, Shaoli, who edited and spread the video of you killing the wolf pack online." He shook the scruffy kid in his hand. "Should we just bury him?" Shaoli struggled and shouted, "I've bled and earned merits for Brother Jiang. Let me down. I want to see Brother Jiang." Besides, that video was taken down for false accusations on the 3rd day. Jiang Hao felt a bit of an itch in his hand but held back. Looking at the 1st rank, 4th-tier Li Jing, he shook his head helplessly and said, "All right, it's been a few days already. Anyway, I don't need to prove my strength to anyone anymore. The top scorer in Yunshao Province's martial arts exam is mine, and the 1st place in Shinjo Martial Arts School's freshman ranking battle is also mine." Exactly. Brother Jiang is awesome. Brother Jiang is #1 in the world. Jiang Zhuang and Li Jing immediately put on smiles and started flattering him. Looking at the circle of classmates around him, Jiang Hao smiled slightly, raised his right hand and announced, "Today's expenses are all on me. Boss is generous. Boss should have 10 kids." The classmates cheered and jumped for joy. They walked shoulder to shoulder, backs to the familiar campus, heading toward the brightest path in the sunlight. The last day before the college entrance exam ended just like that. June 7th, Friday. Jiang Hao got up early. Today was another hopeful day. As dawn broke, Jiang Hao sprang out of bed, feeling invigorated. He quickly washed up, devoured his breakfast, and put on the outfit he had carefully prepared the night before. Standing in front of the mirror, he meticulously adjusted his collar, ensuring everything was perfect. He then picked up his transparent exam stationery bag and double-checked that he had all the essentials. Stepping out of his house, Jiang Hao noticed an unusual calmness in the city. Looking up, he saw the moving light displays on the buildings flashing the words "Good luck" on the exam, adding a solemn touch to this special day. By the roadside, Jiang Hao waited for a taxi alongside other examinees and their parents. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, and the parents wore expressions of mixed emotions. When the taxi arrived, Jiang Hao calmly got into the back seat. He opened his phone to find messages of encouragement from his friends. After replying to each one, a confident smile spread across his face as he thought, becoming the top martial arts scholar? Piece of cake. Fortunately, Jiang Hao's exam venue was at number 3 high school. The exam hall was filled with both martial arts examinees like him and those who could only take the academic exam due to lack of talent. Jiang Hao breezed through the test and, when the time came for early submission, he confidently walked out of the exam hall. He exchanged knowing glances and nods with his schoolmates. The afternoon's realm test was held in the first-floor lobby of the Martial Arts Administration. With over 2,000 martial arts examinees in the small city of Yunlan, the number was quite impressive. In recent years, the number of prodigies and martial artists on Blue Star had surged, resembling a sudden revival of spiritual energy. Experts predicted that the energy levels on Blue Star would continue to rise, and more talented individuals would emerge from ordinary families. At the entrance of the Martial Arts Administration, Jiang Hao walked in familiarly and greeted Captain Tian, who was on duty. Good afternoon, Brother Tian. On duty today? Captain Tian, seeing Jiang Hao, wordlessly took out a lollipop and put it in his mouth, saying, "Of course. If another prodigy like you shows up, well, just be handing over the reins." Jiang Hao thought to himself that his rapid growth seemed to have struck a blow to Captain Tian. Not long ago, he had looked up to Captain Tian, who soared through the air and wielded wind blades like a battle god. Now, Jiang Hao felt confident in challenging him. In the center of the lobby, a row of energy detection devices was neatly arranged, and the names of examinees flickered on the overhead screens. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Jiang Ge, over here." It was Shaoli waving from the front. Just as Jiang Hao was about to wave back, he noticed the admiring gazes of the surrounding students. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Hao cleared his throat and was about to say something encouraging when a boy interjected, "I know. Dreams aren't out of reach as long as you dare to chase them." Seeing the students around him inspired, Jiang Hao recalled his own motivational speeches and quietly retreated to the wall. With the announcement, Martial Arts Realm Test begins, the first batch of students took their positions as indicated by their wristbands. The results were announced one by one. Tian Shao, first stage, third level, 320 points. Sun Xiaowei, first stage, first level, 300 points. Gao Shi, first stage, fifth level, 340 points. The atmosphere in the hall gradually relaxed, with some leaving satisfied and others waiting for their friends. Zhang Zhuang's score caused a stir. Class President rocks. He scored 380 points with a first stage, ninth level performance, even earning an approving nod from the proctor. Finally, Zhang took the stage. Once a cocky genius from number 1 high school, always seen in a dashing trench coat, he now sported a simple buzz cut and wore the plain uniform of number 1 high school. Standing in front of the energy detection device, his eyes locked onto Jiang Hao, silently declaring his determination. The proctor from Yunshao Martial School warmly approached Zhang Jiangyu and enthusiastically recommended the school to him. Just then, a voice rang out, "Jiang Hao." The entire venue fell silent as all eyes turned to Jiang Hao, who was slowly walking towards the testing area. The proctor's expression immediately changed to one of respect and awe as he watched the influential figure approach. Zhang Jiangyu, his few underlings, and the class monitor stood expectantly on the side. The students from Class 1 crowded to the front, not a single one leaving. Jiang Hao calmly placed his hand on the testing device and awaited the results. Jiang Hao, 3rd rank, 8th heaven. A perfect score of 500 points. This result not only shocked the examinees present, but also left the proctor with an incredulous look. The students from Class 1 erupted into cheers, shouting, "Jiang Gu is unbeatable." Even some students from 3rd High joined in the celebration. They were so excited that they almost pushed aside other students waiting to be tested, and even the Martial Union Bureau staff couldn't stop the commotion in time. Clearing his throat, the proctor announced, "All right, those who have completed the test, please quiet down and do not disturb the other examinees." Jiang Hao shrugged and stepped down from the testing platform, looking at the flushed face of Zhang Jiangyu. He provocatively asked, "So, want to have a match?" Zhang Jiangyu choked for a moment before finally muttering, "You win. The title of Yunlan City's top talent is yours." With that, he hurriedly left with his underlings. The class monitor walked up to Jiang Hao, watching Zhang Jiangyu's retreating figure with a smile. "A few days ago, he went a second high and gave that idiot who was bad-mouthing you a good beating." I hope he's all right," Jiang Hao replied nonchalantly. Around them, the examinees were still buzzing with excitement over the astonishing result. Jiang Hao's transformed body had heightened senses, allowing him to easily pick up on conversations even in the noisy environment. "My cousin went to an ordinary martial school in Shanghai State, and he graduated at 3rd rank, 4th heaven. Even then, he was the top graduate of his class." "Are you kidding? Jiang Shen is beyond comparison to us mere mortals. Not just Yunshao State, he's number 1 in the entire nation." "Feng Qilua, who's calling me? Think bigger. Jiang Deshen has no match even on a global scale." Hearing these increasingly exaggerated praises, Jiang Hao worried that a video of him challenging Saint-level experts might surface online the next day. He quickly led his friends out of the hall. Outside the Martial Union Bureau, parents were waiting anxiously. The class monitor addressed the group. Tomorrow morning's practical test is crucial. Laoban has explained everything clearly. You all know your own abilities. If anyone scores 300 points or, heaven forbid, gets a 0, we'll laugh at them for life. Jiang Hao chuckled and added, tomorrow's practical test is important, but don't be too stressed. Just like Laoban said, if you can't win, you can still run. Head for the edges and give it your all. Just surviving 5 minutes earns you 320 points. Laoban specifically mentioned that first-rank AIs don't have movement techniques. Don't worry, Jiang Go. If I score below 320 points tomorrow, I'll bring my head to you. Shaoli still loved playing the sidekick. The class monitor raised his wristband. All right, any questions can be discussed in the group chat later. For now, let's head home. At night, Jiang Hao lay in bed, having completed his daily training. As usual, a few active members of the class group chat started their usual banter. Tomorrow's the combat test. My sister said if I score 400 points, she'll introduce me to her friend. One message caught everyone's attention. I saw the girl's photo. She's really pretty and rich. Help, what should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent. The group chat erupted. Ask your sister if she needs another brother? My suggestion. Take more antibiotics. As the conversation heated up, the class teacher stepped in to calm things down. Everyone, go to bed early. Those with weaker combat skills, pay extra attention to your positioning tomorrow. The chat went silent instantly, leaving only lines of acknowledged messages. Like a flock of startled birds, the students quickly went offline. Jiang Hao quietly followed suit, turned off his wristband, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Jiang Hao returned to the familiar martial arts bureau. Just like the day before, the tests proceeded in the order displayed on the holographic screen. The main hall housed 30 virtual combat pods, and candidates began their exams one after another, encouraged by their peers. Unlike regular martial arts bureau certification tests, the college entrance exams adhered to principles of openness, fairness, and impartiality. Each combat pod had a holographic screen above it, broadcasting the exam in real time. The hall was equipped with devices to block all electronic equipment, preventing any unauthorized recordings. This setup not only allowed other candidates to observe and learn, but also tested the psychological resilience of the participants. After all, once martial artists enter martial arts schools, they will face various competitions, multi-school cooperative explorations of secret realms, and even joint actions with students from other countries. A student who is too introverted might underperform due to being self-conscious. Candidates who cannot demonstrate their full abilities under public scrutiny are undoubtedly deemed unqualified. Once in martial arts school, they will undergo specialized corrective training. Jiang Hao was somewhat socially anxious. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Wow, that famous couple in the unknown match. The guy got knocked out in just a few moves. Now he can only get 300 points. How tragic. I heard about them too. The guy's talent is average, and he just became a first-level martial artist recently, while the girl scored a 7 heavens yesterday. The guy only scored 600 points. He won't get into even the worst martial arts school. Jiang Hao looked over to see a pale, somewhat androgynous boy being helped up by an invigilator, looking dazed. His girlfriend had been battling the AI for 2 minutes and, although she couldn't win, she was likely to score 350 points. Jiang Hao shook his head. This happened every year. Some knew their theoretical scores were too low and hoped to make up for it with combat scores to get into a better school. The boy now squatted in a corner, silently crying with his face in his hands, while people around gave him some space. Then, another stir rippled through the crowd. Look at that guy with gray hair. No way. He's dodging attacks with slides and rolls. Is this some pro showing off? On the screen, a candidate was taunting the AI, making faces, and even slapping his butt, easily evading attacks. Students from his class pretended not to know him, looking away. 2 minutes later, the gray-haired boy emerged with a grin. Seeing the shocked faces around him, he scoffed. What's wrong with losing a bit of face for a good score? I'm the guy who scored 320 points. His shout made the previously despondent boy bury his face even deeper. His girlfriend finished her test, found out her boyfriend couldn't get into a martial arts school, frowned, glanced at him, and left without a word. Disappointed that there wasn't an immediate breakup drama, the onlookers dispersed. Finally, it was Jiang Hao's turn to test, along with the class monitor and Zhang Jiangyu. Entering the combat space, Jiang Hao faced a third-level, 8 heavens AI. With one slash, he secured 400 points easily. He could now choose to challenge different levels, and without hesitation, he chose the highest difficulty. A more cautious candidate might have progressed step-by-step. The scene suddenly changed from a giant arena to a desert map. In the golden sands, distant dunes stood like pyramids. Is this the golden sand state? Jiang Hao looked around in surprise. A few hundred meters away, an AI emitting 4th level, 7 heavens energy and wielding a giant hammer charged towards him. In the hall, candidates and some martial arts bureau staff stared in amazement at Jiang Hao's screen. Jiang the Great, as expected of the world's #1. Even the exam scene has a special skin. I told you to watch more videos online, but you didn't believe me. This is the creator mode that only the top 10 martial arts schools can unlock. A second-level martial artist from the bureau also tapped a veteran beside him in surprise, clearly not expecting this turn of events. Shang Gu turned to the equally astonished Captain Tian and muttered, "I've never seen anything like this before." AI, wielding a massive hammer, surged with elemental energy like a tidal wave and leapt into the air. The hammer glowed, emitting a faint dragon's roar. As AI descended rapidly, the hammer's power dispersed the airborne dust. The spirit weapon, infused with energy, expanded, revealing a faint golden dragon head at its base. Dragon Roar Hammer. AI's synthesized voice echoed across the battlefield. The onlookers outside the arena saw the enormous dragon head hammer and immediately started buzzing with excitement. That huge hammer. It's gonna leave some serious bruises. Wow, what a massive hammer. Dragon head hammer. In the virtual space, Jiang Hao gazed at the colossal martial technique, its base as large as a 6-story building, and couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Sis Tian said mastering a saint-level technique doesn't guarantee a perfect score. This power is nearly at the minor completion stage of a saint-level technique. As he spoke, he clenched his right fist and launched a sky-shattering punch at the descending hammer. His fist, wrapped in barely visible silver threads, struck with full force, shattering the massive hammer into pieces. Boom! The entire sandy ground collapsed instantly, and the explosion sent sand flying in all directions within a radius of several dozen meters. Cough, cough. Damn it, I got sand in my mouth. Jiang Hao cursed, seeing that AI's hammer had disintegrated into basic components and AI itself was shattered. After confirming his perfect score of 500 points, Jiang Hao decisively exited the virtual space. The invigilator, wiping sweat from his forehead, loudly announced Jiang Hao's perfect score. The teacher knew well the difficulty of a 4th-tier AI mastering a saint-level technique, and Jiang Hao's ability to destroy both the technique and the AI with a single punch was astonishing, far beyond the reach of typical 6th-tier warriors. However, given Jiang Hao's previous feat of challenging the Yunshao Martial School, no one was surprised by his perfect score. In the eyes of many, both the 4th-tier peak Yun Xiaoxiao and the 4th-tier 7th-level AI were equally easy opponents for him. Jiang Hao signaled the excited cheering classmates to quiet down and turned to look at the class monitor screen. Less than 2 minutes into the exam, the class monitor was still fiercely battling an AI of the same level. Xiao Jiang. Jiang Hao thought to himself, if you mess this up, Xiaoli will never let you live it down. Class leader, you wouldn't want Xiaoli to post your old photos online, would you? Jiang Hao said while keeping his eyes fixed on the data on the screen. Hearing this, Xiaoli immediately tensed up. Although he tried to stay calm, his hands instinctively clenched, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes, which Jiang Hao keenly noticed. Jiang Hao then shifted his attention to Zhang Jiangyo's screen. This genius from #1 high school had effortlessly surpassed 400 points, and chose to challenge an even more difficult AI without hesitation. Truly deserving of his title as Yunlan City's former top prodigy. The invigilator standing nearby beamed with satisfaction. He quietly felt fortunate that this trip to Yunlan City had uncovered 2 promising talents, especially Zhang Jiangyu, whose extensive battle experience marked him as a diligent student of virtual combat. This stood in stark contrast to those who only focused on their cultivation levels but neglected actual combat practice. The invigilator began to imagine the principal's approving look, the envy of his colleagues, and the generous bonus he would receive once he brought Zhang Jiangyu back to their school. Smiling, the invigilator began explaining to the students in the hall who were watching intently. This student Zhang has a solid foundation and his martial techniques flow naturally. Notice how when the AI is pushed back, Zhang doesn't recklessly pursue but instead tests the waters to ensure the AI has no chance to counterattack. He gradually builds his advantage without rushing for a decisive blow, making the opponent believe they still have a chance to turn the tables. Over time, these small advantages accumulate into a decisive lead, while the opponent misses their best opportunity to stage a comeback. Jiang Hao nodded seriously. Zhang Jiangyu indeed displayed a textbook approach, but it wasn't the style Jiang Hao preferred. Although Zhang's responses were timely, virtual battles were still different from real-life combat, where every step was meticulously calculated. This approach might work against low-intelligence beasts, but against renegade martial artists or practical combat experts, it could be disastrous. Jiang Hao thought of Senior Su, a 4th-level berserker whose fighting style was relentless, giving her opponents no chance to catch their breath. Even if she got injured, she would seize the initiative. In comparison, the academic style would falter if it couldn't maintain control of the rhythm. Jiang Zhuang, 400 points. The class leader sighed softly as he stood up from the combat pod. Smack! He high-fived the excited Xiaoli who rushed over to celebrate, then turned to the other classmates and said with a smile, "Too bad. The second-level AI is still too tough." Jiang Hao chuckled and replied, "Come on, if you were at the second level too, you'd definitely be on par with the AI. With your score, getting into Yunxiao Martial School shouldn't be a problem." At this moment, the invigilator approached, warmly shaking hands with the class leader. "I'm a teacher from Yunxiao Martial School. You can call me Mr. Jean. Your martial exam score is 780 points, just enough to get into our school. How about we have dinner tonight to discuss it further?" The class leader hesitated for a moment, but Xiaoli immediately patted him on the shoulder. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and say thank you, Mr. Jean." "Sure thing, Mr. Jean. Here is my Feishin number." All the students in the class had completed the test, with none scoring below 320 points. Clearly, everyone understood the principle that you can only deal damage if you stay alive. On the third day after the college entrance exams, the National Martial Arts exam results and rankings were finally released. Jiang Hao calmly waited for the clock to strike 10 before opening the Yunxiao State Education Bureau's website. After refreshing a few times, his results finally appeared. Candidate name, Jiang Hao. Exam number, 114514666233. Level, 3rd level, 8th heaven 500 points. Combat test, 500 points. Total, 1000 points. Yunxiao State ranking, 1st. Nationwide ranking, 1st tied with 8 others. Seeing the display option, Jiang Hao first saved the image, then without hesitation chose to make it public. No way he could keep such an outstanding result from being admired by the whole state. Suddenly, as if beyond his control, he shared the image on his social media with the caption, "My wristband got a virus, can someone help me check it out?" accompanied by a crying panda emoji. In no time, comments flooded in. Jiang Ji's comment, "No work, just do it," sparked a wave of laughter in the class group chat. Classmates chimed in, joking that Jiang Gu might end up in the basement. Someone mentioned quitting smoking, while another praised Jiang Ji's awards, exclaiming, "Jiang Gu is just awesome." In the chat, CC sighed, "Alas, Ichin only has 980 fish and bare paws." Suddenly, a classmate named Ba Zhong Tian joined the conversation, causing speculation. "Are you actually from the senator's family?" Just as the atmosphere was lively, Feng Chilua interrupted, "That white cut black, step aside." She then uploaded a picture. Curious, Jiang Hao clicked on it and saw. Name, Feng Chilua. Level, Stage 3, Level 6. 500-point combat test, 500 points. First in Fenglai Prefecture, tied for first in Xia Country. Jiang Hao couldn't help but marvel, wow. This woman really has something. She's almost caught up with my diligence and effort. Looking at Feng Chilua's message, Jiang Hao replied, "As expected of my vice captain. Already at level 8. Those 6 slackers haven't even passed level 4. Feng Chilua, I don't eat beef." Jiang Hao, vice captain, you're impressive too. Already at level 6. Let's have a good match when school starts. See you, vice captain. Seeing the words Feng family, Feng Chilua straightened up and stared intently at the screen. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, unsure how to respond. He actually wants to take the captain's position. How infuriating, she thought. I'll go to the capital tomorrow and teach that arrogant guy a lesson. Jiang Hao then opened the class group chat and found classmates eagerly discussing the situation at Second High School. Someone revealed that the top student at Second High only scored 350 points in the combat test, but had broken through to level 9. Jiang Hao curiously asked, "The top student at Second High broke through to level 9. A classmate immediately replied, "Hi, Jiang Gu." That loser from Second High heard his family sold their house and car to buy 2 bottles of 4th stage essence elixir from the black market to help him break through to level 9. Just to get into the top 10 martial arts schools, but he couldn't even beat the AI in the final combat test yesterday. According to a fellow candidate, he caused a scene and demanded a retest, only to be knocked out by members of the martial union. Jiang Hao sympathetically replied, "Thanks, that's pretty tragic. Lost everything and still can't enter the top 10 martial arts schools." With poor mental resilience, he might have already headed to the rooftop of the tallest building in Yunlan City. After all, martial arts candidates can't repeat the exam. At that moment, the class monitor announced, "Guys, I've decided to go to Yunxiao Martial Arts School." Xiao Lizi was the first to respond. "Nice. I'm planning to attend a regular martial arts school in Yunxiao City. We can team up to fight in the Beast Battleground." Jiang Hao couldn't help but tease. "Why didn't you mention going to Yunxiao City earlier? The rest of us can't team up? You guys have issues." The classmates tactfully ignored Jiang Hao and Xiao Lizi's conversation, continuing to discuss the news from First High. Someone revealed that Zhang Jiang narrowly lost to a Stage 2, Level 3 AI, scoring 810 points, and the proctor immediately called to apply for a level contract. Another mentioned that a couple from First High had broken up, with the girl declaring that the boy wasn't worthy of being with her. Seeing one explosive piece of news after another, Jiang Hao sent a private message to the class monitor. Class monitor, how about we invite our homeroom teacher and a few other teachers for a dinner celebration tonight? The class monitor immediately replied, I was just thinking the same. As dusk settled, Jiang Hao walked alone through the city streets, dressed in his third middle school uniform. Occasionally, passers-by recognized him, their gaze lingering on his uniform for a moment before a look of realization crossed their faces. They seemed to want to say something but held back. When their eyes met, they exchanged knowing smiles and slight nods of acknowledgement. The last rays of the setting sun cast a rainbow-like glow on the glass facades of the skyscrapers. News of Jiang Hao topping the martial arts exam had already spread throughout Yunshao Prefecture. Netizens were actively discussing it, and the state news was broadcasting motivational quotes from his success story. However, none of this stirred any emotion within Jiang Hao. To him, it was simply the expected outcome. Meanwhile, in Yunlan City, especially among the students of 3rd Middle School, there was an atmosphere of joy and pride. Classmates from Class 1 were preparing for their graduation party, initially planning to split the costs, but were pleasantly surprised when the principal offered to cover all expenses. The principal was proud of having 2 students accepted into the top 10 martial arts schools, particularly Jiang Hao, who had signed its level contract with Shinjo Martial Arts School, attributing this success to his excellent guidance. In the hotel lobby, Class 1 students gathered in high spirits. Laughter echoed as Shaoli bragged about his rising status at home, and the homeroom teacher, with a flushed face, frequently raised his glass, proud of his students. They sat together, excitedly sharing dreams and secrets. One boy seized the moment to confess to a girl he had liked for 3 years, but, after being rejected, was consoled by the same girl who had turned him down. The top students spoke of their future ambitions as if they were already standing at the pinnacle of success. Jiang Hao made an exception and had a few drinks, clinking glasses with his well-wishing classmates with a calm smile. Class monitor Jiang Zhuang suggested a final group song, and the familiar graduation tune was filled with 3 years of shared memories. Some girls had tears in their eyes, while the boys tried to suppress their emotions, forcing smiles. Everyone knew that after today, they would go their separate ways. Most students had already applied to martial arts schools in the afternoon and would receive admission notifications from Blue Star Network within 2 days at the latest. With most martial arts schools about to start, freshmen needed to report early. Those like Jiang Hao and the class monitor, who had been accepted into the top 10 martial arts schools, would start at least as 4th-level martial artists, supported by the resources and networks of Xia Kingdom and their senior students, creating a natural gap between them and their other classmates. Classmates offered their best wishes to Jiang Hao and the class monitor for the upcoming Global Martial Arts School Freshman Tournament. The principal kept refilling Jiang Hao's glass, hinting that he should bring glory to Yunlan City. Shaoli couldn't help but tease Jiang Hao about his indifferent reaction to the idea of single-handedly defeating all freshmen worldwide, to which Jiang Hao responded with a meaningful glance. As the gathering concluded, the students left in groups. Jiang Hao walked out of the restaurant alone, gazing up at the starry sky, feeling a mix of emotions. Nonetheless, he had crossed the first major milestone in his life, and the road ahead was still long. He walked resolutely towards home, the city lights shimmering around him. On Wednesday, June 12th, an auspicious day for travel, Jiang Hao received a message from Oldly the previous night, stating that matters were settled and suggesting they meet at their usual spot in the morning. Jiang Hao guessed that the head of the Yun family had likely achieved the saint level, giving Oldly some free time. Arriving at the Martial Arts Bureau, Jiang Hao made his way directly to the elevator without needing Captain Qin's guidance. In the familiar reception room, he saw Oldly enjoying tea with an elderly man dressed entirely in red. On the table was a box similar to the one containing the previous spiritual weapon. Just as Jiang Hao was wondering if his equipment was about to be upgraded, the red-haired, reedied, red-clad elder glanced at him, suddenly startled. He rubbed his eyes and scrutinized Jiang Hao again. The elder's face turned rigid, and his teeth chattered uncontrollably. Jiang Hao's punch seemed to contain the power of the heavens and the earth, effortlessly sending an elephant flying. This unbelievable scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Mr. Li turned his head in shock towards Jiang Hao, his mouth agape, pointing at him with a trembling finger. His voice quivered as he spoke. Oldly, is this the Jiang Hao you were talking about? Are you sure he's just a third-rank warrior? Mr. Li's reaction was even more dramatic. The teacup in his hand shattered under his grip. However, thanks to the mystical power of his mind law, as long as Mr. Li believed the teacup was intact, it would indeed restore itself. He nonchalantly placed the teacup aside and looked at Jiang Hao with an expression that seemed to say, "Are you cheating, or something?" Sensing the awkward shift in the atmosphere, Jiang Hao quickly broke the silence. "Ahem, Grandpa Li, long time no see. And good morning to you, sir," he said, his tone tinged with a mix of embarrassment and respect. Mr. Li scrutinized Jiang Hao's noticeably enhanced physique and spirit, almost as if he were cheating, and sighed. It really has been a while. Seeing you today, I thought years had passed. He reminisced. Back then, Director, you said you risked your life to hold off a 7th-rank thunderstorm bear, preventing a warrior's death and getting injured yourself. So, I immediately gave you that 9th-level life crystal. Jiang Hao silently praised. Sister Tian, you're amazing. You've really helped me out. Seeing through Jiang Hao's thoughts, Mr. Li shook his head and said, now it seems like you could have taken down the thunderstorm bear with one strike, couldn't you? As he spoke, he opened a nearby box, revealing a pitch-black long blade. Here, this is the gift I promised you. It's infused with a sliver of the Soul Devourer Duke's essence, and crafted by this master from the Yan family of Shenyang province. Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Shenyang province was the best place for crafting spiritual weapons in Xia Nation, and even the entire Blue Star. Warriors there learned smithing from a young age, and the 100 Skills Institute of Shinjo Martial School specifically recruited warriors with such special skills. Similar to support-type warriors, students of the 100 Skills Institute could enroll as long as they reached the 2nd rank and passed the assessment. Jiang Hao carefully picked up the long blade. Its specifications were similar to the 7th-rank spiritual weapons he had seen before. It felt cold to the touch, with no trace of energy fluctuation, like an ordinary mundane weapon. But when he injected his energy into it, something magical happened. Jiang Hao felt no energy fluctuation from himself at all. Even when he actively released the aura of a 3rd-rank, 8th-tier warrior, there was no response. Whether by sight or spiritual perception, the long blade in his hand seemed like a wisp of intangible mist, almost as if it didn't exist. This is perfect for catching someone off guard. Jiang Hao couldn't help but exclaim. Curious, he asked, does this blade have a name? The Yan family master, pleased with his creation, shook his head and said, this blade belongs to you. It's only right that you name it. Jiang Hao, deeply enamored with the mysterious long blade, carefully examined it for a moment before solemnly declaring, then, let's call it Inpa. Not bad. Jiang Hao murmured approvingly as he examined the blade in his hand. A powerful figure from the Yin family explained, this knife is a 9th-level spiritual weapon. It not only contains some saint-level materials, but also integrates a bit of the essence from a saint-level expert. It's more durable than a typical 9th-level spiritual weapon. When you reach the saint level, you can refine it with laws to make it your life-bound weapon. He chuckled suddenly. As for its other benefits, you'll discover those on your own. Excitedly, Jiang Hao sheathed the blade and hugged it tightly, repeatedly thanking them. Thank you, Elder Yin. Thank you, Grandpa Li. The 7th-level spiritual weapon, he had seemed insignificant now. Out of the blue, Elder Li spoke up, Jiang, when you go to Shinjo Martial School, make sure to go fishing often. It's beneficial. Fishing? But I don't know how to fish, Jiang Hao said, bewildered. He had never fished in either of his lives and had only seen some videos. Elder Li glanced at Elder Yin, who was trying to hide his laughter. You don't need to know how. Just fish. All right then, Jiang Hao nodded, feeling relieved that Elder Li didn't press him about his sudden increase in strength. After bidding farewell to the two elders, Jiang Hao headed home with his newly acquired blade, thoughts swirling in his mind. Could it be that other prodigies are advancing as quickly as I am? Is that why the two elders didn't seem to care? In the Martial Union Bureau, the two elders exchanged silent glances. The red-haired elder spoke first. Oldly, no wonder you didn't take him as a disciple. You simply don't measure up. Elderly twitched. The last time I saw Jiang, he was already extraordinary. Now, he's even more unbelievable. How does someone at such a low level have such a powerful body and spirit? Won't he explode? The two elders scratched their heads, baffled. It's like a handgun loaded with a cannonball. It's absolutely absurd. On June 30th, a Sunday, Jiang Hao woke up early and meticulously checked his luggage again. He packed his new fishing rod, bait, and other essentials into his storage bag, ready to head to Shinjo Martial School. Over the past month, aside from occasionally chatting with friends online, he had done little but blow up fish. Now at the peak of the 3rd level, he eagerly anticipated. Once I get to the martial school, I can learn saint-level techniques. Then I'll break through to the 4th level in no time. Grinding solo mode every day is too slow. At Yunnan City Airport, a staff member greeted him warmly. Mr. Jiang, welcome. We now have a direct flight to the imperial capital, and the company has reserved a first-class seat for you. We'll refund your original ticket in full. Jiang Hao was surprised. Our city has a direct flight to the imperial capital? The staff member smiled. We didn't before, but after you topped the provincial martial exam, we made arrangements. Looking at the application date, Jiang Hao's eye twitched slightly. Wow, did the mayor personally request this? He's really something. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao arrived in the imperial capital and followed the directions to the underground parking lot. A familiar figure emerged from a waiting carrot was Teacher Tang, who had signed his class contract with him last time. Congratulations, Jiang, on achieving the top score in the Xia Kingdom martial exam. The school has sent me to pick you up and show you around the campus. Teacher Tang greeted warmly. Hello, Teacher Tang. Thank you for your help. Jiang Hao replied politely, taking the front passenger seat. Teacher Tang asked, would you like to go to your dormitory first, or tour the campus? Without looking up from his videos, Jiang Hao answered casually, I'm not too interested in touring the campus. Just show me the fishing spots, and then I'll head to my dorm. Teacher Tang adjusted his glasses, a bit surprised. I didn't expect you to be into fishing, just like the principal. Don't worry. We have a large artificial lake with specially bred edible fish-like beasts. Jiang Hao's interest was piqued. Is this what elderly meant by benefits? Learning fishing from the principal and getting rewarded when he's pleased? He then asked, is it safe? Teacher Tang explained. No worries. The fish-like beasts are low-level and non-aggressive due to special breeding. Even a first-level warrior can catch a third-level fish with enough strength. They taste great and have effects similar to same-level energy crystals. You can have them prepared for free at the cafeteria once you catch them. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. Can I catch fish directly by hand? Or use energy blasts? Teacher Tang shook his head firmly. Using energy or any method other than a fishing rod will cost you credits. If you really love fish, you can buy from others or go directly to the cafeteria. Arriving at Shinjo Martial School, Jiang Hao suddenly felt like he was no longer in the same world. Looking back, the school gate was still there. Is this school built in a small world? Jiang Hao asked, frowning. Teacher Tang, is the energy here always this dense? I felt like I passed through something. Teacher Tang was impressed. Wow, Jiang, you really are the top student to sense the boundary membrane. Yes, this is a special small world, and the school gate is the gap in the membrane. The former principal set it up, saying it was more prestigious. Jiang Hao nodded, surprised. He had thought Shinjo Martial School would be similar to Yunxiao Martial School, just larger, with better teachers, more resources, and more talented students. Come on, Jiang. Let me show you the artificial lake. You'll love it. Teacher Tang said confidently. Along the way, they passed many students, likely new arrivals, who were busy recording short videos and sharing them online. Just then, 5 figures approached from the opposite direction. Leading them was a boy with hair standing up as if struck by lightning, wearing tattered clothes. A punch mark marred his left eye, and his right hand trembled unnaturally. Despite this, his face exuded an air of arrogance, as if he ruled the world. As they passed, the boy suddenly turned and asked, Are you Jiang Hao? Stop right there. Didn't you hear Mr. Xia asking you a question? 2 average-looking guys suddenly jumped out and shouted aggressively. Xia Pengqing frowned slightly but remained silent. Jiang Hao couldn't care less about these self-important clowns and turned to look at Teacher Tang. At that moment, Teacher Tang was gazing at the sky with a resigned expression that seemed to say, It's good to be alive. Jiang Hao understood and shook his head quietly. Just as Xia Pengqing was about to speak, 2 other eager toy press lackeys interrupted. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't you know Mr. Xia? The entire Shinjo Martial Arts Academy belongs to him. That's right. Apologize to Mr. Xia immediately. They barked, one after the other, with an air of arrogance. Jiang Hao glanced at Xia Pengqing, whose face had darkened, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, can't even control his own lackeys. This guy's not going to last long. If he's recruiting such people, he can't be much better himself. This so-called Mr. Xia probably relies on his background. After all, Jiang Hao couldn't sense any energy fluctuations from him, indicating he must be using some special artifact to conceal his aura. Jiang Hao could only achieve complete concealment of his realm with his hidden soul technique. The lackey who spoke first, eager not to lose his chance to shine, lunged at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes, unwilling to waste words on these useless fools, and instantly unleashed his suppressed mental power. Buzz. The air vibrated, and the light distorted. Everyone present felt a splitting headache, as if their souls were being torn apart. The 4 lackeys immediately lost consciousness and collapsed. The so-called master of Shinjo Martial Arts Academy barely held on, relying on a strange giant clock projection. Xia Pengqing's face turned ashen, and he shouted, Wait, I am. Before he could finish, the surrounding air exploded. The 4 lackeys were thrown into the air, and Teacher Tang had already dodged to the side. Xia Pengqing was blasted away, rolling several times on the ground, his clothes in tatters. Jiang Hao compressed his mental power into a fine linear technique he had developed from his daily experiences. Although it consumed a lot of energy, it was perfect for showing off while dealing with weaklings. The giant clock projection was slowly pierced, and the remaining bit of mental power knocked Xia Pengqing unconscious. Jiang Hao clapped his hands and saved the micro-holographic recording of the whole event. He looked around and saw Xia Pengqing and his lackeys in a sorry state, indicating that Shinjo Martial Arts Academy was far from peaceful. Teacher Tang rubbed his temples as he approached. Jiang, with your skills, you could probably graduate right now. Jiang Hao looked at the dizzy Teacher Tang, speechless. Are you serious, Teacher Tang? Ahem. I'm a bit dizzy. Forget I said that. But that Xia student is indeed troublesome. Despite his troubled expression, Teacher Tang couldn't hide his smile. In the distance, passersby were scared and took a detour. Jiang Hao used his mental perception to catch a conversation between two onlookers. Are the freshmen this violent nowadays? They even beat up the principal's grandson. Exactly. Just now, Xia got nearly electrocuted by a pretty junior, then punched. He hadn't taken a few steps before a handsome junior knocked him out from a distance. Ever since Senior Zhou graduated, even the senior students aren't a match for them. Hearing this, Jiang Hao felt completely at ease. It seemed that everyone was used to the principal's grandson getting beaten up, indicating that previous principal's descendants had also been disciplined frequently. All right, Jiang, let's head to the artificial lake. Teacher Tang reluctantly sent a message to the infirmary. Jiang Hao curiously asked, Teacher Tang, you don't seem to like this Xia student much, do you? Yeah, our Tang family has always been affiliated with the Zhou family, and the Zhou family has always been at odds with the Xia family. Jiang Hao suddenly understood. In Jilong Prefecture, there were three major council families, the Xia family and the Zhou family from the capital. There used to be the Shang family as well, but Councillor Shang believed that constant scheming hindered progress. Facing the severe situation in the otherworld, he decided to lead the Shang family to guard the otherworld. The King of Magic also took a similar approach, while the remaining councillors implemented a rotation system. Since the Shang family left Blue Star, even the most outstanding descendants wouldn't return to Blue Star Martial School. This situation has led to the Blue Star family, despite being one of the 18 council families in Xia, having an almost negligible presence in the country. In stark contrast, the rivalry between the Zhou and Xia families has impacted nearly half of Xia, forcing powerful families in all regions except Xinglua, Yunxiao, Jinsha, and Lingxi to choose sides. Jiang Hao watched the ongoing conflict and couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't understand the point of such disputes, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. Teacher Tang silently led the way ahead, with Jiang Hao following closely behind. After quickly crossing a 1,000-meter hill, a vast artificial lake suddenly came into view. The lake's surface shimmered under the sunlight, stretching so far it seemed like a tranquil ocean. Gazing at the expansive water body, comparable to the Mediterranean Sea, Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask, do we really have a saint-level beast as a pet in our school? Teacher Tang looked puzzled and retorted, what are you thinking? If there were a saint-level beast, why wouldn't we extract its essence to help a warrior break through to the saint level? Hearing this, Jiang Hao gave up on the idea of taking a leisurely ride on a saint-level beast. The fishing platforms along the lakeshore caught Jiang Hao's attention. He took out his cheap 500 yuan fishing rod and a 20 yuan pack of bait, pouring it directly into the lake. Although he had no fishing experience, Jiang Hao knew the concept of baiting the spot. At this moment, an elderly man with luxurious fishing gear approached. He first signaled Teacher Tang to stay quiet, then shook his head at Jiang Hao and said, young man, you'll never catch fish like that. That's not how you bait a spot. If you manage to catch a fish, I'll eat this entire set of fishing gear. Just as the old man was about to brag about his skills and experience, he saw Jiang Hao reel in a half-meter-long fish, emitting second-level energy waves and pure white like jade. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, this can't be possible. How did you do it? Without even turning his head, Jiang Hao continued casting his line and casually replied, huh? Isn't it just a matter of having hands? The old man looked blankly at his own hands and casually tossed his fishing gear into his storage space. He turned to look at Mr. Tang, who was standing quietly beside him, not daring to make a sound, and spoke with a hint of displeasure in his voice. Mr. Tang, you've worked hard. As a teacher in the admissions office, you actually took the time to personally pick up and escort a new student, staying with them the whole time. If you're free, why not go to the school gate and stop some new students from fighting? I heard Pingcheng got beaten up. Mr. Tang bowed slightly and responded respectfully, it's my duty. All right, Principal Xia, I'll head over there now. With that, she quickly summoned her energy and flew away from the scene, as if afraid to hear more. Jiang Hao's body tensed up at the mention of Principal Xia. He quickly adjusted his expression and silently placed a freshly caught first-grade fish into the fish basket, which looked even more plump than the second-grade one he had caught earlier. Suddenly, a faint swallowing sound came from the air. Jiang Hao thought to himself that this sound definitely couldn't have come from the principal. He turned around nonchalantly and, pretending to know nothing, greeted respectfully, hello, Principal. A trace of envy flashed in Principal Xia's eyes as he stared intently at the fish basket, seemingly fantasizing about how impressive it would be to catch a fish himself. He even imagined carrying the fish basket around the country to show those who mocked him as empty-handed who the real fishing king was. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up with an idea. He quickly tossed another fish that had somehow jumped onto the fishing platform into the basket and said, Principal Xia, I've been trying to lose weight lately. I was planning to release these fish later, but after sitting here all day and only catching 3, I find it hard to let them go. Why don't you take them instead, as a gesture of respect to the fish? Principal Xia's previously pale face instantly turned rosy. He cleared his throat and quickly put the 3 fish into his own basket, even using energy to repeatedly clean them and imprint his own aura. Meanwhile, the area suddenly fell silent, and Jiang Hao sensed that the space had been isolated, making it impossible for others to see what had just happened. After finishing, Principal Xia looked at Jiang Hao with joy and said, "Indeed, we shouldn't waste them. Let's give the fish some respect." Then, as if remembering something, he added with a smile, "If you're worried that hitting my grandson will cause trouble with the Xia family, there's no need." Jiang Hao replied nervously, No, the Xia family is the top family in Xia country. How could they bother with someone as insignificant as me?" Principal Xia's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Jiang Hao's extraordinary physique and spirit. If you were really a nobody with no background, no strength and mediocre talent, you would have already been dealt with by our family's vassals. Jiang Hao looked at Principal Xia speechlessly. Can't you put it a bit more gently? It's quite scary." Principal Xia shifted the conversation. However, the 18 members of the Blue Star Council have decreed that any prodigy with the potential to become a Star of Destiny is part of the Blue Star's top priority. For instance, in a few days, you'll definitely be on the list. Once you're on the top priority list, you'll be protected. Any forces within the human realm that act against you will be cleansed by 3 council members. As long as you don't betray humanity or Blue Star, even if you accidentally kill Pengcheng, the Xia family won't take action against you, including our affiliated forces. Jiang Hao was surprised. He had thought that the fierce competition between the Xia and Zhou families wouldn't concern a wild prodigy like him. He hadn't expected Blue Star to treat top prodigies so well. He felt a bit touched, and also realized that this meant he might have to confront alien races and other worlds in the future. Principal Xia seemed to be talking to himself. The evil gods in the first alien world are about to revive. Suddenly, the surrounding noise returned to Jiang Hao's ears. Principal Xia continued nonchalantly, "So feel free to fight. The girl from the Feng family recently stormed into the Xia household and sent Pengcheng to the hospital. Uncle Wushuang directly said Pengcheng needed to be disciplined, and anyone who intervenes will join him in the next rotation in the alien world." Jiang Hao was baffled. Huh? Is Pengcheng really your grandson? Why does it seem like you want him to get beaten up everywhere? What if he gets so discouraged that he becomes withdrawn? And my vice captain is that fierce? She directly went to the capital to beat someone up. Principal Xia looked at Jiang Hao and said, "You're still practicing basic body training, right? With your talent, you can choose a saint-level technique for free." Hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately perked up. "Principal Xia, do you have any recommended techniques? Preferably ones that enhance both physical strength and mental power." Principal Xia suddenly looked around sneakily. The martial arts techniques at Shinjo Martial School are not suitable for Jiang Hao at the moment. His foundation is too strong, and practicing ordinary saint-level techniques would be a waste. Hearing this, Jiang Hao became anxious and eager to know more. Just then, Jiang Hao's attention was drawn back by the fishing rod in his hand. Skillfully, he reeled in the 4th big fish from the water and carefully placed it on the fishing platform. Looking up at the sky, he was surprised to find that it was getting late. "Oh no, it's already this late. Principal Xia, I need to get back to the dormitory," Jiang Hao said, but he made no move to pack up his fishing rod, standing there with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Principal Xia seemed to have already understood Jiang Hao's thoughts. He took out a jade slip from his pocket and handed it to him. "This is a technique that Uncle Wushuang found by chance in some ruins. No one in the Xia family has been able to master it yet. Consider yourself lucky. If it doesn't work, we can find something else." As soon as Jiang Hao took the jade slip, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Unknown level technique, Chaos Codex, detected. Dao Heart Clarity talent activated. Ding! 20,000 points required to perfectly switch to Chaos Codex. Jiang Hao was taken aback and thought to himself, huh? Isn't Dao Heart Clarity supposed to let me learn it directly? And what does unknown level mean? Despite his inner confusion, Jiang Hao maintained a calm exterior and bid farewell to Principal Xia. "Principal Xia, I'll head back to switch techniques now. Hope you catch dozens of big fish." Principal Xia immediately took Jiang Hao's place, pulling out his own set of deluxe fishing gear and casually tossing the unclaimed fish into his own basket. He called out to Jiang Hao's retreating figure, "If you need any resources, you can exchange for them directly. You have an annual quota." Jiang Hao turned back, a bright smile on his face. "Can I advance next year's quota to exchange for 4 level 7 life crystals?" The principal glanced at Jiang Hao and shook his head helplessly. "Level 7 life crystals are hardly useful for your foundation anymore. Besides, your 2-year quota can get you 6 of them. Advancing the quota is impossible, but I can sponsor you 2 level 8 life crystals, though I'll still deduct 6 billion from your quota." "Really? Thank you, Principal Xia." Jiang Hao rejoiced inwardly. 2 level 8 crystals are just enough for 20,000 points. After bidding farewell to the principal, Jiang Hao followed the projected map to his dormitory. Standing in front of a luxurious standalone villa, he blinked, recalling that teacher Tang once mentioned only the top 100 students per grade were eligible to live in individual villas. However, what excited Jiang Hao the most at the moment wasn't the luxurious residence, but the important task he was about to undertake. Taking a deep breath, he silently chanted in his heart, "Panel, give me some points." Jiang Hao entered the villa using his wristband and headed straight to the training room. Eagerly checking the wristband, he heard a notification. Ding! Level 8 life crystal charging complete. You've earned 20,000 points. Clutching the jade slip containing the chaos manual, Jiang Hao felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. Although he didn't fully understand what perfect transformation meant, he figured that as long as the 20,000 points made him stronger, it would be worth it. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao made up his mind. Perfect transformation. In an instant, a powerful force swept over him. Jiang Hao felt his mind completely detach, as if he had left his body. The scene before him changed rapidly, placing him in a void filled with stars. Where am I? Jiang Hao looked around in confusion, watching as stars in the distance flickered out, and the entire star field gradually dissipated. The air was thick with an aura of extinction and finality, filled with chaos, desolation, and emptiness. There was no sound, no sense of direction, and Jiang Hao felt as if he was about to be assimilated by this space. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Chaos Manual Perfect Transformation Complete. Congratulations, host, for gaining a trace of the law of chaos. Host has broken through to Tier 4. Jiang Hao snapped back to reality, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. To his astonishment, only a minute had passed in the real world, while his consciousness felt like it had spent months in that chaotic void. As the jade slip in his hand turned to dust, Jiang Hao couldn't help but grumble. So this is perfect transformation? Without the panel, wouldn't this be a death sentence? And did it just destroy the original jade slip? Jiang Hao quickly realized that the Xia family hadn't intentionally set him up. After all, as long as he had enough points, the panel could bypass any conditions for success. This chaos manual likely had requirements that no one on Blue Star could meet because... Open the panel. Jiang Hao eagerly checked his latest status. Name, Jiang Hao. Realm, Tier 4, Level 1. Physique, 62 Tier 6. Spirit, 63 Tier 6. Special status, Transcender I, Permanent Law of Chaos Comprehension. Permanent abilities, Clarity of Mind, Rapid Adaptation, Perfect Spatial Affinity, Free Casting. Martial skills, omitted. Cultivation method, Chaos Manual King Tier. Points, 1,354. Evaluation, no close means open? King Tier? Is this a realm above the Destiny Star? Jiang Hao was thrilled to find that his physique and spirit had gained 5 free points, equivalent to a 20,000 point boost. This meant the 20,000 points he spent hadn't gone to waste. Satisfied with his luxurious panel, Jiang Hao decided to invest some more points. He spent 1,000 points on his realm, quickly seeing it rise to Tier 4, Level 3. Though the upgrade didn't take long, Jiang Hao felt exceptionally hungry. Thankfully, he had food prepared in his storage bag. As he ate, he browsed the website of Shinjo Martial School, which allowed free speech and where alumni often posted recruitment information. Suddenly, a headline caught his eye. Shocking. The principal's grandson humiliated in public, fainted from a single glance. Jiang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Even in the capital, there's sensationalism. If Shaoli hadn't posted photos of him and classmates having a late-night snack in Yunxiao City yesterday, I'd suspect he got a special admission to Shinjo Martial School. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Hao clicked on the article, only to be even more shocked by its content. Today, the great Shinjo Martial School welcomed its new master Xia Pengcheng. This Xia student was first beaten up by a gentle junior, and then fainted from a single glance by an unknown passerby. The accompanying photo showed a disheveled Xia Pengcheng and a sharpie Jiang Hao. The article strongly suggested kicking this weakling out of the Xia Nation's top 8 team. Jiang Hao was dumbfounded. Although the school website allowed nicknames and people often posted things they couldn't say openly, the Xia family had always been the rulers of Shinjo Martial School. Wasn't this guy afraid of Xia Pengcheng's retaliation? Under the nickname Everyone But Me, Jiang Hao commented, "Front row seat. Isn't the poster afraid of getting targeted?" Others chimed in with comments. "This poster is an old paparazzo. Always gets clear shots. Any good-looking juniors? 1 inch. This poster was gossiping when I was a freshman, and now I'm a senior and they still haven't been caught. No wonder you're my vice captain. I thought a little shock would be enough. But you sent that weakling to the infirmary. Feng Chilua loves using her real name online?" Jiang Hao rolled his eyes and followed the poster, ready to finish his daily dose of gossip. Meanwhile, elsewhere, "Grandpa, you have to stand up for me. I got knocked out before I even said anything." Xia Pengcheng, pale-faced, clutched his grandfather's clothes, pleading. The principal impatiently shook off his useless grandson, scolding, "How many times have I told you? Those with skills should be low-key, and those without should be even more low-key." He then continued to initiate a vote to revoke Xia Pengcheng's top 8 status on the school website. "Go check the fish traps. I caught 4 fish today," the principal suddenly ordered. Xia Pengcheng was startled, looking up at the sky for any celestial phenomena. He asked incredulously, "Grandpa, you actually caught fish? Weren't you always coming up empty-handed, even after making your own gear?" The principal's face darkened at the reminder. Looking at Xia Pengcheng's bumbling appearance, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He wished he could slap Xia all the way to Jinja Prefecture to count grains of sand. Compared to the gifted and polite Jiang Hao, Xia Pengcheng was like dirt compared to the clouds. "Get lost. Don't waste my time," Jiang Hao said coldly. "You'd better not show up for the freshman ranking match tomorrow, or you'll just embarrass yourself." Unwilling to back down, Xia Pengcheng raised his voice. "I admit I'm not as good as Feng Qilua, and I can't beat Jiang Hao, but I'm still one of the top talents among the 8 heroes." With that, he angrily picked up his fish basket and stormed off. Deep inside, Xia Pengcheng made a silent vow. "Tomorrow, I'll likely face that girl from the Yu family, and I'll make sure to defeat her completely." His determined eyes revealed his thirst for victory. The scene shifted to Jiang Hao, who was staring idly at the waiting screen. "Why is it so slow? Why does it take so long to match a 5v5 team battle?" he muttered. After reaching the 4th tier region, Jiang Hao's rank dropped to Platinum 1 with a full star. He planned to quickly rack up points by playing 20 matches a day, but to his dismay, he couldn't find a match even after 10 minutes. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. "Match found. The battle will begin in 10 minutes. Please vote to select the battle map and spawn points." Jiang Hao's eyes lit up as he and his 4 teammates appeared in a virtual room resembling a conference space. On the large screen ahead, 3 maps were displayed for selection. Creator Mode 5v5 Team Battle. For non-top 10 martial schools, a 5v5 team battle was just a large-scale ring fight, not much different from the usual solo mode. However, for the top 10 martial schools, teams could choose maps and spawn points favorable to them. Of course, the opposing team had the same rights. If both teams chose different options, the system would default to the 3rd map. A senior who looked mature and composed was the first to reveal his personal information. Team leader, Diamond 5, 4 stars, 4th tier peak, senior year. The other 3 followed suit, showing their details. They were mostly in the high 4th tier, either juniors or seniors. Feeling the curious gazes from the other 4, Jiang Hao's shrouded face revealed a slight smile. He calmly said, "I don't eat beef." Platinum 1 with a full star, 4th tier 3rd level, freshman year. The expressions of the 4 seniors froze instantly. "4th tier? Bro, are you a freshman?" they asked in disbelief. "Is that nickname really yours? Are you Jiang Hao, one of the 8 heroes?" A senior asked in surprise, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Jiang Hao smiled modestly and replied, "That's me. But right now, the most important thing is the vote, right? It's my first time playing the 5v5 mode, so I hope you seniors can guide me." The senior who first revealed his identity immediately said seriously, "Don't worry, Junior Jiang. I'll make sure we win this round. Let's pick the forest map and start from the mountain." "Agreed. Sounds good." The others chimed in. After both teams finished voting and chose their starting points, Jiang Hao and the other 4 suddenly appeared on a small mountaintop. Looking down, they saw a vast expanse of forest, with the other team hidden among the dense foliage. "It looks like the other team picked this map too. Now we just need to." The senior's eyes widened suddenly. "Jiang Hao, what are you doing?" Jiang Hao leaped off the slope without hesitation. Before the others could react, they saw flashes of light blue blades cutting through the forest, dramatically slicing through trees. Hundreds of meters away, the opposing team, busy making camouflage suits, didn't even have time to react before they were instantly defeated. "Match over," the system announced. "Wow." The 4 seniors stared at their victory notification in shock, while Jiang Hao was already clicking the button for the next match. As the night turned into morning, sunlight streamed into the room. Jiang Hao emerged from the battle pod, stretched and sighed. Finally finished 20 matches after playing all night. Finding a 5v5 match is really tough. It turned out that because 4th tier players could only match with other 4th tier players, most of the seniors were not on campus. Especially the 4th year students, who were often off campus completing various tasks to earn credits and resources. Jiang Hao managed only 5 team matches all night, and had to switch to solo mode to fish for wins. Looking at the 400 points displayed on his phone, Jiang Hao quickly decided to spend 500 points to raise his level to 4th tier, 4th realm. Browsing the school's notification about registration and ranking battles, he muttered, "So the 8 heroes battle is first? Looks like the school knows how to catch the hype." After breakfast and changing into new clothes, Jiang Hao glanced at the room with the battle pod and remarked regretfully, "If only we could match with martial arts schools worldwide." Locking his villa door, Jiang Hao stepped onto campus. The living conditions at Shinjo Martial Arts School were enviable. Students ranked outside the top 100 in each grade lived in single dorms comparable to five-star hotel rooms. The villa area included a training room where the energy concentration was 3 times higher than the campus, and all of this was free, no credits needed. Credits were the hard currency in the school, not exchangeable for money or regular martial arts resources, only obtainable through tasks or private trading. Top scorers like Jiang Hao received 500 credits as a reward, and 1,000 credits could be exchanged for an ordinary saint-level martial technique or spell. No wonder many students without strong backgrounds or sufficient strength started taking on tasks frantically in their junior and senior years to earn a saint-level technique before graduation. As for the 3,000 credits required for a saint-level cultivation method, that was even more elusive. Jiang Hao activated his boundless travel technique, entering a gray, desolate space layer. He targeted the approximate spatial node of the registration area and took a step, instantly covering over 20 kilometers to reach it. Principal Xia, browsing online forums, suddenly looked up and muttered in confusion, "Why do I feel like someone is destabilizing the space of the small world? But there's no spatial fluctuation. Strange." He then focused back on chatting with students online, showing a sly smile. "I've always disliked the principal. Add me on Faye and let's complain about him together. Custom luxury fishing gear. PM for details." At the registration area entrance, Jiang Hao found that there weren't many new students. He complained, "The artificial lake is fine, but is it really okay for the dorms to be this far from the main buildings?" Shaking his head, he registered and politely declined the enthusiastic teachers offering to show him around. The school had scheduled the 8 Heroes ranking battle to start at 10 in the arena, with Blue Star Network and Speed Sound streaming the event live. Jiang Hao thought, starting a match right after registration, not wasting a bit of value. Huh? Can't we get some rest first? Holding his beloved blade, he concealed his energy, ready to make a big impression. In fact, everyone's information was already confirmed by the school system when they arrived yesterday. The non-violent registration was just an excuse to wake the new students up. The arena wasn't far from the registration area, and more new students started appearing along the way. Jiang Hao thought, these must be the diligent ones who always attend early morning classes. As he walked, he saw a young man in a Taoist robe, carrying a 7-string guqin, asking for directions ahead. Jiang Hao glanced at the androgynous face and skin fairer than most girls. The young man also noticed him and nodded, the sound of the guqin filling the air as he headed toward the registration area. Walking with your own BGM? How am I supposed to fight that? Jiang Hao thought to himself, recognizing the young man thanks to the information provided by his vice captain last night. This was Yi Lingxi, the only son of the head of the Yi family from Lingxi State. I heard that Yi Lingxi was even taken as a disciple by a congressman. This news has caused quite a stir on campus. The vice captain had to repeatedly emphasize that although Yi Lingxi's name and appearance are quite misleading, he is indeed a guy who just happens to look a bit feminine. If he were in a previous life, these attributes might have made him more popular than some female streamers. The vice captain also mentioned that Yi Lingxi is a complete directionally challenged person who can get lost even in his own home. Jiang Hao couldn't help but marvel that someone like him could make it from the dormitory to here. It was truly a miracle. He glanced in the direction Yi Lingxi had just come from and speculated. Could it be that this guy didn't find his dorm all night and was wandering around the campus? At that moment, Jiang Hao noticed 2 figures approaching from behind. One of them stopped immediately upon seeing him, their face turning pale. That person stiffened their neck and walked briskly towards the arena, avoiding eye contact. The other was a girl dressed in a black gown adorned with star decorations, exuding a cold elegance with a face as beautiful as a fairy. She had a high-grade spirit sword at her waist. Jiang Hao instantly recognized them as Xia Pengcheng and Xing Yingyue. Seeing Xia Pengcheng's trembling legs, Jiang Hao couldn't help but tease. Isn't this the master of Shinjo Martial School? Just out of the infirmary? Xia Pengcheng pretended not to hear and quickened his pace. At that moment, Xing Yingyue tilted her head innocently and said, "Group leader, didn't you say you wanted to give that Jiang Hao a hard time at the start of the semester? You said he didn't deserve the title of the 8 heroes and planned to test his strength personally. Did you try it yesterday?" Before she even finished speaking, Xia Pengcheng activated his body technique and vanished without a trace. Jiang Hao's mouth twitched as he looked at the bewildered Xing Yingyue, who seemed not to understand why Xia Pengcheng ran away. But he noticed a fleeting hint of pleasure in her eyes and silently stepped aside, not daring to block her path. He thought to himself, damn, she really is a wolf in sheep's clothing. The vice captain was right. She seemed so proper and like a passionate, literary girl when we chatted online. With an expressionless face, Xing Yingyue said, "Hello, Jiang Hao. Unfortunately, I have a match with Feng Qilua soon, so I might not be able to spar with you." But upon closer look, the corners of her mouth lifted ever so slightly. Jiang Hao politely nodded in response. "Hello, Xing. There will be opportunities in the future." Then, without hesitation, he activated Boundless Realm. Upon arriving at the arena, Jiang Hao was taken aback by the sheer size of the venue. It was several times larger than the grounds of Yunshao Martial School, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of spectators. The towering stands stretched to the edge of his vision, filled with rows upon rows of seats. To ensure that even those in the back could see clearly, the arena was equipped with massive projection screens, glowing brightly. Jiang Hao stepped into the arena and observed that the freshmen were gradually arriving, with about a quarter of the seats already occupied. He recalled the statistics he had heard during orientation. There were over 8,000 freshmen this year, with more than 5,000 in the Martial Arts Institute, just over 2,000 in the Magic Arts Institute, and 1,000 in the Support Institute. The 100 Skills Institute, due to its unique nature, conducted its admissions and management separately and was not included in the total count of freshmen. While waiting for the event to start, Jiang Hao idly browsed the school website, looking for interesting gossip. As time passed, the vast arena gradually filled with over 8,000 freshmen and thousands of upperclassmen. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, as everyone speculated about the potential geniuses among the new students. At precisely 10 o'clock, the ranking battles officially commenced. The vice deans of the Martial Arts Institute and the Magic Arts Institute took turns on stage to explain the mechanics of the ranking battles and the benefits for the top 100 contestants. Although they kept their speeches brief, the students in the audience showed little interest, their low murmurs creating a constant hum. Just then, Principal Xia strolled onto the stage, holding a grilled fish. He took a leisurely bite before announcing, "Let's begin the 8 heroes ranking battle." The entire arena erupted in an instant. Cheers, applause, and the sound of confetti cannons filled the air, creating a deafening cacophony. The livestream hosts seized the moment, enthusiastically introducing the event. "This is the 233rd freshman class of Shinjo Martial School, and it's the strongest we've ever seen. We have 8 students who achieved perfect scores on the martial arts exam." The other host chimed in, "The last time we had such a strong class was 13 years ago with Xiao Wanjun and Xing Yingyu, who dominated both national and global competitions. They are now the deans of the Martial Arts Institute and the Magic Arts Institute, respectively. Let's see what kind of spectacular battles this generation of geniuses will bring." Listening to the biased commentary, Jiang Hao couldn't help but grumble internally. What about senior Zhou Weifeng, who won the Global Martial School Championship twice in a row? Wasn't he hailed as a genius, surpassing the Twin Kings just 4 years ago? This commentary must be sponsored by the Xia family. As Principal Xia stepped down from the stage, he waved his free hand. Suddenly, 8 enormous golden thrones rose in the center of the arena, adorned with black dragon patterns that exuded a mysterious and majestic aura. With a burst of dramatic background music, 8 flying beasts, each radiating 7th-tier energy, appeared in the sky. They were decorated with ornate accessories, each carrying a gleaming crown in its mouth. Above the thrones, a screen displayed the names of their designated occupants in order of rank. 1. Jiang Hao. 2. Feng Qiluo. 3. Yin Yini. 4. Xia Pengqing. 5. Yu Xiyao. 6. Yi Lingxi. 7. Xing Yingyue. 8. Gu Xiyuan. This scene instantly ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience, and the live stream chat was flooded with excitement. Everyone was awestruck by the spectacle. Jiang Hao, however, was bewildered. Wasn't the battle supposed to start directly? They never had such a melodramatic ceremony before. He scrutinized the overly extravagant thrones with disdain, relieved that he didn't have to sit on one and make a fool of himself. Down below, Principal Xia patted his pocket contentedly, silently appreciating the generous sponsorship from the Yu family. Just when Jiang Hao thought no one would sit on those over-the-top thrones, something unexpected happened. A lowly girl with twin green ponytails, dressed in Gothic Lolita fashion, carrying a giant 3-meter-long spear, started laughing loudly as she walked towards the center of the arena. She radiated 3rd-tier, 6th-level energy and declared boldly, "Ha ha ha, I, Yu Xiyao, am the strongest." Jiang Hao was dumbfounded. There really are people with such delusions of grandeur. Next, Xia Pengqing stood up, emitting 3rd-tier, 7th-level energy. He leaped to the front of his throne, raising his right fist high and closing his eyes, waiting for the crowd's applause. However, the arena remained unexpectedly silent, with no one responding to his performance. Whispers began to spread through the audience. Is this the so-called genius of the Xia family? I heard he got beaten up and ended up in the infirmary yesterday. Really? Jiang Hao didn't even lift a finger, and he passed out from fear. What a joke. Huh. I heard there's already an online vote to kick him out of the 8 heroes. Even if he's the principal's grandson, there's no way the principal can silence so many voices. The livestream hosts were still trying to hype up Xia Pengqing's past achievements, urging viewers not to be swayed by online rumors. However, Xia Pengqing's face had already turned red, and he quietly took his seat on his throne. And so, The freshman ranking battles began in earnest. Flames carpeted the ground as Yin Yinyi strode towards the throne, each step raising the temperature in the arena drastically. The audience broke into a sweat as he approached. Simultaneously, Yi Lingxi's guqin floated in the air, playing a beautiful melody on its own. The music grew increasingly intense with Yin Yinyi's steps, eventually echoing throughout the entire venue. Like moonlight piercing through clouds, Xing Yingyue was suddenly surrounded by an explosion of starlight, forming a magnificent display of silver-white nebulae. Unnoticed by everyone, Gu Siyuan had already taken a seat on the throne, his presence shrouded in golden clouds that slowly dissipated around him. Jiang Hao stood dumbfounded, watching the six make their grand, effect-laden entrance, wondering if he had come to the wrong place. He comforted himself inwardly. No wonder people on Blue Star often criticize the Tianjiao for being a bit off. Thankfully, I'm the most normal one here, free from any delusions of grandeur. Under the watchful eyes of the live broadcast audience across the nation, Jiang Hao observed the few who were recklessly unleashing their yuan power. He then glanced at Feng Qilua's empty seat and thought, could it be that she's afraid of being defeated by me and thus didn't dare to show up? Shaking his head, Jiang Hao stood up from his seat. Under the challenging gazes of the six, he calmly took a step forward. Despite the lack of any special effects, Jiang Hao seemed to walk on thin air, as if supported by invisible glass, with his footsteps echoing clearly, tap, tap. Jiang Hao sheathed his beloved sword and instantly unleashed the yuan power of the fourth stage, fourth heaven. The powerful spiritual force warped the light, creating a mental storm that swept through the arena. Explosions echoed in sync with Jiang Hao's footsteps, causing a ringing sensation in everyone's heads as if they had been struck. The spectators felt as though they were witnessing the annihilation of star regions and the destruction of worlds within the chaotic void. As Jiang Hao took his seat, all illusions and sounds abruptly vanished. The entire venue fell into a dead silence, with everyone staring at Jiang Hao as if he were a monster, their minds screaming. Is this really a freshman? I need to report this for cheating. The entire hall fell into a dead silence, everyone stunned by Jiang Hao's sudden and astonishing display. Although the illusions weren't visible on the live broadcast, the palpable mental storm was enough to make one's heart race. Even the usually dense barrage of comments had come to a standstill. The faces of the other six contestants sitting on their thrones were filled with shock, their eyes all fixed on Jiang Hao as if they were seeing him for the first time. Jiang Hao, appearing nonchalant, sat on his throne, idly toying with the ornate and exquisite crown in his hand. Anyone watching would involuntarily exclaim, "What a boss!" However, inside, Jiang Hao was so embarrassed that he wished he could erase all witnesses. Jiang Hao silently complained to himself, "Why did the principal have to make such a flashy scene? And those guys before me, each with their full special effects and grand entrances. If my entrance were too plain, wouldn't I seem inferior? No way, I, Jiang Hao, will never be outdone." In the silence, Yu Shiyao was the first to speak. Adopting a resigned and defeated posture, she said helplessly, "What's the point of even trying? This boss can defeat us all with just his special effects, let alone being a whole level above us. I might as well go back and inherit the family business." The other five had varied expressions on their faces, especially Xia Pingqing, who seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, clutching his crown with a pale face. Principal Xia, hiding on the side, was so shocked that he dropped his grilled fish, staring at Jiang Hao with his mouth agape. A thought flashed through his mind. Did he really succeed in switching cultivation paths overnight? And even broke through to the mid-4th level? Maybe I should just become sworn brothers with him. That way, when Jiang Hao becomes a council member, I'd have some prestige. Principal Xia didn't consider the issue of his grandson's drastically lowered status. But then he remembered that his grandniece was about to return after breaking through to the saint level, and if she went berserk, it would indeed be troublesome. At this moment, Xia Wushuang from the Xia family looked directly at Jiang Hao, her gaze piercing through all obstacles. She was secretly astonished. The aura of the chaos law? Can humans really cultivate it successfully? Fate has been altered. On the stage, a teacher finally regained his composure and continued to host the competition. In the king rank, the next battle will be between the first-ranked Jiang Hao and the 8th-ranked Gu Siyuan. He explained, "The crowns you hold are the latest research results. Wearing them will allow you to enter the virtual space." Jiang Hao reluctantly put on the crown, thinking, why did they turn a perfectly good helmet into a crown? Seeing the natural expressions of the other six, he realized he still had much to learn. Soon, a familiar interface appeared before Jiang Hao, similar to the one in the battle pot. He clicked to enter the freshman ranking battle room, ready to start the match. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a desolate ruin, seemingly ravaged by recent warfare, with fires and charred building debris everywhere. The outer screen displayed the real-time footage of both contestants. Gu Siyuan, from the Gu family of Gu Huangzhou, possessed a rare prophetic talent and was a support-type warrior. At this moment, he was squatting alone on a broken low wall, troubled by his seemingly inescapable fate of being instantly defeated. Thanks to his innate talent, Gu Siyuan had already reached a near-master level in all sub-saint support skills. Unfortunately, there were few saint-level support skills, and he had only learned 2. What troubled him more was that in the limited future he could foresee, he only saw a mass filled with chaotic colors, losing consciousness the moment they met. Gu Siyuan didn't understand why he couldn't see Jiang Hao's true face, only guessing that Jiang Hao had something that could obscure fate. Sigh. This is hard. Can I surrender? Gu Siyuan squinted at the sky, knowing that people outside could hear him. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away, Jiang Hao was contemplating. Should I let them show off a bit before defeating them? Since we'll be classmates for the next 4 years, if I'm too harsh, will I be bullied later? But considering this is a nationwide broadcast, with possible international viewers, Jiang Hao decided to choose the most popular fighting style. I'll just continue to challenge the 6 talents, he decided inwardly. Just as Gu Siyuan was about to give up, he suddenly shivered, seeing Jiang Hao charging toward him. Instinctively, he activated his saint-level support ability Spatial Domain. This was an absolute spatial barrier, an invincible shield below the saint level. If not for its limited duration, support warriors would have been invincible. A row of massive transparent air walls instantly formed, enclosing Jiang Hao in a hemisphere. Gu Siyuan thought, this should hold for a few seconds. Before the battle, he had already cast numerous mental resistance buffs and various shields on himself. Then, he threw all sorts of binding, barrier, and sealing spells at Jiang Hao as if they were free. As his energy neared depletion, Gu Siyuan smiled bitterly. This should count as an honorable defeat, right? The live broadcast host nodded in approval of Gu Siyuan's response. Everyone knew Jiang Hao's strength far surpassed Gu Siyuan's, but Gu Siyuan had managed to use all his might to entangle Jiang Hao, causing him trouble. However, at that moment, Gu Siyuan's squinted eyes suddenly widened. He saw a future he couldn't accept. You can't do this. Damn it, you can't. Desperate cries echoed through the arena. Jiang Hao moved effortlessly, as if taking a leisurely stroll, navigating through the labyrinth of barriers and seals. These meticulously set traps were utterly ineffective against him, unable to even slow him down for a moment. The spectators were left in shock, whether in the stands or watching the live stream. The chat was exploding with reactions. No way. Is he cheating? This is insane. I'm watching on my knees. Thank goodness I'm not a freshman this year, or I'd want to dig a hole and hide. Among the audience, the remaining 5 top contenders looked on in disbelief, questioning their own abilities. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. His saint-level martial skill, Boundless Realm, was finally being showcased to its full potential, no longer confined to mere close combat or rapid movement. Each of Jiang Hao's steps embodied the essence of Boundless Realm, effortlessly breaking through all obstacles. He approached Gu Siyuan, who had already surrendered, ignoring the glaring shields. Raising his hand, he clenched his fist, and silver-white spatial energy began to coalesce around it. Boom! A deafening explosion, akin to a superweapon detonating, sent shockwaves through the ruins, scattering debris and wreckage everywhere. The impact tore through the space where his fist landed, revealing a dark rift. Gu Siyuan remained silent until the very end, displaying remarkable willpower. The match is over. The winner is Jiang Hao. As the result was announced, the audience remained captivated by that earth-shattering blow. Jiang Hao snapped back to reality, finding himself back on the throne. Opposite him, Gu Siyuan sat slumped in his seat, as if his soul had been drained, his efforts reduced to merely highlighting his opponent's prowess. The crushing defeat nearly shattered Gu Siyuan's resolve. Jiang Hao muttered to himself, I didn't even use sky-cleaving slash. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Must be his weak mental fortitude. Just then, the arena doors suddenly burst open. Principal Xia, dismayed at the thought of needing to repair the door yet again, silently thanked the Yu family for their generous funding, which would cover the damages from the earlier matches. All eyes turned to the entrance. A girl with striking presence and delicate features walked in slowly. I apologize for being late. I was breaking through to the 3rd-year peak, she said calmly, as if her tardiness was of no consequence. Feng Qiluo, you finally made it. The vice dean of the magic court stood up excitedly and shouted. Principal Xia, sensing the strange energy emanating from her, quietly placed a bet on the campus betting site that Feng Qiluo would easily defeat Xing Yingyue. Jiang Hao watched as the confident and elegant vice-captain approached the throne, thinking, not bad. Her 3rd stage peak strength is far ahead of this year's cohort. He didn't consider himself in the comparison, as he was a cheap player of the Wind and Moon Shadow style, no longer belonging to any of the 3 major martial factions. Feng Qiluo didn't use any special effects or further harass the students in the arena. She simply walked step by step to the 2nd throne. The host awkwardly announced, Next up is Feng Qilua versus Xing Yingyue. Please enter the battle space. In the arena, some students who recognized her as the one who beat up the principal's grandson yesterday started to grumble. Is this the gentle junior? Did that senior take a bribe? Feng Qilua ignored the comments. Amid the curious expressions of the other 6 elite students, she picked up the crown and smiled at Jiang Hao, saying, "Whoever wins gets to be the captain." With that, she placed the crown properly on her head. It was meant to be. The moment I appeared here, the first place was already mine. Jiang Hao responded with equal confidence. Xia Pingqing, watching the 2 bullies, muttered to himself, "That woman can actually smile, and why hasn't anyone invited me to be vice-captain?" The other 5 elite students admired Xia Pingqing's audacity, while Feng Qilua gave him a death stare, making him instantly deflate. Let the battle begin. Jiang Hao looked at the floating screen in front of him, which displayed a nighttime plane map. He thought, oh great. This map gives the facade of a timid person a huge advantage. But her level is too low, only at the 3rd stage, 5th level. In the next moment, a starry sea descended, and in the night map, it felt as if the combatants were standing in a real cosmic starry sky. The commentator in the live stream shouted excitedly, "Stellar Sky! This is the Xing family's most famous sacred-level terrain spell." The entire map was filled with twinkling stars, and silver-white light trails like tassels flew towards Feng Qilua. Sacred martial art phantom star slash. Both the audience in the arena and those watching the live stream were captivated by the dazzling technique. So beautiful. The move is beautiful, and the person even more so. Feng Qilua is in trouble. This move, enhanced by the night map, could take down even a 5th stage warrior. Jiang Hao shook his head, watching the special effects on the screen. All show, no substance, a waste of energy. If Xing Yingyue used this move, she could pull out real stars and make them explode. But for anyone else in the Xing family, it's just a tiny spark of starlight. Sure enough, purple lightning tore everything apart. The stars evaporated, the starry river shattered. The so-called illusionary and real silver light trails were nothing but light pollution in the face of absolute violence. In a blink, the cosmic starry background turned into a world filled with purple lightning. The battle was over, and Xing Yingyue was instantly killed by the ocean of lightning. Feng Qilua had never truly made a move. She merely changed the terrain background. The commentator, who had been praising the Xing family's techniques, was left speechless, staring blankly at the teleprompter. Jiang Hao frowned, glancing skeptically at the 2nd throne beside him. Feng Qilua calmly opened her eyes as if she had done something trivial, not even acknowledging the applause from the excited audience in the arena. Is this really the ancient spell stream? Even if she claims to have perfect affinity for both wind and thunder, she shouldn't be this powerful. Jiang Hao wondered. As the host announced the start of the next battle, Jiang Hao finally looked away. Xing Yingyue, across from Feng Qilua, continued to watch the 3rd match expressionlessly, seemingly indifferent to winning or losing. But Jiang Hao remembered that this person had privately messaged him, wanting to make a comeback after learning a sacred-level technique at the 3rd stage. Everything now was just an act. The 3rd match wasn't much to watch. Both fighters were at the 3rd stage, 6th level. Yin Yini, a perfect fire affinity ancient spell user, versus Yilingxi, a semi-supportive weapon fighter. A standard map, a standard battle. Flames clashed with sound waves. The sound of the zither tore through the sea of fire, cutting and slicing, while the blast waves from the exploding flames suppressed the zither's sound. It made Jiang Hao drowsy. The 2 fought until the last moment, with Yin Yini narrowly winning and advancing to the top 4. Unfortunately, his next opponent was the seemingly overpowered Feng Qilua, so his journey would likely end there. To be honest, when Jiang Hao saw another ancient spell user on the roster, he had scoffed at how there hadn't been a single perfect element affinity in past years, and now suddenly 3 appeared. The 4th match was an internal battle between weapon fighters. Xia Pingqing versus Yu Shiyao on a mountain map. Unlike Jiang Hao's flashy blade techniques, these 2 wielded a long spear and a halberd. Their fight was a visual and auditory spectacle, with sparks flying and the ground shaking. The ground was littered with broken stones and dirt. The competition site was a mess, with debris scattered everywhere, as if a minor earthquake had struck. The 2 commentators in the live broadcast finally found their moment to shine. Their voices were filled with excitement, constantly praising Xia Pingqing's talent and combat skills, as if describing a once-in-a-lifetime genius. However, the atmosphere on the battlefield was entirely different. The expressions on the faces of both sides were far from friendly, especially Yu Shiyao, who looked utterly disheveled. She couldn't even maintain her basic energy shield. Covered in dust, she sarcastically taunted, "Is this it? Is this it? You're a whole level higher than me, and still took so long. Big brother, are you not up to it?" Her tone was dripping with mockery. "With such weak skills, how dare you mess with Feng Qilua and Jiang Hao? If you like him, I can introduce you to some of my girlfriends." Despite being at a disadvantage, Yu Xiao's words were sharp. Xia Pengcheng's face turned livid, his eyes blazing with anger. If it weren't for the live broadcast, he might have lost control completely. He thought to himself, what do you mean I'm causing trouble? They're the ones bullying me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Suddenly, a blood-red aura began to emanate from his previously pristine body. In an instant, Xia Pengcheng's aura surged, leaping straight to the fourth tier. His body, now brimming with violent energy, glared menacingly at Yu Xiao and shouted, I, Xia Pengcheng, will never be inferior to anyone. He then swung his halberd with all his might towards his opponent, marking the end of the match. The commentators' voices broke with excitement. It's here. This is Xia Pengcheng's unknown talent. Not only does it significantly enhance his physical attributes and resistances, but it also temporarily boosts his energy level. Yu Xiao has no way to fight back. If he had used this move at the start, Yu Xiao would have been instantly defeated. Let's congratulate Xia Pengcheng on advancing to the semi-finals. In the audience, someone muttered, unknown talent? You've just exposed everything about him. Looks like the Xia family really pulled some strings. The atmosphere at the venue warmed up, with a dozen freshmen standing up to cheer enthusiastically for Xia Pengcheng. The surrounding spectators looked at these suddenly excited students with bewilderment, but more were swept up by the enthusiasm and joined in the applause. Sitting on the throne, Xia Pengcheng beamed as he saw people cheering for him. He waved to the audience and silently encouraged himself, for these dozen fans. In the next match against Jiang Hao, even if I can't win, I have to prove I'm not a nobody. Jiang Hao stood on the stage, his gaze sweeping across the dozen or so freshmen, his brow slightly furrowed. The smiles on their faces seemed a bit forced, more like they were fulfilling a task rather than genuinely excited fans of Pengcheng Xia. In a corner out of everyone's sight, the principal's lips curled into a small smile. He opened the temporary group chat and sent 50 credits to each of the brave freshmen who had stepped up to liven the atmosphere. The group chat immediately buzzed with activity. Custom luxury fishing gear. DM me. You did well. The principal thought smugly. I'll delete the previous post and apologize to Xia after his showdown with Jiang. No hard feelings, right? Someone quickly chimed in. Custom luxury fishing gear. DM me. This way, neither Xia's family nor the principal will give me any trouble. Another voice agreed. Just give me the money. You're generous, senior. Someone laughed. Don't worry, we'll go talk to Xia soon, pretend to befriend him, and subtly probe his thoughts for you. Someone who called themselves Academic Dodgy confidently assured. Leave it to me. I'm good at this. Another username, Green Tea is still tea added. I'll act like a jealous girl, so Xia feels flattered. Someone volunteered. Custom luxury fishing gear. DM me. I found out that Xia never attended school, only had unknown tutoring. He took the college entrance exam directly at 18. Someone provided intel. Xia's social experience is still too limited. We need to help him adapt to society's harsh realities. Another voice chimed in. If the principal knows, he won't interfere, and we might even get a reward. Someone said hopefully. Custom luxury fishing gear. DM me. I only have 300 credits left. It's up to you guys. The principal reminded them. Meanwhile, Principal Xia stood in the distance, watching his smug grandson on the throne, shaking his head helplessly. Better to face minor setbacks now than bleed later, he thought to himself. Losing credits to deceitful women is better than losing your life to hostile natives. The break quickly ended, and the semi-finals were about to begin. Jiang Hao spent the 10 minutes watching some ads and marveled at the creativity of modern advertisements, with their endless twists and turns, much better than the boring TV dramas from his previous life. The first match of the semi-finals, Jiang Hao versus Pengcheng Xia. The host announced, and the match officially began. Just as Jiang Hao was about to turn off his bracelet and enter the space, Pengcheng Xia suddenly spoke up. I'm sorry, Jiang Hao. I only met those guys yesterday at school. I didn't know they'd talk like that. Jiang Hao looked up, somewhat surprised at Pengcheng Xia. Except for Yu Xiao, who wore an expression that said, surrendering already? How pathetic. The other 5 were all staring at Pengcheng Xia in shock. After all, he usually carried an air of superiority, looking down on Jiang Hao from Yunshao Prefecture as an ordinary person. Even when dealing with Feng Qilua, he hadn't given her a second glance before making a move. Seeing Pengcheng Xia standing there with his head down and ears turning red, Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head. It's okay. I didn't take it to heart. After all, I'm using you as a stepping stone. At that moment, Jiang Hao finally understood why Principal Xia was so tough on his grandson. It was clear he needed more toughening up. Fight begin. With the system prompt, the two entered a pre-developed secret realm map. The main feature of this map was its hardness. Outside, Jiang Hao could easily destroy small mountains hundreds of meters high with a single blow or slice through a 2,000-meter peak. But in this secret realm, he could only create pits a few dozen meters wide. In the distance, Pengqing Xia had already activated his berserk mode, his body enveloped in a red glow, charging at Jiang Hao with his Fangtian halberd. Jiang Hao thought, out of respect for Principal Xia, I'll let you have one hand. Pengqing Xia leaped high, his energy surging, and the Fangtian halberd in his hand was instantly enveloped in golden light. The violent airflow blew Jiang Hao's hair as Pengqing Xia shouted, "Unmatched Overlord halberd!" The golden halberd came crashing down with overwhelming force, the most powerful strike infused with all of Pengqing Xia's energy. Jiang Hao's strength had grown to the point where Pengqing Xia couldn't comprehend it, with no gradual process, just a sudden leap. If it weren't for the equally monstrous Feng Qilua, Pengqing Xia would have doubted if he and the other 6 were all just riding on their family backgrounds. So, he bet everything on this strike. A warrior of the combat style never retreats. If peers don't dare to attack, why practice the combat style? Pengqing Xia looked at Jiang Hao, who was preparing to take the hit heedin, with a glimmer of hope. What if Jiang Hao misjudged and he managed to beat him by luck? Wouldn't that prove he wasn't a loser? However, hope turned to despair in an instant. Under the watchful eyes of Pengqing Xia and all the spectators outside, Jiang Hao calmly extended one hand, spreading his fingers. He intended to catch this strike, powerful enough to kill a peak 5th level warrior, with one hand. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, debris flew, and dust instantly obscured Jiang Hao's figure. The viewers in the live stream held their breath, waiting for the outcome. Yet, the screen didn't show the match's end. As the dust settled, a few meter-long cracks appeared on the ground. Jiang Hao stood in a small pit, holding the now colorless Fangtian halberd, his clothes untouched by even a speck of dust. To the outside world and Pengqing Xia, it looked like an adult effortlessly catching a baby's punch. Crack. The Fangtian halberd developed more and more cracks before shattering on the spot. After all, it wasn't a spiritual weapon but just a tool provided by the creator mode to transmit energy. Pengqing Xia stood there, stunned, watching as his Allen strike was effortlessly caught. With one hand, his mind reeled, and he looked bitterly at Jiang Hao's calm eyes, muttering, "Is the gap really this wide?" Pengqing Xia gave up the idea of continuing the fight, his eyes filled with disappointment and frustration. He laughed at himself. The so-called 8 heroes of Xia don't deserve to be mentioned alongside you two. I'll disband the group when I get back. Jiang Hao realized he might have gone too far, almost breaking the kid's spirit. He quickly tried to remedy the situation. "Actually, you're not that bad." After thinking for a moment, he continued, "You're the only one among the other 6 who reached the late 3rd stage, which means you have considerable strength. You just happened to face me and Feng Qilu. Plus, you bravely attacked an opponent far stronger than yourself. A true combat-style warrior, not the loser I thought." Jiang Hao extended his left hand, using his thumb and index finger to indicate a small distance, and smiled. "You're only this much behind me?" Pengqing Xia was moved to tears, his eyes reddening as he said, "Thank you." He then mentally repeated, "Surrender," 3 times, and exited the battle space. Match over. Congratulations to Jiang Hao for advancing to the finals. The system prompt announced. Jiang Hao walked out of the space, looking speechlessly at Pengqing Xia, who was comfortably seated on the throne, and couldn't help but think, why did you surrender so quickly? It was worth at least 5 points. Xia Pengqing proved with his strength that he was one of the top talents among the new students this year, not a mediocre one, and truly deserved the title of one of the 8 elite. As things unfolded as Principal Xia had anticipated, he quickly logged onto the school website, deleted the post, and published a heartfelt apology letter. Immediately, a group of online influencers began steering public opinion, making more people aware of the original poster's retreat. Neutral observers and objective fans also voiced their support, praising Xia Pengqing for his magnanimity and stating that he wouldn't hold a grudge. At this moment, Xia Pengqing was seated on his throne, intently watching the overwhelmingly positive shift in public opinion on the light screen. Suddenly, the screen switched scenes. Purple lightning instantly compressed the red flames into a small circle until the last wisp of red completely vanished. Congratulations to Feng Qilua for advancing to the finals. The final match will begin in 10 minutes, the host's voice announced. Just like in her match against Xing Yingyue, Feng Qilua defeated Yin Yinyi, another practitioner of ancient arts, solely by unleashing her lightning power. Many in the audience were both awed and intimidated by this younger student's strength, feeling an irresistible force and an oppressive aura. Xia Pengqing noticed a special alert on his wristband. The troll who initiated the poll had deleted their post and backed down, and many believed he wouldn't use the Xia family's influence against his seniors. Smiling at the positive comments, Xia Pengqing liked and followed all the students who spoke up for him while seated on his throne. He commented under the apology letter, "Rest assured, I, Xia Pengqing, wouldn't stoop to such actions. I accept the seniors' apology." Stress Mountain How. He then prepared to dissolve the Who Rules the Roost chat group, a name that reminded him of his once arrogant self. Just then, a notification sounded, and I don't eat beef requested to add him as a friend, with a note saying, I want to join in the fun. Jiang Hao raised his hand, tapped his wristband, and smiled at Xiaopingqing, saying, although our skills may be average, we still need some fillers for next year's freshman tournament. Reluctantly, Xiaopingqing approved the request, adding Jiang Hao to the group, thinking that ever since Jiang Hao gained fame, he always seemed to end up on the losing side. These audacious words received Feng Qilua's approval. The other 5 elites dared not refute, knowing she was not one to be trifled with. Add me too, Feng Qilua commanded. We'll choose the fillers from there when the time comes. The final match of the freshman rankings, the last battle of the 8 elites, began. Jiang Hao wandered on a large island map, his 10-kilometer perception range revealing no sign of his opponent. Suddenly, the entire sky filled with purple lightning, writhing like a swarm of serpents. On the ground, a greenish wind howled silently. Jiang Hao was surprised to feel that the wind could harm the soul, but his mental strength far surpassed the average person, making the wind's touch feel refreshing, almost cleansing. The purple lightning in the sky grew even larger, about to cover half the island. Jiang Hao, observing the scene that no low-level warrior could create, concluded, I've got you. This isn't ancient arts at all. The purple lightning and green wind lacked Feng Qilua's elemental energy. Perfect elemental affinity couldn't achieve this level. Cheating right in front of me? Interesting. Jiang Hao sneered. Spatial power. Activate. Silver-white ripples spread from Jiang Hao's body. He reached out to the purple lightning sea, grabbed, twisted his wrist, and a large hole tore open in the lightning. From afar, Feng Qilua, sensing everything through the wind, was shocked as she stared at the hole in the sky. Puzzled. What kind of power is this? Suddenly, a sonic boom came from a distance, and Feng Qilua could no longer track Jiang Hao's movements through the wind. Jiang Hao was running, smashing through everything in his path. The ground bore pits with each step, his elemental energy boosting his speed to nearly 3 times the speed of sound, covering a kilometer in a second. Outside, the audience, initially stunned by Feng Qilua's apocalyptic display, now had their attention captured by this human juggernaut. What speed is this? Go, Jiang Hao. Did anyone notice the move Jiang used to tear open the lightning sea? What is that silver-white ripple? Gu Xiyuan squinted at the battle screen, shaking his head. I can't predict this. Yu Xiao mocked unceremoniously. Seriously, Gu the blind. Can you predict anything? If you can't predict anything, what kind of prophet are you? Xing Yingyue inexplicably touched her face, her gaze shifting to the screen. She was secretly astonished. No way. This is a live broadcast. In the battle scene, purple lightning formed a dense web, crashing down on Jiang Hao. Simultaneously, massive wind blades mixed with lightning struck his body continuously. These attacks, potent enough to severely injure a 5th-rank warrior, felt like mere scratches to Jiang Hao, who had activated his Yuan power shield. If not to avoid the embarrassment of being exposed, he wouldn't have even bothered to activate his defense. Sensing Feng Qilua's position, Jiang Hao instantly used Boundless Realm, flashing to the vice-captain's side and mercilessly punching toward her face. With a thunderous explosion, one end of the island erupted violently, sending dirt and tree fragments flying like rain. Missed again? Jiang Hao questioned, watching the disappearing figure. He raised his long blade, which immediately became entwined with silver threads as the chaos law subtly merged into it. Sky-piercing slash. With a low growl from Jiang Hao, space was visibly torn apart by a black rift that quickly healed. A blade aura, extending over a kilometer and intertwined with pale blue and silver, roared out as if to cleave the entire island in two. On closer inspection, one could faintly see black matter flowing within the blade light. Under the influence of the chaos law, all approaching lightning and wind were absorbed and converted into pure Yuan power to fuel the blade aura. Ultimately, the blade aura reached an astonishing length of 2 kilometers. As the blade aura swept past, it carved a bottomless rift vertically through the island. Although Feng Qilua wasn't in its direct path, she was still struck by the soul blade. Clutching her head, she was filled with confusion. He clearly didn't see me, so how could he still affect me? Has he mastered this technique? If her mental strength hadn't reached the level of a 7th-rank spellcaster, that strike would have defeated her on the spot. In the sky, a sea of purple lightning converged into hundreds of massive lightning spikes, which then plummeted toward Jiang Hao. On the ground, a green whirlwind tried to entangle him, restricting his movement. Not a chance. Boundless realm. Jiang Hao sneered, effortlessly escaping the whirlwind and swinging his blade again. Since practicing the Chaos Codex, he felt his Yuan power was comparable to a 7th-rank warrior's, allowing him to unleash such attacks dozens more times. In the sky, the purple lightning spikes, capable of killing 6th-rank warriors, rained down. Jiang Hao extended his left hand and flipped it sharply, Spatial reversal. The lightning spikes, about to strike him, seem to be repositioned in space, flying back into the sky and causing a massive explosion. Indeed, it's spatial power. He even has perfect spatial affinity. Principal Xia's sharp eyes instantly recognized the ease of Jiang Hao's spellcasting. Xing Yingyue was utterly dumbfounded, her previously stoic expression collapsing. Wasn't he supposed to have no spellcasting talent? Wasn't martial prowess supposed to be his invincible path? In the battle space, Jiang Hao had already slashed 10 times. This time, he finally sensed Feng Qiluo's position again. Despite her seemingly overpowered talent to control wind and thunder laws, which Principal Xia claimed would guarantee her a spot on the leaderboard after today, Jiang Hao's persistence and effort were unyielding. A resolute glint flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. It's time to end this. It's time to end this. Jiang Hao strolled across the shattered island, each step landing on fractured rocks. After 10 consecutive strikes, Feng Qiluo's soul had been severely wounded, significantly weakening her control. The lightning bolts from the sky became sparse, and the violent tornado, despite lifting countless sand and stones, couldn't touch Jiang Hao. All impacts were diverted by his spatial power. Jiang Hao effortlessly dodged another falling lightning spear, clearly sensing its diminished power. He thought to himself, it seems she has some talent for wind and thunder laws, but still relies on her mental strength for control. If this map weren't so large and I could connect to her with my mental threads, she would have been sent to the infirmary a long time ago with my sky-splitting slash. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the distance. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao used his boundless movement technique to instantly teleport there. A silver-white light surged around him, forming a massive barrier in front of him to guard against any ambush. This was none other than Gu Siyuan's signature move Void Domain. As someone with a clear Dao heart and perfect spatial element affinity, Jiang Hao could replicate it after seeing it just once. Hovering in midair, Jiang Hao looked down at Feng Qiluo, who was compressing wind and thunder energy below, and asked softly, "What's wrong? Not using that strange teleportation spell anymore?" Feng Qiluo gripped a purple lightning spear entwined with a green hurricane in her right hand and looked up at Jiang Hao with a hint of helplessness in her voice. "I can't. If I keep dodging, you'll just drain my soul with your soul blade." She then gave a bitter smile, a perfected saint-level martial skill. "I underestimated you. Coupled with ancient spatial techniques, I have no complaints about losing to you." Jiang Hao felt a sense of pride. Even with just a sliver of chaos law, he had developed 2 ways to convert part of the attacks into pure energy and enhance his own attacks. This was the confidence his abilities gave him. Seeing the fearsome wind and thunder spear in Feng Qiluo's hand, Jiang Hao extended his finger, a teasing tone in his voice. "Then why are you still holding that thing up?" Feng Qiluo gritted her teeth and replied, "I can't help it. Being chased around by you is really frustrating." With that, she hurled the terrifying lightning spear. The green hurricane and purple lightning fused into a destructive beam aimed straight at Jiang Hao. The already shattered island crumbled further under the impact. The speed of the wind and thunder spear surpassed Jiang Hao's perception limit, piercing through everything in its path. Just when Feng Qiluo thought she had hit her mark, Jiang Hao's voice came from behind her. "Why are you in such a rush?" Boom! A deafening explosion erupted in the sky. The terrifying thunder energy expanded rapidly, but was forcibly contained within a specific range. Crackling sounds echoed as if an invisible barrier enveloped the devastating strike. Though it seemed on the verge of breaking, the barrier held firm against the earth-shattering attack. The entire island shook violently. Below the explosion, seawater was pushed aside, creating a massive hollow area. Feng Qiluo had exhausted all her energy, her mental strength nearly depleted. Her face pale, legs trembling, she collapsed to the ground. "What a mess. This is the first time I've been beaten so badly by someone my age." Feng Qiluo muttered to herself, no longer bothering with formalities. Jiang Hao nodded approvingly. "You'll get used to losing after a few more times." Ignoring the vice captain's resentful glare, Jiang Hao extended his right hand. Feng Qiluo hesitated, thinking, "Is he going to help me up? Seems like this captain isn't so bad after all. At least he respects me." However, just as she was about to grasp Jiang Hao's hand, a silver-white light appeared at his fingertips, forming a small sphere. "What?" A silver-white beam instantly pierced through Feng Qiluo's head. Her wide-open eyes were filled with confusion. Jiang Hao mused to himself, this move is pretty powerful. It could instantly kill small fry with a single shot. Might not be the best for actual combat, but it does look impressive." Then, Jiang Hao was transported out of the battle space. Outside, the audience was already stunned. From the moment Jiang Hao unleashed that exaggerated blade energy, everyone was in shock. The subsequent attack and defense exchanges, and Feng Qiluo being chased around like a mouse, made everyone realize these two weren't holding back at all. Their performance was far beyond what freshmen should be capable of. Some seniors even doubted if Senior Zhou, before breaking through to the 7th stage, could defeat the two of them together. Is this really reasonable? Are freshmen this competitive now? Someone whispered. However, when the audience and live stream viewers saw the equally shocked expressions of the 6 heroes, their minds were somewhat eased. At least the reactions of the 6 heroes were normal. This was the level top prodigies should be at. Xia Pengqing fell into a self-deprecating mutter. Didn't they say I was just a bit behind? Why can't I see the end? I can't tell the difference. But Gu Siyuan, in contrast, sat up straight, his previous gloom gone, eyes shining with a peculiar light. This defeat isn't my fault. Jiang Hao silently defended himself as his eyes scanned the battlefield. He saw the enemy piloting mechas that looked like something out of Gundam, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The terrifying thunder spear shot across the sky, but it hardly surprised anyone. After all, in this era, mastering dual laws at the peak of the 3rd tier wasn't all that rare. When Jiang Hao reached out to Feng Qiluo, the livestream chat exploded. Some self-proclaimed shippers began to excitedly speculate about the storyline. An anonymous viewer from Yunxiao City with gray hair was so thrilled they were practically dancing, while the prodigies from Fenglei State, who had been defeated by Feng Qiluo before, wore complex expressions. As the commentator rambled on, weaving a 1,000-word fanfiction, a blinding beam shattered his literary dreams. He was startled and exclaimed, "What? Brother XN, that's the most treasured girl from a senator's family. How could you do that?" The camera panned to Jiang Hao, who calmly opened his eyes, sitting expressionlessly on his throne. Beside him, Feng Qiluo looked ready to fight anyone at a moment's notice. The teacher on the podium wisely kept silent and glanced at Deputy Dean Zhou of the Martial Arts Institute. Though stubborn, Deputy Dean Zhou was not foolish. Truly obstinate martial artists rarely advanced to higher tiers. He decisively passed this hot potato to the Deputy Dean of the Magic Institute. Feng Xinhua, though not a direct descendant, was still a relative of that Feng family young lady. He stood up reluctantly, forcing a smile and said, "Let's all congratulate Jiang Hao for securing the top spot in the 233rd freshman ranking battle of the Shinjo Martial School." The hall fell into a brief silence. All eyes were on the Feng family young lady, who merely bowed her head and clapped quietly without causing a scene, prompting everyone else to stand and cheer. The other 6 prodigies also stood up to offer their congratulations to Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, the commentator received an anonymous payment from the Xia family. Reading the remarks and the new script on the teleprompter, he immediately changed his tune, lavishly praising Jiang Hao and skillfully guiding the chat and comments. The screen was soon flooded with comments like, "The new dual kings, unparalleled duo," and "The twin gods and their 6 useless teammates." Seizing the moment, the commentator loudly recited an excerpt from Jiang Hao's sayings, a must-read classic for every school in Yunlan City. Jiang Hao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is this commentator out to get me? His carefully suppressed pride instantly broke free, and his face displayed a myriad of emotions. Principal Xia finished eating his grilled fish and slowly walked to the front of the stage. He gestured to turn off the live stream, then surveyed the students with a loud voice announcing, "The freshman ranking battle and the 8 heroes battle have concluded. Next is the ranking contest. Anyone with objections can directly enter the virtual battle space to challenge. The double kings and the 6 heroes are not within the challenge range." His words implied that Jiang Hao and Feng Qiluo had surpassed the top prodigies, reaching an extraordinary level. Principal Xia continued, "Jiang Hao ranked first in the 8 heroes battle and earned 500 credits. The other 7 each earned 200 credits. From now on, these 8 will receive 100 credits each month. Students ranked 9th to 100th will receive 100 credits and 10 credits monthly. Students outside the top 100 can challenge to update their rankings 5 times a month, but without rewards. A student entering the top 100 for the first time will receive 100 credits." He concluded, "The enrollment credit rewards have been distributed. You can now return to your dormitories or choose your preferred course instructors. Arrange your time freely. Official classes start in 7 days." Dismissed. The freshmen erupted in cheers. Finally, they could explore the campus environment properly, and the 7-day break excited everyone. Feng Qiluo, struggling with her weakened body, approached Jiang Hao. Her face was pale, but her tone was calm. As agreed, "You are now my team captain." Jiang Hao nodded and extended his right hand, saying, "Looking forward to working with you." Feng Qiluo instinctively avoided the gesture, making her even dizzier, and she silently returned to her throne. Seeing the 6 hesitant but eager students, Feng Qiluo pointed at them and asked Jiang Hao, "Have you chosen your teammates? These people aren't the strongest, but they're better than most students." This remark further demoralized the likes of Xia Pengqing, though Yu Shiyao seemed indifferent, and even the usually stoic Xing Yingyue showed displeasure. Jiang Hao hesitated. Considering the Global Martial Arts School Freshman League starting next February, he thought he might already be able to dominate 7th-tier fighters by then. He proudly mused that he could win even without teammate support. At this moment, The usually silent Yi Lingxi spoke in an ethereal voice. A team can't win just because one person is strong. The others nodded in agreement. Jiang Hao was puzzled. I watched last year's competition. Isn't it just about defeating all enemies? Feng Qilua widened her eyes in shock. That was the top 32 finals. The group stage before that is a point system, with 5 members taking turns in unknown battles. No matter how strong the captain is, they can only win 1 point per match. Plus, the group stage is usually held in closed venues, where some students hide their trump cards. Jiang Hao couldn't help but curse, finally understanding why Senior Zhou had brought 4 cheerleaders while sweeping the global martial arts schools. He reluctantly said, "All right, I don't know who to choose yet. We'll see when the time comes." On the side, Xia Pingqing was anxious, his face practically shouting, "Pick me." But Jiang Hao and the others tactfully avoided the topic. Meanwhile, in the male dormitory of Yunxiao Martial School, fellow townsmen Jiang Zhuang and Zhang Jiangyu had settled in. Jiang Zhuang advised, "Jiangyu, don't overwork yourself. We still have a few days before classes start." Zhang Jiangyu ignored him, focusing on his yuan energy cultivation, on the verge of breaking into the second tier and potentially entering the top 100 in the school. Suddenly, Jiang Zhuang exclaimed excitedly, "Wow! Brother Zhang's final ranking battle is on." Zhang Jiangyu joined him curiously, asking, "Can Jiang Hao take first place?" "Hey, don't you have a wristband? Stop pushing me." Jiang Zhuang irritably shoved the person next to him, a flash of impatience in his eyes. He quickly pulled out his phone and tagged everyone in the class group chat, his fingers flying over the screen. Meanwhile, in the Yun family's guest room, Oldly was leisurely sipping tea, his gaze resting on the spirited Yun Likong. "Xiao Yun," Oldly began, with a hint of expectation in his voice, "next year's rotation mission to world number 4 will be handed over to you. Young people need more training." The old master of the Yun family paused abruptly at these words. He looked at Oldly, his brows slightly furrowed. "Oldly, isn't this a bit much? I've just reached the saint level and don't even have my own saint weapon. Going there would be suicide." Oldly waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, would I set you up? There are saint level members from the Zhou and Xia families in world number 4. You can just follow along and take it easy." The scene shifts to the Holy Luo Martial Academy in the Shenluo Empire. A striking blonde woman gently knocked on the door of the prayer room. After receiving permission, she cautiously stepped inside. The prayer room was adorned with cross decorations and biblical murals, glowing softly under the gentle lighting. Her gaze landed on a man kneeling on the carpet, a trace of admiration in her eyes. The man had long silver hair, wore a simple white robe, and his features were sharp and refined. Surprisingly, in front of him was not a holy icon or a cross, but a massive map of the blue star. "Captain," she said urgently, "today at Shinjo Martial Academy in Xia Country, 2 prodigies have emerged who are qualified to join the first sequence list." Her tone was filled with anxiety. "This is supposed to be your era, but more and more people are appearing on the list, especially from Shinjo Martial Academy. These 2 are stealing your glory." The man, who had remained silent, finally looked up seriously at his teammate. "Helena," he asked, "do you think being on the first sequence is an honor?" "Ah, of course, Captain," Helena replied, surprised. "In the past 20 years, apart from Zhou Weifeng from Xia Country, you were the only other one to make it to the list." The man shook his head, his gaze returning to the map of the blue star. "You're wrong," he said in a low, firm voice. "Being on the list represents trust and a tremendous responsibility. This responsibility can crush those who aren't strong enough. Every prodigy on the first sequence has been observed for a long time by the council members' talent, character, and stance." As he spoke, a powerful wave of fourth-tier energy filled the prayer room, leaving Helena feeling suffocated, as if all paths forward were blocked. His silver eyes fixed on Xia Country's location on the map. "As long as they can become guiding stars in the future and fight for the blue star and humanity, then even if Xia Country produces 21st sequence members, I would be happy." His voice was resolute. "I believe the other 6 feel the same way. With these 2 prodigies from Xia Country joining, there will be 9 in this generation." A fierce determination ignited in his eyes. The many evil gods slain by the council members are about to return, and the beast world has long been eyeing the blue star. Humanity must produce more council members. His gaze swept over the map on the wall once more, his voice filled with fervor. "Only humanity shall prevail." Jiang Hao returned to his dorm room and glanced at the clock, realizing it was still early. He decided to jump into an intense 5v5 match to get his game on. He opened the game interface and skillfully maneuvered his character. His thoughts drifted to lunch. The school's cafeteria policy was quite interesting. Regular food was free, but if you wanted to try exotic beast meat, you'd have to pay with credits. However, if you pre-ordered, the cafeteria would deliver meals to the top 100 students. Jiang Hao smirked. He was currently the dual champion of both the national and freshman rankings, boasting 1,000 credits in his account. His eyes scanned the room and landed on a fishing rod casually tossed in the corner. Remembering the principal's cunning face, Jiang Hao shook his head and dismissed the idea of using the principal as bait. Taking a crown out of the drawer, Jiang Hao ceremoniously placed it on his head. This was an exclusive item promised by Principal Xia, usable even outside the Shinjo martial arts school. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Battle space, activate." Meanwhile, on the other side of campus, Xia, wait up. Xia Pengcheng, who was on his way to the cafeteria for breakfast, turned around to see a sweet-looking girl calling out to him. Instantly, he replaced his earlier look of dejection with a facade of arrogance and nonchalance. "Oh, it's you. I remember you clapped for me earlier. What's up?" Xia Pengcheng tried to stay calm, though his heart was racing. His experience with girls was minimal, usually involving either getting beaten up or mocked. Desperately, he sent a silent SOS to his group chat. Jiang Hao would definitely know what to do, he thought to himself. At that moment, Jiang Hao was surrounded by 4 senior students, their faces beaming with confidence that this match was in the bag. "Brother Jiang, which map and spawn point do you choose?" a respectful junior asked. "Doesn't matter to me," Jiang Hao replied casually, selecting a grassland map. "Let's spawn in the middle. Brother Jiang is a genius." A senior immediately flattered him. "The other team would never expect us to spawn in the middle." The battle commenced, and to everyone's surprise, the teams were less than 5 meters apart. Quick as lightning, Jiang Hao unleashed a blade aura, instantly wiping out the opposing team. "I'm aiming for 1,000 points today," Jiang Hao declared with determination. As night fell, Jiang Hao removed his crown and stretched his stiff neck. He retrieved his still-warm lunch from the storage space. Opening his wristband, Jiang Hao first sent a message to Vice Dean Zhou, asking about redeeming martial skills tomorrow. After receiving a positive response, he checked today's battle record, 760 points. It seemed the freshman ranking matches had motivated the upperclassmen. He had participated in 14 team battles today. Status panel, assign points. Jiang Hao commanded. His cultivation level rose from the 4th tier, 4th level, to the 4th tier, 6th level, while his points dropped from 1019 to 19. Feeling the slight increase in his internal energy, Jiang Hao shook his head. This improvement was barely noticeable. Next time, he should prioritize increasing his physique or mental strength to the 7th tier. Jiang Hao opened the group chat and found it flooded with messages. Pressure Mountain. Brother Jiang. Need advice. Should I buy a Saint-tier martial skill for a female fan? Jade Emperor. Buy it. Can't even spend on a girl? Fish and Bear Paw. You have 2 fans but only 700 credits. Let them fight it out, and the winner gets the Saint-tier skill in 3 months. Reading these, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel exasperated. Clearly, this was a scam, or Xia Pengcheng was being used as an ATM. Jiang Hao's decision not to eat beef sparked a series of amusing conversations. The soothsayer joked that Jiang Hao would end up eating dirt in the future, but Jiang Hao confidently retorted that with his grandfather's love, he could never fall to such a state. Shifting the topic, Jiang Hao mentioned buying martial arts techniques for his sister, which drew a teasing comment from Vice Captain Feng Chilua. Jiang Hao, being kind-hearted, decided to buy martial arts techniques for his sisters. Someone suggested he advance 1,300 credits so both sisters could get the techniques equally. Jiang Hao happily accepted this suggestion. On Tuesday, July 2nd, Jiang Hao arrived early at the Combat Institute. Vice Dean Zhou was surprised to find that Jiang Hao had advanced to the 6th level of the 4th tier. Jiang Hao casually explained that it was an insight gained after finishing a ranked battle the previous day. Jiang Hao expressed his desire to exchange for a sacred-level martial arts technique that could expand his sensory range and increase sensory precision. Upon hearing this, Vice Dean Zhou suddenly asked Jiang Hao if he had any candy. Jiang Hao handed him a lollipop. During their conversation, Vice Dean Zhou mentioned that Jiang Hao had not yet chosen a mentor. Jiang Hao politely indicated that he didn't really need a teacher's guidance. Vice Dean Zhou nodded in understanding, acknowledging that with Jiang Hao's talent, he indeed had his own path. Vice Dean Zhou mentioned that the dean might be suitable to guide Jiang Hao but lamented that this crazy woman had disappeared without a trace, not even responding to messages. He worriedly sighed about the uncertain future of the Combat Institute. Jiang Hao comforted him, saying he heard that Dean Xing from the Arts Institute was about to return after breaking through to the sacred level, hinting that he might consider transferring to the Arts Institute. This remark made Vice Dean Zhou's eyes widen in shock, clearly astonished by the possibility. Vice Dean Zhou's expression grew serious in response to Jiang Hao's questioning. He was acutely aware of the challenges facing the martial arts academy and was unwilling to lose another talented student. Jiang Hao's face was stern, his eyes shining with determination, making it clear that he wouldn't accept empty promises. That director Xia hasn't returned to Blue Star in 2 years. Who knows if he's even alive? But the director from the neighboring Star Academy is definitely on the verge of reaching the saint level, Jiang Hao said with a hint of sarcasm. Vice Dean Zhou sighed deeply. Our martial arts academy is struggling. Since Wei Feng was about to graduate and our director went missing, the student's average level has gradually fallen behind the Magic Academy. This has led to more resources being allocated to the neighboring academy. That Star Academy director is only 31 and already about to break through to the Saint level. Unlike me. Stop right there. Jiang Hao interrupted. Moral blackmail won't work on me. My demands aren't high. Just let me choose 2 Saint-level martial techniques. Vice Dean Zhou's eyes lit up. Oh Jiang, you're being too polite. Saint-level techniques? You can pick 5 if you want. He bit down on the lollipop in his mouth, savoring it as he added, "But this flavor is my childhood favorite. Just for this candy, you can pick whatever you want. It's a local brand from Yunlan City. You must have had it when you were a kid too, right?" Jiang Hao knew well that this was just an excuse to openly exchange martial techniques, much like bringing a gift when visiting a superior. He nodded in agreement. They arrived at the Martial Techniques Hall, and Vice Dean Zhou pointed to rows of jade slips. "Jiang, these are all Saint-level techniques. They are duplicates, so you can take them with you. I think I have a delivery arriving. Take your time choosing." With that, he hurried away. Jiang Hao looked around and noticed an old man napping on a recliner. He silently cupped his fists in respect and began to carefully examine the techniques. The jade slips were sealed, showing only basic information, making it impossible to use his Dao heart to gain them for free. He picked up a Saint-level blade technique, but quickly put it down, realizing it wasn't suitable for his martial style. Among the rows of jade slips, he found one called Infinite Divine Sense, a perception technique that greatly enhanced sensory range and could detect subtle changes in the environment, effectively preventing ambushes. Satisfied, Jiang Hao took it, thinking, with my current mental strength and proficiency, I should be able to sense at least 100 miles. He continued searching and reached the area for mental attacks. Mind Plague sounded dubious, and Void Sword Saint made him worry about getting his head blown off. Just as he was about to give up, something caught his attention. In a corner, Jiang Hao found a plastic box containing a dozen unsealed jade slips. He picked up one that resonated with him and used his mental energy to touch it. A chaotic void appeared before him. Below, a massive world floated in the chaos, resembling a universe filled with countless flowing nebulae. Jiang Hao felt a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of when he had encountered the Chaos Codex. He looked around and saw 14 massive worlds connected to the familiar world below, slowly converging, seemingly destined to merge. Jiang Hao guessed that this was the Blue Star world. Not far away, an even larger world, wrapped in dreamlike material, drifted closer. These dreamlike substances seemed to embody all the world's beauty and could survive even in chaos. Suddenly, Jiang Hao had an epiphany. Seeds of the soul-eating tree. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for successfully extracting a thread of chaos law. The host can spend 1 trillion points to fully complete the chaos law and gain absolute mastery over it. How much? 1 trillion? Jiang Hao shouted in disbelief in his mind. Is this panel acting up? Jiang Hao muttered to himself. A peak 9th level rule should only require tens of thousands, at most 1,000,000 points. Upgrading a life star shouldn't cost 1 billion. This reward is truly massive. He couldn't help but wonder if maxing it out would be the end of his journey. Jiang Hao felt the changes within himself. The recent chaotic excursion seemed to have slightly boosted his spirit. His mental attribute had risen from 63 to 67, reaching tier 6. As a practitioner of combat techniques, his spirit was now stronger than his physique, sparking a desire to learn magic. Shaking his head, Jiang Hao dismissed the thought. He casually selected a holy grade martial art called Invincible Overlord Fist, part of the Xia family's Invincible series. Just the name hinted at its creator. Holding the jade slip, he headed for the door. An old man, who had been napping, seemed to sense something and slightly opened one eye. With a casual wave, the seals on the 2 jade slips were instantly lifted, as if oblivious to what had just happened. Thank you, senior, Jiang Hao said respectfully. As for the jade slip he had previously picked up, it had turned to dust after his chaotic excursion. Those jade slips were mostly neglected and not very valuable. Jiang Hao couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, he couldn't possibly tell them that a 4th-tier practitioner like him had ventured into chaos and seen a massive world drifting by. Could he? Just as Jiang Hao stepped out of the door, Vice Principal Zhou appeared out of nowhere, wearing a friendly smile. Congratulations, Jiang, on finding suitable martial arts. But are 2 enough? Would you like to choose a few more? Jiang Hao shook his head and declined politely. No, quality over quantity when it comes to martial arts. Vice Principal Zhou cleared his throat and said mysteriously, I happen to notice that you've used up your quota in exchange for 3 7th-tier life crystals. 7th-tier crystals won't do much for you now, but... He shifted his tone and pulled out an ordinary plastic bag from his pocket. I happened to find a few unwanted 8th-tier crystals this morning. Jiang Hao focused his gaze and saw 5 radiant 8th-tier life crystals inside the plastic bag. Oh my! Jiang Hao feigned surprise. My talent has reached its peak in this lifetime. These crystals aren't much use to me. After thinking it over, I realized only you, Jiang Hao, could make use of these. Seeing Vice Principal Zhou's sincere expression, Jiang Hao seemed moved by his earnestness. He quickly took the plastic bag, stored the crystals in his storage pouch, and beamed. Actually, I love combat techniques the most. I was born for them. Vice Principal Zhou patted Jiang Hao's shoulder with satisfaction and said earnestly, after the semester starts, there's a Tri-Institute competition, no grade divisions. However, it affects the resource allocation for the semester. If you can secure first place for the Combat Institute, I might be able to find a few more crystals. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao straightened up, his gaze becoming as sharp as a knife, like an unsheathed sword. He declared resolutely, first place rightfully belongs to the Combat Institute. Not even the principal can protect them. I, Jiang Hao, said so. Jiang Hao returned to his dorm with the life crystals he had picked up from the Vice-Dean. Staring at the 5 8th rank life crystals on his desk, he couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, isn't Vice-Dean Zhou at odds with the Zhou family? How is he still so powerful? Is this the true capability of a member of a counselor's family? Glancing at the group chat of the Double Kings and 6 heroes, Jiang Hao suppressed his feelings of inadequacy. He silently resolved, it's just money, right? I, Jiang Hao, am not inferior to anyone. Panel, show me your limits. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding, 8th rank life crystals charged, 50,000 points gained. Awesome. Jiang Hao excitedly took out 2 jade slips containing saint-level martial skills and began studying them. With the support of his talent for clarity of mind, it felt as if these martial skills had been rehearsed countless times in his inner world, overcoming all difficulties and reaching the beginner stage. The system prompted again. Ding. Detected that saint-level martial skill, Unmatched Overlord Fist, can merge harmoniously with 9th rank martial skill, Sky-Shattering Fist. This fusion will not consume points. Continue? Continue. Jiang Hao answered without hesitation. Ding. Martial skill fusion completed. Obtained saint-level martial skill, Unmatched Sky-Shattering Fist. Unmatched Sky-Shattering Fist retains its original traits, with additional space-shattering effects on hit, greatly increasing the chance of penetrating shields to attack the body directly. A gleam of excitement flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. Now, every punch is a critical hit. He quickly boosted both his physique and spirit to 69 points, but, after some thought, decided to save up 15,000 points to raise either his spirit or physique to the 7th rank. After all, once the highest king rank is unlocked at the 4th rank, warriors can only fight in their respective rank areas. The difference of 1 rank among mid-tier warriors is significant, and most people find it hard to challenge above their rank. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Hao decided to stay at the 4th rank for now and continue participating in team battles. Earning a guaranteed 700 points a day was more cost-effective than going for 1v1 fights at the 5th rank. The panel updated again. Name, Jiang Hao. Realm, 4th rank, 6th heaven. Physique, 69 6th rank. Spirit, 69 6th rank. Special status, Overlimit I, Permanent Chaos Law Comprehension. Talent abilities, omitted. Cultivation method, Chaos Codex King rank. Points, 14,019. Evaluation, veteran from the Qing dynasty, ready to fight. Feeling the continuous surge of power within him, Jiang Hao smiled. He was just under 1,000 points away from raising an attribute to the 7th rank. Soon, the whole of Xia country would become his stage. It was time to shine in the battle space. By evening, Principal Xia, who had been unsuccessfully fishing all day, kicked his empty fish trap aside in frustration. Counselor Xiao suddenly paid him a visit. Counselor Xiao, you're visiting so late. Principal Xia forced a smile and explained. Pengqing insisted on fishing, but he didn't catch anything all day and went back crying just now. Counselor Xiao looked at Principal Xia with a half smile. I'm here for the final certification. Call those 2 kids over. Principal Xia immediately sent messages to both students. Jiang Hao had just finished his 16th team battle, earning 800 points. Seeing the principal's message, he was puzzled. Why is the principal calling me so late? Into the old spot by the artificial lake? Does he want to eat fish? Using a spatial layer, he arrived directly at the fishing platform, where a young man in his 20s was looking at him in surprise. 6th heaven? And you this? Principal Xia was so shocked by Jiang Hao's unreasonable advancement that he couldn't speak. The young man introduced himself. Hello, Jiang Hao. I'm one of the heads of the first sequence plan. You can call me Counselor Xiao. Jiang Hao quickly composed himself and politely greeted. Good evening, Counselor. Counselor Xiao smiled and corrected him. Hee, I don't like being called Counselor. I, too, climbed my way up from the bottom as a warrior. I was one of the earliest entrants to the first sequence. Thanks to the support of the senior counselors, I achieved what I have today. So don't worry, no one will force you to reveal the secret of your rapid advancement. Jiang Hao thought, how inspirational. From a backgroundless warrior to a counselor. Perhaps this is why Counselor Xiao is in charge of this plan. As for the suspicion his rapid progress might arouse, Jiang Hao had long accepted it. Every counselor had their own cheat during their youth, though theirs was talent, while his was an actual system. Clearing his throat, Jiang Hao asked, Counselor Xiao, are you here to test if I can enter the first sequence? Counselor Xiao smiled. Actually, your and Feng Qilua's performance in the freshman ranking battle already caught the attention of the counselors. It's just a matter of time before you're listed. Today, I'm here for the final question. He looked seriously into Jiang Hao's eyes and asked, Jiang Hao, will you fight for Blue Star and humanity in the future? Jiang Hao thought, is that it? The answer is already obvious. Everything became exceptionally quiet, with only Jiang Hao's firm voice resonating in the air. I, Jiang Hao, will undoubtedly lead Blue Star to its true pinnacle. Principal Xia wanted to comment, but held back. Counselor Xiao nodded approvingly. Such ambition. Young people should have this kind of surpassing belief. Fighting for Blue Star and humanity? Those aren't your concerns right now. We counselors will handle those issues. As for you, the prodigies of the first sequence, you have only one task, to become stronger. Rapidly stronger. As he spoke, he extended his hand to Jiang Hao. In the freshman ranking battle 6 months from now, you'll face 7 other entrants like you. That will be when the first sequence plan provides you with the greatest support. I'm looking forward to your performance, or rather crushing them. Jiang Hao's lips curled up, and a fire seemed to burn in his eyes. He confidently declared, 6 months? That's too long. I can crush them now. With that, Jiang Hao no longer concealed his chaos law. A terrifying aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to crackle. If Principal Xia hadn't protected the platform, they would have been standing in midair. With the power of chaos, Jiang Hao's full-force mental storm could crush 7th-rank warriors. In the distance, Feng Qilua, who was approaching, suddenly sensed danger ahead. As she halted, she felt a sharp pain in her mind, lost consciousness, and fell from the sky with a thud. Jiang Hao immediately stopped his indiscriminate attack. The 3 of them looked at the unconscious Feng Qilua on the ground in silence. Jiang Hao watched as Feng Qilua was urgently taken to the medical room, silently paying his respects to the vice-captain's sacrifice. Councilman Xiao shook his head in exasperation and said, I've met Feng's girl a few times, so I won't ask about her condition. Jiang Hao, your move that hits both friends and foes is indeed powerful, but don't use it in front of your own people next time. Jiang Hao quickly patted his chest and promised, Don't worry, Councilman Xiao, I just got a bit carried away. It won't happen again. Councilman Xiao nodded. All right then, you'll receive a message from Blue Star Network by noon tomorrow. Principal Xia, who was standing nearby, put away his fishing gear in dissatisfaction. Although he had protected the fishing platform and physical entities from Jiang Hao's sudden outburst, the mental attacks were harder to guard against. The fish in the water had clearly suffered, now floating belly up on the surface. Seeing this, Jiang Hao asked sheepishly, Principal Xia, should I compensate you for this? Principal Xia waved his hand dismissively. I wouldn't dare take your money. If word got out that the principal of Shinjo Martial School suppressed a top talent and seized their resources, I wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Jiang Hao awkwardly bid farewell to the 2 big shots, silently praying for the vice-captain's quick recovery. Time quickly flew by, and soon it was noon on July 3rd, a Wednesday. Having finally accumulated 15,000 points, Jiang Hao eagerly boosted his physique to 70 points, reaching the 7th tier. Feeling his body surge with strength several times over, he confidently thought that even if he encountered the thunderstorm bear again, he could take it down with a single punch, even in its prime. The feeling of getting stronger is so addictive. Jiang Hao exclaimed. Too bad I'm out of points again. Looking at his remaining 139 points, he wondered, I wonder if there will be any rewards for making it to the top tier. It'd be great if they were all life crystals. Having tasted the benefits, Jiang Hao found it too slow to grind points daily in the virtual battle space. His outstanding record and terrifying strength had turned his teammates into cheerleaders, following him as he dominated the battlefield. The opposing team had a miserable time. They would get killed right after the match started and suffer headaches for days afterward. As a result, fewer people were signing up for team battles today. Just then, Jiang Hao's wristband buzzed, and a message from Blue Star Network popped up. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang Hao, on making it to the Blue Star top tier list. Jiang Hao clicked on the attached link and read through the details. The list noted that the rankings were based on the order of entry and couldn't be used as a true measure of strength. Those who made the list would be re-evaluated in 20 years. The first place was occupied by Zhou Weifeng, 22 years old, from Xia Nation, at the first level of the 8th tier, suspected of possessing an ancient powerful physique. His achievement was killing a 9th tier, 7th level alien in the 4th otherworld. The second place was Moira Augustus, 18 years old, from the Shinluo Empire, at the 6th level of the 4th tier, mastering the law of fate, with an estimated combat ability to fight 7th tier warriors. The third place was Lai Diana, 18 years old, from Grey Bear, at the third level of the fourth tier, mastering the laws of freezing and ice, also estimated to fight 7th tier warriors. Jiang Hao was ranked 9th, 18 years old, from Xia Nation, at the 6th level of the 4th tier. The evaluation described him as highly talented with an unknown physique, possibly possessing the incomplete law of chaos, with an estimated ability to kill 7th tier warriors. The 10th place was Feng Qilua, who hadn't yet reached the 4th tier. Jiang Hao couldn't help but think, the vice captain is really lagging behind, but as expected, she has both wind and thunder laws. Satisfied with his evaluation, Jiang Hao nodded. Councilman Xiao is quite fair. Although my current strength should be able to fight 8th tier warriors, it's good that the list is updated monthly. It gives the others a chance to catch up. Otherwise, my rapid progress might demoralize them. Principal Xia sent a congratulatory message and mentioned that there would be rewards for him and the vice captain after the school term started. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and replied, Principal Xia, can I have all my rewards and life crystals? Principal Xia was surprised. Are you sure? This time there are some treasures that can enhance your foundation, as well as items that improve mental and physical attributes. Jiang Hao confidently replied, Do you think I need to enhance my foundation? Principal Xia was silent for a moment. Understood. I'll make sure you get life crystals. All 7th tier ones, please. Jiang Hao added. He calculated that a 7th tier life crystal was worth 5,000 points, while a 9th tier one was worth 30,000 points. However, in actual transactions, a 9th tier life crystal was equivalent to 27th tier ones, making it a huge loss to convert 100,000 points into 30,000. Haha, soon I'll have a lot more points. Jiang Hao thought excitedly. Combined with the life crystals promised by Vice Dean Zhou for winning the academy competition, I'll be able to strengthen myself even more. Jiang Hao opened the chat group of the Double King's 6 heroes, planning to subtly inquire about the vice captain's condition. He saw Yin Yinny complaining about how some foreign prodigies seemed to have suddenly gained fame and looked quite formidable. The chat quickly became lively. Yudi, nothing beats Jiangshan. Prophet. Wan. Pressure Mountain. What foreign prodigies? Just hype. When they come to Xia Nation, let me test their mettle first. Fish and Bear. Just don't end up in the medical room again. Pressure Mountain. Damn it. Do you think I'm a pushover? Losing is just temporary. I won't always be defeated. Jiang Hao. Well said. Those prodigies are nothing but paper tigers. I'll crush them with one punch. When they come, just go up and take them down. After closing the group chat, Jiang Hao ignored the show-off who was bragging about his growing fanbase. He left a message for Oldley, informing him of his entry into the Blue Star top-tier list, hinting at his future potential to bring glory to Yunxiao Prefecture. Meanwhile, in an uninhabited ruin in the 7th Otherworld, a plain-looking but exuberant woman exclaimed, Finally found an ownerless small world. With the essence of the holy rank and the path to becoming the world's master, I, Xia Wanjun, will achieve dual ascension. Her eyes sparkled with madness, her lips curving into a smile. I wonder how the academy is doing. My wristband doesn't work here. But with Zhou Weifeng holding the fort, it should be fine, right? Just half a year, and I'll return to Blue Star, either as a holy rank or as sustenance for the next holy rank. End of Volume 1. July 8th, Monday. The day had finally arrived for the opening of Shinjo Martial Arts School. Over the past week, Jiang Hao had enjoyed a leisurely life. His daily routine was simple and pleasant, chatting with friends online, following the latest updates of Xia Pengcheng's amusing love stories, and spending afternoons fishing by the artificial lake with Principal Xia. Although all the fish he caught went to the principal, seeing Xia's spirited demeanor made Jiang Hao feel as if he could see Affection 1 notifications popping up above his head. With the opening ceremony imminent, Jiang Hao felt a surge of excitement, as if dozens of thunder bears were crawling all over him. In recent days, he had been focusing on self-cultivation and even reduced his visits to the battle space. Now, he was more eager than ever to become stronger. After dressing neatly, Jiang Hao casually placed his crown into his storage bag. The principal had specifically reminded him to bring it. Could it be that today was more than just a simple opening ceremony? Was there really going to be a competition on the first day? With these questions in mind, Jiang Hao teleported to the vicinity of the arena and followed the intelligent guide to the school's grand hall. As he pushed open the door, the sight before him left Jiang Hao in awe. The towering dome, the dazzling crystal chandeliers, the entire space seemed to be bathed in a luxurious golden hue. Rows of deep red seats were neatly arranged, and the walls were adorned with paintings, calligraphy, medals, and trophies. Gazing at the grand and luxurious stage, Jiang Hao could only mutter to himself, wow. The opening ceremony officially began, with more than 20,000 students gathered in the grand hall. There were no flashy performances or lengthy speeches. The principal simply said, "School's open," and the senior students clapped as if it were a routine. Next, Vice Dean Zhou stepped onto the center stage and announced, "Today's rules are the same as always. Each department can send 100 outstanding students, regardless of year. 300 students will compete, and the last department standing will receive priority resource allocation for this semester. Now, let's have the representatives of the excellent freshmen from each department come forward to speak. Gu Siyuan from the support department was the first to take the stage. Dressed in formal attire, he delivered a speech about peace and friendship. It was only then that Jiang Hao realized he had missed this part of the event, so he hurriedly messaged Vice Dean Zhou to ask about it. Upon learning that he could speak on his own behalf, Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Feng Qilua took the stage, briefly expressing confidence in the competition's outcome before stepping aside to wait. When it was Jiang Hao's turn, he strode forward and landed firmly on the stage. Glancing at the speech provided by Vice Dean Zhou, Jiang Hao shook his head. To Zhou's horrified gaze, he loudly declared, "I'm a straightforward person, so bear with me. This semester's resources, I, Jiang Hao, on behalf of the combat department, claim them. The other two departments should just step aside." As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell into a stunned silence. Then, the combat department students erupted into enthusiastic cheers. "Jiang God is number one. Brother Jiang, lead us to victory again." It was as if they were reliving the glorious days under Senior Zhou's leadership. However, the expressions of the 8,000 students from the magic department and the support department turned icy, freezing the combat department's enthusiasm in an instant. Seeing the thousands of students glaring at him as if they wanted to tear him apart, even the two representatives standing behind him couldn't help but cover their faces and sigh. Jiang Hao stood in the center of the hall, his gaze sweeping across the room with a hint of disdain in his smile. He raised his voice and said, "Am I wrong? Anyway, I'll crush you all when I step up. This way, we save everyone's time. Isn't that better?" As soon as he finished speaking, a freshman from the School of Magic stood up abruptly, his face flushed with anger. He couldn't help but retort, "Jiang Hao, I admit you're strong, but are you really that confident you can take on both our schools?" Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow and immediately shot back. "I never said I'd take you all down. Don't put words in my mouth. Watch out, or I'll sue you for slander." He paused, then continued, "I just want to take on everyone here by myself, that's all." With that, he glanced disdainfully at the students from the two schools. Vice Dean Zhou, standing nearby, was sweating profusely despite the air conditioning. He kept wiping his forehead with a handkerchief. He looked over at Principal Xia with a questioning look and whispered, "Is this okay? Should we stop this? The infirmary can't handle so many people." Principal Xia returned a meaningful look and replied in a low voice, "It's fine. The school needs talent that can motivate everyone." At that moment, a senior from the support school stood up, her face filled with anger. She shouted, "Jiang Hao, don't you think you're being too arrogant? We have nearly 9,000 students. Support-enhanced martial artists are beyond your imagination." As soon as she finished, other students from the support school echoed her sentiments, and the hall erupted in commotion. Jiang Hao's arrogant demeanor had completely enraged the support school students. Someone shouted, "Jiang Hao, you may be impressive, but you're just a fourth-tier fighter. Can your energy sustain you against so many of us? After all, how can a warrior, no matter how strong, not need teammates? Don't you know support-enhanced fighters are the most sought after in various competitions?" Facing the challenge, Jiang Hao nodded calmly and said, "You're right. Last year, when Senior Zhou Weifeng was slaughtering everyone, his teammates could only watch from the starting point." The senior was momentarily speechless, her face frozen. Zhou Weifeng was the pride of Shinjo Martial School, and she dared not argue. She silently thought to herself that if she did, she might end up getting ambushed by Zhou Weifeng's diehard fans. Blushing, she sat back down. Next to her, a bespectacled male student stood up, looking like her boyfriend. Taking on the role of countering the Demon King, he flashed a cunning smile and said, "Since Jiang Hao is so formidable, why not skip the upcoming match? After all, you're the top talent in Xia country. If someone of your stature bullies us ordinary fighters, it would lower your status if the top talents from other countries found out. After all, beating up your schoolmates isn't exactly something to brag about." Feeling smug, the senior believed he had turned the tables. However, Jiang Hao looked at him with a peculiar expression and asked, "Don't you know I have a nickname?" Before the senior could respond, Jiang Hao confidently pointed at himself and loudly declared, "Those restrictions are just the worries of the mediocre. I, Jiang Hao, am a wild card. I am a barbarian." Jiang Hao's defiant shout echoed through the hall, like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. The senior's face turned ashen, contorting in a grimace as if he had swallowed something bitter. Meanwhile, the senior sister beside him blushed, her eyes drifting as if lost in some fantasy. Jiang Hao scanned the room, his gaze sharp and intense. Not a single student from either of the two major departments dared to meet his eyes. They all looked down to avoid his stare. Satisfied, he sheathed his sword, infused with spatial power, thinking to himself that its sudden appearance was not his intention. At that moment, Principal Xia spoke up. Since no one objects, let's have a battle royale in the 1,000-person room at noon today. Jiang Hao's heart leapt with joy. He thought, with so many targets, he could easily earn at least 40,000 points. Principal Xia gave Jiang Hao a meaningful look and said, Jiang Hao from the martial arts department, you'll face all the students from both major departments alone. If you win, your department's resources will double this year, with the extra covered by me personally. If you lose, your resources will be allocated below the support department. Any objections? How could we dare object? The students from both major departments looked helplessly at Jiang Hao, who had already started sharpening his blade, feeling a deep sense of despair. Meanwhile, the students from the martial arts department began to celebrate. Someone popped open a bottle of champagne, while others shouted, this time, we've got it in the bag. Double the resources? I can definitely break through to the 5th tier. If I make it before the end of the year, I'll go back home and get married. Don't jinx it, someone quickly interjected. What if we get disconnected and lose the match? Jiang Hao watched his fellow students celebrating wildly and thought to himself that perhaps Senior Zhou's reluctance to bully his schoolmates in later stages had led to their department being consistently beaten by the magic department. On the other side, students from the 2 major departments were visibly distressed. A freshman had already given up, saying, I'm just a weak 2nd tier. I'll just be cannon fodder. Let's fight Jiang Hao, someone suggested, only to be met with ridicule. Are you serious? We'll get destroyed. Can we win? Win? No way. Suddenly, a voice rang out, don't be afraid. There are so many of us. Even if Jiang Hao were facing thousands of pigs, it would take him a while to kill us all. Exactly, Fei Wui stepped forward. Fei Wui, swear I don't believe Jiang Hao can defeat us all. At noon, Jiang Hao, driven by his desire to become stronger, stepped onto the battlefield. Because of his previous arrogant attitude, over 9,000 students from the 2 major departments of Shinjo Martial Academy had gathered. Most were 3rd or 4th tier, with dozens having reached the 5th tier. This massive lineup gave the Anti-Demon King Alliance some reassurance. With so many comrades, how could they fail? Feng Qilua had already left, planning to challenge Jiang Hao alone to deplete his energy. Half of the remaining students decided to scatter, aiming to delay and exhaust Jiang Hao. Xing Yingyue, mingling within the crowd, looked at her teammates, unaware of the impending disaster, and sighed. She thought, if Jiang Hao appeared now, none of them would stand a chance. I foresee a complete wipeout. Xing Yingyue muttered to herself, maybe we should just surrender? Gu Siyuan squinted into the distance and said coldly, too late, we can't surrender now. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying blade aura, seemingly splitting the heavens, slashed toward them. The blade light contained a significant amount of black matter. Xing Yingyue and the others felt as if their very beings were about to be annihilated, their spirits instantly crushed. With a tearing sound, the blade light carved a deep trench in the ground, its edges smooth as a mirror, with traces of silver spatial power lingering. The sky was marred by a long, black fissure, a terrifying sight. Hearing the system announce over 2,000 eliminations in an instant, the remaining students awoke from their stupor. Their faces changed drastically, and they scattered in all directions. Isn't this map supposed to be a giant 100 by 100 kilometer area? How is Jiang Hao finding us so precisely? Someone shouted in terror. I don't know. Another responded in panic. Several more exaggerated blade auras flew by, eliminating another 2,000 students. Some Earth Element students tried to hide underground with their eyes closed, but were still struck by the soul blade. Enhanced by chaotic laws, the flying heaven slash was no longer a simple blade aura. Whether one could see the blade or not, as long as they were within range and had a spirit, they would be hit. Unless Jiang Hao chose to spare them, it was an indiscriminate attack. This is too slow. Jiang Hao stood in the center of the map, dissatisfied as he surveyed the targets. He had an idea. Why not go higher and unleash a powerful strike to clear out most of them at once? Without hesitation, Jiang Hao's figure flickered, and he ascended to 10,000 meters. Any higher, and he would hit the map's boundary, which he couldn't break through with his current strength. From this vantage point, Jiang Hao could see most of the map. A smile curled at his lips. This distance is perfect. Using spatial power, Jiang Hao stabilized himself in the sky. He released his senses, his casual gaze locking onto a spot directly below the center of the map. Feng Qilua was still searching for Jiang Hao, which made him decide to use her as a breakthrough point. Cautiously, Jiang Hao left enough yuan power to use the Boundless Realm technique to return to the surface, while also probing the positions of all the students once more. Slowly, he raised his long blade, beginning to gather his strength. First, a chaotic aura enveloped the blade, causing intense energy fluctuations that made the space crackle. Next, the blade was completely shrouded in silver-white spatial energy. With the continuous infusion of yuan power, even the slightest movement of the blade tip could tear open the space, leaving fissures that took several seconds to heal. Jiang Hao felt his mental energy depleting rapidly. This strike wasn't meant to cause massive physical damage, but to eliminate most of his opponents in one blow. He silently planned that he would have to personally deal with the remaining ones. Once fully charged, Jiang Hao unleashed the strike that would pierce through everyone. The black, white, and blue blade energy seemed to freeze in midair, moving slowly but tearing vast swathes of space along its path. Slightly out of breath, Jiang Hao watched his astonishing work of destruction. Meanwhile, Feng Qiluo was continuously gathering power, tightly gripping a spear perfectly fused with wind and thunder. She knew that only an attack of this caliber could pose a threat to Jiang Hao. As a Six Heavens expert, she had the ability to kill 7th-tier opponents. However, her expression darkened, incredulous that an adversary who had been her equal just days ago had surpassed her as if rocketing ahead. This was beyond the scope of normal Yuan power. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, as if someone had severed the light source at a conceptual level. All the survivors on the battlefield instinctively looked up, their faces showing expressions of utter horror. Impossible! Despair filled their eyes, and they were instantly eliminated. A terrifying blade energy descended from the sky, like a giant from beyond the heavens wielding a sword to judge the beings below. Feng Qiluo, caught in the path of the blade energy, didn't even have time to leave a final word before being swept away. The ground was slashed with a 50-kilometer-long scar. Though not deep, it carried an eerie energy that could obliterate the spirits of lower-tier warriors. Before even landing, Jiang Hao heard the victory notification. That strike took out everyone. He was surprised. I thought at least someone would withstand it. He ignored the flood of accusations from some spectators accusing him of cheating, quietly thinking he had just forgotten to turn off certain settings. After being transported out of the space, Jiang Hao looked at the scoreboard displaying his points, 52,000. This number silently proclaimed his overwhelming victory in the competition. With the grand competition taking place, all the students returned to their dormitories to participate in the battles via the combat pods. The rooms were set up with a spectator mode, allowing audiences outside to choose their viewing angles and watch the intense clashes. However, as the competition concluded, a serious issue emerged. Jiang Hao's earth-shattering strike had reached the 8th level of power. The Soul Blade's characteristics only made matters worse. All the students who were instantly defeated by the final blow lay in their combat pods, faces pale, hands clutching their heads. Those who were eliminated earlier were somewhat lucky they would recover in 2 days. But the unfortunate ones near the impact point of the blade's energy suffered more severe consequences. They were immobilized, mentally exhausted, eyes vacant, with only the faint rise and fall of their chests proving they were still alive. Their minds felt as if they had been bombarded, fragments scattered everywhere. Feng Qiluo was particularly unlucky, still unconscious at that moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao had already arrived at the principal's office, ready to negotiate for more competition opportunities. He thought, how great it would be if such large-scale competitions could be held daily. He was just a bit worried that some students might drop out. Pushing open the office door, Jiang Hao saw Principal Xia, with a face full of frustration, directing the medical staff to rescue those disheartened students and reminding them to provide psychological counseling. Good afternoon, Principal Xia. Have you eaten yet? Jiang Hao greeted with a smile. Eat my foot. Principal Xia fumed. Hundreds of students can't even crawl out of their combat pods. Feng Qiluo just woke up a few days ago, and now she's unconscious again. The medical room is about to burst at the seams. Seeing the principal's anger, Jiang Hao promptly took out a big fish he had specifically caught. Calm down, Principal Xia. Look on the bright side. Noticing that the principal's expression relaxed a bit after accepting the fish, Jiang Hao continued, today, they were utterly defenseless against direct mental attacks. This will encourage them to study techniques and spells that increase mental resistance. I'm personally validating and helping them find their weaknesses, Principal. Principal Xia rolled his eyes. Should they thank you for that too? No need for that. Just give me the rewards, Principal. Jiang Hao replied with a grin. Principal Xia sighed, taking out a box. I don't understand why you insist on having these 7th-level life crystals that are of no use to you. With your current strength, you could be a teacher already. He pushed the box over, hinting, why not stay at Shinjo Martial School as a teacher after graduation? My grandniece is nowhere to be found. You could be the head of the combat techniques department. Seeing the 37th level life crystals in the box, Jiang Hao almost cried with joy. Hearing the principal's offer, he decisively shook his head. No way, Principal Xia. By the time I graduate, I might be at the saint level. My dream is to become a regional guardian. Graduate as a saint? Why don't you say you'll be a council member by then? Principal Xia was clearly skeptical. Actually, that's not impossible. Jiang Hao muttered under his breath. Principal Xia ignored Jiang Hao's wild dreams. Fine. Here's your reward for topping the leaderboard. As long as you perform brilliantly in the competition 6 months from now, The council members will give you as many life crystals as you want, provided you can actually use the resources to get stronger. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. As many as I want? Then I would be invincible. A mere freshman competition isn't worthy of my participation. Let the veterans come. With confidence, Jiang Hao bid farewell to Principal Xia and prepared to return to his dorm to train harder. He thought to himself, is it really reasonable for a 4th-level warrior to unleash an 8th-level attack? Could it be that, as Uncle Wu Shuang said, I am the protagonist of this era? After Jiang Hao left, Principal Xia immediately contacted Counselor Xiao. Counselor Xiao, Jiang Hao has gotten stronger again. He can now battle 8th-level warriors. I watched the live stream. Add him to the updated leaderboard next month. A few council members and I just discussed this. From now on, the classification for prodigies on Blue Star will change. From now on, it'll be prodigy level, leaderboard level, and Jiang Hao level. Back in the dormitory, Vice Dean Zhou kept his promise and brought 5 8th-level life crystals to Jiang Hao. Lying on his bed, Jiang Hao carefully reviewed the earlier competition. As expected, I'm still too weak. If it weren't for my martial skills allowing me to unleash a full-field AoE mental attack, I wouldn't have been able to defeat all the scattered students even if I exhausted my energy. I'd have to wear them down over time. If I had the power to destroy the map with one punch, those students wouldn't be left with lingering headaches. Reflecting deeply, he made a firm decision to level up. Ding. Life crystal charging complete. 200,000 points gained. Points, 252,000. With a serious and determined expression, Jiang Hao murmured, mere limits, break them for me. As his body underwent a complete transformation, Jiang Hao felt every part of him becoming extraordinary. He seemed to merge with the surrounding energy. His recovery speed multiplied several times. His soul felt as if it had broken free from a shackle, with his perception and mental strength skyrocketing. He could even sense the slightest fluctuations around him, even a speck of dust. Ding. Congratulations to the host for awakening the talent Perfect Regeneration. Perfect Regeneration. After undergoing rigorous training, the body has become transcendent, with greatly enhanced recovery abilities. Except for instant death attacks, even a shattered heart can slowly heal. Limb regeneration is possible. Note: this talent has been enhanced by the Overlimit Eye. Realm, 4th level, 6th heaven 5th level, 7th heaven. Physique, 70-88th level. Mental strength, 69-74, 7th level. Points, 0. Evaluation. No need for others' evaluations. You have reached the pinnacle. At this moment, Jiang Hao had no interest in checking his stats. He felt incredibly strong, extremely strong. He had spent all his points on leveling up. If only the freshman league could be held earlier. With my current strength, I could crush all the martial school students globally. Jiang Hao thought. It had only been 6 months since he got the panel, and he had already grown from a small fry to a great white shark. Perfect regeneration was a life-saving skill. But could the Overlimit Eye enhance awakened talents? Or did exceeding the limit attribute grant additional talents? Jiang Hao pondered. It seems I shouldn't rush to break through the realm. I should first increase my mental strength to the 8th level to see if I can awaken another talent. Of course, even if Jiang Hao wanted to break through, he had no points left. Staying at Shinjo Martial School to farm weaklings can't keep up with my growth. I need to go to a place with a large number of mid to high-level exotic beasts. Opening the group chat for the Double Kings and 6 heroes, Jiang Hao saw that the recently awakened vice captain had shakily sent a voice message. From now on, whenever I meet a combat techniques warrior with a long blade, I'll fight them on sight. A small team was walking through a dimly lit tunnel. The cold air was biting, and a young warrior kept exhaling white mist, muttering to himself, phew, phew. It's so cold. Why has this place suddenly gotten so chilly? However, one of his teammates started taking off his jacket and wiping sweat off his forehead. Confused, he asked, "Are you crazy from the heat? I'm about to get heat stroke here." The 6 warriors cautiously switched their wristbands to offline mode, while a holographic screen in front of them continuously recorded everything. The team leader tried to contact other teams. "Hello? Team 4, can you hear me? Team 4, please respond." Only static and garbled noises came through. Zzz crackle. Frustrated, the leader threw down the special walkie-talkie, cursing, "Damn it. What's going on with this secret realm?" In previous ones, the wristbands and walkie-talkies worked just fine. A girl, emanating a 4th-level peak energy fluctuation, hesitated before speaking. "Captain, there's something I've been meaning to ask." The captain responded gently. "What's on your mind? Just say it." She slowly backed up to the wall, drawing her one-handed sword and warily eyeing her 5 teammates. "Weren't we supposed to come in with 10 teams, 5 people each? Why do we have 1 extra person now?" The expressions of the captain and the other 4 warriors froze instantly. They immediately spread out. showcasing their energy fluctuations, suspiciously eyeing each other. The young male warrior who had been complaining about the cold trembled, his voice on the verge of tears. Wait a minute. We've been together for so long. How could there be an imposter? Maybe some other warrior just happened to follow us in? Please, whoever you are, just step forward. His words made little sense, as if he was on the brink of a breakdown. I shouldn't have been greedy for those extra credits and joined this mission. I'm only 20. The remaining 5 looked grim, their eyes darting between each other. The captain took a deep breath and stepped forward. Even though this team was put together last minute, I remember all your names, your backgrounds, and that you all come from the martial school. He rubbed his temples and continued. I was the 5th one just now. The offline mode on the wristbands has been recording everything. Who was walking at the back? Maybe we can see something. The 6 of them exchanged glances, their voices rising in argument. I think I was the 5th one. Who was behind me? I can't remember. What? I was the 5th one. There was someone behind me. Really? Believe me, I was the 5th one. The female warrior felt her scalp tingle. She clearly remembered herself being the 5th one. Fearful thoughts spun in her mind. Arthano, are these really my teammates? The more she thought, the more terrified she became, a single thought flashing through her mind. I have to save myself. Without warning, she struck out, her sword piercing the boy next to her. Thunk. The boy from the martial school was instantly stabbed through the heart, seemingly forgetting to activate his energy shield. The other 4 were stunned, someone shouting, "She's the imposter. Kill her." Before the words even fully left his mouth, the 4 launched a ferocious attack on the girl without a second thought. Meanwhile, in a classroom at the martial school, Jiang Hao was diligently taking notes. This lecture was on the history of energy development, covering humanity's discovery of energy to the rapid advancement of warriors. This is way more detailed than what we learned in high school. Jiang Hao happily jotted down key points. Although he was a science student, his favorite subject was history. The martial school's curriculum was usually set by the teachers, mostly consisting of training, combat, or practical experience outside. Few chose to attend public lectures. As Jiang Hao was already stronger than some of the school's teachers, he was given more freedom. These days, besides adapting to his new strength in the 5th level area, he attended public lectures that interested him. His favorites were on the cultures of other worlds, secret realm exploration, and the history of energy development. Too bad there's no course on the culinary uses of exotic beasts, Jiang Hao thought wistfully. As the class ended, Jiang Hao slowly packed his things. Suddenly, his wristband vibrated, and a message popped up. Come to the school gate immediately. There's an emergency. Jiang Hao wondered. What emergency? Are the 9 great martial schools attacking? He waved to a buddy he often saw in the front row, and teleported straight to the school gate. At the gate, the Twin Kings and 6 heroes, along with dozens of 5th-level senior students, were already lined up. Jiang Hao looked puzzled at Principal Xia, who was talking to someone. Vice Principals Zhou and Feng were also there. Vice Principal Feng glanced at Jiang Hao, whose physique was almost as strong as his own, and then looked sympathetically at Feng Qilua. Feng Qilua, having leveraged her ranking rewards, had broken through to the first stage of the 4th level and was proudly holding her head high. As the one lowering the average realm of the top 10 geniuses in the first sequence, her family had brought her suitable treasures overnight to help her break through. Combined with the ranking rewards, she had successfully advanced to the 4th level in less than 3 days in the school's secret realm. This was even faster than her progress from the 8th stage of the 3rd level to its peak. Principal Xia approached with an unusually serious expression and said, "An unknown secret realm has appeared in the uninhabited zone of Guhuang province. This secret realm has special rules. Only martial artists under the age of 20 can enter, regardless of their level. Even a 1st-level martial artist can step inside. However, it's perplexing that even the holy-level martial artists of the Gu family cannot open the spatial passage to the realm. In light of this dilemma, Gu Huangzhou has sent out a call for assistance to the other 9 major martial arts schools, hoping to gather a large number of 5th-level martial artists to forcibly crack this mysterious realm." After hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes flashed with understanding. He muttered to himself, "I see. It's time to put theory into practice." Thinking about his recent research on exploring secret realms, Jiang Hao felt a surge of excitement. This time, I've got it. Just watch me show off my skills. Principal Xia's face, however, was unusually grim. He said in a deep voice, 3 days ago, a few third-year students from our Shinjo martial arts school, who happened to be there, joined in out of curiosity. According to the response from the Gu Huangzhou Martial Arts Bureau, none of the martial artists who entered in the past 3 days have come out. The principal paused and continued, but that secret realm seems to be a trial-type realm that selects prodigies. So all 10 major martial arts schools are going to take a look. Jiang Hao keenly caught the implication in the principal's words and speculated. So, you want our Shinjo martial arts school to lead a group of true prodigies to clear the realm? After all, Other schools or factions don't have as many 5th-level martial artists under 20 as Shinjo does. Thinking about his recent rise to the top of the ranking list, Jiang Hao confidently said, "Don't worry, Principal. With my strength, I can definitely conquer this age-restricted realm." Principal Xia forced a smile and said, "All expenses this time will be covered by the Gu Huangzhou Martial Arts Bureau and the Gu family. If you want any rewards, you can ask for them directly. I believe they won't dare refuse." After all, an outstanding 5th-level martial artist from the Gu family is also trapped inside. Jiang Hao raised his weapon, and declared with enthusiasm, "To rescue those trapped in the secret realm, I, Jiang Hao, will certainly do my duty. But if there are rewards afterward, that would be even better." Principal Xia nodded, looked around at the ready-to-go crowd, and solemnly announced, "This time, the team will be led by 2 vice principals. Everyone must follow their commands, except for Jiang Hao." With that, Principal Xia stretched out his hands and tore open the space in front of him. With a ripping sound, a dark hole adorned with silver-white spatial fragments appeared. Such an ability to open a spatial passage can only be achieved by a holy-level martial artist. The other side is the entrance to the city near the secret realm. "Go ahead, I will maintain the passage," Principal Xia instructed. In the secret realm, safety comes first. Jiang Hao watched as his companions entered the spatial passage one by one, and he was the last to step forward. Before entering, he turned back and smiled at Principal Xia. "Don't worry, Principal. There's nothing for me to fear anymore." The moment Jiang Hao entered the space tunnel, he felt a peculiar force enveloping his entire body. The surrounding space storms, like countless sharp blades, raged in the dark void. The only safe passage was a narrow corridor constructed from yuan power, winding its way to an unknown destination. Debris of various kinds floated in the void, telling tales of the dangers lurking here. Even more terrifying were the wandering silver-white space fragments that mercilessly sliced everything in their path. Jiang Hao knew all too well that falling into this void would mean certain death. This journey was entirely different from Jiang Hao's usual short-range teleportations using Xingjiawujian. After walking through the space tunnel for a few seconds, he finally reached the other side. What greeted him were his teammates, who had already arrived, and the ancient-style architecture of Guangzhou. The streets and houses before him seemed to have stepped straight out of a movie, making Jiang Hao marvel and wonder. "Hello, Jiang Hao." Gu Hongwu, one of the leaders of this secret realm mission, a burly man over 2 meters tall, wearing a tank top, extended his hand to Jiang Hao. His muscles bulged, straining his clothes as if they might burst at any moment. "Hello." Jiang Hao shook his hand, feeling the immense strength. Gu Siyuan, standing nearby, squinted at the scene and asked, puzzled, "Third uncle? Why are you here?" Gu Hongwu was still discreetly sizing up Jiang Hao's impressive physique and aura. "Already at the 5th tier. Seems like the ranking updates are too slow. And a good candidate for the Bingzhou stream too, though he's a bit too lean to burst his clothes." Hearing his nephew's question, Gu Hongwu finally shifted his gaze from Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao quickly retreated to Vice Principal Zhou's side, feeling intimidated by the powerful figure's piercing eyes. "Si Cheng went into that secret realm 3 days ago and hasn't come out yet. So the family sent me to oversee the reception of you martial arts students," Gu Hongwu explained. "By the way, Siyuan, you're staying out of the secret realm today. That's your father's order." Gu Siyuan's eyes shot open in defiance. "Why can't I go? He has no right to decide my actions." Jiang Hao and his friends watched the scene unfold. Since the other martial arts schools hadn't arrived yet, and it was still early, most seniors had started taking photos to post on social media. The 2 vice principals didn't stop them, knowing they would soon need to discuss how to navigate the secret realm and compensation issues. "No reason, Siyuan. You know me, am just the messenger." Gu Hongwu shrugged helplessly. "Si Cheng is already at the 5th tier and hasn't come out. Your dad is just worried about you." Gu Siyuan argued. "Huh? My cousin is a Bingzhou stream fighter who swings a hammer. Can he compare to me, an all-situation support fighter?" Gu Hongwu's face darkened. "They're both hammer fighters. What's wrong with Bingzhou stream?" Yu Xiao, bored, munched on a crispy snack wrapped around her finger and interjected, "Blind guy? Aren't you supposed to be a seer? Can't you foresee what we'll encounter inside? At least tell us if those who went in are still alive." Everyone suddenly realized and turned their attention to Gu Siyuan. Despite often missing key information, he was one of the rare seer-talented fighters. Gu Siyuan closed his eyes, leaving just a slit, and awkwardly said, "Sorry, I can't see anything this time." To avoid misunderstanding, he added, "Anything related to the secret realm is beyond prediction, including us who haven't entered yet. It's as if all destinies involving the secret realm are hidden." Jiang Hao shook his head in disbelief, thinking, "Aren't seers supposed to know everything? Why can't you do anything?" Yu Xiao mocked him directly, "Blind guy, you're useless. Every time we need a prediction, you fail, and you still want to join this mission?" Xingyue tried to mediate. "It's okay, Siyuan. At least you can cheer us on from outside. Plus, as a local, you can go home and rest for a few days. Gu Yuan, feeling embarrassed, retorted. What? Just because I can't predict doesn't mean I can't support. Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm not afraid of death. Third uncle, tell him I'm going into that secret realm today. Feng Qilua glanced at the scene and silently distanced herself from the argument. In the afternoon, the support teams from the top 10 martial arts schools finally arrived. Except for Jinsha Martial School, which only sent 2 4th-tier peak fighters, the other schools had several 5th-tier fighters leading their teams. However, the big shots were still arguing over resource distribution after the secret realm was conquered. Despite their high status, they argued heatedly over the smallest resource shares. This secret realm mission was entirely voluntary due to the inherent risks. Yet, most students chose to participate. High risk, high reward. Jiang Hao and his 7 companions waited at the secret realm entrance. He was in charge of leading the charge in this mission. The others just need to identify the items inside. This has also been approved by the 2 vice deans. Jiang Hao stood in front of the secret realm's entrance, his brows furrowed. The black hole-like entrance floating in midair looked nothing like what he had read about in books. He couldn't help but complain. Is this the entrance to the secret realm? It looks nothing like the descriptions. There was one more thought he didn't voice. Why does this thing look kind of familiar? Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The black hole-like entrance rapidly expanded, instantly swallowing up all the over 100 students present. The event happened so swiftly that no one had time to react. However, when Jiang Hao regained his senses, he found himself still standing in the same spot, with no one else around. What's going on? Where are my teammates? He asked, bewildered. It turned out that just a moment ago, Jiang Hao had felt a strong suction force trying to pull him into the secret realm. Instinctively, he applied the chaos laws to enhance his boundless realm technique, entering an untargetable state, and managed to break free from the strange pull. Suddenly, more than 20 figures appeared out of nowhere. The high-ranking individuals who had been engaged in fierce combat moments ago now stared solemnly at the entrance, which had shrunk to the size of a basketball. The secret realm has changed, and it's only the 4th day. This is too fast, exclaimed a 9th-rank warrior from Xinglua Martial School. Gu Hongwu reached out to touch the sphere, then shook his head. No, I still can't open the spatial tunnel connecting to the inside of the secret realm. A saint-rank powerhouse from the military glanced curiously at the exceptionally skilled Jiang Hao. Should we consult with the council members? Someone suggested. Gu Hongwu shook his head in refusal. My council member is still guarding the other world. The other council members are hard to mobilize, especially since the danger level of this secret realm hasn't met the threshold. At this moment, Jiang Hao raised his hand to speak. How about I go in and take another look? Vice Dean Zhou quickly grabbed Jiang Hao. You were just rejected by the secret realm? How are you going to get in? Jiang Hao explained. You might not believe this, but I rejected the secret realm. I also felt the pull earlier, but I managed to break free with all my strength. This time, I'll go with the flow and not resist the secret realm's pull. As the team leader, I can't just run away. Gu Hongwu and the saint-rank powerhouse from the military exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. With Jiang Hao's strength, it was indeed possible for him to break free, though this had never happened before. Be careful and stay safe. With the high-ranking individuals no longer opposing, Jiang Hao drew his hidden soul sword, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to touch the black sphere. Wait for my good news. With that, Jiang Hao's figure instantly vanished from sight. Jiang Hao was suddenly pulled into an unknown realm by an irresistible force. He felt himself sinking continuously, his mind clear but unable to control his body. Instinctively, he enveloped himself in the chaos laws. Suddenly, a violent spinning sensation hit him, as if he were thrown into a giant washing machine, his body tumbling through space. When everything finally calmed down, Jiang Hao opened his eyes to find himself in a strange, mystical land. Towering peaks stretched into the clouds, each adorned with dilapidated ancient structures, resembling sects from cultivation novels. These peaks were isolated from each other, the farthest being tens of kilometers apart, shrouded in mist like floating islands in the sky. Standing atop a desolate peak, not a single blade of grass in sight, Jiang Hao frowned in thought. Has this place already been looted? He wondered. Even more surprising, his usually omniscient divine sense couldn't probe the surrounding peaks. Is it some kind of perception-blocking formation? He murmured to himself. Looks like I'll have to search each peak one by one. With that, Jiang Hao merged with the space around him, instantly teleporting to a nearby peak. As soon as he landed, a creature made entirely of shadows lunged at him. Jiang Hao snorted coldly, and with a swift slash, the creature vanished without a trace. No body? Jiang Hao squinted. A pure spirit form? Or some kind of alien race? Cautiously, he avoided the spot where the creature disappeared and proceeded up the mountain, remaining vigilant. When dealing with unknown races, You can never be too careful. Meanwhile, in a dark tunnel, Yu Xiao impatiently tapped the walls with her spear, trying to find hidden chambers or passages. Xia Pingqing shouted irritably, "You family brat, stop that. You're distracting Jiang." The 8 of them, shielded by layers of protective barriers, had been walking through the seemingly endless tunnel for several minutes. Gu Xiyuan had been frowning since they entered the secret realm, observing Jiang Hao and the other 6 teammates with curiosity. He realized he could see Jiang clearly, not as the usual indistinct figure. Even more unsettling, the others seemed to be acting completely normal. Alarm bells rang in Gu Xiyuan's mind. Were our memories read the moment we entered? Will our perceptions change over time? Feng Qilua, her body surging with wind and thunder energy, watched the team leader warily. She felt Jiang Hao was acting unusually cautious. The real Jiang would have slashed first and asked questions later, she thought. Suddenly, she realized her thoughts were off. I came here to fight Jiang again and find my weaknesses. I even learned a high-level mental resistance spell for this. But now I instinctively avoid using it. As Yu Xiao and Xia Pingqing's argument escalated, even the usually expressionless Xing Yingyue showed a sinister smile. Feng Qilua knew she couldn't hesitate any longer. Just as she was about to act, Gu Xiyuan, who was at the back, suddenly restrained the other 7 with a spatial domain. Feng Qilua looked at the smiling Gu Xiyuan in shock and shouted urgently, "Gu Xiyuan, release us." Gu Xiyuan replied coldly, "Goodbye, my dear teammates." He then turned and ran back the way they came. In his eyes, his 6 teammates were gradually being enveloped in chaos. Only Feng Qilua's color was the faintest, even ceasing to spread. Gu Xiyuan thought to himself, so recognizing the altered perception can slow the process? Unable to hold back any longer, Yu Xiao raised her spear, and terrifying energy waves erupted. She aimed at the betraying Gu Xiyuan, ready to kill him the moment the spatial domain was lifted. Suddenly, the silent Yi Lingxi took out her guqin and strummed it forcefully, sending waves of sound attacks towards the silent Jiang Hao. Xia Pingqing roared, "Are you crazy? Attacking Jiang." He swung his halberd, aiming to knock down Yi Lingxi. However, a spear of wind and thunder pierced his heart in an instant. Xia Pingqing turned stiffly, staring at Feng Qilua in disbelief. Why? Feng Qilua, expressionless, continued to summon weaker versions of her wind and thunder spear, killing each one of them. Finally, she looked at their motionless leader and waved. "See you later." With that, she resolutely ended her own life. Gu Xiyuan, eyes wide open, kept running towards the starting point. Whenever he encountered the faintest chaos, he would stop and tap the walls. Finally, at the initial spot, he found a patch of ground devoid of any chaos. The person who designed this test must be out of their mind. Jiang Hao roared in anger, his eyes blazing with fury. He raised the item in his hand and smashed it against the ground, creating a deafening crash. At this moment, Jiang Hao had already climbed the 3rd peak. Reflecting on his experiences on the previous 2 mountains, he couldn't help but frown. There was nothing to be found except for a few third-tier monsters. Such a vast secret realm, supposedly belonging to a major sect, and there's nothing of value, he muttered to himself, filled with disappointment and confusion. This exploration of the secret realm had been a harsh lesson for Jiang Hao. Not only did he not find any incomplete sacred weapons, but he didn't even encounter any seriously injured, evolving sacred beasts. To make matters worse, he hadn't found even a single first-tier yuan crystal. Disgusted, Jiang Hao opened a bottle of elixirs, only to discover that the pills inside had turned to dust over the long years. As the residue touched the air, it instantly disintegrated into ashes and scattered with the wind. This secret realm must be at least tens of thousands of years old, he estimated to himself. Looking around, Jiang Hao noticed the familiar presence of chaotic energy everywhere. A bold hypothesis flashed through his mind. Could this be the ruins of another world that just happened to fall into the ancient Huangzhou? Just then, Jiang Hao's senses were triggered. A figure appeared at the foot of the mountain. It was his previously lost companion. He hurried in that direction and soon saw Gu Xiyuan, enveloped in a protective shield. "Why are you alone? Where are the others?" Jiang Hao asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Gu Xiyuan squinted slightly at the chaotic mass in front of him, then relaxed. "Jiang Xin, good to see you," he greeted warmly. "The other 100 or so students are probably still undergoing their tests. But were you tested individually? You're so fast." Jiang Hao was stunned, looking puzzled. "Test? What test? I just came straight in." Meanwhile, in a dimly lit tunnel elsewhere, 7 people were cautiously advancing. Xing Yingyue suddenly spoke, her tone questioning. "Gu Xiyuan doesn't seem to be with us." Feng Qilua clutched her head, frowning deeply as if trying to recall something. As they continued deeper, Yu Xiao grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Teleportation is so nauseating. Almost threw up last night's dinner." She kept knocking on the tunnel walls as she spoke. Suddenly, Feng Qilua looked up sharply, a hint of alertness in her eyes. She shouted, "Activate your mental resistance." Before the words finished, and to Xia Pingcheng's stunned gaze, she unhesitatingly fired a wind and thunder spear at Jiang Hao, blasting his head apart. The moment Jiang Hao was killed, it felt as if the world had hit the pause button. Colors faded, space twisted, and threads wove into a massive vortex in the air. The six of them were sucked in as if into a black hole, and then everything rebooted as if rewinding. Feng Qilua jolted awake, her mind flooded with memories both unfamiliar and yet familiar. Fragmented images revealed a shocking truth. This was the fourth cycle. In the first two cycles, Gu Xiyuan was the first to uncover the fake Jiang Hao but was subsequently attacked by the others. Each time, the altered cognition made the group unusually irritable, ultimately leading to mutual destruction. In the third cycle, Gu Xiyuan acted alone, killing the fake Jiang Hao and leaving quietly. As memories poured in, an invisible force threw the six of them from midair, marking the start of the fifth cycle. Yin Yinny shook his head and looked around, his expression changing. "Damn, Brother Jiang is missing. Are we going to fail this time?" Yu Xiao covered her mouth, looking nauseated. "This teleportation is pure torture. Who's the idiot who designed this?" Feng Qilua's expression was grim, purple lightning crackling around her. She decisively created an energy barrier, blocking the other five from heading towards the tunnel. "Feng Qilua, what do you mean by this?" The others looked grim, except for Yilingxi, who stood to the side, thoughtfully touching her head. Xia Pingqing instantly went into a heightened state, temporarily boosting his level to the fourth tier, ready to teach Feng Qilua a lesson. However, Feng Qilua merely glanced at him disdainfully and with a flick of her finger, trapped him in a green wind prison. Indeed, the cognitive modifications and personality changes from the cycles still have residual effects. Feng Qilua thought to herself. This fool used to be too scared to even speak loudly, and now he dares to attack? Recalling Gu Xiyuan's previous words and actions, she speculated, Jiang Hao might be immune to memory retrieval, and the secret realm can't access most of our memories of him. This causes the fakes generated by the realm to have obvious flaws. Besides Jiang Hao, we are all real, which means this isn't the real world. Feng Qilua turned to the silent Yilingxi. You managed to break free from the influence? Yilingxi nodded. My cultivation technique is quite unique. Gu Xiyuan didn't appear in the fourth cycle, so there must be a way out. The two of them looked at the ground, then simultaneously stomped hard. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao and Gu Xiyuan, seeing no one appear after a moment, decided to head to the adjacent peak. Strange, you can't fly over the peak? Jiang Hao asked after teleporting Gu Xiyuan. Gu Xiyuan squinted at the chaotic secret realm and then at the similarly shrouded Jiang Hao, suddenly realizing, maybe there's something special about you, Captain. Most of the restrictions here don't seem to affect you. Jiang Hao looked up at the sky, sighing inwardly that he had accidentally triggered some sort of play mode while the others kept facing setbacks. Let's keep going, he said, striding towards the summit. I refuse to believe there's nothing valuable in such a large secret realm. They fought off a few shadow monsters on their way to the summit. Before them stood several ruined towers, half-collapsed pavilions, and rubble strewn about. More shockingly, the entire peak seemed to have been sliced cleanly in half, the cut surface smooth as a mirror with faint traces of a strange sword aura. Gu Xiyuan checked the empty scripture hall, shaking his head in confusion. I have no idea what happened here. All the written records in this realm have been erased. It's like someone didn't want future visitors to know the truth. Hearing this, a flash of insight crossed Jiang Hao's mind. Erased records? Could it be some sort of untransmittable knowledge? A mimetic infection? Or perhaps a secret at the conceptual level? Could it be the legendary evil god? Just as they were about to teleport to the main peak, a strange person appeared. He wore a luxurious Taoist robe, his long hair pinned up with a jade hairpin, his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes exuding an extraordinary aura. Greetings, fellow Taoists, the young man smiled. I am Imo Qian, the sect leader of Yuhua Immortal Sect. Though he spoke in an unfamiliar language, Jiang Hao and Gu Xiyuan understood him perfectly. Jiang Hao fully unleashed his senses to scrutinize the sudden appearance of this cultivator. Gu Xiyuan, noticing the chaotic aura similar to Jiang Hao's, cautiously asked, Senior, what happened here? Imo Qian shook his head, pointing to the sky. Without reaching the realm of the heavenly sovereign, a true spirit cannot grasp its own destiny and is easily observed by certain entities. Gu Xiyuan's pupils contracted, his cheek twitching. This was clearly the basic ability of a fate star. Breaking free from predetermined bonds, controlling one's destiny, and even manipulating the fate of non-fate star beings to cause their complete demise. Only a fate star could counter another fate star, a truth known to all the influential families on Blue Star. This seemingly ordinary individual was at the level of a council member? Gu Xiyuan looked to Jiang Hao for help. Although he didn't understand the specifics of fate stars and the heavenly sovereign realm, Jiang Hao realized they were dealing with a formidable presence beyond their current capabilities. He inwardly complained. Is this the kind of boss a newbie should face on their first dungeon run? Director, I want to file a complaint about the script. Seeing the nervous expressions on Jiang Hao and his companion, Imo Qian took a step back and raised his hands slightly to show he meant no harm. In a calm voice, he said, actually, I wouldn't have revealed myself if you weren't a bit special. Imo Qian glanced at the two and continued, don't worry about your companions or the others who got trapped here before. Whether they break out of the dream or not, they'll be expelled after 7 days. Seeing their skeptical expressions, he added indifferently, as for the dreams they entered, those are just little amusements I created out of boredom. Amusements? Gu Siyuan's mouth twitched as he calculated inwardly. If they couldn't quickly break the cyclical dream, it would gradually alter their perceptions and personalities. Even if they did get out, would those warriors still be considered alive after 7 days? They might be completely changed. Gu Siyuan glanced into the distance and thought to himself. The master of this secret realm even placed the exit at the starting point just to satisfy his twisted sense of humor. Jiang Hao looked up at the large pavilion at the peak and asked, Senior, have people entered here before? And what were those shadowy monsters? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Imo Qian's face, but he quickly recovered. He explained, this cave heaven was originally a place for my Yuhua immortal sect to preserve energy and select successors. But it drifted in the chaotic void for a bit too long, causing many facilities to stop functioning. This cave heaven no longer serves its purpose of selecting successors. Stopped functioning? Jiang Hao asked curiously, what about the rewards? There must be some leftover skills and materials, right? Imo Qian didn't answer directly but looked at the surrounding peaks and said, those shadowy monsters are just remnants of pollution. If it weren't for your unique nature, mastering part of the chaotic laws before reaching the celestial level, I wouldn't be telling you this. Jiang Hao nodded thoughtfully. So the reason I didn't enter the dream was because you gave me a backdoor? Imo Qian shook his head. It wasn't me giving you a backdoor. The dream couldn't read any of your information and had no choice but to kick you out. That's why I awoke, because I once walked the path of chaotic laws as well. Imo Qian glanced at the pavilion atop the mountain, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. After I woke up and checked the memories of those people, I found that your world is a beautiful place. Can you stop speaking in riddles? Jiang Hao asked bluntly, Senior, can you tell us about your previous world? If you can't, that's fine. Imo Qian was taken aback, not expecting this young man with the potential of a celestial lord to care about such things. He waved his hand, sending Gu Siyuan to join the others who had just broken out of the dream, and then smiled at Jiang Hao. He's too weak. Hearing any detailed information about my world would corrupt him. But you, with your mastery of chaotic laws, can ignore it and even block the perception. Jiang Hao immediately activated his chaotic power, his body enveloped in a faint glow, signaling that he was ready. Imo Qian began to speak softly. My world, well, it's similar to the cultivation world you know, but like yours, we practiced using primal energy. My Yuhua immortal sect was one of the sacred lands with a legacy of over 10,000 years. The whole world was governed by over 20 celestial lords. Until one day, a powerful being passing by cast a glance at us. No malice, just a casual look. We were defeated. Over 20 celestial lords mutated on the spot, severely polluted. Then, the entire world's pollution worsened, and the path of cultivation was corrupted. As cultivators advanced in their realms, their bodies kept mutating. Imo Qian's tone was filled with deep regret. Before my main body committed suicide, it cut off this relatively untainted consciousness, hoping I could find a pure world with a few exceptional seeds. But those seeds were already polluted and even rebelled. As for my world, it's probably completely mutated by now. He continued explaining, everything in this cave heaven carries traces of pollution. Prolonged exposure can cause mutation. So I threw everything that might be taken out into the void. Hearing this, a thought flashed in Jiang Hao's mind. Eerie cultivation. He looked up at the pristine pavilion and grew more suspicious that the so-called seeds were inside. After all, besides that pavilion, the rest of the place was in ruins. Imo Qian seemed to read Jiang Hao's thoughts and said, that pavilion is a type of sealing treasure, but it's already polluted. It would be useless for you to take it. Jiang Hao showed a humble smile. I just want to help you deal with those unfortunate souls. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here telling me all this, right? Yes, you're right, Imo Qian admitted. I can't approach the pavilion. The pollution there would instantly unbalance the malice I suppressed through sleep. The age screening condition was set by my main body and a celestial elder. I can't change it alone. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Imo Qian shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself. I wonder how my main body chose people. If you can put an end to that child's nightmare, I will gift you a strand of the chaos law preserved in my cave. This statement instantly ignited Jiang Hao's interest. his eyes lighting up as he eagerly asked, "What's their power level? Easy to kill?" Qian shot Jiang Hao a peculiar glance and slowly replied, "By your standards, at most an 8th tier. But due to the corruption, its vitality is incredibly strong. Only by destroying its spirit can it be completely killed." Hearing this, Jiang Hao flashed a standard 8-tooth smile. Destroying spirits? That was his specialty. This quest was going to be a piece of cake for him. He thought about the other 7 companions still experiencing thrilling adventures in their dreams, while he, due to his overwhelming power, had been left to sift through ruins. Finally, a real challenge. "Don't worry, senior. Fighting is my favorite thing," Jiang Hao said with confidence. Qian silently floated to the distance, preparing to witness the combat prowess of this world-renowned prodigy. After all, he had never seen anyone with such a formidable foundation. Jiang Hao waved his hand, and with a sizzling sound, a blade of light appeared. The 3-colored blade aura instantly slashed towards the pavilion. Although this was an exceedingly sturdy secret realm, under Jiang Hao's attack, the pavilion was split open, and black cracks appeared in the space. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed. A jade-colored skeleton, shrouded in dark shadows, charged at Jiang Hao, its fist, wrapped in primal energy, aiming straight for his face. With a thunderous boom, the entire mountain shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. The already precarious buildings collapsed instantly. As the dust settled, Jiang Hao casually extended his left hand, effortlessly catching the earth-shattering blow. The skeleton seemed incredulous, ready to roar again. But Jiang Hao's golden fist, charged with power, was already coming at it. Unmatched sky-shattering fist. With a crisp crack, the skeleton flew out like a broken kite, smashing through countless small hills before being knocked off the main peak. Its skull had already cracked, and the dark shadows on its body were agitated. Just as it was about to escape, a massive blade aura roared in, the black chaos energy in the blade evaporating the shadows in an instant. As the uncontrolled skeleton was about to plunge into the clouds, a grotesque hand covered in eyes and mouths, constantly swelling, grabbed it. Jiang Hao looked disdainfully at the eerie figure standing on the carpet of flesh. Its head, like a melted candle, was half gone, with small tentacles waving in the air from its exposed brain. The figure absorbed the skeleton into its body, instantly swelling into a gigantic monstrosity of flesh. Countless limbs flailed wildly in the air, and its faceless head turned towards Jiang Hao. Wherever the monster went, the carpet of flesh expanded, covered in mushroom-like structures with countless eyes fixed on Jiang Hao. The ground's rubble transformed into flesh, sprouting mouths that emitted piercing screams. "Human, die!" the monster roared, its voice chilling to the bone. The roar of the flesh monster carried intense mental contamination, causing numerous eyes to sprout in the surrounding air. Countless arms reached out toward Jiang Hao, creating a horrifying scene. Unfazed, Jiang Hao swung his long blade with a sharp clang and swish, swish, swish. A web of blade energy instantly formed, slicing all the contaminated limbs into pieces. Roar. "Human!" The flesh monster howled in pain as the soul blade struck it repeatedly, causing its movements to halt. Jiang Hao felt his skin itch, as if strange organs were about to sprout from his body. However, with the flow of chaotic energy, all contamination was absorbed and dissolved. "Good thing I have high mental resistance," Jiang Hao thought with relief. "Almighty Chaos Law, break it for me," Jiang Hao shouted, unleashing a chaotic storm of mental energy towards the recovering flesh monster, engulfing it completely. Crackle. Snap. The space shattered, and the flesh monster exploded into countless pieces. Most of the fragments turned gray and lifeless, like petrified stones, and were torn to shreds by the howling wind. Some stubborn pieces of flesh still attempted to regenerate, connected by thin threads. Not giving them a chance, Jiang Hao immediately used his ultimate move, Sky-Cleaving Slash. His long blade traced arcs in the air, moving faster and faster, leaving afterimages. Each swing released dozens of blade energies, tearing everything in their path and creating large spatial rifts, eventually forming a void. Jiang Hao thought to himself, "This flesh monster is strong. At least a 9th-tier warrior without law consolidation wouldn't be able to kill it. It can continuously contaminate everything to repair itself, making it incredibly overpowered. Without law or mental attacks, no warrior could harm it. In the past, it would have been a mid-tier boss at least. Too bad its abilities don't match up to my skills." The soul blade, infused with chaotic laws, continued to strike, erasing the flesh monster's mental presence completely. All the flesh lost its vitality, turned gray and hard, and eventually dispersed in the wind. Phew, that was exhausting. My energy and mental strength are down to half. Jiang Hao panted slightly. This was undoubtedly the most disgusting opponent he had ever fought. If not for his superior skills, which allowed him to fight above his level, he might have had to flee. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mental reinforcement achieved. Mental strength, 7477. A refreshing sensation surged through his mind, dissipating much of his previous fatigue. Jiang Hao was startled. Mental reinforcement? Could it be from that world? He suspiciously scanned the secret realm, outwardly maintaining the appearance of being exhausted and mentally drained. Mo Chen, who had drifted over at some point, silently observed the complete demise of the eerie flesh monster, seemingly lost in thought. Jiang Hao put on a humble smile, kept his blade ready, and cautiously eyed this enigmatic figure, prepared for a second boss battle at any moment. Jiang Hao calculated in his mind, despite the grand claims about the Celestial Lord, if they were truly that powerful, they wouldn't be trapped here. They could just erase the pavilion with a wave of their hand. I don't believe that a fragment of a great being's consciousness can't possess someone to be reborn. They have residual status, but lack the strength. He recalled what Gu Siyuan had said about the strange dream and became even more vigilant. If it weren't for the fact that the 7 pendant members were part of the council's power, there would definitely be some backup in case of real danger. Not to mention, with Xia Pengqing being under the attention of Counselor Xia, he wouldn't die so easily. Even the vice-captain was a notable figure. Jiang Hao realized that any warriors who entered here would gradually have their minds contaminated. They might not mutate or spread the contamination, but their personalities would definitely change. Creating such meaningless dreams, just for self-amusement, made him question the mental state of this sect leader. Meanwhile, after repeatedly failing in the loop, the 7 pendant members finally gathered together. Gu Siyuan had just landed and saw the others surrounded by a mass of black shadows. At the mountain peak, a giant shadow over tens of meters tall emitted a 6th-tier aura. What are these shadows? Even my holy grade martial skills can't kill them, Yu Xiao shouted, near the brink of collapse. These shadows were weak, only capable of mindless charging, easily shattered with a single blow, but they couldn't be killed. Except for Feng Qilua's law-infused attacks and Yilingxi's mental attacks through her music, the others could only fight in frustration. Gu Siyuan felt relieved. Looks like I arrived at a bad time. He wanted to turn and leave, thinking it was better to stick with Jiang Hao. These people kept failing, and Gu Siyuan feared he might catch their bad luck. Blind guy, come help. Shield up. Quick, quick, quick. Xia Pengqing shouted, a heavy fist mark on his left eye, unsure who had hit him. Feng Qilua enveloped the mountain peak in a sea of purple lightning, clearing large swathes of shadows with each strike. Green and blue tornadoes moved towards the densest clusters of shadows. We can't keep fighting like this. We need to defeat the boss at the top first. Even Xing Yingyue started speaking sensibly in the emergency. Unfortunately, she had only learned large-scale spell attacks and flashy, high-impact martial techniques. She hadn't studied any mental attack moves. At this moment, Feng Qilua could only act as a giant moving light source, her dazzling radiance constantly attracting more shadow creatures to bite at her, but she couldn't inflict any substantial damage on them. She regretted her choice, thinking about how most martial school students always opted for the flashy, high-impact techniques. After all, on Blue Planet, common beasts often reacted sluggishly to mental attacks, making them inefficient. Moreover, such techniques required a high level of mental attributes, usually only accessible to the scions of powerful families. Focusing her mind, Feng Qilua aimed at the boss on the mountaintop and hurled a thunder spear. The bright light cut through the night sky, instantly vaporizing the shadows along its path. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the entire mountaintop was obliterated, and countless fragments rained down. Damn it! This secret realm expedition is a total failure. Feng Qilua gritted her teeth, panting heavily. Her chest heaved with every rapid breath. Not only did I gain nothing, but I also got held up by a bunch of shadows. She was frustrated. She had just advanced to the 4th tier, and her mastery of the wind and thunder laws had improved. She could now quickly execute a 7th-tier thunder spear. Just when she was ready to spar with Jiang Hao again to identify her weaknesses, she was shocked to find that he had already reached the 5th tier. This guy, he's not even trying to hide his cheat codes. Feng Qilua grumbled to herself. If it weren't for my elder's secret warnings, I'd probably get thrashed again. She shook her head with a bitter smile. Not that he couldn't beat me even before reaching the 5th tier. The other 6 teammates sighed in relief as the number of shadows started to dwindle. Yu Xiao plopped down on the ground like a resigned fish, mocking herself. I didn't contribute at all this time. Maybe I should just go back and inherit the family business. Xia Pengqing's face was ashen, realizing with frustration that he had been utterly fooled by the dream loop without noticing a thing. Just as Feng Qilua was about to check on the captain, a pitch-black giant sword sliced through the air, aiming straight for the group's vitals. In the nick of time, Gu Siyuan intervened, his invincible strongest shield finally blocking the deadly attack. No way. Feng Qilua's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the unscathed shadow boss. It's still alive? That strike should have seriously injured any 7th-tier beast. How is this 6th-tier shadow completely unharmed? She clenched her fists and growled in frustration. Is my mastery of the wind and thunder laws a joke? Damn it. Why have I been struggling ever since I came to Shinjo Martial School? Imo Qinshuan's neck suddenly stiffened, turning slowly and jerkily towards Jiang Hao. The surrounding scenery began to blur and darken, and a strange smile appeared on his face. At that moment, the black shadow beneath Imo Qinshian expanded rapidly, and a hand eerily reached into the void, as if grasping for something invisible. Jiang Hao's instinct screamed danger, and he thought, as expected, there's a second phase. He quickly raised his long sword, and the laws of chaos enveloped his body instantly. Just as Jiang Hao was about to strike first, the system suddenly alerted. Ding! A certain amount of chaos laws detected. Please absorb in a safe environment. Unexpectedly, Imo Qinshian pulled out a transparent crystal ball. Inside the ball, a thick stream of chaotic energy flowed. He laughed. Haha, scared you, didn't I? Surprised? My true form used to scare new female disciples like this all the time. Jiang Hao cursed silently but remained vigilant. He caught the crystal ball thrown by Imo Qinshian and examined it thoroughly with his spirit power enhanced by the chaos laws. Although the system didn't indicate any issues, it only checked for chaos laws. To be safe, Jiang Hao decided to take it back for Principal Xia to inspect. Imo Qinshian gazed at the collapsing cave, sighing. From today, the story of Yuhua Immortal Sect comes to an end. He seemed much relieved after giving away the crystal ball, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Jiang Hao found that his storage pouch couldn't contain the crystal ball, so he had to hold it with his energy. He was surprised to see cracks appearing in the sky, and the peaks slowly splitting and falling. He asked, is it really over? No body snatching or desperate fight. Imo Qinshian smiled faintly. I'm just a sliver of consciousness cut from my true form. I don't have the power you guys possess. Besides, I've long been corrupted. If I hadn't fallen into your world and met you, I would probably have completely mutated in my sleep. Jiang Hao questioned inwardly, who are you kidding? During the fierce battle with those eerie monsters, I didn't hold back. After taking so many indiscriminate soul blade attacks and still being fine, you call that no power? Using his last bit of strength, Imo Qinshian sent Feng Qilua and her group, who were being chased by the shadow boss, as well as the extras tormented by nightmares, out of the cave. After doing all this, he looked at Jiang Hao and asked, can I know how many years it has been since you started cultivating energy and became a warrior? Jiang Hao thought for a moment and replied, it's been quite a while, about half a year. How long? Imo Qinshuan's eyes widened, and even the speed of the cave's collapse seemed to pause. He asked again in disbelief, half a year? Jiang Hao shrugged. Why? Isn't it normal to have my level of strength after half a year? Imo Qinshuan's expression twisted, barely suppressing his malicious persona. After a while, he calmed down and looked at Jiang Hao with a complicated expression. Your talent is incredibly strong, unprecedented even in my world. But since you've chosen to embrace the chaos laws, you'll inevitably clash with them. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. More experts. Imo Qinshian explained, the chaos laws are too defiant. When I was at the peak of the celestial sovereign, I forcefully refined and embraced part of the chaos laws. Just like that, I became the strongest in my world. But before a terrifying existence, a group of beings wandering through the chaotic void, constantly seeking worlds, came after me. They coveted the chaos laws I embraced, and although I easily repelled them, they declared that their king would personally take my chaos laws. They said no being possessing chaos laws is allowed to exist. Jiang Hao pondered. King? King level? Did a master of chaos laws exist before, whose power was too overwhelming, and was taken down by all the kings together? To prevent another master of chaos laws from disrupting the order, they decided to jointly suppress any such being? He started contemplating whether he could defeat the king level if he fully mastered the chaos laws. Imo Qinshian, seeing Jiang Hao deep in thought, felt much better. Even the malicious persona awakened by Jiang Hao's boastful remarks quieted down. He reassured, don't worry too much. It could be thousands, even tens of thousands of years before they find you. With your talent and strength, you'll become a celestial sovereign within a millennium. Jiang Hao glared at him, feeling as if he was being cursed to get stuck at a level. As the cave was about to be destroyed by the void storm, Imo Qinshian made a gesture and said, farewell, Jiang Hao. May you and your world always be beautiful. Feeling the power pushing him out, Jiang Hao hurriedly asked one last question. Senior, what was that dream all about? Imo Qinshian paused, then laughed. That was a protective layer I set before my last sleep, to prevent beings from other worlds from entering. After all, during my sleep, I wouldn't necessarily have the power to throw them out after 7 days. If they stayed too long, they would be corrupted. The dream would keep those beings from entering the cave and force them to leave. Unfortunately, I underestimated the extent of the contamination on my body. That twisted force had eroded the dream, turning it bizarre and grotesque. With a hint of regret in his voice, Jiang Hao turned to his companion. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to apologize for me. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Hao's figure suddenly vanished, transported out of the cave by an invisible force. Instantly, the entire cave realm trembled violently, detaching from the blue star world and disintegrating into the chaotic void. The remaining traces of contamination were devoured and decomposed by the primal, chaotic forces, turning into nothingness. Emo Chenchuan's figure gradually faded in the void, his final gift drifting like a faint glimmer towards the one destined for great fortune. Revive the Yuhua immortal sect? He chuckled softly. Just an illusion. With that, his existence was completely obliterated in the boundless void. When Jiang Hao opened his eyes again, he found himself spinning like in a washing machine. As the dizziness subsided, familiar sights came into view: busy support martial artists treating and transporting unconscious students. This secret realm trip turned out to be a beginner's welfare dungeon. Jiang Hao marveled to himself. No unexpected troubles, no teammates turning against each other. And the reward is exactly what I needed. Fantastic. Jiang Hao, you finally made it out. Vice Dean Zhou's voice suddenly rang out. He appeared in front of Jiang Hao almost instantaneously, reaching out to grab his shoulder. Instinctively, Jiang Hao stepped back, avoiding the excited Vice Dean. He raised the crystal ball in his hand and explained. The reason I came out late was because I was tackling the dungeon boss. This is the reward I got from defeating it. I don't have to turn it in, right? Vice Dean Zhou waved his hands repeatedly. No, Jiang Hao, no one would dare take the spoils you earned through hard work. I'll have Weifeng come back and deal with anyone who tries. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of gratitude. He recalled Senior Mo's words, realizing that the chaotic laws were indeed not easy to contain. Good thing I awakened the talent for adding points, he thought to himself. Suddenly, Jiang Hao realized something was missing. Wait, where's my pendant? I mean, my teammates? He looked around but didn't see any familiar faces. Vice Dean Zhou's expression turned a bit odd, as if he was holding back laughter. Clearing his throat, he said, Feng Qilua and the others were nearly seriously injured by enemies in the secret realm. They were just sent to the hospital in Guhuang City. Your vice captain overused the laws and exhausted her mental energy, and she's still unconscious. What? Jiang Hao exclaimed, his mouth agape, unsure how to react. The deputy captain's unfortunate encounter left Jiang Hao feeling disdainful. He looked at the shadows, which were even weaker than ordinary warriors of the same level, yet were able to easily overpower the deputy captain. This made him contemplate leaving the 8-person team. It seemed like this group was cursed, with one mishap after another. Just then, Vice Dean Zhou's light cough interrupted Jiang Hao's thoughts. Principal Xia also arrived on the scene, visiting student Xia Pengcheng. Vice Dean Zhou spoke. Although we didn't gain anything from this secret realm, and it even exploded, the Martial Administration Bureau and the Gu family shouldn't shirk their responsibilities. As he spoke, he gave a meaningful glance at the two newly arrived Saint-level experts. Gu Hongwu casually nodded at Jiang Hao. After all, it was the family's money, and his son had been rescued. Despite some mental issues, it was still a satisfactory conclusion overall. In contrast, the Saint-level martial artist from the Gu Huangzhou Martial Administration Bureau headquarters looked much more troubled. This operation was a total loss. To conquer the secret realm, they had to seek help from the top 10 martial schools, promising many benefits just to get a share of the gains. Since it was their Gu Huangzhou's secret realm, they expected to leave with some spoils. They had hoped to earn a bit and give each young member of the Bureau a spiritual weapon, but now it seemed like a pipe dream. His gaze fell on the crystal ball in Jiang Hao's hand, and he frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed his old friend giving him a signal. Remembering that the person in front of him was ranked second among the top talents of the first sequence, he swallowed his words. Forcing a kind smile, the Saint-level martial artist said, Jiang Hao, you truly are the pride of our Xia kingdom. To have such strength at such a young age, you are destined to be the top talent on Blue Star. You are all victims this time, and our Martial Administration Bureau will definitely compensate everyone. Although he was inwardly devastated and wanted to cry and roll on the ground, he maintained a professional smile. I happen to have a 9th level life crystal in my office. Consider it a token of goodwill for you, Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was delighted upon hearing this and replied politely, You're too kind, senior. I really don't know what happened this time. I was just fighting a boss as usual, and then the secret realm exploded. He put on an innocent look, as if the destruction of the secret realm had nothing to do with him and he was just an innocent passerby. Feeling the chaotic fluid in the crystal ball behind Jiang Hao that made their brains tremble, the big shots present all nodded in agreement. Yes, you're absolutely right. The group had a friendly discussion about the secret realm and quickly reached a consensus. Afterwards, Jiang Hao traveled through a spatial tunnel to Guhuang City. Along the way, he made a point to visit a hotel that catered specifically to martial artists and ordered a full fish feast featuring various fish-type beasts. Since they were all low-level, it didn't cost much. In his view, getting guidance from a peak saint-level expert was worth the expense. Jiang Hao carried a basket of fruit to the hospital where his teammates were staying. He first visited Xia Pengcheng's private room, greeted Principal Xia, and mentioned that he planned to treat everyone to a fish feast later. After the principal left the room with a smile, Jiang Hao turned to look at the accessory number 1 lying on the bed. Seeing Xia Pengcheng wrapped in bandages like a mummy, Jiang Hao asked in surprise, "Did you encounter a high-level monster?" As he spoke, he took out an apple and began peeling it. Lying on the bed with a look of utter despair, Xia Pengcheng replied, "It was a 6th-level shadow monster, very powerful. We couldn't handle it. If it weren't for Sister Feng going all out and clashing with the monster to hold it back, we would have had to use our life-saving items." Jiang Hao sensed that Xia Pengcheng's vital signs were actually quite stable and looked puzzled. "Your injuries don't seem that serious. Couldn't you just get a healer to fix you up?" He handed the peeled apple to Xia Pengcheng. Xia Pengcheng gratefully took the apple with a bandaged hand, took a bite, and mumbled, "They're not serious. Mostly superficial wounds from the shockwaves. Grandpa didn't allow the healers to treat me, saying I needed to learn a lesson and not challenge opponents beyond my level next time." Jiang Hao looked speechlessly at the regretful Xia Pengcheng, thinking he must have gone berserk trying to tank the damage. "We really have to thank Sister Feng this time. She could have easily protected herself. That bizarre shadow monster with the law of light, despite being 6th level, had low intelligence." "What? It had a law?" Jiang Hao exclaimed in surprise. Could those shadows have been creatures trapped and corrupted in the secret realm? Seeing that Xia Pengcheng had no more valuable information, Jiang Hao decisively went to visit the others. Indeed, with the help of healers, except for Feng Qilua who was still unconscious and Xia Pengcheng who refused treatment, the remaining 5 were already lively. Seeing Jiang Hao accompanied by a crystal ball, everyone's eyes welled up with tears, and they said in unison, "Boss, please don't leave us behind next time." As night fell, Jiang Hao, the 5 accessories, and Principal Xia enjoyed the fish feast at the hotel. Although the other students from Shinjo Martial School had woken up, the eerie dream left them too scared to face reality, so they stayed curled up by their beds. After a few rounds of drinks, Jiang Hao turned to Principal Xia and said, "Principal Xia, I found this crystal ball after defeating the boss in the secret realm. Could you check if there's anything unusual about it?" Principal Xia stared at the crystal ball with its conspicuous chaotic aura, his neck stiffly turning towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao put down his chopsticks, a smug smile playing on his lips. "Did you get this from the secret realm?" Principal Xia asked in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. "This is the chaos rule that even Uncle Wushuang couldn't gather. Just luck, pure luck." Jiang Hao replied nonchalantly. "The thing just flew toward me, so I picked it up." Principal Xia couldn't help but feel envious. "Why can't I ever get such luck?" he thought. Although he didn't need the chaos rule, who wouldn't want a free treasure? Then he remembered how fish would jump into Jiang Hao's net while he was fishing and felt a bit more at ease. "This must be the legendary protagonist's luck," he muttered to himself. Principal Xia carefully examined the crystal ball in Jiang Hao's hand, his expression serious. "There's nothing wrong with it, but the amount of chaos rule inside is overwhelming, much more than you can handle right now. I suggest you return to our Shinjo martial arts school and absorb it in the special secret realm we have for breakthroughs. It might take you a month to fully grasp it." Jiang Hao casually placed the crystal ball aside. Although he trusted that Sect Master Imo wouldn't deceive him, it never hurt to be cautious. As for a month of seclusion, the mere thought bored him. Thanks to his consistent efforts, handling the chaos rule seemed like a piece of cake. "No need, Principal Xia," Jiang Hao said confidently. "I'll just absorb it in my room later." Principal Xia nodded indifferently, as if this kind of overpowered behavior was nothing new. "Just be careful not to blow up the hotel." The other 5 people at the table quietly continued eating their fish, not daring to interject, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. At that moment, a young member of the Martial Arts Bureau, who looked like he had just graduated, approached carrying a mysterious box. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, and he stood up excitedly. "I smell life crystals," he exclaimed. The young man spoke respectfully, "Mr. Jiang Hao, this is additional compensation from the Gu family in the Martial Arts Bureau. We know you like collecting life crystals, so there are 27th level ones inside. There's also a 9th level life crystal, a personal gift from our director." Jiang Hao flashed a bright smile and took the box. "Thanks a lot. If you ever need help with any secret realms in Guhuangzhou, just let me know." The young man's eye twitched slightly as he thought to himself, "Please, just don't come to Guhuangzhou and mess up our secret realms." After dinner, Jiang Hao said goodbye to his friends and returned to the hotel arranged by the school. He lay on the bed, his thoughts wandering, and joked, I wonder what talent it'll awaken with this breakthrough to the 8th tier. Hopefully, it'll be unlimited mental power. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Life crystal charging complete. 130,000 points acquired. Jiang Hao's heart leapt with joy, and he sat up immediately. As usual, add the points. Break through the limit of the 8th tier, he commanded decisively. As 120,000 points were deducted, the familiar intense changes swept through his body. Physique, 8081 8th tier. Spirit, 7781 8th tier. Another notification followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the talent soul firewall. The system detailed the new talent. Through relentless honing, your will has become extraordinary, greatly enhancing mental resistance. You are immune to certain levels of mental pollution and can directly dispel higher-level pollution by consuming a significant amount of mental energy. The system also noted that this talent was fortified by the over-limit eye enhancement. Jiang Hao decided to strike while the iron was hot. He grabbed the crystal ball, preparing to absorb the chaos law. The system prompted again. Ding! Safe environment detected. Ding! The chaos law amount is substantial. Complete absorption is estimated to take 48 hours. Would you like to enable the acceleration mode? The system explained that the acceleration mode would slowly deduct points, helping the host quickly and perfectly absorb the chaos law, and could be interrupted at any time. Jiang Hao looked at his remaining points with a pained expression, hesitating for a moment. These points were hard-earned, but he quickly made up his mind. Enable it. After all, spending 2 days sitting around to absorb the law wasn't worth the remaining mere 10,000 points. Instantly, a force seemingly from a higher dimension descended. The chaos law within the crystal ball was continuously extracted, wrapping around Jiang Hao and dyeing him in a chaotic hue. Chaos law absorption accelerating. By noon the next day, Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to contain a pitch-black sun, where everything was void and all things ended, returning to chaos. The surface of the crystal ball was covered in cracks, and its interior was empty. The system promptly reported, Ding! Chaos law absorption complete. Fusion with the host's own chaos law achieved, enhancing and reinforcing it. Current chaos law amount, 2. Fully adapted to the host. Points, 100. Evaluation. Leading by a step makes you a genius. Leading by an era makes you a great figure. And you have already surpassed the pinnacle. Jiang Hao mused, I didn't have any chaos law percentage displayed before, meaning it wasn't even 1? At this moment, Jiang Hao looked like an ordinary person without any cultivated yuan power. There was no discernible yuan power wave, not even a hint of vitality. Everything was void and chaotic. This wasn't a reduction in presence, but rather a severance of some destiny threads, with certain causal links to the world being devoured and decomposed. Jiang Hao thought to himself, if those warriors stuck at the peak of the holy tier knew this, they'd probably be insanely jealous. But the gains were more than that. Although Jiang Hao's figure was right in front of you, it seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at the same time. This was the result of his perfect spatial affinity, talent being enhanced by the chaos law. Jiang Hao believed that it wouldn't be long before he could awaken the spatial law additionally. As for the other basic combat power enhancements, Jiang Hao considered them minor. He didn't want to say too much, fearing it would demoralize the top talents on the first-tier list. After all, anyone seeing Jiang Hao's rapid progression would doubt their own yuan power cultivation. Satisfied, Jiang Hao stretched and prepared to get some good food. He calculated that he could probably crush most 8th-tier warriors now, and in his current state, with the hidden soul, he could even pose as an assassin. Just as he stepped out of the hotel, ready to sample some local cuisine, Principal Xia appeared with the 7 newly discharged companions. Principal Xia exclaimed, Jiang Hao? You actually absorbed it successfully in just 1 night. He looked at the figure he could barely sense and sighed inwardly. Previously, he could at least gauge how much Jiang Hao had grown stronger. Now, with the chaos law absorbed, everything was obscured. This passive ability was perfect for playing the underdog, although Jiang Hao didn't need to pretend, as every holy tier on Blue Star knew of him. Jiang Hao responded calmly, yes, I gained a little. He turned to greet his companions warmly, hello, everyone. Then he noticed that Xia Pengqing, who had been wrapped like a mummy yesterday, looked normal today and asked suspiciously, Xia Pengqing, did you secretly get treatment? Xia Pengqing's face darkened, and he defended himself. I openly traded resources for treatment. The vice captain remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Feng Qilua, who had been unconscious all night, finally woke up. Though she looked a bit pale, she felt it was all worth it. This time, having the chance to fight an enemy who had reached the 6th tier and mastered the laws, she had perfected her combat techniques and style, deepening her understanding of the wind and thunder laws. Yuan energy became more concentrated, and Jiang Hao felt a surge of confidence. She calculated privately that she could break through to the 2nd tier in at most half a month. Moreover, The repeated experiences of mental attacks and mental exhaustion had unexpectedly strengthened her mental power. Although the improvement was slight, it was indeed getting stronger. Jiang Hao had given up competing with that overpowered warrior and decided to focus on contending with the other top talents of the first sequence. She looked around and saw that her teammates showed no obvious aftereffects, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. These people were indeed skilled, just like Gu Siyuan. They quickly broke free from the dream's constraints. Suddenly, Jiang Hao remembered something and said to everyone, "By the way, the boss of the secret realm asked me to convey a message. It said it didn't expect anyone to be trapped by such a simple dream." She paused and added, "Well, I think that's what Master Mo meant." Upon hearing this, Xia Pengqing and Yu Shiyao lowered their heads in silence, while Yin Yinyi scratched his head awkwardly. Xing Yingyue turned away expressionlessly, pretending to be interested in the distant architecture. Gu Siyuan secretly observed Jiang Hao, thinking to himself, "Has Jiangshan made another breakthrough? Previously, I could at least see a vague silhouette in my predictions, but now it's just a blank void." Jiang Hao turned to Principal Xia and asked, "Principal Xia, when are we going back to school?" She was planning to try her luck in the exotic beast area of Julong Prefecture, hoping to pick up some high-level beasts without owners. Principal Xia shook his head and explained, "Among the conditions agreed upon by Guhuang Prefecture this time, there's a small secret realm that can steadily enhance one's level. Our Shinjo Martial School has 30 spots there, and the Yuan energy there is even more abundant than in our school's secret realm. Normally, we only get 20 spots a year." Jiang Hao thought that such a welfare-type secret realm wouldn't be as quick as hunting exotic beasts. She directly stated, "I won't go." "Principal Xia, do you have any connections to the exotic beast area in Julong Prefecture?" Principal Xia pondered for a moment and replied, "You mean the place with a small natural space portal connected to world number 2, right? That can be arranged. There are a few 9th-tier warriors from the Xia family's affiliated forces stationed there. You can go directly, and the materials you hunt can be sold to the military." Jiang Hao was overjoyed upon hearing this and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, Principal Xia. This time, I'm definitely going to soar to new heights." She clenched her fist, her eyes gleaming with determination. Although Jiang Hao was eager to rush to the new high-score spot in Zhelongzhou, the principal's command forced him to suppress his impatience. A grand banquet was about to begin, with several sage-level warriors in attendance, lending a solemn atmosphere to the event. The elite students from the top 10 martial arts schools gathered, and a bold proposal emerged: why not hold a league among the top 10 schools? The idea instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm, especially among the juniors and seniors. For them, it was a perfect stage to showcase their talents and gain recognition. A good ranking would not only mean substantial rewards, but could also significantly influence their futures, securing them the best jobs and cultivation resources. At the banquet, Jiang Hao felt out of place. He was not accustomed to the intricate etiquette and hidden rules, so he quietly enjoyed the food in front of him. He overheard the principal talking about a small world blocking the passage connected to the second otherworld in Zhelongzhou. The principal also mentioned that only high-level exotic beasts roam the other side, making it an excellent training ground for mid and high-level warriors in Zhelongzhou. Processing this information quickly, Jiang Hao was already eager to hunt some 7th-level exotic beasts to whet his appetite. As soon as the tedious banquet ended, he immediately approached Principal Xia, urgently expressing his desire to improve. Principal Xia's gaze shifted between Jiang Hao and his own grandson, who was chatting and laughing with a flirtatious girl. This infuriated Principal Xia. He didn't hesitate to give his grandson a swift kick, internally comparing the two. Jiang Hao was thinking about fighting and getting stronger right after dinner, while his grandson wasted time flirting with girls. Ignoring his grandson's resentful look, Principal Xia earnestly advised Jiang Hao, "Be careful when you go. Avoid the deepest parts of the secret realm and especially stay away from that spatial passage." His tone was filled with concern, as if Jiang Hao were his own grandson. Confidently, Jiang Hao patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Principal Xia. I always play it safe." He knew that the deeper areas were home to 9th-level exotic beasts, which he couldn't defeat instantly. Rather than wasting time battling there, he preferred to focus on opponents he could handle. With a stylish single-handed tear, Principal Xia opened a small spatial tunnel. He informed Jiang Hao that the military sage-level warriors stationed there had already been notified. Excited, Jiang Hao bid farewell and stepped boldly into the tunnel. Emerging from the tunnel, Jiang Hao was stunned by the sight before him. A massive spear, nearly a kilometer long, pinned a transparent, dragon-like 9th-level peak exotic beast. A nearby sign detailed how the beast had been killed by a military sage-level warrior while attempting to cross over. A handsome middle-aged warrior approached and introduced himself as Captain Liu. He warmly welcomed Jiang Hao and said he had received Principal Xia's notification, ready to take Jiang Hao to the neutral small world. Nervously, Jiang Hao asked if he could freely kill exotic beasts, stating he only wanted life crystals and didn't need other materials. He secretly planned to slaughter all the 7th and 8th level exotic beasts, even intending to wipe out entire groups. His only concern was that excessive killing might cause a shortage of exotic beasts, making the second world unable to replenish them in time. Captain Lu smiled and reassured him, "Of course, no problem. The small world is semi-open. Feel free to hunt. By killing so many exotic beasts, you're actually helping us reduce the pressure." He knew Jiang Hao was strong and could reportedly defeat 7th level warriors. However, the small world housed thousands of high-level exotic beasts, so even Jiang Hao couldn't kill them all. Besides, the military conducted monthly cleanups to control their numbers. Hearing Captain Lu's hearty response, Jiang Hao was ecstatic. "I can really kill as I please?" Captain Lu waved his hand grandly. "Go ahead. Well, buy all the exotic beast materials you collect." "Awesome. That's the spirit," Jiang Hao exclaimed excitedly. "Don't worry, Captain Lu. I'll sell them to you at a low price." They exchanged contact information to stay in touch. Jiang Hao patted his beloved sword, determined to make a big impact. He not only aimed to hunt high-level exotic beasts, but also planned to eliminate some mid- and low-level ones, striving to achieve the million-kill milestone. He fantasized that this might earn him a reward from the spatial laws, allowing him to awaken his powers early and reach the sage level. This would give him a significant edge over those who followed the traditional path to condense their powers. Following Captain Lu to the small world's entrance, Jiang Hao saw many mid-level warriors gathered, usually in teams of 10 or more. These were members of battle groups, often talented and capable graduates who didn't want to venture into other worlds or join official organizations. To continue pursuing their martial dreams, they formed guild-like battle groups to hunt exotic beasts and share resources based on their contributions. Stepping into the small world, Jiang Hao felt a different kind of barrier compared to Shinjo martial arts school. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to embark on his hunting journey. "I heard that the small world used to promote his descendants to the saint rank was brought here to block the gate by a former councilman. Jiang Hao greatly admires this councilman, who has long been guarding world number 2. His decision not only created a buffer zone, but also prevented battles from erupting within the borders of Xia. Hunting time. Infinite divine sense. Activate. Jiang Hao whispered. His powerful mental perception swept over the surroundings like a tide. In an instant, he locked onto a 7th-tier exotic beast nearly 90 kilometers away, on the verge of heat stroke. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao entered the spatial rift and stepped towards the target node. Activating his ability, Boundless Realm, he could teleport to any place he could perceive. The laws of chaos quickly enveloped him, followed by the power of space. Jiang Hao swung his blade, slicing through the space completely. Unlike before, this time the cut was smooth, like slicing through a butter cake. The heat-stricken 7th-tier exotic beast didn't even have time to react before being taken down. Only 500 points? Jiang Hao frowned. "It seems I need to leap across 3 major realms to earn double points." He couldn't be bothered to deal with the corpse and directly absorbed the crystal via his interface, gaining 5,000 points. During a break, Jiang Hao sent a message to Captain Lu, asking his team to handle the battlefield. Then, he continued searching for his next target. Not far away, a pack of over 1,000 4th and 5th-tier rock wolves was drinking by the river. Because rock wolves turn into worthless, hard-to-handle stones upon death, few warriors bothered to hunt them. Suddenly, a tricolored blade aura, predominantly black, sliced through the sky. With just one strike, all the rock wolves were killed instantly. Deep blade marks were left on the riverbank, extending to a distant, cleaved hill. With his 8th-tier mental power and upgraded chaos laws, these mid-tier, small fry, were obliterated by Jiang Hao's soul blade in an instant. 18,000 points. Jiang Hao rejoiced internally. Turns out, fishing for weaklings on the battlefield is the fastest way to earn points. Those hard days before, barely gaining any attributes in days, what a grind. Hovering in the air, Jiang Hao deliberately moved towards areas with fewer warriors. He couldn't be bothered to identify allies, opting for indiscriminate mental attacks. By nighttime, looking at the 80,000 points on his interface, Jiang Hao couldn't stop smiling. Too bad this buffer world is quite large, with high-tier exotic beasts too scattered. Otherwise, I'd be racking up tens of thousands of points a day, he calculated privately. Guess I'll have to keep targeting those mid- and low-tier exotic beasts. It's not my choice to fish for weaklings. The panel showed a deduction of 60,000 points. Jiang Hao felt his physique and spirit each increase from 81 to 82, reaching the 8th tier. Although he had grown stronger, the improvement was not very significant. Reflecting on today's gains, Jiang Hao felt a bit dissatisfied. Only found 2 7th-tier exotic beasts in a day. Looks like I need to explore deeper tomorrow. He opened the Feishin app, ready to report the status of the exotic beast materials to Captain Lu. As for the materials from those mid- and low-tier exotic beasts, Jiang Hao decided to leave them as rewards for other lucky ones. Despite being in a small world isolated from Blue Star, his smart wristband still had a signal, similar to the situation at Shinjo Martial School. Jiang Hao sent a message to Captain Liu. Good evening, Captain Liu. I hunted 2 7th-tier exotic beasts today, but I didn't process the bodies. Captain Liu quickly replied. Got it. I'll send someone to retrieve them tomorrow morning. After sending the locations of the 2 beast bodies, Jiang Hao took out his impa weapon and prepared to continue hunting. He encouraged himself, keep fighting every day and leveling up. No other prodigy from Blue Star works as hard as I do. At that moment, an 8th-tier exotic beast was stealthily ambushing a 7th-tier peak prey. This beast came from the territory ruled by the great sacred beast king, Magnos, the shadow-winged sun devourer. As a descendant under the sacred beast king's command, although it had just ascended to the 8th tier, it considered itself invincible among its peers. It despised these fellow beasts kept by humans, thinking they were intellectually inferior and not worthy of comparison. This beast, named Alex, inherited some of its parents' shadow laws, allowing it to mask its presence and blend into shadows. Proudly it thought, I'm indeed the best offspring. Such an important task was given to me, not to my siblings. Just as Alex's prey appeared, a figure suddenly materialized out of thin air. Although the person did not release any aura, there was an omnipresent sense of oppression, as if out of place in this space. Alex's alarm bells rang. Not good, a powerful human. Jiang Hao's right hand was wrapped in golden primordial energy and black chaotic loss. With an unparalleled fist of shattering space, he directly turned the 7th-tier exotic beast, which resembled a honey badger, into a blood mist. With a loud bang, countless mud and rocks splattered, and the air was instantly cleared. The terrifying pressure crushed everything around. The honey badger tried to resist with its body but exploded instantly in front of the professional damage dealer, Jiang Hao. Seeing his points increase again, Jiang Hao immediately used them to level up. His physique rose from 82 to 83, reaching 8th tier plus. He thought excitedly, at this rate, won't I have saint-tier attributes by the time I reach higher tiers? Alex, seeing that the terrifying human seemed not to have noticed it, felt secretly relieved. It used all its shadow laws to mask its presence and blend into the shadows. As a shadow being, Alex was confident it feared no attack. However, Jiang Hao's voice suddenly rang out. Oh? A Bionegit 1 free deal? Alex was shocked. Despicable human. He must be bluffing. There's no way he can detect me in the shadows. Jiang Hao casually swung his sword, imbued with the power of the Inpa. A terrifying tricolored blade energy slashed toward the ground. Ah! A black scorpion, less than 100 meters long, jumped up, almost split in half, with black blood continuously flowing out. Although it looked miserable, the scorpion's body began to slowly heal. Soon, a complete but smaller scorpion appeared. Jiang Hao curiously looked at the scorpion that survived his casual strike. So small? Shouldn't 8th-tier exotic beasts be much larger? Alex felt its soul being shredded, unable to use shadow jumping. It hurriedly shouted, Wait, respected human warrior. I can lead you to hunt more exotic beasts. If you spare me, you will gain the friendship of the great sacred beast king, Magnos, the shadow-winged sun devourer. Jiang Hao coldly looked at the talking scorpion. Your summer language is quite standard. I don't talk to exotic beasts. With that, he swung his sword again. No. I am. Before Alex could finish, it was engulfed by the blade light, leaving no corpse, only an 8th-tier life crystal. Jiang Hao absorbed the crystal, earning 10,000 points. Sacred Beast King? Someone might think you're a king-tier big shot. He then continued to search for his next target. By dawn, Jiang Hao found another 8th-tier exotic beast. Without much ado, he struck with full force, instantly killing it. The system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a cross-dire instant kill, earning an extra 1,000 points. Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Instantly killing an 8th-tier exotic beast is worth 12,000 points, almost as good as a group of exotic beasts. He added all the 60,000 points he had earned overnight to his spirit, increasing it from 82 to 84, reaching 8th tier plus. After sending the location to Captain Liu again, Jiang Hao turned to leave. With daylight breaking, the warriors from various battle groups were becoming active. Jiang Hao pondered. It's a bit troublesome. I can't just throw out martial skills in the sky, and punching them into a blood mist is too wasteful. They'll just keep moving deeper. I don't believe there will be anyone in an area full of high-tier exotic beasts. Meanwhile, a large battle group of 100 people was cautiously moving through the forest. Some warriors carrying large packs stood in the center, evidently prepared for various possible scenarios. Stop! The leading warrior with a giant axe raised his hand. A young man without any weapons asked, What's wrong, senior? Don't you think it's strange? We've been walking for almost an hour and haven't seen a single exotic beast. This must be the territory of a high-tier exotic beast. Then we should retreat quickly, a female member exclaimed. Yesterday afternoon, I don't know what happened, but many mid-tier exotic beasts were killed. The exaggerated blade marks on the ground definitely belong to a high-tier warrior. A team member added. What can you do when a high-tier warrior stays in the front section to fish? Another said helplessly. Besides, we also benefited from picking up the leftovers. At least half of the exotic beast corpses were still intact. Gaining resources equivalent to a month's worth without risking our lives. Aren't you satisfied? If I meet that noble senior, I'd definitely kneel and thank him. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted in the valley, as if someone had detonated a massive bomb. The entire mountain range trembled violently. Rocks splintered and flew in all directions. Jiang Hao stood at the center of the valley, exuding an aura of sheer terror. He slowly raised his right fist, with the laws of chaos and spatial force entwining around it, creating an unstoppable momentum. With a single punch, Jiang Hao obliterated a mountain, standing 1,000 meters tall. The mid to low level beasts shivering on the mountain didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to ashes. The wind howled, the ground cracked, and the air was filled with debris, dust, and shattered scales. Not far away, a ninth-tier pangolin-like beast curled into a ball. Jiang Hao relentlessly pounded its hardened shell, each blow resounding like a dull thud against steel. Suddenly, Jiang Hao kicked the pangolin, sending it crashing into the middle of a mountain several kilometers away, the impact almost splitting the peak in half. Jiang Hao's speed was unparalleled. The sonic booms alone were enough to shatter nearby mid-to-low level beasts. He didn't even bother using martial techniques. His sheer physical strength allowed him to instantly catch up with the airborne pangolin. Each of his steps left deep impressions on the ground. The ninth-tier pangolin deeply regretted its decision. It recalled how it had followed the advice of other beasts to come to Blue Star, thinking it would easily level up, only to find itself in a life-or-death situation shortly after arriving. Unfortunately, Jiang Hao couldn't understand beast language and had no idea of its inner regret. Jiang Hao threw another punch, executing his unrivaled sky-shattering fist. His fist landed heavily on the pangolin, creating a deep dent in its tough shell. Bloodied, shattered scales flew in all directions. Jiang Hao felt a surge of satisfaction. Just recently, Jiang Hao had put to sleep a sleepless 7th-tier beast. Afterward, he discovered this 9th-tier pangolin, and its impenetrable scales when curled up made it the perfect punching bag. Jiang Hao continuously pounded it, relying on the defensive breaking effect of his unrivaled sky-shattering fist to gradually chip away at its scales. While the pangolin appeared merely dented on the outside, the internal impact was severe. The pangolin crashed into the ground, forming a deep pit and raising a mushroom cloud of dust. Jiang Hao exhaled deeply. To test his strength beyond his invincible sky-piercing slash, he had chosen this heavily armored pangolin as his target. Looking at the pangolin, which lay on the ground and kept vomiting blood, Jiang Hao expressionlessly raised his long blade. Since it could no longer serve as a sparring partner, it had lost its value. The surrounding space began to hum. The entire sky seemed to tremble, signaling the terrifying power of the impending strike. Jiang Hao silently thanked the pangolin for being his sparring partner for so long. Don't worry, I'll make good use of your life crystal. You'll help fuel my strength, he thought. Standing in the sky, Jiang Hao swung his blade at the incapacitated pangolin. This strike was even more terrifying than the one that had previously killed 9,000 beasts. The blade aura, predominantly black, expanded to nearly 50 kilometers in less than a breath. From a distance, the blade aura tore through space, resembling a black river cascading down. Within a 100-mile radius, all mid-to-low level beasts who witnessed the blade light instantly perished, becoming nourishment for Jiang Hao's ascension to sainthood. As for human warriors, there probably weren't any. After all, everyone came to the battlefield to survive, and no one would be foolish enough to approach such a terrifying fight. The commotion Jiang Hao caused while pummeling the pangolin, nearly collapsing the mountain range, would have driven anyone with sense to flee for their lives. Jiang Hao exhaled. Phew, what a haul. Too bad the earlier fight scared off many beasts. If only those mid-level beasts had stayed put. How can you progress if you're afraid of dying? After absorbing the 9th-tier life crystal and gaining 30,000 points, Jiang Hao looked at the numbers on his panel and smiled. Points, 98,765. As usual, balanced allocation. Physical strength, 83-85 8th tier. Mental strength, 84-85 8th tier. Points, 8,765. Since arriving here yesterday afternoon, Jiang Hao had amassed a significant amount of points. He felt smug. Turns out, only by fishing can one grow stronger. Slowly cultivating in the welfare secret realm is nothing but a side path, not worth mentioning. Feeling the depletion of his energy and mental power, Jiang Hao decided to rest and eat something to recover his strength. Meanwhile, in the beast world, a beast exuding saint-tier energy quietly observed the micro-spatial passage leading to Blue Star. It knew that opposite lay its world's greatest enemy, the Blue Star World. However, it had no intention of crossing over. This wasn't just because the other side was merely a small world serving as a buffer zone, where it would undoubtedly face resistance. More importantly, it feared death. It recalled a distant scene. Its leader, the Great Magnos, had been tricked into attacking the largest spatial passage. A human warrior named Xia had casually thrown a punch, and the golden fist mark nearly reduced its leader to a near-death state, even forcibly stripping away some of its prized shadow laws. This scene was etched deeply in its memory, erasing any desire to cross the passage. Since then, the eldest of the family had been hiding within their territory, even too afraid to respond to provocations from human saint-level warriors. The micro-space portal closest to their domain had become their responsibility, tasked with harassing the Blue Star World and ambushing young humans. But who would risk their life for a mission without reward? So, he decisively sent his least talented offspring to handle it. In front of the revered sacred beast Arlenia, 59th-tier companions stood ready, with millions of lower and mid-tier cannon fodder behind them. Arlenia flicked her tail, and a drop of blood, exuding a curse-like aura, fell and instantly solidified into a purple gemstone. As a sacred beast mastering the dual laws of shadow and curse, she knew this small gift could bring disaster to the human world. I will enlarge the space portal to let you through. Once you arrive, unleash the curse and attack the humans in the small world indiscriminately. Afterward, you must break out of the small world and head straight to Blue Star. Arlenia commanded. She cursed inwardly. It's all because that useless offspring died suddenly on the other side and was exposed by a mind-reading sacred beast. If I don't set an example, other sacred beasts will surely spread rumors of my incompetence, and fewer ninth-tier beasts will pledge their allegiance. Eventually, the boss might allow other sacred beasts to carve up my territory. Damn it. So many subordinates have to die because of a single order. One day, I'll devour that wretched creature. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao was meticulously handling the most valuable materials from a ninth-tier pangolin. His yuan energy had recovered halfway, and he thought it wise to stay low-key for a while. Suddenly, his senses alerted him to impending danger. Looking up, he saw a massive purple sphere that had appeared out of nowhere, rapidly expanding. Countless purple threads spread across the small world like they had a mind of their own. Jiang Hao quickly swung his blade, slicing through dozens of threads about to touch his body. However, some exploding threads turned into tiny specks of light that still penetrated his body. Thanks to his robust physique, Jiang Hao only felt a slight weakness. What is this? Some kind of virus? He wondered warily, immediately enveloping himself in the chaos law to eliminate any potential effects. Just then, a wolf's howl echoed, and an 8th-tier canine beast appeared in Jiang Hao's perception. Worse still, at the edge of his senses, thousands of high-tier beasts were charging uniformly towards the boundary membrane of the Blue Star World. The ground trembled under the stampede of so many beasts, rocks tumbled, and the chaotic sound of their running seemed poised to shatter the world. Jiang Hao couldn't help but wonder if he was cursed by the goddess of misfortune, as trouble seemed to find him every time he ventured into a dungeon. He thought helplessly, I just want to grow stronger in peace. Outside the small world, a young man burst into the break room, his face flushed red. Several ninth-tier warriors who were smoking turned their heads to look at the obviously overly anxious newcomer. I'm fine. One of the warriors stood up with a sigh, told his colleagues, excuse me, and then grabbed the newly arrived recruit, leading him out of the break room. Xiao Zhao, how many times have I told you? No matter what happens, don't panic. How can you aim for higher positions if you're always in a rush? The warrior said earnestly. You have great talent. You're already at the peak of the 5th tier at such a young age. My position will surely be yours in the future. Hearing his superior's words, the young man took a deep breath, his anxiety beginning to ease. He thought to himself, there are nearly 49th tier warriors stationed here, and even a sainter powerhouse. What am I worried about? Seeing his newly recruited secretary quickly calm down, the superior nodded in satisfaction. It's normal for young people to be impatient when they first join society. It's a sign of ambition. By the way, what did you want to say earlier? Just as the young man was about to speak, an alarm suddenly blared. A flashing red screen popped up, detected a large influx of exotic beasts into the buffer world, including 59th tier beasts. Initiating yellow alert. All high-tier warriors, proceed to the training ground immediately. The superior was so shocked that he dropped his cigarette, staring at the alert on the screen with his mouth agape. He grabbed the curious young man. Why didn't you mention this earlier? The young man replied, aggrieved. Didn't I start by saying something's wrong? The superior took a deep breath. Next time, get straight to the point. With that, he quickly flew towards the training ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao stood in the air, holding the Impa blade, augmented by the chaos law. He had just discovered a new use for the Impa. By coating his body with a thin layer of mental power, forming a bubble, The Impa would make this area completely invisible, even more effectively than standard invisibility. His wristband buzzed with a message from Captain Liu. Mr. Jiang Hao, are you all right? There's a massive beast tide in the small world. Where are you? Jiang Hao replied, don't worry, I'm fine. I'll finish up here and head back to the entrance. Stay safe. Military support is already on its way to the entrance, Captain Liu responded. Jiang Hao silently spent 7,000 points, advancing from the 7th level of the 5th tier to the 1st level of the 6th tier. He raised the Impa blade, gathering power, channeling most of his mental and elemental energy into it. The black, ethereal blade extended over 80 meters, but the disturbance caused by mobilizing the surrounding elemental energy was too great to remain completely hidden. It's a human. He should have been weakened by the curse and dropped in tier. Why does he still have such strong elemental energy fluctuations? An exotic beast from World 2 exclaimed. Kill him. Scatter the nearby mid and low-tier beasts. Another 9th-tier beast charged towards Jiang Hao, trying to stop the terrifying strike. The elemental energy of the Impa blade grew even stronger, reaching the peak of the 9th tier under the amplification of the Chaos Law. The blade cut through space, leaving a smooth rift that couldn't heal for a long time. Silver threads appeared in the air around Jiang Hao, accompanied by cracking sounds as the space in this area began to collapse. Jiang Hao's face turned pale as he fully activated the Chaos Law and spatial power. He looked at the approaching 9th-tier beast and smiled. Even with a curse, holding a 100-meter-long blade and suppressing this space with one hand, I still stand above the heavens. In the silence, Jiang Hao appeared like an ultimate being, raising his blade outside the world. The heavenly blade descended, instantly annihilating nearly 1,000,000 mid and low-tier beasts, including dozens of 7th-tier ones that couldn't escape in time. No. How can you be this powerful? The 9th-tier beast shouted in despair as its soul shattered, losing all vitality in an instant. The blade's energy passed through its body without leaving a wound, then it was shredded into mince by the silver spatial threads. Large areas of space began to collapse, revealing black rifts. Unrepairable black voids hung in the air like vortexes. The blade's energy cut through the ground, splitting mountains and causing a terrifying earthquake to spread. Beasts hundreds of kilometers away watched the terrifying strike in horror, exclaiming, humans are terrifying. I want to go home. At the entrance, warriors weakened by the curse stared blankly at the bustling military. Although the curse wasn't fatal, dropping a whole tier was devastating. Battle groups that had previously scavenged a lot of beast materials now sat dejectedly together. It's all my fault. We should have returned after collecting so many materials, but I insisted on hunting more beasts, causing everyone to get cursed, a disheveled, delirious female warrior cried, begging her teammates to punish her. The captain, feeling his level drop to the 5th tier, shook his head helplessly. Seeing his teammates' dejection, he stood up and shouted, enough. We can regain what we lost through training. The resources we gained this time, combined with what we had before, are enough for us to train for a long time. At least we made it back alive. But Captain, a team member started to speak, but suddenly exclaimed, hey, what's that? Everyone in the camp, whether busy soldiers or warriors from the battle groups, stared in shock at the exaggerated slash in the distant sky. The entire small world seemed to darken, with massive black voids that looked like they could swallow souls. Who is that? Did a Saint-tier powerhouse make a move? The crowd exclaimed. Captain Liu, watching the distant strike, recalled Jiang Hao's earlier message about making a big move. He muttered in disbelief. No way. It can't be that exaggerated. He was only at the 5th tier. Ding. You have achieved 1,000,000 instant kills. Please choose 2 rewards from the following 5 options. The next instant kill reward will be counted at 1,000,000,000 kills. 1. 1,000,000 points. 2. Awaken the law of space with a 10 mastery level upon awakening. 3. 3 random holy tier spells or martial arts techniques. 4. Increase mastery of the law of chaos by 1. 5. Achieve full proficiency in 3 holy tier martial arts techniques. Points, 44,444,444. Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Another double reward. As he looked at the dazzling number of points, he couldn't help but imagine some people fainting in disbelief. Although this was a significant leap forward, he was well aware that most of the beasts he had killed were low tier, with only a few mid-tier ones. At this moment, Jiang Hao stood in midair, holding a pitch-black long sword in one hand. His eyes seemed vacant, as if his attention wasn't on the battlefield. His entire body appeared full of openings. However, none of the surrounding 9th-tier beasts dared to make a move. They seemed to remember vividly the earth-shattering strike he had just executed, fearing that any movement might result in being split in half. Is this what they call a human powerhouse? A 9th-tier beast thought to itself. I can't die here. The 9th-tier beasts, initially eager to wreak havoc on Blue Star and establish their own territory for a chance to become sacred beasts, now had a sobering realization. They began to regret their decision to come to Blue Star, a place where even their leader dared not venture. Yeah, it's not that we aren't trying. It's just that the human powerhouse is too monstrous. Human powerhouse? That's a human of holy tier. Retreating isn't shameful. It's a strategic withdrawal to preserve our forces. All the ninth-tier beasts from another realm began to flee towards the spatial passage with their subordinates. Their once confident demeanor was now replaced by sheer panic. They even fought amongst themselves to determine who would pass through the spatial passage first, resulting in more casualties. As for the beasts that originally lived in the small world, their fate was of no concern to those fleeing. Seeing this, the height-tier beasts from the small world also realized that staying meant certain death, so they followed suit. This triggered a chain reaction, and the originally gathered billions of beasts scattered like frightened birds. Jiang Hao watched this scene and smiled weakly. Does this count as stopping a beast tide? The surviving warriors should at least bow to me, right? Despite his self-mockery, he couldn't help but feel relieved seeing most of the beasts fleeing. Realizing the massive gains from this encounter, Jiang Hao used boundless realm travel to return to the entrance. Thankfully, he had marked the spatial coordinates on his way in, or making significant enhancements in the middle of the battlefield could have been problematic. As soon as he landed, Captain Liu and several military warriors rushed over. They looked at him in shock and asked, "Was that strike just now yours? Did you really scare off billions of beasts with one blow?" Seeing their dazed expressions and unsteady postures, Jiang Hao nodded and admitted, "You're exaggerating. It was just over a billion, mostly low-tier beasts, nothing much." He waved it off as if it were a trivial matter, but his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile that almost reached his ears. The high-ranking military officials exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, "Whether we can seize this immense opportunity depends on our abilities. Young Master Jiang, you truly are Blue Star's top prodigy. Even that person from the Zhou family is far inferior to you," said an official, clearly affiliated with the Xia family, in a flattering tone. "Absolutely. Young Master Jiang is simply," others chimed in. With the beast tide suddenly halted, soldiers and rescued warriors from the battle groups began to show genuine smiles. They excitedly discussed the hero of this event. Everyone knows that this beast tide was resolved by a prodigy from Shinjo Martial Academy. Jiang Hao, hailed as the top youth of Blue Star, single-handedly stopped the beast tide army. That strike, which nearly split the sky, is his signature technique. No wonder he's a prodigy from Shinjo Martial Academy. I'll send my kids there when they grow up. Hey guys, how much did you drink to get like this? A passing warrior joked. What? Are the juniors this strong now? Isn't this Jiang Hao just a new student? And he's already stopping beast tides by himself. A group of senior students from Shinjo Martial Academy discussed in astonishment. Haha, our Xia nation has produced a genius who can suppress everything. Soon, we'll wipe out those wretched aliens. All aliens deserve to die. Jiang Hao finally broke free from the overly enthusiastic high-ranking military officials. Captain Liu informed him that there would be military merit rewards and ranks, and the materials from the beast corpses would be bought at original prices. Unfortunately, most of them were low-tier beasts, worth little more than a few ninth-tier life crystals. No matter how great the rewards are, they're just a drop in the bucket for me now. Looking at his points total, which had broken into 8 figures, Jiang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. At this moment, he wanted to rush to Principal Xia and dramatically throw a fish on the ground. Principal Xia's words echoed in Jiang Hao's ears, but he had only one thought in mind. 4 years is too long. He wanted to become the king of fishing. Jiang Hao firmly believed that the most authentic way to cultivate was to cheat. Achieving in 1 year what others take a century to accomplish, this was the true shortcut. He focused intently on the light screen in his mind, where 5 options were clearly visible. The first option, with a mere 1,000,000 points, was dismissed by Jiang Hao with disdain. The second option was obviously the must-choose item. The third and fifth options were clearly not worth considering. He had once maxed out the points for a saint-level martial technique, which had cost him just over 1,000,000 points. Without a doubt, his choice fell on the all-powerful law of chaos. As Jiang Hao confirmed his selection, a strange power surged within him. Silver-white spatial energy danced around him like a performer, with space rifts appearing and closing, as if playing a silent symphony. Threads of energy wove into complex patterns, and a rhythmic humming filled the air, as if celebrating the birth of a new king. Suddenly, space became fragile to Jiang Hao. With a gentle wave of his hand, space parted like a double door, revealing the pitch-black void within. He made a motion as if pushing open a door, and a curtain formed of overlapping, symmetrical, transparent spatial gates appeared. Beneath the layers of this curtain were all the spatial nodes Jiang Hao had ever visited. If he wished, he could instantly reach any familiar place. The realm of boundless travel had automatically reached its perfect state, and the unmatched shattering fist had also advanced to a high level. This was the powerful enhancement of spatial techniques by the law of space. From this moment on, Jiang Hao was the true king of space. Next came the awakening of the law of chaos. This reward was directly bestowed upon Jiang Hao, with no time needed for absorption. Although his mastery was a mere 3, the boost it provided was the most significant. The fusion of the law of chaos and the law of space led Jiang Hao to test his newfound power. He extended his hand towards a massive boulder and grasped it forcefully. Layers of spatial ripples appeared, completely enveloping the boulder. In the next instant, the entire boulder vanished, as if transported to another world. This was the product of the fusion of the law of chaos and the law of space, creating a miniature world. Although this world could only last for a few seconds and its internal space was not vast, it was already an extraordinary feat beyond the reach of ordinary people. Satisfied, Jiang Hao withdrew his hand and began to calculate his next steps. Up next was the familiar process of adding points. With Jiang Hao's call, a blue panel suddenly lit up deep in his mind. Without hesitation, he invested 2,040,000 points, maxing out his physical and mental attributes to 99. To ensure safety, he chose to distribute the points incrementally. As his attributes soared, Jiang Hao felt an unprecedented surge of power within him. He paused briefly, adjusting to the immense strength. The unparalleled mental prowess and indestructible physique gave Jiang Hao an illusion of invincibility. So this is what it feels like to be a true immortal? Jiang Hao mused. To have the attributes of a saint without breaking through to the saint level. He summoned the panel again, ready to unleash his potential. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Host's attributes have reached the limit of the extraordinary tier. Do you wish to continue adding points and break through to the saint tier? Please find a relatively safe environment to complete the transformation. The panel then provided detailed information about the saint tier. 9 extraordinary levels, 5 saint realms. Upon reaching the saint tier, each major realm's cap is 14 stages. Points for the saint tier must be obtained by defeating saint tier beings. 1 million points can be exchanged for 1 saint point. The first stage requires 1 point, the second stage 2 points, and so on. Jiang Hao carefully read the information, calculating in his mind. 9 extraordinary levels, 5 saint realms? Sounds like the ultimate supremacy, he thought. King tier is clearly not the end. Could the subsequent realms be something like Emperor tier? Considering the need for a safe environment for his transformation, Jiang Hao decided to inform Captain Liu that he would be secluding himself. He then ventured deep into the secret realm, finding a massive cave entrance. Jiang Hao calmly gazed at the bewildered 9th-tier beast within the cave. A strand of spirit energy, carrying a force capable of tearing everything apart, instantly shattered its soul. With 36,000 points in hand, he placed the beast's corpse at the cave entrance. Next, Jiang Hao performed the sky-splitting dimension slash, lightly drawing his palm, creating a massive spatial rift at the cave entrance. The entire cave space was carved out, forming a giant cube interwoven with black and silver. The terrifying soul blade seemed to extend indefinitely, attacking indiscriminately any being that approached. Now it's safe, Jiang Hao muttered to himself. Once I break through to the saint tier, I can help the beast sleep more efficiently. Sitting in the safe house he meticulously crafted, Jiang Hao placed the soul-hiding blade before him and began his transformation process. 6 days passed, and with 42 million points deducted, Jiang Hao's dual attributes reached the 6th stage of the saint tier. The terrifying aura from his transformation scared away all beasts within a 1,000-mile radius. Even the high-tier beasts forcibly sent from the opposing world, upon sensing the overwhelming pressure, fled back without a word. A system notification chimed. Host's talents, perfect regeneration, and soul firewall have been significantly enhanced. Jiang Hao felt the changes within him, noticing 6 layers of towers formed by the intertwining of chaotic and spatial laws deep within his soul, though they appeared somewhat illusory. This indicated his dual attributes had reached the 6th stage of the saint tier, but his realm had not yet achieved the saint level. Examining his transformed body, Jiang Hao found every part had become flawless, even his already high attractiveness had increased. His appearance and aura were nearing perfection, a hidden benefit of constant advancement. Now, his lifespan easily exceeded 1,000 years, and he could alter his physical age at will. With 400,000 points remaining, Jiang Hao decided to enhance the sky-splitting slash to its peak, unlocking the full potential of the Blade Light Soul Slash. He allocated the remaining points to his realm, smoothly breaking through to the 7th tier, 3rd stage. Today is July 23rd, Jiang Hao murmured. I got this panel on my birthday, January 23rd. In half a year, through hard work and perseverance, I've become a high-tier warrior. Give me 2 more years, and I'll become the 19th council member of Blue Star. Rising to his feet, Jiang Hao drew the soul-hiding blade from the ground. The rankings update in August will surely surprise everyone. He opened the panel, meticulously reviewing his attributes and abilities. Satisfied with his progress, Jiang Hao sent a message to Captain Liu about his minor breakthrough and prepared to initiate the Scorched Earth operation. In this small world, all high-tier beasts are mine. Jiang Hao thought, if I were in a bad mood, I wouldn't spare even the low and mid-tier beasts. I'd kill them all. Speaking of which, those warriors enter here for materials to exchange for resources, right? If I kill all the beasts without taking the materials, they should be quite pleased. Jiang Hao's gaze fixed on an 8th-tier serpent beast wriggling 1,000 miles away. Hey, how dare you roam freely in my territory? Die. July 31st, Wednesday, a good day for burials. It had been 8 days since Jiang Hao completed his transformation to the saint level. During these 8 days, he performed surgeries on over 2,000 high-level beasts in his small world, amputating everything below their heads. The beasts were very satisfied with the results, leaving no negative feedback. However, all the 9th-level beasts seemed to have fled back to the second beast world, significantly slowing down Jiang Hao's progress in hunting. Jiang Hao thought to himself, they won't even face a mere 7th-level warrior like me. How will they ever break through to the saint level? Cowards. By the 24th, the military rewards and materials Jiang Hao had collected had been exchanged for life crystals, delivered by Captain Liu. Over the past few days, Jiang Hao had accumulated more than 407th-level life crystals, which translated to just over 2 million points. 15,666. Jiang Hao realized that he couldn't continue killing low to mid-level beasts. Every time Captain Liu bought the materials in full, he was drenched in sweat, his hands trembling. Clearly, the prices for low to mid-level beast materials would plummet in the foreseeable future. Giving them away for free, and they still won't take them. I can't bring myself to compete with lower-level warriors for monsters. Jiang Hao joked to himself. He opened his panel and increased his mental power by 2 levels. Jiang Hao found his new exclusive martial skill quite powerful, especially the piercing god sword, chaos. The perfect fusion of mental power with chaos and spatial laws made it a deadly weapon. As long as he could sense his target, he could kill them from a great distance. Points: 15,666,666. Mental power: Saint level 6, Saint level 8. Saint level. Jiang Hao sighed. Alas, the small world doesn't help me much anymore. Plus, with the leaderboard updating tomorrow, Principal Xia and the others will probably be back at school. Suddenly, an intricately layered, beautiful portal appeared in the air, slamming into Jiang Hao's back and engulfing him completely. In an instant, Jiang Hao was transported from the battlefield's depths to the entrance several thousand kilometers away. He greeted the familiar soldiers and left the small world. Captain Liu, noticeably more reserved than when they first met, quickly ran over and asked in a low voice, "Young Master Jiang, are you planning to leave?" His eyes kept darting toward the small world, fearing Jiang Hao might say, "Hey, Captain Liu, I got some more beast materials today. When can you come to collect them?" Fortunately, Jiang Hao held back the urge to bully the weak, giving the hard-working material collectors a rare break. "Yeah, I've skipped classes for so many days already. The vice principal and principal are worried sick," Jiang Hao replied. In truth, Principal Xia had been complaining to him on Feishin about the lack of fish in the artificial lake. Relieved, Captain Liu let out a long breath and said, "Then I wish you a speedy rise to the council." "Thanks for the good wishes," Jiang Hao said, nodding to the nearby military saints and preparing to open the portal back to school. Just then, Jiang Hao sensed a saint-level energy fluctuation at the space passage connected to the second beast world. A saint-level beast trying to sneak in? With his powerful mental strength and dual laws, Jiang Hao instantly turned to look at the space passage. There, a lizard-like saint-level beast was struggling to squeeze through, emanating early saint-level energy. The base's alarms blared, and the military saints appeared beside Jiang Hao, eyes narrowed, ready to charge in and beat the beast. "Wait, let me try," Jiang Hao said, eager to test his strength on a saint-level beast. "I didn't expect a beast to come here to die. I'll use you as my record for the leaderboard update." A massive amount of mental energy, tainted by the law of chaos, formed a black sword. The sword, engraved with complex silver-white patterns, looked like a decorative rapier used by nobles. The blade charged up in Jiang Hao's mind, ready to fire at any moment. The military saints suddenly felt a deadly threat, their eyes widening as they looked at Jiang Hao, who seemed to be preparing a major attack. Is this freshman for real? They felt the world had become too strange. The unknown technique that could freeze their souls and hinder their energy flow was life-threatening. A glint flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. The saint-level beast, tricked by Alania, felt a chill run through its body and instinctively looked toward the entrance. It saw a pair of terrifying eyes. It felt like an ant being watched by a supreme being, whose indifferent gaze made it seem insignificant, easily crushable. Jiang Hao's voice echoed in its ears across the small world. Beasts must be eradicated. A black sword appeared between the lizard beast's eyebrows, then vanished into its mind. The saint-level beast died instantly, without a single wound on its body, its soul completely obliterated by Jiang Hao's strike. Ding! Congratulations to the host for instantly killing a saint-level opponent, earning 1 saint point. Hey, don't saint-level beasts have life crystals? Jiang Hao asked, puzzled, as he looked at the silent military saints. The military saints, seeing the alarm on their wristbands deactivate and the saint-level beast's life signs disappear, nodded expressionlessly. Since you killed it, the body is yours. Then they turned and left, one of them noticeably walking awkwardly. Aren't saint-level beasts supposed to be several kilometers long? Why is this one so small? Jiang Hao complained, looking at the less than 100-meter-long lizard. Oh well, I'll take it back to school to show everyone. Standing on the lizard's head, a massive portal appeared beneath him, instantly swallowing both the lizard and Jiang Hao. At the Shinjo martial arts school, a portal appeared and slowly dissipated. Jiang Hao and the small lizard appeared on campus. Curious students passing by looked at the unique lizard and were awed by the massive portal. But the intimidating aura from the lizard's corpse kept them at a distance, only daring to take pictures from afar. Principal Xia, who was coaching his grandson on fishing techniques, shivered. What the heck? Why do I feel like there's a saint-level beast on campus? Jiang Hao took out his wristband, snapping pictures of the lizard and sending them to Elderly to share his joy. I don't eat beef, thanks for asking. Freshman here, just arrived in another world, currently tearing apart a saint-level beast. Signing off. Picture. I'm retired. Oh? Jiang Hao was still basking in the joy of his retirement when a holy tier beast suddenly charged at him, nearly making him jump in fright. Instinctively, he struck out and instantly killed the beast. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Jiang Hao felt a bit annoyed. Damn it, have I been hit by an illusion? I don't even eat beef. Just then, Xiao Yun appeared, eyes full of grievance. I've waited 20 years to reach the holy tier, and it turns out it was all for nothing compared to your 1 month's effort. Jiang Hao comforted her. Don't lose heart. Keep working hard. I'm off to Jinsha State for a break. Jiang Hao contentedly closed his wristband. Showing off in front of Oldly was indeed satisfying. He secretly hoped nothing had happened to the governor of Jinsha State. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged. Principal Xia appeared with a soaking wet Xia Pengcheng, who reeked of fish. Xia Pengcheng was circling the lizard's corpse in awe, occasionally touching it. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao's long-unseen friend was slumped on the ground, eyes vacant, muttering as if under a spell. Jiang Hao looked at Xia Pengcheng in confusion. How did you end up like this in such a short time? But Xia Pengcheng just silently stood up, shook off the seaweed on him, and limped away. Principal Xia exclaimed, Did you do this? What's your power level now? Why is the soul of this holy tier beast missing? Jiang Hao answered nonchalantly, Just 7th tier. I killed it. Does missing a soul matter? Principal Xia took out a packet of dried fish and chewed slowly, his expression numb. If the soul is completely missing, it can't be used as the essence for advancing to the holy tier. This corpse can only be dismantled for materials, which is the least profitable method. Jiang Hao shrugged. Is that all? No big deal. He was past the age of being dazzled by life crystals. Principal Xia reminded him, Senator Xiao will come tonight to record your recent progress and update your battle achievements. Your performance will probably shock many. Jiang Hao took the fish jerky from the principal, looked at the sky, and said, If they can't handle this, won't they be utterly broken when I become a senator at light speed? For once, Principal Xia nodded in agreement. At your current rate of improvement, by the time the deans of the martial arts and magic courts return from their holy tier breakthroughs, they'll be calling you senior. August 1st, Thursday. The night before, Senator Xiao had gone through stages of shock, confusion, existential crisis, excitement, and exhilaration, finally laughing heartily. Jiang Hao's unprecedented speed of growth reassured Senator Xiao. He said he would discuss with other senators to apply for Jiang Hao's early access to the path of destiny. Sitting by the lake with Principal Xia, Jiang Hao curiously asked, What's the path of destiny? Shouldn't they just give me resources to level up like crazy? Principal Xia, eyes fixed on Jiang Hao's fish trap, replied without turning his head, You'll understand later. Knowing now won't help. You'll find out when the time is right. Seeing that the leaderboard update time was approaching, Jiang Hao stood up, packed up the fish trap with a few fish, and ruthlessly declined Principal Xia's invitation to chat further. Under the principal's despairing gaze, he teleported back to his dormitory. His wristband vibrated, and a message from the Blue Planet Network popped up. Dear First Sequence Plan member, Mr. Jiang Hao, the monthly leaderboard has been updated. Please check. Jiang Hao skipped the familiar annotations and went straight to the rankings. First place, Zhou Weifeng. Second place, Moira Augustus. Third place, Lai Diana. Ninth place, Jiang Hao. Male, 18 years old, Xia Country. Realm, 7th tier. Third heaven. Talent. Unknown. Physique. Unknown. Possesses chaos law. Space law. Achievements. Successfully suppressed a beast horde of over 1 billion single-handedly. Killed a holy tier beast at the early stage with a single glance from thousands of kilometers away across a small world. Senator's additional comments. Unparalleled presence, unprecedented in history. 7th tier with combat power comparable to the peak of the holy tier. Incomprehensible, unfathomable, insurmountable. Note 1. Plan to initiate the path of destiny ahead of schedule. Note 2. Any force that attacks Jiang Hao or his friends and family will be hunted down by all senators on Blue Planet. Note 3. Anyone who spreads rumors, defames, or incites against Jiang Hao online will be treated as a traitor to humanity. 10th place, Feng Chilua. Jiang Hao exclaimed, "Whoa, are those last 2 notes for real?" He felt chills and goosebumps all over. But more importantly, he felt fired up. Although the leaderboard isn't public, everyone who reaches the holy tier and those with holy tier forces around the world will be informed. The first sequence plan has the highest priority, and those forces and people will be privately messaged by the Blue Planet Network. Jiang Hao thought excitedly, "Damn, this makes me so pumped. I want to rush to world number 2 and kill some holy tier beasts right now." But he quickly remembered that facing the path of destiny unprepared would be futile. He decided, "I'll wait and consolidate my strength, advance to the holy tier. Then I'll roam those large worlds." Looking at the heartfelt messages from Old Li and the governor of Jinsha State, and the series of question marks sent by Feng Chilua in their group chat, Jiang Hao sighed. "Indeed, when I'm strong enough, someone will always stand up for me." His wristband vibrated again, and a message from Senator Shao popped up in a small window. The seniors agreed quickly. Several big shots, including Senator Xia, are prepared to let you start the path of destiny early. Otherwise, it would be awkward if you were ready to advance, but hadn't met the necessary conditions. The senators will help prepare the small world for your holy tier advancement. You can consider whether to take a dual path advancement. Jiang Hao read the message carefully and typed a question mark. He wondered, why doesn't Senator Shao explain what the path of destiny entails? Is there some rule that knowing in advance prevents advancement? He reassured himself anyway. "I have my panel. As long as I have enough points, I can advance without meeting the conditions. But since there's a free small world, I can wait." Jiang Hao closed the holographic screen, his gaze piercing through layers of barriers to the marked entrance of world number 2. He silently vowed, "Not yet. When I break through to the holy tier, I will tear through the starry sea." The Shenluo Empire, Shengluo Martial Academy. A young man with silver hair stared wide-eyed at the screen. Moira Augustus could hardly believe his eyes as he stared at the latest rankings of the first sequence list. His gaze was fixed on a familiar name, someone who had skyrocketed to the 7th rank in just over 20 days. Moira rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was still dreaming or had somehow traveled to the future. His usually indifferent and composed expression instantly crumbled. Even with cheats, it wouldn't be this fast. Moira muttered to himself, "I was just about to break through the late 4th rank." He looked in disbelief at Jiang Hao's astounding achievements. A freshman able to kill a saint-level beast in seconds? Is that really something an 18-year-old can do? Moira fell into deep thought, then laughed at himself. "Well, it's a good thing. With such a prodigy ahead of me, I can relax a bit." Meanwhile, Jiang Hao was walking down the street with Counselor Shao. He had just been woken up and was still a bit dazed. "Counselor Shao, is it really appropriate for us to just walk over like this?" Jiang Hao asked cautiously. Counselor Shao smiled and replied, "What's inappropriate about it? Counselor Xia is easy to talk to. This meeting is mainly to help you understand what a fate star is." He looked at Jiang Hao meaningfully. "Jiang Hao, with your talent that's even more impressive than cheating, you could be a counselor candidate. Are you worried Counselor Xia will eat you?" Jiang Hao quickly explained, Counselor Shao, you've misunderstood. I meant that walking there is too slow. Why don't we call a car?" As he spoke, he raised his wristband, and a driverless taxi promptly arrived, stopping in front of them. Arriving at the Xiao residence, Jiang Hao finally met the legendary founder of Shinjo Martial Academy Xiao Wushuang. This figure, who appeared to be in his early 30s, exuded an unfathomable aura. "Hello, Counselor Xia." Jiang Hao greeted politely, then sat on the sofa opposite. Xiao Wushuang carefully sensed the chaotic aura emanating from Jiang Hao. Despite his pinnacle fate star level, he couldn't discern Jiang Hao's physical and mental strength. Apart from barely recognizing Jiang Hao as a 7th rank warrior, he couldn't gather any other information. It was as if Jiang Hao was a piece of chaos-colored stone in the river of fate. Chaos laws, terrifying indeed. Xiao Wushuang silently marveled. He recalled his own attempt to forcibly gather and contain the chaos laws, which resulted in severe backlash and nearly losing control of his own laws. Counselor Shao took out a notebook and handed it to Jiang Hao. This contains information on the 15 major worlds currently connected to Blue Star. It concerns whether you can quickly become a fate star in the future. Jiang Hao took the notebook, internally mocking the old-fashioned way of recording, but he still read it seriously. Counselor Xiao explained, Jiang Hao, do you know why the level after the saint rank is called a fate star? Jiang Hao put down the notebook, adjusted his posture, and after some thought, uncertainly answered, because it breaks free from original fate? Or because it can shatter stars, so it's called a fate star. Counselor Xia's lips curved slightly, seemingly amused. He explained, a fate star indeed requires breaking free from part of one's fate, but more importantly, a fate star can act from a higher dimension. Essentially, they can directly erase any life below the fate star level. As for this star, it signifies that you are like a unique star in the universe, with an almost infinite lifespan. As long as you have energy, you can keep living. After hearing this, Jiang Hao internally remarked, stars have lifespans too, but he didn't dare say it out loud. Counselor Xiao continued, you can travel to secondary or lower worlds periodically. Observe, listen, and move as little as possible. Remember, you are merely a witness, a recorder, even an observer. Jiang Hao suddenly understood, recalling the seniors who went to different worlds right after graduation and the saint-level warriors who took turns guarding various other worlds. The so-called fate star was about witnessing different and more fates. To start on the path of a fate star was to qualify for different worlds. Although he didn't know how witnessing these fates would help break the so-called fate shackles, Jiang Hao had an idea. If witnessing more fates is key, what about influencing more fates? If I kill those hostile alien powerhouses, leading their fates to death, wouldn't that be great? As Jiang Hao debated whether to go on a killing spree or target only the strong, Counselor Xiao handed him a necklace. This is a treasure that can change your aura and appearance, making it easier for you to move in other worlds. Jiang Hao looked at the ordinary-looking necklace, which seemed like something bought for a few bucks at a street stall, and looked up at Counselor Xia. Can I only be a witness and not actively influence things? Counselor Xia propped his feet on the coffee table and smiled. The newly minted counselors are doing it that way. You can guide the tides of the era from behind the scenes to influence fate. However, the path is yours to walk. As long as you don't regret your choices, do whatever you want. Counselor Xiao frowned slightly, about to argue, but Jiang Hao stood up, pocketing the necklace. He raised his chin, eyes full of confidence. If it's a fate star, then I'll decide how to do it myself. No need to hold back. I'll fight my way through. Why restrict myself? Breaking through to a fate star while being shackled, is that breaking fate? Even if I can't meet the conditions, I can still ascend to a fate star. With my panel as a backup, what's there to fear? Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed. Xiao Wushuang ignored Counselor Xiao, who seemed to have more to say, and stood up, meeting Jiang Hao's gaze. Well said. When I broke through to a fate star, I did it by killing to stop killing. Xiao Wushuang looked approvingly at Jiang Hao's young face. Indeed, you are a true warrior, one who can reach the pinnacle of martial arts. I originally prepared a trump card for you that can unleash a fate star-level attack 3 times, but it seems you won't need it. Your martial heart is pure and won't rely on external aids. If it were the old Jiang Hao, he might have regretted missing out on a life-saving trump card. But having completed the metamorphosis of a saint rank and personally killing a saint-level beast in seconds, Jiang Hao is unwavering. As long as he didn't go to worlds completely hostile to humans, where alien fate stars existed, he could escape even if surrounded by multiple saint ranks. Given time to grow, he would eventually reclaim his ground. Feeling somewhat sidelined, Counselor Xiao looked at the necklace in Jiang Hao's pocket and silently thought, if you put down the treasure, I'll believe you. Then he stood up and looked at Jiang Hao. So, Jiang Hao, have you decided which world to visit first? I suggest avoiding first-level worlds. They're too dangerous. Jiang Hao quickly flipped through the notebook, organizing the most suitable places for himself in his mind. He handed the notebook back to Counselor Xiao and, after careful consideration, said, Number 7. I choose world number 7. World 7? Counselor Xiao raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with slight confusion. He looked directly at Jiang Hao and continued, I thought you would choose a safer secondary world without life stars, like World 4 or World 10. Aren't those secondary worlds with only peak saint-level beings much safer? Jiang Hao shook his head, his expression resolute. World 7 is a friendlier place for me to score points. Shifting the topic, Counselor Xiao began to explain in detail how Blue Star categorizes the 15 large connected alternate worlds. His voice was steady and powerful, as if he were describing a vast cosmic system. Based on danger levels and the difficulty of guarding them, we classify these worlds into 4 levels. The most dangerous are the level 1 worlds, which require multiple counselors to oversee. For instance, the former World 1, dominated by evil gods, and the current World 2, filled with exotic beasts. These worlds are highly hostile to humans and contain multiple life star-level enemies. Counselor Xiao paused, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. According to current information, World 2 hosts as many as 15 life star level sacred beast kings. The counselors of Blue Star are very curious about these exotic beasts that seem to bypass the life star pathway to achieve such power. Listening to this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but be astonished. Though he was formidable within the saint level, he would likely struggle against a true life star being. Counselor Xiao continued, secondary worlds, like the World 7 you're heading to, require either one life star or 3 peak saint-level beings equivalent to the provincial governors of the Xia Kingdom to oversee. Level 3 worlds are less dangerous, needing only several ordinary saint-level warriors. These worlds generally have not produced life stars, and even saint-level beings are rare. For example, World 8, which is primarily inhabited by beastmen. Finally, the safest and easiest to guard are the Level 4 worlds, also known as tourism worlds. Counselor Zhao's tone lightened. These worlds lack anything above saint-level beings, and even high-level individuals are scarce. Take World 3, for instance, which was almost wiped out by demons. The surviving demons now sell information about their anti-human comrades to Blue Star's military to survive. They've even developed tourism businesses. For the right price, human visitors can stay a night in a demon king's castle, complete with a succubus guide. Jiang Hao listened intently, various strange images forming in his mind. Counselor Xiao continued. Some graduates from the top 10 martial schools love to explore these worlds. Some relics appear randomly, regardless of the world's strength, and it's a great opportunity to experience cultures different from the human world. Xiao Wushuang interjected. As long as you've made up your mind, head to England tomorrow. It's the only place on Blue Star with a spatial passage to World 7. As he spoke, he casually slipped a small golden sword into Jiang Hao's pocket. You probably won't need it, but it's good to have insurance when heading to a world with alien life stars. Thank you, Counselor Xia. Jiang Hao nodded gratefully, then sat quietly, continuing to listen to the two leaders chat. They discussed the new secret realms constantly appearing on Blue Star, some of which even had defenses against saint-level beings. They also mentioned the legendary story of a regular person from Songhai province, who had no aptitude for yuan power cultivation but accidentally fell into an unknown secret realm and broke through to become a mid-level warrior within a month. Jiang Hao was fascinated, thinking to himself, that sounds interesting, but being a conqueror of alternate worlds seems more fulfilling. He encouraged himself, maintaining a positive mindset. Time flew by, and soon it was Wednesday, August 3rd. Jiang Hao stood on a street in England, wide-eyed at the scene before him. In the sky, boys and girls flew freely on skateboards, while the ads chasing pedestrians constantly changed content. The shop decorations along the street were filled with fantastical elements. Humanoid beings with white hair and red eyes, and elf-like creatures moved about, making him feel like he had stepped into a magical world. Is this England? It looks more like a country out of a fantasy magic world, Jiang Hao muttered, curiously observing everything around him. He recalled the legends about World 7. A counselor known as the King of Magic had once learned all magic there, and adapted it for use by Blue Star humans. He even established a kingdom centered on magic in World 7. As Jiang Hao reminisced about this information, he sampled the exotic food recommended by an advertisement. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. Snap. Instantly, a beautifully intricate portal opened before him. Under the envious gazes of passers-by and the young men and women up in the sky, Jiang Hao pushed open the door and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the camp, where a semi-transparent, silver-white gate floated in midair. The surrounding warriors instantly went on alert, but a saint-level fighter sighed and gestured for them to relax. It's one of our own. The big man has finally arrived, the saint-level warrior said in perfect Mandarin, though he was clearly British. The gate slowly parted in the middle. Jiang Hao's tall figure emerged before the crowd, his left hand gripping the hidden soul, his face obscured by a pair of sunglasses, exuding a powerful aura. He got straight to the point. I already know the general situation of world number 7. Just take me to the boundary gate. Jiang Hao briefly explained the concept of a boundary gate, an ultra-large space tunnel naturally formed when two worlds make contact, extremely stable and allowing unrestricted passage of high-level combat power. On the other side of the boundary gate was the main stronghold of Earth in the other world, preventing illegal crossings and facilitating the transport of supplies. The British saint-level warrior stood at attention and saluted. Understood. Thank you for your hard work, Counselor Jiang. I will take you to the boundary gate of world number 7 right away. Ever since Jiang Hao had prematurely embarked on the path of the Life Star and achieved unprecedented feats, many unfamiliar warriors, and even teachers from Shinjo Martial Arts School, had started calling him Counselor Jiang. These saint-level forces knew the specifics of Jiang Hao's achievements, which was also why he was eager to leave Earth. The fervent admiration was a bit overwhelming. Does everyone want to improve that badly? Jiang Hao thought to himself, maintaining a cold and aloof expression as he silently followed his guide to the boundary gate. Passing through layers of defenses and checkpoints, Jiang Hao looked up at the boundary gate, towering hundreds of meters high and 100 meters wide. It didn't look particularly large, not even as grand as Jiang Hao's own space gate. But he knew it would automatically adjust its size during passage. Counselor Jiang, you can just walk right in. Someone will be there to receive you on the other side, the guide said. Jiang Hao removed his sunglasses, nodded, and walked towards the boundary gate without hesitation. A thought crossed his mind. A new field to conquer. Here I come. The moment Jiang Hao stepped through the boundary gate, he felt his chaos and space laws becoming more active. The interior of the gate resembled a spatial tunnel created by a saint-level warrior. Outside the safe corridor was the familiar spatial storm. In the black void, silver-white spatial fragments drifted around, but this time Jiang Hao felt no fear. He gently raised his right hand and made a pressing motion. The howling spatial storm immediately became docile, obediently drifting away. The sharp spatial fragments seemed to transform into playful little sprites, joyously dancing around him. Jiang Hao was delighted to find that in this chaotic void, his yuan energy capacity had significantly increased, and his recovery speed had multiplied dozens of times. This feels like infinite mana, he thought to himself, thanks to the Chaos Codex. It's a pity this effect can't manifest on Blue Star or in other worlds. He realized that if he accidentally fell into the void, he wouldn't be harmed and could stay there for an extended period. This filled him with confidence for his future expeditions to other realms. If I encounter an unbeatable enemy, I can just exile myself to the void. Even a Fate Star expert wouldn't be able to linger here for long. Finally, Jiang Hao stepped out of the boundary gate and arrived in world number 7. He was immediately hit by the violent yuan energy and the noticeably higher gravity compared to Blue Star. But for someone with a saint-level physique and rapid adaptation abilities, these were not a problem. A holographic screen appeared, showing that his wristband was in offline mode and couldn't connect to Blue Star's signal. Jiang Hao casually took a photo of the blue sun in the sky, planning to show it off later. At that moment, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in standard mage attire, approached. With a complex expression, he said, "Welcome to world number 7, Jiang Hao. I'm Lucas Harvey. The teacher sent me to assist you on your journey." Jiang Hao chuckled inwardly. Even though this handsome guy says he's here to help me understand world number 7 quickly, I really don't need a 4th tier, 5th realm sidekick. Brother, you can't even withstand the splash damage from one of my casual attacks. Lucas Harvey, the youngest student of the Magic King, possessed the light law and had an exceptional talent for magic. It was said he could convert any spell into light attributes, greatly enhancing its power, and was known as a pure artillery mage. He had entered the top rankings a week before Jiang Hao, securing the 8th spot. To participate in the current tournament, he had even returned to Blue Star to register at the top martial arts school in England, showing his confidence in his abilities. Jiang Hao politely declined. "Lucas, right? You really don't need to follow me. I'm not here just to be a tourist." Lucas asked, puzzled. "What's wrong with being a tourist? Isn't the path of the Fate Star about recording and witnessing events?" To him, the path of the Fate Star was about observing other cultures, documenting the lives of the common people, befriending friendly alien races, and then going on adventures together. Jiang Hao looked up at the sky, exasperated. "Unfortunately, I'm here to do 3 things. Fight, and fight some more." Seeing the somewhat clueless psychic number 8, Jiang Hao cleared his throat and explained, "I feel like the path of the Fate Star is different for everyone. I'm here to hone my will in life and death battles and to measure the worth of these alien races." Lucas suddenly understood. "I see. If you're purely seeking to push your limits through combat, I really can't help much." He laughed at himself. "After all, the gap between us is too large. I'd just be a burden." Quickly adjusting his mindset, Lucas reminded himself that his main base was in world number 7, unlike the others who were all based on Blue Star and were in the same league as this powerhouse. As they passed rows of yuan energy missiles and magic pattern energy cannons, Lucas earnestly explained these advanced weapons designed to combat alien races. This magic pattern energy cannon can heavily damage a saint-level being. He proudly introduced the cannon's specifications and several real-life examples. "These were all invented by my teacher, combining Blue Star technology." Feeling the complete lack of threat from the cannons, Jiang Hao couldn't bear to tell Lucas that if they couldn't hit their target, their power was useless. A saint-level expert could tear through space and escape before being locked on. Moreover, these cannons had slow charge times and made a lot of noise. Jiang Hao could even open a spatial gate to make the cannon shoot itself. Jiang Hao waved his hand to interrupt psychic number 8, who was about to continue his explanation. "Just tell me where the battles are and where I can freely kill aliens. Also, should I send my regards to the Magic King?" Lucas replied, "Battles? You're late. We just fought the Feathered Race recently, and even had a saint-level battle. The Feathered Race lost at least 100 9th-tier beings. Unless the Starry Race causes trouble, we don't have battles more than once a month. As for the teacher, don't worry. He's not too particular about formalities." Right now, he's in the royal palace playing a role-playing game. Jiang Hao was bewildered. Role-playing in the royal palace? Is he serious? He recalled photos of the Magic King circulating on Blue Star's internet, depicting an elderly man resembling the headmaster of a certain magical school. Although a saint-level being could alter their physical age at will, this seemed too amusing. But what intrigued Jiang Hao the most was the origin of the residents of the Magic Kingdom. Were they all from the Qitong race? He remembered seeing white-haired, reed-eyed aliens on the streets of England. According to his notes, the Magic King had named the indigenous people of World Number 7 the Qitong race, a race with a natural affinity for spellcasting. However, under the suppression of the three major races, they lived miserably, often serving as food and slaves. Before Blue Star's large-scale stationing in this world, the Qitong race had very few saint-level beings. Seeing Jiang Hao's changing expression, as if contemplating something, Lucas worried about his teacher's reputation and quickly explained. The teacher just acts as a guide, similar to being a mentor to each reigning monarch. Oh, I see. Jiang Hao still looked skeptically at Lucas. If I remember correctly, the rulers in the past few decades have all been queens, right? The two of them tacitly decided not to continue the conversation. Jiang Hao, biting into a grilled wing, grumbled. So, I can't provoke those other races first? I have to wait for them to make a mistake before I can retaliate? Otherwise, I'm breaking the agreement? What's the logic in that? And why doesn't our blue planet just wipe out their races, their stars, and their realms? Lucas, eating gracefully as if he hadn't heard Jiang Hao's rebellious remark, tapped the table meaningfully and said, the water tribe isn't very bright. You could go fishing by the sea or a river, and they'll definitely come after you. The most incomprehensible thing about the water tribe is that even if a council member goes fishing, a first-tier water tribe member would dare to rush over and slap them. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. Really? That good? He recalled his notes. The water tribe fights bravely and never retreats, often covering for the feather tribe and the star realm. In the end, the water tribe's life star confidently fought 4 opponents at once and was beaten to death. Looks like my few $100 on a fishing rod wasn't wasted after all. Lucas pulled out a wristband similar to those on the blue planet and placed it on the table. Here, this is a special wristband for world number 7. It only works here. The wristband was covered in patterns and symbols that Jiang Hao couldn't understand. Magic and technology? Jiang Hao mused as he put on the new gadget, thinking he might end up collecting a bunch of wristbands from different worlds. After bidding farewell to the time-limited charm number 8, Jiang Hao followed the map to a monster-infested area, crossing over 10,000 kilometers through a space gate. He arrived near a large river. These space laws are amazing, even faster than the spatial tunnels created by saint-level beings. Activating his boundless divine sense, Jiang Hao scanned the river for creatures. There's actually a 7th-tier big fish in this river? If Principal Xian knew about this, he'd probably quit his job and apply to stay in world number 7 permanently. Taking out his fishing cage and rod, Jiang Hao cast his line, and soon a fish bit. However, the rod suddenly snapped into 3 pieces under a massive force. A 4th-tier lobster leapt out of the water, brandishing its claws at Jiang Hao and shouting, "Humans must die." With a gentle wave of his hand, Jiang Hao sent a breeze that obliterated the lobster's soul, its body crashing into the water with a huge splash. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. Jiang Hao sensed a 9th-tier peak mermaid rapidly approaching. Excitedly, he thought, such a big fish, it would be a shame to let it go. Come to me. With a single wave of his hand, the river split open for miles, revealing the sandy bottom. The 7th-tier big fish flopped around in the mud, confused. Jiang Hao grabbed the 100-meter-long fish with ease, as if it were a small goldfish, and tossed it onto the shore. Watching the river close back up, Jiang Hao waited eagerly for the mermaid to appear. When she finally arrived, he was a bit disappointed. Why isn't she a fish head with a human body? Disappointing. As he spoke, he extended his index finger, and a silver-white light spun at his fingertip. The mermaid began to say, "Human, Uvio," but before she could finish, the silver light shot out and exploded her head, taking 3,000 points with a heavy heart. Jiang Hao sighed. What a pity. These other races don't have life crystals like the exotic beasts. No wonder they're so weak. With only 4 life stars emerging over the years, Jiang Hao thought back to the situation in world number 7. There were 4 major races here, all proficient in magic and almost none in melee combat. Each race once had a life-star powerhouse, including the Star Realm, Feather Tribe, Water Tribe, and the only race not yet exterminated, the Elf Tribe. The Star Realm consists of various beings that travel through the cosmic seas, transformed by the unique chaotic power of the Star Realm for interstellar travel. They love to incite wars and are keen on deceiving the other 2 tribes. The Feather Tribe is made up of all winged, flying species. They charge into battle the fastest and shout the loudest, but when the tide turns against them, they scatter like headless chickens, getting picked off one by one. The water tribe is a bunch of stubborn fools, less adaptable than even the hammer-wielding martial artists. As for the elf tribe, they have always sheltered a small number of the reedy tribe and remain aloof from worldly affairs. These spirits aren't the fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged kind. They embody nature itself, emerging from plants, small animals, stones, dead branches, and even the bones of deceased creatures. A gust of wind, a spark, or a flash of lightning could give birth to a new spirit. This race is solely concerned with reproduction and is indifferent to the world's changes. Even when the blue star destroyed the home planets of the other three races, the leader of the spirits remained focused on tending to a small pond about to become a spirit. They even voluntarily ceded some land to the reedy clan for development. Jiang Hao stood by the riverbank, holding a broken fishing rod. He sneered, "The water clan has attacked the small fry. Now the big fish should show up, right? It's an old tradition." As he spoke, he quickly sealed the mermaid's corpse using the laws of space. His friends had asked him to bring back some unique souvenirs before he left. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the temperature plummeted. Frost began to form along the riverbank as hundreds of massive ice spikes, each tens of kilometers long, hurtled toward Jiang Hao. Unfazed, he calmly took a grilled crab leg from his spatial ring and leisurely savored it. He had traded quite a bit of Xia Kingdom delicacies with Lucas to get it. Just as the ice spikes were about to reach him, massive ripples appeared in the space around him. The ice spikes shattered instantly, turning into fine ice sand that gently fell to the ground. Satisfied, Jiang Hao raised his middle finger at the octopus-headed holy tier being of the water clan in the distance. "Thanks for the cooling package, buddy." The water clan's holy tier being roared, "Human, are you trying to start a war by attacking us first?" Covering his mouth in mock surprise, Jiang Hao replied, "I've always wondered, does everyone in the world speak Xia Kingdom's language? Also, this fishing rod has been in my family for decades, and you guys broke it. Pay up." Before he finished speaking, the octopus head spewed out a large cloud of green ink. The sound of space being corroded echoed, but a silver-white light flashed, and all the ink was sucked into a spatial vortex. Jiang Hao sneered, "Oh, I see. Not only are you not compensating me, but you also want to eliminate witnesses. The water clan is courting death." Suddenly, the holy tier being of the water clan found his soul frozen, unable to channel his magic. Terrified, he looked at Jiang Hao. "Holy tier beings are forbidden from killing each other. You're cheating." Before he could finish, a small black sword had already pierced his mind. Jiang Hao sighed in frustration. "Oh, I forgot that killing him this way means I can't use him for promotion materials." Boom. Blood rain began to pour from the sky. The fall of a holy tier being enraged the water clan. Although it wouldn't lead to an all-out war, the deployment of over a dozen holy tier beings was inevitable. Jiang Hao looked up at the distant surge of elemental energy and muttered, "I spent a few $100 on that fishing rod, and now it's gone. Taking a bit of interest isn't too much, is it? After all, the law doesn't protect aliens." The sky grew darker as blood rain continued to fall. The temperature plummeted, and the wind howled fiercely as the river began to freeze. The scene was apocalyptic, with an unpleasant odor in the air. However, all the blood rain near Jiang Hao was kept at bay by an invisible barrier, not a drop touching his clothes. Thousands of kilometers away, on the open sea, 12 aquatic saint-level beings created a terrifying storm with their energy fluctuations. They roared in anger, "Damn humans! We must capture him." They quickly reached a consensus, "Let's combine our powers to use forbidden magic. He won't be able to withstand it." The aquatic saint-level beings began chanting, drawing immense energy from afar. The power of the spell was unknown, but its attack range was astonishing. The energy in the surrounding environment grew increasingly violent, signaling an impending colossal strike. Jiang Hao remained indifferent, muttering contemptuously, "They can't even pose a threat to me. So this is the so-called power of alien saints?" He slowly lifted his right foot and stomped down forcefully. Snap! The blood rain in the entire area instantly froze in midair, unable to continue falling. The sky brightened suddenly as the dark clouds were shattered. A massive magic circle unfolded above Jiang Hao, followed by layers of smaller magic circles interlocking and complementing each other. Jiang Hao casually munched on a roasted crab leg, even chatting with his accessory, number 8, ignoring the rising energy fluctuations above him. "There might be a bit of a tremor soon, but don't panic," he said nonchalantly to number 8. Suddenly, an alarm sounded from the base, detected saint-level energy reaction from the aquatic beings. Jiang Hao responded calmly, "The aquatic beings are trying to provoke me, so I'm forced to retaliate." As he manipulated the magical wristband, he commented, "I have to say, this wristband equivalent to magic side tech is quite user-friendly. No need to tap the screen, just control it with mental power." In the sky, the magic circle spanning hundreds of miles was finally completed. The entire area fell into an eerie silence, with energy becoming dormant and immovable. Gravity increased drastically, and a series of seals and restraints surrounded Jiang Hao, even preventing spatial movement magic. In such a scenario, an ordinary saint-level being wouldn't be able to open a spatial tunnel and would have to endure the full brunt of the attack. Jiang Hao scoffed. It took them half a day to gather energy. Spellcasters are really inefficient. He quickly invoked the Chaos Law to enhance himself, with the Space Law folding around him, gradually merging with the Chaos Law. Buzz crackle. Countless tiny crystals, invisible to the naked eye, collided and compressed, causing the space to distort. Within seconds, Jiang Hao created and stacked numerous small worlds around himself. Although their duration and size were limited, each one was a real small world, and if any of them shattered, it would trigger a void storm. This was Jiang Hao's strongest defensive technique, an inexplicable diamond body. The sky brightened as if a small sun had appeared. The fully charged magic circle aimed at Jiang Hao, unleashing a beam of ominous crimson light, resembling a blood-red spear piercing towards him. Boom! It felt like the end of the world. The entire area's space was compressed and distorted by the intense explosion, with crackling sounds echoing continuously. Massive voids appeared, and chaotic void storms howled in. The terrifying impact centered on Jiang Hao, annihilating everything within a 1,000-mile radius instantly. The ground beneath him collapsed wildly, sinking several hundred kilometers. Soil and rocks were completely obliterated by the impact, and the shockwaves blew and tore everything within an enormous range. The power of this strike was enough to shatter an ordinary continent. Fortunately, Blue Star and the alternate world number 7 were sturdier than typical medium-sized worlds. Moreover, Blue Star's base and places with Saint-level guardians had measures to protect against the aftermath. Since this area was primarily inhabited by aquatic beings, Jiang Hao wasn't worried about causing too much collateral damage. Jiang Hao looked disappointedly at the magic cannon that was repeatedly breaking the small crystal worlds around him, thinking, seriously? Such a powerful magic circle, and it ends up being a beam struggle? 12 saints, and none of them are at the peak? I bet Oldly alone could wear them down. As the magic cannon gradually weakened and subsided, Jiang Hao, surrounded by mostly shattered small crystal worlds, lay back. A spatial gate appeared, and he instantly arrived at the seaside thousands of kilometers away. Facing the 12 panting aquatic saints on the sea, he raised his middle finger and randomly sent the god-slaying sword of chaos, prepared deep in his mind, to one lucky audience member. The Sharkman saint immediately fell unconscious, his life force extinguished in an instant. The remaining 11 aquatic saints were both furious and shocked, casting various spells at Jiang Hao. However, a black-tinted spatial barrier emerged, and their spells were like futile scratches against the barrier, utterly ineffective. Due to the influence of the chaotic laws, the barrier slowly absorbed elemental energy, enhancing itself. It not only grew larger, but also lasted longer. Suddenly, a roar shattered the brief calm on the battlefield. Ah! Damn humans! A bizarre creature charged at Jiang Hao. She had seaweed-like green hair, pale blue skin, and 4 arms flailing in the air. Her upper body resembled a human female, with long hair strategically covering crucial parts, while her lower body was a thick snake tail gliding swiftly across the sea surface. Jiang Hao frowned and took a step back, overwhelmed by a strong smell of the sea. He thought to himself, what is this? A naga? Mermaids look better, even though those flesh-ripping shark teeth are a bit gross. At least they fit human aesthetics. Before the creature could get closer, Jiang Hao raised his weapon, the inpur, already entwined with dual laws. Familiar energy crackled as the 3-colored blade aura tore through the space, aiming straight at the approaching enemy. In a flash, the mage who dared to engage in close combat with a soldier was decapitated. The blade cut through the body, and his soul was cleaved apart. Gaining another point in the holy realm, Jiang Hao smirked and glanced at the remaining weeds. The other 10 aquatic holy beings had intended to support their comrade, but at the moment the blade light appeared, they clutched their heads and howled, rolling on the sea surface in agony. Their pain triggered a series of massive tsunamis, with errant spells flying everywhere but missing Jiang Hao. Unluckily, many innocent sea fish met their untimely end. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao was furious. Damn it! These mere aliens dare to blow up fish right in front of me. Don't they know this is my supreme law? His fist instantly wrapped in golden elemental energy and dual laws. He aimed at a turtle man who had just activated thousands of layers of shields. Invincible shattering fist. With an unstoppable force, his punch pierced through the layered shields in the turtle man's desperate gaze. Direct damage. Kid. Jiang Hao muttered. Boom. Crash. The sea surface caved in, revealing the deep seabed. Dead fish and low-level aquatic creatures were crushed into blood paste by the violent pressure. The intense impact sent the seawater flying into the air. The remaining holy aquatic beings were blown away by the aftershock of the punch. Jiang Hao looked at the turtle man, who was barely clinging to life, and shook his head in regret. Still alive? No wonder they call you a turtle. That shell is really tough. He sighed inwardly, feeling he had lost a point in the holy realm. Just as Jiang Hao was about to end the suffering of this aquatic friend, a voice came from behind him. Human warrior, that's enough, don't you think? Humans, you've already killed 3 of our saint-level kin since you arrived in our world. It's time to stop. As the roar echoed, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. The sword of chaos, his divine weapon, sprang from its sheath. The blade flashed like lightning, aiming straight for the weak spot of the injured sea turtle man. Simultaneously, his consciousness expanded, creating multiple layers of spatial barriers around him to prevent any surprise attacks. Suddenly, Jiang Hao sensed something unusual. He spun around and unleashed a powerful slash. Dimensional chaos slash. The blade's light cut through the world as if splitting it in two. Space distorted, and the seawater parted, unable to close the gap. From the pitch-black spatial rift, chaotic energy storms surged, tainting everything around. The world seemed to wail, and fragments of space shattered and scattered, producing a continuous creaking sound. This earth-shattering strike left a deep impression on the minds of all the distant saint-level aquatic beings watching. The edges of the rift began to darken and spread quickly. A figure was sliced into nothingness, but Jiang Hao immediately sensed something amiss. There was no notification of gaining saint points. He looked gravely at the rapidly regenerating figure nearby, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Jiang Hao quickly drew a small golden sword given to him by Counselor Xia, his eyes fixed warily on the figure. The being, who looked no different from an ordinary earthling, glanced warily at the small sword in Jiang Hao's hand and spoke, "I am the current leader of the aquatic race. You can call me Yuan." Jiang Hao felt the raging sea gradually calm down and even begin to repair the massive rift. The black chaotic energy was decomposed, and the spatial fissure slowly healed. The law of water? Jiang Hao thought to himself, and with such high mastery, this guy is likely at the peak of the saint level, possibly beyond the 9th stage. Seeing that this aquatic race leader didn't seem to be here for revenge, Jiang Hao cautiously asked, "The leader of the aquatic race? You don't really look like one." Yuan didn't answer, only looked sorrowfully at his deceased kin. Jiang Hao gripped the small golden sword tightly, ready for any sudden attack. But he quickly realized that he had 3-star strikes at his disposal, giving him the upper hand. Just as he was about to strike this mysterious figure hard, Yuan suddenly vanished, as if merging with the sea. As Jiang Hao prepared to leave in disappointment, a mass of unknown substance radiating saint-level energy appeared in a giant hand formed by seawater and was brought to his side. What is this? Could it be the essence of a saint? Jiang Hao wondered in shock. Yuan's voice echoed from the sea. "This is the essence left behind by the one who volunteered to attack you. Consider it compensation for your mental distress. Our aquatic race's star has fallen, and we no longer have the power to oppose the humans of Earth. I will restrain our higher-level kin from approaching human and red-eye territories. I wish you a swift ascension to the saint level." Jiang Hao grasped the saint essence, his pupils contracting. "He can tell I'm not a saint?" Jiang Hao thought warily, "This Yuan is no simple character. Only council members can clearly discern my exact level. Could he have broken through the star level?" Despite Yuan's seemingly rational demeanor, Jiang Hao knew such individuals were the most dangerous. He decided to leave quickly and report this matter to the King of Magic. With a snap of his fingers, a beautifully crafted spatial door appeared. He took one last look at the deep sea and thought, it seems targeting the aquatic race might be a bit unwise for now. Better to focus on the other 2 races. The spatial door slowly closed, disintegrating into fragments that vanished over the sea. World number 7, at the Gateway Outpost. A transparent door appeared, and Jiang Hao emerged, holding the saint essence in one hand and dragging the corpses of 4 saint-level aquatic beings with the other. Seeing the Earth outpost intact, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Woohoo! Jiang Hao is back, and he's brought the bodies of 4 holy-tier aquatic creatures with him. The surrounding energy fluctuations were so intense that it felt like they could stop a heart. The busy soldiers halted their tasks, staring in shock at this young council member from Blue Star. Some of the holy-tier warriors even recognized the faces of their old aquatic adversaries, their eyes widening in surprise. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Jiang Hao proudly strode towards room number 8, kicked the door open, and arrogantly shouted, "Room number 8, get out here and pay your respects." The room's simplicity was surprising, not at all what one would expect for a council member's student. With a resigned sigh, room number 8 opened his eyes, put down the recently absorbed energy crystal, and retorted, "Room number 8? I have a name, you know? The commotion you caused earlier was felt even here right was like an earthquake. If not for the intervention of a few military holy tier experts, you'd be bankrupt by now." Unperturbed, Jiang Hao plopped down into a chair, pointed at the 4 bodies at the door, and said, dismantle 3 of them for life crystals. The Naga can be refined into a holy tier essence, which we can trade with those in need at the base. Also, get me a container for the holy tier essence. I need to send it back to Blue Star. Lucas looked at the holy tier essence in Jiang Hao's hand, suppressed by some unknown black substance, his eyes widening in astonishment. You killed a holy tier being? His brain finally caught up, and he shot up, his gaze shifting to the 4 distinct bodies at the door. After a moment of silence, he pulled a box from his ring and tossed it to Jiang Hao. This is a container that can preserve holy tier essences, Lucas explained. But be careful. If the essence isn't used within a certain time, the ambient energy will alter its nature. It will then only be useful as a material, not for advancement. Jiang Hao nodded, placing the essence into the box, already planning to find someone to send it back to Blue Star. He hadn't expected to fulfill his agreement with Oldley so quickly. Although it wasn't cultivated by him personally, Yunshao State now had 2 permanent holy tier warriors, the not-so-retired Yun family patriarch and the laid-back Oldley. Jiang Hao mused to himself, getting holy tier essences isn't that hard after all. When needed, just borrow one from the other races. You think high-level foreign warriors grow on trees? Normally, battles between high-level warriors drag on forever. Lucas looked speechless as he watched Jiang Hao start writing a letter to Oldley. Jiang Hao nonchalantly replied while folding the letter, "Huh? I was just fishing, and suddenly a high-level water clan warrior came to die. Aren't foreign high-level warriors supposed to be like cockroaches, impossible to get rid of? And he broke my ancestral fishing rod." As Jiang Hao skillfully folded the letter into a small square and began packing it into a paper box, he carefully labeled it, confidential delivery, do not open, and nodded in satisfaction. This is what you call a legacy, he said. Under the twitching gaze of accessory number 8, Jiang Hao started wrapping the box with tape. Lucas couldn't help but interject, is this how you treat a high-level core? That's something many 9th-level warriors dream of obtaining. Jiang Hao shrugged. It's going to be opened anyway. What's the point of making it look pretty? He was a practical realist. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, Jiang Hao excitedly said, oh, by the way, while I was gaming with a dozen high-level water clan friends, I discovered a mind-blowing secret. Lucas internally rolled his eyes. Friends whose corpses you sell for materials? But he had to play along with the big shot in front of him, as he was far too weak to resist. So, are you hinting that I should call the teacher? Lucas asked cautiously. Why not just go directly to the palace? I have to teach students tonight anyway. Jiang Hao looked at the handsome blonde man in surprise. Oh, where did a 4th-level shrimp like you get the guts to take on students? Ignoring the jab, Lucas said, let's go. There's a dedicated teleportation array in the base that goes straight to the palace garden. All right. No more pretending. Huh? Dedicated? Garden? Jiang Hao looked disdainfully at his new accessory, thinking that this underling was too daring, playing such high-stakes games in secret. The two arrived at the room housing the teleportation array. Jiang Hao was shocked as he recognized the familiar design. Isn't this a Demon Clan teleportation array? He had specifically studied the top 10 common arrays of the Demon Clan at the Shinjo Martial School Library, planning to visit World Number 3 someday and bring back some souvenirs for his friends. Lucas casually inserted a 7th-level energy crystal into the slot beside the teleportation array. What's so strange about it? 20 years ago, after the demon world was downgraded to a 3rd-level world, all their knowledge and secrets were taken. This Demon Clan array is more stable and cheaper than the one our teacher invented. Fine. Jiang Hao shrugged. As the ground lit up, the 2 figures vanished instantly. Moments later, they appeared deep within the palace, walking along a meticulously paved path. Lucas politely knocked on the door 3 times and shouted, Teacher, I've brought Jiang Hao to see you. A few minutes later, the door slowly opened, and a blonde, golden-eyed boy who looked only 14 or 15 appeared at the entrance. Jiang Hao asked in confusion, is this your little brother? The blonde, golden-eyed boy carefully examined the chaotic aura surrounding Jiang Hao and said in surprise, are all young people in Xia country this powerful now? I can sense the remnants of at least 5 high-level warriors' deaths on you. But don't worry, it's not a bad thing. It's the fortune feedback from killing high-level warriors above your level. What? Jiang Hao was shocked. Although he had some doubts, he didn't dare delve deeper. Surely the great mage king wouldn't turn into a child and hang around the palace for so long, right? But clearly, the blonde, golden-eyed boy before him was indeed the renowned mage King Edmund Grey. With a look of, you don't understand life, the boy said, surprised to see me like this? This is already good. You should know, the only female counselor in Xia country often turns into a little girl to scam food and drinks. Erase my memory of this. Jiang Hao's face darkened as he prepared to flee, fearing more confidential information might slip out. The boy looked at his exasperated student and said, look at him, always in a hurry. Then he clapped his hands, sealing the palace's space. Jiang Hao was horrified to find he could only teleport within the palace. He quickly realized this wasn't a simple spatial restriction but a manipulation of fate. His fate of successfully escaping was cut off, restructured, and redirected to staying in the palace. 6. Jiang Hao raised his hand, realizing he was dealing with a mechanism-based opponent targeting him. The boy took out a fragrant handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Jiang Hao noticed the big shot was in bad shape, drenched in sweat like a college student after a 5-kilometer run. Counselor, have you been too busy lately? You're sweating bullets. Lucas also looked worriedly at his teacher. The boy waved off his student's help, staring at Jiang Hao with an alien-like gaze. Wow, if I didn't sense you were only 7th level, I'd think I was dealing with another Fatestar level opponent. Your fate is too bizarre. Besides the unreadable chaos, even slight manipulation is incredibly difficult. After a cleansing spell, the boy, now refreshed, sighed. So this is the law of chaos that no one can contain? You're already as heavy as a Fatestar at the 7th level. Won't you be invincible at the high level? Jiang Hao didn't respond but instead explained the situation with the new leader of the Water Clan, Yuan, emphasizing that he might have secretly advanced to the Fatestar level. The boy shook his head after listening. Don't worry, that one situation is special. If I had to describe it, Yuan is more like an elf than a Water Clan member. An elf? Jiang Hao asked, puzzled. Yuan's true form is the largest ocean in world number 7. So in the sea or places with water, he has Fatestar combat power. But this is also a drawback. He can't complete the path of influencing and witnessing fate to truly break through to the Fatestar level. Jiang Hao pondered, looking at the confused Lucas, and turned to the boy. So, Yuan can't leave world number 7, right? The boy nodded. Jiang Hao thought, a strong figure who can only exert Fatestar power under specific conditions and can't leave his home world isn't much of a threat. Then it's fine. I just won't fish in the Water Clan territory anymore. The Feather Clan friends are also tasty. He happily imagined how delicious high-level Feather Clan wings would be. Just then, a white-haired, reedy little girl, about 1.45 meters tall, ran over and tightly grabbed Lucas's hand, looking up slightly. Lucas brother, you're here. What are we learning today, Lucas brother? Jiang Hao was shocked to see accessory number 8 naturally extend his hand and start patting her head. Wow, you two master and student are really into this nurturing thing, huh? Truly a tradition passed down. Ariana, this is Jiang. You can call him Councilman Jiang. Lucas introduced, then added, but let's have the students call him Councilman, just like everyone else. Jiang Hao's rapid growth was astonishing. Lucas thought to himself that this young man might be able to take on a star-ranked opponent before even graduating from the Martial Academy. Councilman? The little girl, Ariana, looked at Jiang Hao in shock. On Blue Star, a councilman held supreme power, much like her grandfather the Duke. Hello, Councilman Jiang. Ariana greeted him politely. It was only then that Jiang Hao noticed the girl in front of him was a third-tier reedied clan member with heterochromatic eyes, one fiery red, the other golden like the sun. He turned to Lucas and asked, is this the student you mentioned? She looks quite young but has already reached the 3rd tier, 7th level. Impressive talent. She could rival the 6 champions. Jiang Hao wondered to himself if the reedied clan had been oppressed for so long that a girl of destiny had emerged among them. Lucas explained, Ariana is actually an adult. On Blue Star, she'd be a first year in the Martial Academy. The heterochromaticide girl smiled shyly and hid behind Lucas. Jiang Hao thought, another genius like you Xiao? Too bad she's not a little demon, otherwise, she'd be perfect. At that moment, the current queen of the reedied clan hurried out of the palace and pulled Lucas aside for a discussion. Holding Ariana's hand, Lucas suggested to Jiang Hao, how about we take a stroll around the capital? You've just arrived and already killed several high-ranking members of the Aquatic clan. The other 2 clans are probably having a meeting to figure out how to deal with you. Jiang Hao considered it and agreed to experience local life as a councilman. After all, his recent battle had caused significant terrain damage, triggering a chain reaction that affected the fate of many beings. The 3 of them wandered through the streets of the royal city. The neatly paved roads were lined with tall, luxurious buildings. Shops filled with magical items sparkled invitingly in their windows. Although Jiang Hao couldn't read the reedied clan script, the well-dressed passers-by and occasional horse-drawn carriages gave him a strong sense of déjà vu. This looks just like the fantasy cities in some Blue Star movies, Jiang Hao remarked. Lucas, accepting various snacks from Ariana, explained, when the Magic Kingdom was established, the founder was too lazy to design it from scratch, so they copied a famous city from a popular work in Sakura Country. I never really planned to join the first sequence back on Blue Star, Lucas continued. Oh, what changed your mind? Jiang Hao asked while sampling a jelly-like snack offered by a street vendor. Finding it delicious, he decided to buy more. He casually tossed a 5th-tier energy crystal to the vendor, whose face turned pale with shock, before stuffing the entire cart into his storage bag. Lucas chuckled and exchanged a few words with the vendor in the Reedy clan's language. The vendor then bowed repeatedly to Jiang Hao, looking grateful, and left happily. I thought I could make my teacher proud by taking first place, especially since the current top candidate from the Shang family didn't go back to Blue Star for martial school, Lucas explained. By the way, Ariana is my vice captain. The Shang family? Jiang Hao recalled the powerful clan that held nearly a fifth of Xia country's strength and was stationed in world number 2. Do they have any prodigies who could make the list? How strong are they? Lucas's expression turned complicated, recalling some unpleasant memories. He's very strong. Besides you and Zhou Weifeng, he's the strongest. Before I returned to Blue Star, he had already killed 2 7th-tier beasts solo. Now he's at the 5th tier. But he refused Councilman Zhao's offer and doesn't plan to join the list. Jiang Hao shrugged. That means he doesn't intend to develop on Blue Star. The Martial Academy only helps real prodigies in the early stages. Later, they all venture into various secret realms and other worlds. That's why I left soon after school started. Jiang Hao sighed. I'm just a freshman. Facing the pressure from star-ranked foreign powerhouses every day is nerve-wracking. Okay? Lucas tightened his grip on Ariana's hand, taking deep breaths. The little girl looked up at her teacher curiously. Jiang Hao continued, No, it's you who's stronger than some of the Martial Academy's principals. The Academy doesn't deserve you. Lucas seemed to make up his mind. No, I need to win in other ways. And it just so happens, Jiang Hao, that you have some free time now. How about we go meet my teammates for next year's competition? You can get a taste of the adventurer's life, taking on missions and all. This suggestion hit Ariana like a bomb, instantly triggering a surge of intense emotions. The once carefree, hand-holding girl suddenly turned grim, and a terrifying burst of energy radiated from her golden eyes. Crash. Buzz. The street descended into chaos. Passers-by were forced to the ground by an invisible force, and market stalls collapsed. Jiang Hao stood there, stunned, watching the scene unfold. Ariana, you're losing control again. Lucas urgently embraced his student, shaking her in an attempt to calm her down. Jiang Hao took a cautious step back, thinking, there's something off about this relationship. He carefully avoided any potential blood splatter. The reedied princess, snapping back to reality, silently grasped her teacher's hand and apologized to the injured. The bystanders seemed accustomed to such occurrences, some even helping the unlucky ones to the hospital. What's wrong with your teammate? Why did she get so upset? Jiang Hao asked Lucas, puzzled. Lucas awkwardly scratched his head and stammered. Well, let's just say my teammates, besides me, are all from the Red Eye clan and the Elf clan, and they're all girls. What? Jiang Hao's face darkened with anger. Forget it. I'm going to the Feather Clan territory to fish. Damn it. Are you flaunting this on purpose? You want me to be a third wheel or something? Isn't the King of Magic going to do something about this? Oh wait, that council member is like this too. Guess it's a tradition. Never mind then. Jiang Hao stomped his foot hard and, ignoring Lucas's wait, don't go, activated a spatial gate and transported himself to the Feather Clan's territory, 1,000,000 kilometers away. Upon arrival, Jiang Hao immediately launched an attack, effortlessly taking down dozens of passing Feather Clan members. This is more like it. Why should I compete with dogs? Fighting is what I'm best at. Sensing tens of thousands of Feather Clan members converging on his location, he excitedly said, still got tens of thousands of points and 4 Saint Realm points. Let's level up to tier 8 first. Feather Clan, show me what you've got. He swiftly opened his status panel and decisively hit the upgrade button. An intense battle was about to begin. Jiang Hao felt the changes in his body. His points transformed from 123,456 to 3,456 Saint points, and his realm advanced from the 3rd stage of the 7th tier to the 1st stage of the 8th tier. Clenching his fist, he sensed the surging power within him. My strength is back, but not much. Jiang Hao muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the Yu clan members several kilometers away. He unleashed a punch that had been accumulating power for 18 years, enhanced by the laws of chaos and space. Most of his energy was instantly depleted, and a golden fist imprint materialized with tangible force. Unmatched sky-shattering fist. Jiang Hao roared, his punch comparable to a youthful version of a planet-destroying cannon, causing catastrophic destruction in an instant. The space ahead shattered, revealing a pitch-black void of chaos. Countless silver-white spatial fragments tore through everything. The ground split into deep chasms, and the continental plates were completely torn apart. The exposed surface turned to magma, devoid of any life. The wind from his punch howled, collapsing the mountains on either side with a deafening roar. The force of the punch spread thousands of kilometers, obliterating everything in its path, leaving only a scene of utter devastation. Jiang Hao panted heavily, having exhausted his energy with that single strike. He was surprised to see his points only increase to 51,015,000, with his saint points rising to 5. Huh, just a few points? Could it be that the Yu clan usually stays in the sky? Jiang Hao wondered aloud. And that unlucky saint-level Yu clan member, did it try to intercept my punch and got obliterated? Too bad the power was so immense. I probably can't find a complete body. In the distant sky, a massive floating island appeared, the surrounding space severely distorted. Jiang Hao estimated the island's size to be comparable to the moon, with an extremely high density. Such a colossal object should have caused devastating ecological damage, but that wasn't the case. This doesn't make sense. I just threw a casual punch, and now they're bringing their home base to crash into me? Jiang Hao muttered to himself. Sensing the terrifying pressure from beyond the saint level in the distant sky, Jiang Hao decided to retreat. It must be the former Yu clan's ancestral home. A wise man knows when to retreat. I'll temporarily make peace with the Yu clan. Jiang Hao returned to his base room through a space portal. Suddenly, the blue sun in the sky dimmed, turning into a red moon. Under this super red moon, the temperature plummeted, and the water in the base began to freeze. This must be the night of world number 7 mentioned in the notes, Jiang Hao recalled. Day and night here are completely random. Sometimes months go by without seeing the sun, and many ordinary creatures freeze to death under this crimson light. Jiang Hao decided to continue strengthening himself, raising both attributes to the peak of the saint level. He spent 33 saint points, upgrading his physique from the 6th to the 9th tier, and his spirit from the 8th to the 9th tier. Looking at the prompt on his panel for breaking through the life star attribute, Jiang Hao calculated. 100 saint points could be exchanged for 1 life star point. Breaking through the 10th tier of the saint level required 50 points, and it doubled each time thereafter. To raise an attribute to the 14th tier, the limit would require 800 life star points. Others don't have panels. Their attributes can't reach the theoretical limit like mine, Jiang Hao thought. Top-tier saint levels reaching the 10th tier are rare. Most might choose to break through the life star at the 9th tier. Luckily, I came to this alternate world. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become a life star even after graduating on Blue Star. The next morning, in Yunshao City, Yunshao Province on Blue Star, Old Li, wearing a simple martial arts outfit, walked down the street with Yun Qianqian, who was dressed in ancient attire, drawing frequent glances from passers-by. Old Li, your package. It's from Senator Jiang. A high-ranking official from the Martial Affairs Bureau handed over a box with a blank expression, saluted, and quickly left. That kid, becoming a senator before reaching the saint level. Old Li grumbled, but his eyes couldn't hide his pride. Yun Qianqian seemed to have discovered something significant and hurriedly excused herself. Old Li, I just remembered I left my room light on. I'll be going now. Old Li was puzzled but quickly realized. Seeing the private shipment label on the box, his eye twitched. This is a public street. Why didn't the courier give it to me in private? That kid doesn't know my address and couldn't send it to the Martial Affairs Bureau either. Old Li's chest heaved, nearly dropping the box. Back home, Old Li trembled as he opened the box, ignoring the saint-level energy container inside, and unfolded the paper. The first sentence nearly gave him a heart attack. Dear Grandpa Li, I'm in an alternate world, facing the life star directly. In a different world, facing a destiny star. The alien destiny star saw me and exclaimed that I have the potential of a king. Jiang Hao stood on the foreign land, facing an unfamiliar destiny star of an alien race. The star's eyes flashed with astonishment before blurting out, "You possess the potential of a king." Before the words even settled, the alien destiny star suddenly acted, grabbing one of its own kind. Jiang Hao witnessed a shocking scene. The star instantly refined its kin, turning them into a ball of holy essence. Then, the alien destiny star respectfully handed the essence to Jiang Hao, its voice filled with plea, "Please forgive my offense." Jiang Hao looked at the earnest alien destiny star in front of him and pondered for a moment. He did not take the essence but calmly ordered, "Abolish your powers and warn your people not to attack the blue star." The alien destiny star dared not hesitate and immediately complied. Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction, thinking, all is well, no need to worry. The scene shifted to Mr. Li, who read the absurd letter with a straight face. His mouth twitched slightly as he thought, abolish the star's powers? Why not just capture it as a pet? Mr. Li turned to look at a container nearby, which held the holy essence. He scratched his head, puzzled. How did Jiang Hao manage this? In world number 2, even holy level beings couldn't go all out. Are the aliens nowadays so timid? While Mr. Li was still confused, Jiang Hao had already enjoyed a good sleep. He opened his eyes and instinctively looked out the window. The sight stunned him. A giant red moon hung in the sky. Great, a super red moon. Jiang Hao muttered to himself, I hope I haven't run into an extreme situation just as I arrived. Thinking about his bad luck in every mission, he felt uneasy. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is Counselor Jiang there? A stranger's voice called out. Jiang Hao instantly teleported behind the warrior at the door. Looking for me? He asked calmly. The high-level warrior was startled but quickly composed himself, excitedly reporting, Counselor Jiang. We have completed the task you assigned to monitor the Feather Tribe's movements. Jiang Hao looked at the excited warrior in confusion. Completed? Weren't you supposed to keep monitoring? How can it be completed? What's the situation with the Feather Tribe? Have they sent anyone for a thorough search? The warrior took a deep breath and explained, well, we detected that the Feather Tribe's stronghold seems to have disappeared from that area. To be precise, the Feather Tribe has left the main continent for the Star Realm. Jiang Hao's face turned grim. No way. I was planning to exploit them, and they fled so quickly. He glanced at his meager points and thought, do I have to chase them to the Star Realm? Seeing Jiang Hao's reaction, the warrior added, it's the Red Moon period outside, Counselor Jiang. Unless necessary, avoid prolonged exposure. He saluted Jiang Hao and left. Jiang Hao was nonchalant. Are you kidding? With my peak holy level physique, I'm not afraid of a mere red moon. He stepped outside the base. The base would soon be fully sealed to prevent accidents. Standing under the moonlight, Jiang Hao thought, this moonlight is just a bit cool. No effect on me at all. As he pondered whether to secretly exploit the water tribe, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding. Detected that the host is in a special cursed environment. Prolonged exposure may result in the birth of a second soul. Before Jiang Hao could react, the system continued. Ding. Detected that the chaos law has dissolved the curse. Danger averted. Would you like to spend points to unlock part of the truth? It will cost 10 million points. So expensive. Jiang Hao's pupil shrank, alarms ringing in his mind. Part of the truth costs 10 million points? And this description suggests the red moon might not be a natural phenomenon of world number 7. He secretly rejoiced. The omnipotent chaos law is indeed effective. But then, a horrifying thought emerged. A second soul. So the tales of plants becoming elves after multiple exposures to the red moon are a hoax? Or maybe the elves themselves are unaware. The plant elves must have issues. And so do all those frequently exposed to the red moon. Realizing this, Jiang Hao hurried back inside the base. Seeing some warriors casually walking under the moonlight, he felt a chill. That 7th level warrior knew prolonged exposure to the moonlight was unsafe. Yet, so many mid to low level soldiers inside the base were unconcerned. And since it was confirmed to be the red moon period, why not activate the base's shield in advance? Jiang Hao forced himself to stay calm, comforting himself. Maybe it's not certain. As long as it's not prolonged exposure, no second soul will form. But he quickly realized the biggest problem was the elf tribe. Many elves loved basking in moonlight. The other 3 tribes hated the red moon. Even the origin of the Star Realm tribe was partly due to those who disliked the red moon, choosing to move to the Star Realm as the red moon phenomena only occurred on the continent. And with the elf tribe temporarily in neutral relations with Blue Star, who knows when this hidden danger might explode. Jiang Hao activated his wristband, messaging pendant number 8. I don't eat beef. Where are you? Urgent. Come back now. Minutes later, the reply came. Let there be light, boss. I'm playing games with my team. Jiang Hao frowned. Is this game reliable? I don't eat beef. Cut the crap. Are you outside under the moonlight? Should I come to you, or you come here? Let there be light. The teacher doesn't allow us to stay outside during the red moon period. I'm at the royal manor with my team. Jiang Hao put down the wristband and, using his authority as a counselor, forced the base to activate the shield, blocking the moonlight. Then he headed to the manor. When he arrived at the manor, the scene made him both amused and exasperated. So, you really are playing games? Jiang Hao looked expressionlessly at the 5 people playing a board game. Pendant number 8, 3 reedy tribe members, and a crystal-like elf. It was his first time seeing a completely transparent light purple crystal person. Lucas pulled off the paper strips stuck to his face, puzzled. Why do you ask? During the red moon period, we can't go on missions, so we can only play games. Seeing the crystal elf nod in agreement, Jiang Hao squinted and said, I need to see your teacher. Today I found out that the Feather Tribe seems to have fled. I don't know where to find them. Boss, stop showing off. Number 8 suddenly interrupted. You scared the Feather Tribe into fleeing to the Star Realm. Huh. Jiang Hao turned sharply to number 8. Fleeing? I only killed 1 holy level. Would the Feather Tribe flee with their strength? Lucas said blankly. They took their entire stronghold to the Star Realm. If that's not fleeing, what is? Even our teacher can't destroy the Feather Tribe's stronghold. So, boss, you're really impressive. Scaring the Feather Tribe away and making the Water Tribe surrender after just arriving. Lucas looked enviously at Jiang Hao, thinking, when will I have such strength? Seeing the harmonious relationship among his 4 teammates, Eliana smiled warmly, and Lucas was moved to tears. Thankfully, he had 4 good teammates, a small victory in itself. Fleeing. Jiang Hao walked to the window, pulled back the curtain, and looked at the giant red moon in the sky. It seemed larger than the previous night. He thought, the Feather Tribe's escape must be due to another reason. Indeed, every mission I take has problems. Haha, maybe I could be a human disaster detector, uncovering hidden dangers. This must be the work of the overlimiters. Jiang Hao quickly decided, I'm going to the palace to see the Magic King. Stay inside and don't go out. Before he finished speaking, he had already teleported to the palace's depths. Always respectful to seniors, Jiang Hao knocked on the door and shouted, Counselor, I have urgent information about the red moon. Creak. The door slowly opened, and out walked a blonde-haired, golden-eyed teenager, his face full of displeasure. Jiang Hao keenly noticed the faint remnants of elemental energy lingering around the boy, as if he had just used a cleaning spell. He glanced thoughtfully at the closed door, a guess forming in his mind. Suddenly, the boy stared at Jiang Hao in shock, exclaiming, What did I just see? You jumped straight from the 7th to the 8th tier? He gazed at Jiang Hao in disbelief, as if looking at an incredible anomaly. The boy blinked, moved closer, and half-jokingly said, What kind of cheat are you using? Can you sell it to me at a discount? I can introduce you to a few beauties from the Red-Eye clan. As he spoke, he reached out to shake Jiang Hao's hand. Buzz. A spatial barrier emitting a chaotic aura instantly appeared, blocking the boy outside. Jiang Hao's expression turned serious as he pointed upward and said, Counselor, there's something wrong with the red moon. Only then did the boy notice that the palace above was shrouded in Jiang Hao's chaotic loss. The boy's playful demeanor disappeared as he looked up at the red moon in the sky, dismissively saying, Isn't the red moon just a minor curse? As long as you're not exposed for too long, it's basically harmless to high-level warriors. However, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Jiang Hao, asking, Did your chaotic laws sense something bad? Jiang Hao nodded decisively and explained, I feel that prolonged exposure to that moonlight could cause soul-related issues. Also, haven't you noticed that the red moon seems closer to the ground today? Closer? The boy snapped to attention and carefully observed the noticeably larger red moon, his pupils contracting sharply. He had been in world number 7 for over 100 years, and the strange red moon had always remained unchanged. No matter where you looked at the red moon and the blue sun on the continent, they were always the same size. He had even visited the outer star realm and found no blue giant star or red moon above the continent. With the lack of historical records from the 3 races and the elven race's ignorance about their own fate, the blue star side could only consider it a peculiar phenomenon. The boy immediately teleported with Jiang Hao to the boundary gate and ordered the 3 saint-level warriors on guard. From now on, no one is allowed to leave the base or approach the boundary gate. Violators will be killed. The 3 warriors responded in unison, Yes, Counselor. Seeing the boy's furrowed brow, Jiang Hao realized that something significant might be about to happen. They passed through the boundary gate and returned to Blue Star Britannia. The boy nodded at Jiang Hao, and the unique aura of a fate star instantly enveloped the entire blue star. This was a warning related to fate, usually only occurring when an unknown alien fate star was discovered. While Jiang Hao was still pondering, 5 large and 1 small figures suddenly appeared before him. Their arrival had no spatial reaction or elemental energy fluctuation, as if time had skipped a frame. Xia Wushuang glanced at Jiang Hao, now at the 8th tier, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes before he regained his composure. A nearly 3-meter turtle, muscular bear clan counselor asked, Magic user, is there a problem in world number 7? He looked around and asked, Where's old Feng? Didn't he just come back? A blonde female counselor replied, He and someone from the Zhou family urgently went to world number 1. The evil god of life might have returned. Life? The people present exclaimed. Even Xing Huangtian, who had been daydreaming, furrowed his brows. Jiang Hao dared not speak, standing aside pretending to be a wooden figure. His attention was drawn to a small black-furred, golden-eyed cat, a pet brought by a counselor who looked like a little girl. Despite its cute appearance, Jiang Hao could sense saint-level elemental energy emanating from it. A saint-level pet. Jiang Hao enviously eyed the cat's smooth fur. Sensing Jiang Hao's gaze like a predator eyeing prey, the saint-level black cat shivered in fear. It clearly sensed that this human, whose tier was indiscernible, had killed more than one saint-level powerhouse. Meow. The black cat decisively acted cute, begging for its life. Just as Jiang Hao was about to take out a water-type friend to feed it, a counselor dressed like an elementary school student suddenly appeared and said, You can't feed little gold meat. Looking at the counselor wearing white stockings and a cat ear hair clip, Jiang Hao's forehead twitched. He thought, Why do all these big shots like to act cute? And shouldn't you be over there discussing important matters? This is the newbie area. The counselor, looking like an elementary school student, smiled cutely and said, It's none of Li Sinyu's business anyway. Li Sinyu is just a support. I'll just hide behind you guys when the time comes. Jiang Hao thought to himself, a Fate Star level support? That's a golden opportunity. But I remember the profile said she looked like a high school student. Her talents seemed related to healing and souls. This big brother, do you have any food? Li Xinyu is so hungry. Li Xinyu whined in a cutesy voice. Jiang Hao stepped back half a step in disdain and took out a sleeping exotic beast from his storage bag. He occasionally collected the bodies of alien beasts as mementos. Jiang Hao kindly handed the Tumperlong rock wolf corpse to the fake lowly. Senator Li Xinyu, hurry up and eat. This is a fourth-tier exotic beast. Look at you, so thin. You need to eat something good to replenish yourself. Jiang Hao said enthusiastically, pointing without hesitation at the rock wolf carcass in front of him. Li Xinyu's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. Wait, the rock wolf's body is made of stone. How am I supposed to eat that? She exclaimed, then frowned and added, and don't you know to respect your elders? Nope. Jiang Hao replied with a proud smile, showing no shame. He blinked and teased. Can't help it if this granny can't hide her expressions. Holding back her anger, Li Xinyu forced a smile. Haha, brother Jiang Hao, you're such a joker. Fine, I'll eat it. She grabbed the massive rock wolf carcass, which towered over her, and shot a glare at the black cat hiding nearby. Under the watchful eyes of the black cat, who covered its face with its paws, and Jiang Hao's delighted expression, Li Xinyu opened her mouth and bit into the wolf's ear. Seeing Li Xinyu's pained expression as she struggled to chew the stone, Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, how's it going now? Still want to keep that 100-year-old tone? Satisfied, Jiang Hao picked up the black cat and headed towards the group preparing for the team-building trip to World Number 7. Xiao Wushuang's gaze pierced through the obstacles, focusing on the portal connecting to World Number 2 within the Gray Bear territory. I'm not going, he said solemnly. One of us, Huan Tian or I, must stay on Blue Star. Senator Xiao looked at Jiang Hao with a smile and praised. Jiang Hao, you're truly chosen by the heavens. In just a few days, you've advanced significantly. Hearing the praise, Jiang Hao nodded and added, I'll stay on Blue Star as well. Recently, an island has appeared near the waters of Songhai province in Xia country. I couldn't open it myself, so it might be an ancient secret realm. Edmund nodded in understanding, thinking that the 5 senators should be sufficient to handle any emergencies. There were only 7 senators stationed in World Number 2. Plus, with Huan Tian's powerful presence, if there was indeed an issue with the Elf Star in World Number 7, they could capture it and refine it instantly. Let's move out, Edmund commanded decisively. The 4 senators, along with Jiang Hao, the Black Cat, and the lowly senator still struggling with the Rock Wolf, passed through the portal into World Number 7. As soon as they entered this world, they sensed something was amiss. The red moon seems to be expanding, someone exclaimed. The senators' gazes pierced through the protective barrier, looking directly at the abnormal red moon in the sky. Huan Tian stared into the depths of the red moon, noticing numerous black spots. He took a deep breath and said with a grave expression, Everyone, we have a real problem this time. The red moon began to expand, its depths hiding something enigmatic. In Xing Huangtian's eyes, nebulas swirled, and his pupils glowed with a golden-purple light. His gaze, imbued with the power of laws, scanned the area around the red moon, even obliterating an uninhabited planet in the process. The red moon does not exist in the real world. It is likely a projection from another dimension, Xing Huangtian said in a deep voice. We must prepare for the worst, assuming it seals multiple star-level alien entities within. Just returning to the 7th world, the young version of the Magic King, Jiang Hao, felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Nothing had happened in the 100+ years he was gone. Yet now, on the brink of the final battle, this had to occur. He instantly returned to his magical kingdom, and with a wave of his hand, moved the entire kingdom along with an uninitiated student into his inner world. The lowly counselor had just finished gnawing on half of a rock wolf. Seeing Jiang Hao no longer staring at her, she nonchalantly tossed away the stone in her hand. She was about to playfully approach her sisters from the Lighthouse Nation when her mental perception instinctively swept over a mid-ear warrior standing guard nearby. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, and her terrifying mental power manifested, enveloping the blue planet troops within the base with a pale green light. The base itself was established in a half-plane generously provided by the Magic King, usually embedded in the main continent of the 7th world. The lowly counselor quickly discovered the issue. Some soldiers had been completely replaced by unknown souls. She immediately issued a warning to her colleagues, and with a flash of green light in her eyes, she transported hundreds of thousands of mid- and low-tier warriors to a vacant area. Hey, what's going on? I was on duty. Why did the counselor bring me here? Complaints from the thousands of soldiers echoed. The soldiers on the otherworldly front lines were accustomed to various emergencies, including returning from battles only to find comrades who had died carrying massive viruses and being destroyed on the spot by sage-level warriors. However, in the presence of the counselors and sage-level warriors, such lax attitudes were clearly inappropriate. The other counselors, along with 20 sage-level warriors from the 7th world, glared frostily at these undisciplined, unknown entities. The lowly counselor explained, Jiang Hao told me earlier that he sensed through the laws of chaos that moonlight could corrupt souls. So, all beings frequently exposed to moonlight might no longer be themselves. A blonde youth appeared, holding a reedied queen, who emitted sage-level energy, with white hair and a crown. He ignored Jiang Hao's disdainful look and, under the accustomed eyes of his colleagues, solemnly opened his inner world, asking counselorly from Xia country to help identify problematic members of the reedied clan. Fortunately, like the Winged clan and the Water clan, the reedied clan also detested the Red Moon. Only a few thousand bewildered spies, unaware of why they were exposed, were identified. Li Xinyu brought bad news. Even the reconfiguration of fate at the star level cannot solve their issues. But she quickly added, fortunately, only mid- and low-tier warriors have been replaced by foreign souls. This indicates that the situation hasn't reached its worst. High-tier warriors would require prolonged exposure to be corrupted. A female counselor from the Lighthouse Nation suggested, we should fully activate the half-plane, allowing all personnel below the sage level to avoid potential upcoming issues. It's best to take them into small worlds and return to Blue Planet. The Magic King effortlessly erased the souls of the thousands of spies who had been completely replaced. Since even Counselor Li, who mastered the laws of healing, purification, and incomplete soul laws, couldn't lift this bizarre curse, these unknown entities that had become enemies could only be destroyed. Lucas and his good friend were also released. Seeing his elf teammate trembling before the many powerful figures, Lucas, though somewhat slow-witted, realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly explained, Xiling never exposes herself to moonlight, and neither do my teammates. Li Xinyu continuously cast various detection spells, her soul laws scrutinizing the elf girl inch by inch. Finally, she announced, congratulations, your teammate hasn't been replaced. She wanted to pat this excellent junior but, given her current height, could only awkwardly raise her hand without knowing what to do. Thank you very much for your help, Counselor Li. Lucas crouched down slightly, giving the 1.3-meter-tall senior a way out. You're quite good. Li Xinyu looked at this respectful junior with satisfaction, then cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Hao, who was idling nearby, signaling him to take notes with her eyes. Seeing the young counselor glaring at him defiantly, Jiang Hao immediately pulled out a 5th-tier terror wolf carcass, asking expectantly, Counselor Xinyu, would you like more? There's plenty. Are you out of your mind? Li Xinyu's smile froze instantly, wishing she could transform into her complete form and spar with this disrespectful fellow. At that moment, a puddle of water mysteriously appeared on the ground. The water rippled continuously, and a nondescript blue planet individual Yuan suddenly appeared inside the base. After respectfully bowing to the celestial beings, Yuan began, the leader of the elven tribe approached me just now, asking me to join them. He claimed that the Red Moon is the true savior of the world and the origin of all races, and he wants me to help him ambush His Majesty, the King of Magic. The council members and the saint-level warriors showed no surprise, as if they had anticipated this. One council member chuckled, after all, most of the elves do love gazing at the moon. With enough accumulated pollution, it's normal for their celestial being to be replaced, isn't it? A cold gleam flashed in Xing Huangtian's eyes as he said calmly, then let's deal with him first to prevent any accidents. With that, he slowly raised his right hand and made a grabbing motion towards the direction of the elven tribe. To Yuan, this seemingly ordinary gesture caused the sky to collapse and the earth to shatter. A gigantic hand composed of countless starlights descended from an infinite dimension, reaching out to the celestial being of the elven tribe millions of kilometers away. The hand was so massive that it almost covered the entire sky. In an instant, all the saint-level warriors of the elven tribe perished, as if erased from existence. The celestial being of the elven tribe, who had been dancing gracefully under the red moon, showed an expression of sheer terror, as if witnessing something impossible. Everyone present felt an overwhelming pressure, the desperate struggle of a dying celestial being. However, this pressure disappeared in the blink of an eye. When Yuan snapped out of his shock, he saw that Xing Huangtian was now holding an ordinary wildflower, already wilting and lifeless. If it weren't for the residual energy far surpassing the saint level, Jiang Hao would have thought Xing was joking. Seriously? Just like that? Jiang Hao thought in amazement. Weren't celestial beings supposed to be hard to kill? To him, it seemed that the master had effortlessly turned the elven celestial being into a corpse, attending today's meeting, more easily than killing a saint-level warrior. No wonder someone with Huangtian in their name is so formidable, Jiang Hao mused. It's no surprise that one of the two council members, Xia and Xing, must stay on Blue Star. They truly have the power. This scene made Jiang Hao reassess the Demon King who almost fought Xing to a draw, but ended up sealed. That Demon King must be quite extraordinary, he calculated. Looks like I'll have to postpone my plan to visit world number 3. With my luck, I'd probably get into trouble the moment I arrive, and before I even meet a succubus guide, the Demon King would break free and fully recover. Tian casually tossed the wildflower into his small world, giving Yuan a meaningful look. The other 4 council members also displayed expressions of amusement. Yuan immediately understood, straightened his back, and said earnestly, "If there's a weaker celestial being, I can barely hold one off. Actually, I've longed to visit Blue Star for a while now, but I couldn't leave." The Water Tribe also hopes to establish a cooperative relationship with Blue Star. The previous conflicts were all the fault of the former leader. Watching Yuan's shameless capitulation, Jiang Hao secretly laughed, as expected. This Water Tribe leader is not typical of his kind at all. Knowing that Yuan was actually a variant elf had only reinforced Jiang Hao's stereotype of the Water Tribe being stubborn to the point of foolishness. He imagined that if it were a pure-blood Water Tribe member, even faced with Xing Huangtian's celestial being-killing prowess and surrounded by 4 human celestial beings, they would still charge in without hesitation. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow, his gaze deep and contemplative as thoughts of Mo Zhongzhu's plight flashed through his mind. A curse capable of polluting one's life star? And the source of the Red Moon was a king-level entity? He couldn't help but sigh at the increasing complexity of recent events. He silently prayed that no sealed king-level powerhouse would suddenly appear, or else the entire Blue Star would be in for a tumultuous time. Beside him, Ziling was downcast upon learning about the deaths of all the elven warriors. However, she found a small comfort in the fact that the first person she saw as an elf was the captain who had taken her in. To her, the captain was more important than those distant kinsfolk she had never met. Ariana squinted her eyes and flashed a sweet smile, while Lucas held Ziling tightly, offering her constant comfort. The other 2 reedied girls looked on with envy. Jiang Hao noticed a girl with golden pupils inherited from a certain senator. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, and her fingers traced something in the air. He chose to ignore this, tag-along number 8, destined for a grim fate. Jiang Hao's gaze pierced through the protective barrier, landing on the red moon in the sky. He pondered. Projections from other worlds, possibly containing sealed monsters, a curse polluting life stars. No wonder some truths cost 10 million points. This might only reveal what's about to happen, not the origin of the red moon. He recalled the panel's vague judgment on king-level powers. The Chaos Codex initially displayed them as unknown, only showing their rank after a perfect transformation. He wondered, what special abilities did reaching the king level confer? Suddenly, Jiang Hao remembered Mo Zhongzhu's words. True spirits that haven't reached great heights can't contain their own fate. They can easily attract the attention of certain beings. Mo Zhongzhu had mentioned that even with the Chaos Law, one could only grasp a rough idea. Concerning the mysterious power polluting his world, Mo Zhongzhu couldn't even discern whether it was male or female. Jiang Hao speculated that fully understanding the truth by spending points would draw the attention of the king-level entity behind the red moon. He recalled information about life star powerhouses. Only within the same world would they sense being called by their true name or detailed descriptions of related events. Moreover, they couldn't detect other life star and some special law saint-level beings. Thus, the king level must be a higher realm. Knowing detailed information about such a king-level entity would make one detectable, regardless of the time and space distance. The entity could follow the causal line to kill or corrupt instantly. The king is unspeakable, unknowable, unthinkable. Of course, the more detailed the knowledge, the greater the danger. If it were just some deeds of the king-level being, not involving their personal details, the life star could obscure itself. Jiang Hao sighed in relief, thinking this crisis might not be too severe. After all, the red moon had existed in world number 7 for an unknown period, and the king-level entity behind it had likely long departed for the depths of the chaotic void. The red moon might merely be a byproduct or experiment of the king-level being. He dared not think further and quickly dispelled the chaos law entangling him. Jiang Hao hoped for an opportunity to earn more points, considering his peak saint-level strength was still too weak. All warriors below the saint level had entered a subplane, taken back to Blue Star by a newly promoted saint-level military leader. No one knew what lay within the red moon. Without being saint-level, one didn't even qualify to fight outside. The red moon in the sky grew brighter. Suddenly, a void appeared at its center. Thousands of saint-level energy fluctuations emanated, including those of alien races, strange monsters, and even human-like figures. Then, 10 life star-level fluctuations spread out, radiating a small part of the star realm. As these figures emerged, the red moon slowly rotated, collapsing towards the central void, and finally disappeared, leaving only a portal-like space passage. Jiang Hao concluded that this didn't seem like a seal, but rather a connection to a new otherworld. Among the thousands of figures in the sky, a human-like powerhouse sitting in a chariot half opened an eye, gazing down at the ground. Everyone present instantly felt like prey under a beast's gaze. Tian solemnly stared at the chariot-riding powerhouse, who radiated a disturbance of Fatia being on the path to becoming a king. The other four senators were instantly terrified. On Blue Star, only Senator Xia and Senator Xing were on the right path. Yet, World Number 2 had two such beast kings, though they were enemies, allowing Blue Star to suppress the portal with just 7 senators, including the possibly returning evil god of life and another yet-to-be-revealed evil god. Blue Star couldn't handle so many life star beings. Among the dozens of saint-level warriors present, seeing the figure on the chariot made them feel like they could vanish and have their future erased at any moment. Fortunately, Jiang Hao, with his peaked saint-level dual attributes and the versatile chaos law, barely withstood the pressure. Shaking his head, Jiang Hao quickly shook off the feeling of being controlled by fate. He realized that by using the chaotic laws, he could, to some extent, become immune to the restructuring of destiny. Reflecting on the recent events, Jiang Hao felt fortunate that he hadn't actively used the chaotic laws earlier. Otherwise, it might have been even harder for the King of Magic to alter his fate of leaving. At this moment, Jiang Hao confidently believed he could now resist the initial lethal strike of an ordinary Fate Star warrior. His gaze turned towards Tian, whose eyes seemed to contain a miniature universe, with countless stars being born and extinguished, as if a real galaxy was constantly evolving. Suddenly, the radiation from 10 Fate Stars in the sky began to alter parts of the star realm. However, in the blink of an eye, these altered areas were tinted with Tian's colors. With each breath he took, millions of stars flickered, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. His aura was rising steadily, as though he was drawing power from these stars. The aura released by Tian was so overwhelming that it seemed poised to crush the main continent. This caught the attention of a powerful figure on a war chariot. The figure paused for a moment, then dismounted, nodding respectfully at Tian and signaling his subordinates to restrain their aura, allowing some time for negotiation with the locals. This was a gesture of respect for another warrior on the path to kingship. With a blank expression, Tian said, "I will hold off the strongest one on the other side and take him to the depths of the star realm. With the support of stellar power, I should be able to achieve a 50-50 chance." A member of the Grey Bears muttered, 20 years ago, when the Demon King of World 3 tried to force his way through the Realm Gate to descend upon Xinglua continent, you also said it was a 50-50 chance. He then confidently flexed his muscles. "I can hold off 3 moderately strong ones, but I can only take hits, not strike back." Yuan, already aboard the Blue Star train, sighed helplessly. "If we leave the continent and fight in the Star Realm, I'll be instantly defeated. Leave the weakest one to me." A representative from the Lighthouse Nation glanced at the King of Magic and Li Xinyu, the abundant healer, and concluded that the 3 of them could hold off 5 opponents. He thought to himself that the final outcome would depend on whether the Star Counselor could quickly defeat the opposing strong ones. Jiang Hao, the 19th Counselor of Blue Star, was now enveloped in the tangible presence of the chaotic laws, which tainted everything around him. The ground he walked on was polluted with chaotic colors and subsequently swallowed by the void. Silvery white spatial power constantly swirled in his hands. Looking at the other powerful figures present, Jiang Hao flashed a confident smile and said, "Leave those thousands of saint rank warriors to me." Jiang Hao confidently declared, "I'll handle those saint-level opponents," but was immediately met with a harsh rebuttal from Counselor Jiazi. Cradling a seemingly lifeless black cat, Li Xinyu calmly spoke, "You might be a great fighter, but can you really take on thousands of saint-level beings all at once?" She paused, then added, "Of course, it's not that I doubt you, big brother, but aren't you just at the 8th level?" The moment the words left her mouth, Li Xinyu realized something was off. Hadn't the rankings just shown that Jiang Hao was only at the 7th level? Subconsciously viewing him as a peer, she hadn't noticed the startling change. How long has it been? And he's already advanced a whole level? Li Xinyu exclaimed in amazement. This junior must be on some kind of cheat mode. 8th level? The Harem King recalled how he had barely managed to control Jiang Hao's destiny in the fierce battles with the aquatic clans, which left several saint-level beings dead and too scared to retaliate. He couldn't help but be impressed. If someone told me Jiang Hao could hold off a Fate Star, I'd believe it. Unfazed, Jiang Hao casually pulled out the 5th-level rock wolf he hadn't eaten earlier and mimicked biting it in front of Li Xinyu. Under the puzzled gazes of others, he pointed to his bracelet and hinted with his eyes, "You wouldn't want everyone to know about that time you had to gnaw on rocks, would you?" Li Xinyu's face instantly turned red. She wanted to argue with Jiang Hao, but her expression quickly shifted to one of paleness. "Please, just be reasonable," she pleaded, tears welling up as she admitted defeat and acknowledged Jiang Hao's strength. Satisfied, Jiang Hao put away his old friend and turned to the onlookers, flashing a confident smile. "While I definitely can't defeat thousands of saint-level beings, I can hold them off for a while," he explained. "This isn't an exaggeration. If I quickly take out 27 saint level beings at the start and boost my mental power to the 10th saint level, I'll be able to eliminate the rest even faster. This is the strategy of using battle to fuel more battle, growing stronger with each fight. With a confident grin, Jiang Hao drew his hidden blade, pointing it skyward. Who dares to say they aren't afraid of a war of attrition or a battle of endurance? He struck a dramatic pose, reminiscent of a certain famous character, and declared, "Only I, Jiang Hao, can say that." The crowd nodded in understanding. Jiang Hao's signature technique, enhanced by chaotic laws, was indeed capable of holding off the opposition. Then, let's begin. Tian exchanged a glance with the powerful figure in the sky. Seeing that the figure, leaning against a war chariot, had no intention of taking advantage of their numbers, Tian made an inviting gesture and stepped into the astral realm, locking eyes with the opponent. The formidable figure, on the path to becoming a king, casually stored away his war chariot and burst into wild laughter. The strength of his laughter shattered nearby dwarf planets and asteroids, tearing the space with its intensity. The figure's voice echoed across the continent, reaching every living being, including the two clans preparing to delve deeper into the astral realm. I am here only to conquer. Equal ranks will face equal ranks. We do not slaughter the weak. This has always been our creed in invading multiple worlds. With a playful smile, he continued, after all, under the red moon's light, everyone will eventually become one of us. You will all return to the red moon's embrace sooner or later. With that, he grabbed a bloodstained spear and followed Tian into the astral realm, pursuing him deeper. The four counselors also found their respective opponents and moved the battles to the astral realm to avoid devastating the main continent. Yuan looked helplessly at the figure left behind in the sky, a being whose aura had just reached the fate star level. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a world-destroying flood, sweeping the weakest fate star towards the astral realm. Jiang Hao glanced at the 30-plus saint-level beings present, as well as the over 100 saint-level warriors urgently dispatched from Blue Star for support, and issued his command, "Each of you just needs to hold off one opponent. Fight in the outer layers of the continent. Leave the rest to me." Understood. Wishing Counselor Jiang a victorious battle, the 100-plus saint-level beings dispersed, nodding at the thousands of enemies before heading to the outer layers of the continent. After sending off over 100 people, the saint-level warriors of the Red Moon faction looked puzzled at Jiang Hao, who was walking towards them alone, stepping on air. With each step Jiang Hao took, black pollution appeared out of thin air, slowly tainting the space. The entire sky emitted a mournful cracking sound, as if protesting against an immoral act. Jiang Hao waved a hand, and the spatial laws manifested, silencing all sounds instantly. Among the Red Moon saint-level warriors, a tentacle-like being spoke up, "Native warrior, who do you wish to challenge? Or do you intend to challenge us all?" The thousands of saint-level warriors watched Jiang Hao with amusement. Seeing the smooth tentacles that would excite any magical girl, Jiang Hao shivered. He looked at a few oddly shaped beings with only initial saint-level auras and said, "You few will do. Since you sincerely asked, I'll graciously tell you." Jiang Hao wore the same smile as the blood-stained spear-wielding warrior who rode the war chariot and declared, "I've come here today to either kill you all or be killed by you." The god-slaying sword, Chaos, fully charged, gleamed ominously in Jiang Hao's hand. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fatal strike, instantly obliterating the disgusting tentacle monster. Seamlessly, Jiang Hao followed up with the sky-piercing slash, channeling most of his mental energy into the attack. Sure. Zzz. As his blade cut through the air, the omnipotent laws of chaos amplified the soul blade's inherent damage. The atmosphere seemed to tear apart wherever the blade passed. Thousands of saint-level alien warriors screamed in agony as intense pain exploded in their minds. The weakest among them, who had just ascended to the saint level, didn't even have time to cry out before being instantly killed by Jiang Hao's strike. Even the dozen or so closest saint-level aliens couldn't escape, their spirits extinguished by the soul blade's chaotic energy. Jiang Hao thought to himself, even Oldly would probably have to flee in the face of so many saint-level opponents. Of course, most of the aliens only felt a brief, intense pain in their heads. The violent ripple of elemental energy formed a massive storm over the central continent, sweeping in all directions. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed. There are dozens of 9th-level experience points mixed in there? The system prompt chimed in. Points, 180,015. Saint Realm points, 50. Jiang Hao let out a cold laugh. You want a long battle? Do you really think you can outlast me, Jiang Tian? He internally shouted, "Panel. Show these bumpkins what it means to break through in the heat of battle." Points and Saint Realm points were quickly deducted. The system prompt sounded again. Level, 8th level, Stage 1 8th level, Stage 7. Spirit, Saint level, 9th stage Saint level, 10th stage. Overlimit attribute stage 1. Saint points, 15. Saint realm points, 0. Damned native. You have no honor. The aliens roared. Quick. Everyone attack and kill him. Thousands of saint-level techniques rained down on Jiang Hao. Any ordinary saint-level warrior would be resigned to death at this point. But Jiang Hao was different. He was a true warrior. Originally drained of mental energy and most of his elemental power, Jiang Hao instantly returned to his peak state. Not only that, but his spirit, now at the 10th stage, had become even more refined and solid. Space reversal. A mirror entwined with black and silver suddenly appeared in Jiang Hao's hand. As the mirror rotated abruptly, all but a few mental attacks that Jiang Hao endured were reflected back at the saint-level aliens. The pain. The saint-level warriors on the Red Moon side screamed incessantly. Although they weren't killed by their comrades' attacks, many were seriously injured. This is impossible, one alien warrior shouted in disbelief. After that strike, weren't you supposed to be weakened? How has the quality of your elemental power increased again? Jiang Hao rubbed his temples and lifted his chin slightly. He coldly surveyed the bewildered enemies and arrogantly said, "A bunch of ignorant bumpkins. Breaking through during a battle is perfectly normal, isn't it?" As a genius, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a surge of immense power during the intense battle. A silvery white spatial force emerged beneath his feet, perfectly complementing his flawless mastery of Boundless Realm. All spells and techniques aimed at hindering or restricting him were effortlessly dodged by Jiang Hao. The expressions of the numerous saint-level experts from the Red Moon faction turned grim as they realized this native was far more powerful than they had anticipated. One of the saint-level experts, who appeared to be human, shouted, "Native warrior, you may be strong, and in the many worlds we've conquered, your saint-level talent and combat prowess are indeed top tier. But how long can your yuan energy and mental strength support your reckless exertions? When you can no longer hold out, I will make sure to entertain you seriously." As he spoke, this human expert from the Red Moon faction took out a 9th-level life crystal to restore his yuan energy. Jiang Hao noticed that the opponent's bag contained a dozen more of the same crystals and couldn't help but wonder, they have life crystals too? Aren't these only produced in Dimension 2? A glint of greed flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. Your crystals are quite nice, but now they belong to me. Before his words even finished, he had already appeared in front of the arrogant expert. Amidst the stunned gazes of the opponent and his nearby comrades, Jiang Hao's unparalleled shattering fist shattered the saint-level energy shield, followed by a decisive blow to the head, swiftly eliminating the opponent. This is the top-tier operation and awareness of the old Master Fisher. Jiang Hao rejoiced internally while quickly seizing the opponent's life crystals. He immediately began absorbing the crystal's energy, feeling the surge in his strength. With continuous combat, Jiang Hao's power kept rising. His realm advanced from the 8th tier, 7th heaven to the 9th tier, 3rd heaven, and his yuan energy was significantly replenished. This scene made the other Red Moon Saint level experts both envious and fearful. Some of them had been stuck at the Saint level for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years without progress, while this native could break through repeatedly. Driven by anger and fear, they abandoned their cautious approach to controlling yuan energy consumption and launched full-scale attacks on Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao's strength was also constantly improving. His physical body had reached Saint level 10, with all his attacks imbued with chaotic laws, effectively preventing the enemies from reviving or healing quickly. Now, the game has just begun. Jiang Hao revealed a sinister smile, licking his lips. In the subsequent 2 hours, he employed his flash and move tactics to kill nearly 200 isolated or skill-casting Saint-level experts. Even when his yuan energy was depleted, Jiang Hao remained confident. Even without yuan energy, I can still crush you all. With that, he launched himself like a meteor into the enemy ranks, landing a punch that made a goblin sorcerer cough up blood. He then unleashed thousands of punches, instantly obliterating the goblin and the aliens behind him. Aliens must be exterminated. Jiang Hao roared, delivering a kick that tore through space with chaotic laws, severely injuring several charging Saint-level aliens. Finally, with a precise strike of divine piercing sword chaos, he killed an auxiliary expert who was trying to teleport his comrades away. Jiang Hao was seething with rage, his fists clenched tightly. In an instant, the space around him shattered like glass, collapsing with a thunderous crash and engulfing the severely injured enemy. Under his will, the fragments of space shot like arrows into the dense crowd, eliciting screams of agony. The Saint-level warriors of the Red Moon faction were dumbfounded, beginning to doubt their own strength. Could this seemingly ordinary opponent be the true Saint, while they were merely imposters? A day later, the battlefield shifted to the depths of the Star Realm. The Starforce warriors clashed fiercely, exchanging blows. Countless remnants of planets floated in the dark void, and stars were reduced to ashes under their attacks. The The gray bear senator flexed his newly regenerated arm and gazed at the 9 figures still locked in combat thousands of light years away. His face was pale, having endured the agony of being shattered and reformed thousands of times. The gray bear senator sighed and suggested to the 3 nearly unscathed but visibly grim enemies, "How about we take a break? Your 5 guys over there are starting to slack off, and it doesn't look like we'll have a decisive outcome anytime soon. Why not wait for our respective leaders to arrive?" The 3 Starforce warriors of the Red Moon faction exchanged glances, weighing their options. This native's defense and regenerative abilities were astounding, almost unkillable. Every time they attempted to support other battlefronts, they were relentlessly entangled, even taking heavy hits to keep them in place. As they pondered whether to accept the truce, their expressions suddenly changed. Even the weaker Starforce warrior being tormented in the distance realized it simultaneously. The number of their saint-level comrades who had fallen exceeded 2,000. It's important to note that they had brought only about 7,000 saint-level warriors on this expedition, hoping to broaden their horizons. Before departure, the 10 Starforce warriors had even set a death toll warning. And now, in such a short time, the alarm had been triggered. The 9 Starforce warriors of the Red Moon faction immediately ceased their attacks. As the Blue Star senators panted heavily, drenched in sweat, they all turned their gaze towards the main continent of this world. In disbelief, they muttered, "This can't be. Isn't he only at the 9th tier?" That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.